Autumn Lane McClure. For 2 decades, the community of Ormond Beach, Florida, was haunted by the unsolved disappearance of Autumn Lane McClure. The 16-year-old vanished in May 2004, leaving a trail of questions and a family desperate for answers. Initially classified as a missing persons case, the investigation took a darker turn years later as new evidence emerged pointing to foul play. Autumn Lane McClure was a bright and energetic 16-year-old high school student from Ormond Beach. Known for her vibrant personality and warm smile, Autumn attended Mainland High School and lived with her grandmother. Working part-time at a local grocery store, Winn-Dixie, she was a familiar face in the community before her mysterious disappearance. On May 10, 2004, Autumn's grandmother reported her missing after Autumn's boyfriend said he had dropped her off at the Volusia County Mall. In the early stages of the investigation, her grandmother received multiple letters and phone calls allegedly from Autumn. The letters claimed she was fine and would return home after turning 18. However, Autumn was never seen or heard from again. Initial efforts focused on retracing Autumn's last known movements and interviewing close acquaintances, including her boyfriend, who was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Despite extensive attempts to locate Autumn, no significant leads or evidence surfaced to explain her disappearance. Autumn's grandmother, her primary caregiver, became a central figure in keeping the case in the public eye. Over the years, the investigation into Autumn's disappearance saw periods of renewed activity interspersed with frustrating lulls. Investigators never ceased their efforts, continuously re-interviewing witnesses, collecting DNA from family members, and following up on new leads. One significant lead arose in 2016 when Autumn's former boyfriend, previously thought to have dropped her at the mall, confessed to investigators that he had actually dropped her off at the Sea Breeze Bridge. She was then picked up by her grocery store coworker, Jessica Freeman. Detectives learned that Autumn had been staying with Jessica and her boyfriend, Brian Donnelly, who was 31 years old at the time. The couple admitted that Autumn had stayed with them briefly because she was allegedly experiencing problems at home with her grandmother. They offered little information to help investigators locate Autumn, claiming ignorance. Interviews with Jessica in 2018, who was then living in Nevada, produced no new information. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She continued to deny any knowledge of Autumn's fate. It was not until several years later that the case achieved a significant breakthrough. In 2021, authorities received a critical tip that would ultimately break the case wide open. Chris Miller, a relative of Jessica and Brian, came forward, asserting that either or both of them had been involved in the death of a teenage girl in Volusia County. This tip reopened the investigation with renewed determination and led to a controlled call set up by the police. Jessica then admitted that she had witnessed Brian Donnelly take Autumn's life. Donnelly passed away during a medical procedure on May 26, 2022, before facing any charges. Following his death, detectives re-interviewed Jessica, who was granted immunity by prosecutors. Once her immunity deal was secured, she confessed that Autumn had been living with her and Donnelly in the Shady Oaks mobile home park. Autumn had been involved in an inappropriate and intimate relationship with them prior to her disappearance. Jessica also told investigators that she had seen Donnelly choking Autumn in the bathroom of their trailer, but by the time she intervened, Autumn was already lifeless. Donnelly then threatened Jessica, warning that she would suffer the same consequences if she went to the police. Authorities believed the motive was that Autumn had planned to return home, and Donnelly feared that if she did and disclosed their relationship, he would face criminal charges. Jessica also provided investigators with critical information about the location where Autumn's body had been buried. She identified the site as the 1300 block of Hand Avenue in Ormond Beach. She recalled that Donnelly had revisited the property in late 2021 or early 2022 and seemed pleased to discover that a new home was being constructed over the area where he had allegedly hidden Autumn's body. In 2023, authorities coordinated with the new owner of the trailer home on the property to conduct an excavation. Utilizing ground-penetrating radar, investigators detected irregularities in the soil beneath the site where the trailer had once stood. Nearly 2 decades after her disappearance, in 2024, the careful search allowed investigators to recover 99.9% of Autumn's remains. The recovery of her remains has provided a measure of solace for her twin brother and the rest of her surviving family members, who endured years of uncertainty and grief. While the discovery of her remains and Jessica's confession delivers long-awaited answers, it also allows the family to finally mourn and honor Autumn's memory appropriately. Although traditional justice is unattainable due to Donnelly's prior death, knowing Autumn's fate, however tragic, provides closure to a chapter that has haunted her family for almost 20 years. Volusia Sheriff Mike Chitwood stated, "The sad part is he will never face justice in this world for the evil he perpetrated. I am hoping to God that when he takes his last breath, perhaps he has a vision of where he is headed." Moving on to the next case. Sherry Miller. Bruce Miller was genuinely a kind-hearted man who bore the full weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He labored endlessly, often without pause, to provide for his family, never holding anything back. His entire life was devoted to bringing happiness to his wife. He was her supporter, her protector, and her anchor of stability. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, rather than being rewarded for his devotion and love, he became the target of a merciless crime. Bruce became a victim of the darker side of the internet. His affection for Sherry deepened after hiring her and helping to raise her 3 children. 2 years later, they eventually fell in love, and this feeling completely consumed him. Bruce made the decision to adopt her children, determined to build a united family and home for them all together. However, Sherry hid her true intentions. While Bruce believed in the bright future they were building, she was leading a double life and deceiving him. The computer Bruce had bought as a gift for Sherry became far more than that. It turned into the very tool of her sinister plan. Rather than using it for business growth, she used it to orchestrate his murder. Sherry eventually realized that divorce would not secure the wealth she desired, so she resorted to drastic measures by manipulating Bruce's emotions and using him as a pawn in her cruel scheme. This case can be considered one of a kind, a pioneering example where online interactions played a central role in a criminal act. Perhaps it even marked one of the earliest instances where internet communication became crucial in legal proceedings. A truly fascinating development. In today's world, such cases are far more common compared to a time when the internet was still in its infancy and people remained unaware that every action online could be traced or restored. Like many others of that era, Sherry had no idea that deleted messages could later be retrieved. This also underscored the dangers of chatting with strangers online and how drastically life can change because of it. There are always individuals who unexpectedly find themselves thrust into the spotlight, caught in worlds of mystery and intrigue. Bruce certainly belonged to that group, a man whose story carried secrets and startling twists. Born on July 26, 1951, in Flint, Michigan, Bruce began his career working as a mechanic at a General Motors factory, but later shifted paths by opening his own salvage yard business. He dealt with old cars and sold spare parts. Despite handling large sums of cash and interacting with diverse social circles, he was known as a generous, kind-hearted man. On occasion, he even bent the law by falsifying license plates, though such acts were rare. He hadn't engaged in many serious romantic relationships, and after 2 marriages that both ended in divorce, fate finally led him to what would become his final love, Sherry Miller. Friends often observed that Sherry displayed unusual habits and behavior. She seemed to reinvent herself online, creating new identities and engaging in flirtatious exchanges with strangers. Opinions were divided. Some believed Bruce was aware of her behavior but chose to overlook it, preferring the comfort of maintaining the status quo. He valued his marriage deeply and cherished the stability Sherry and her 3 children brought into his life, especially with his ongoing efforts to adopt them. Sherry, too, had reasons to preserve the marriage. She had a certain affection for Bruce and enjoyed the comfortable lifestyle he provided, even after misusing his credit cards shortly after their wedding. Surprisingly, this did not greatly trouble Bruce. Their relationship mirrored the volatility of Sherry's personal life itself. They maintained a steady routine during the day and shared intimate moments at night. Yet, amid this domestic harmony, Sherry's online alter ego began to surface alongside her growing self-confidence. Her online chats became increasingly explicit, frequently revolving around sexual themes with numerous men under various pseudonyms such as Horny24-21, Love Me Slowly, and I Want to Be Seduced. Instead of sustaining long-term connections, she preferred engaging with new men once boredom set in, initiating cycles of flirtation from the start each time. According to her own account, These exchanges were simply playful diversions, a game in which each new man symbolized another level of progress, fueling her growing sense of invulnerability. This detached outlook gradually steered Sherry onto a destructive path. Amid her constant online activity, she came across Jerry Cassidy, a former police officer living in Reno, Nevada, and the two quickly developed romantic feelings. Unlike her earlier online encounters, Jerry seemed to occupy a special place in her life. Before long, they even altered their online identities, with Sherry adopting the alias Jerry's Fool and Jerry becoming Sherry's Fool. Their virtual exchanges ranged from light conversation and flirtation to sharing nude photographs, as well as sexually suggestive messages and explicit videos involving Sherry herself. It is worth noting that all of this occurred back in 1999, when such actions were far more complicated to execute than with the technology available today. Jerry was born on October 6, 1960, in Kansas City, Missouri. From an early age, he developed a strong passion for hunting and nurtured ambitions of one day joining the FBI. His plan was to begin his career with the Montana police. Jerry went on to serve 9 years as a homicide detective, eventually attaining the rank of lieutenant. However, near the end of his service, his career took a troubling turn. While working on a case, Jerry uncovered multiple fraudulent documents within the department. It was evident that the corruption was an inside job. Acting with integrity, he reported these findings to his superior. Unfortunately, news of his actions spread among his colleagues. They labeled him a snitch and cast him out, putting his career in jeopardy. The situation escalated to the point where it became clear he was no longer welcome in the department. After being demoted, Jerry decided to resign from his position in 1994. This decision had a devastating effect on him. As a result, he began battling alcohol and drug addiction while also struggling with depression. Not long afterward, Jerry's wife divorced him. The divorce struck another heavy blow, stripping him of visitation rights with their son. In spite of these hardships, Jerry managed to regain a measure of stability by securing a job as a security officer at Harrah's Kansas City Hotel and Casino. In 1999, he moved to Reno, where he found employment at another casino. During this time, Jerry encountered Sherry through an online platform, and before long, their relationship transitioned into real-life meetings. What Jerry considered a romantic connection, Sherry treated as an opportunity for exploitation. Her growing influence over him became evident to those around him. Observers noted that Jerry appeared to display symptoms resembling bipolar disorder, highly animated and euphoric when with Sherry, yet sunk into deep despair when separated from her. Before long, Sherry launched into her web of manipulations. In September, she falsely claimed she was pregnant with Jerry's child. Soon after, she alleged she had suffered a miscarriage due to Bruce supposedly beating her, although this was an utter fabrication. In reality, Bruce was a hard-working family man, nothing like the violent figure Sherry portrayed. Jerry, blind to the truth, was consumed with rage. The idea of losing his unborn child and believing that Sherry was being abused was unbearable, overwhelming for anyone to endure. At the same time, Sherry discouraged Jerry from confronting Bruce, insisting that Bruce possessed vast wealth and powerful connections that would guarantee retaliation if they attempted to oppose him. Just a month later, Sherry invented yet another lie, this time claiming she was pregnant with twins. A crucial detail is that in 1995, Sherry had undergone a tubal ligation procedure, which permanently prevented her from conceiving, though she never shared this fact with Jerry. This startling truth reveals the staggering depth of her deception. Then, on November 5, 1999, Jerry received a deeply disturbing email that appeared to have been written by Bruce. The email claimed that Sherry was gaining weight because of the 2 unborn children she was carrying and stated that she wanted an abortion in order to shed the extra pounds. Jerry, overwhelmed with fear and worry, tried to reach Sherry but managed only a short text exchange in which she said she needed to leave for a few days. The following day, another email arrived, supposedly from Bruce. This message informed Jerry that Sherry would be coming home soon and suggested that the abortion had already been carried out successfully. It also stated that Sherry would never again be able to conceive. Attached to the message was a staged photograph depicting Sherry covered in bruises. Jerry was consumed with uncontrollable rage. He got in touch with Sherry the next day, and together they decided that the only solution was to eliminate Bruce. They carefully devised their plan, determining routes, a parking spot, and the precise location and timing for carrying it out at the yard. Driven by his swelling anger, Jerry left his home that same night and headed toward Michigan. Later, as Bruce was preparing to leave work, Sherry called him and asked if he could pick up pizza on his way home, a deliberate distraction woven into their scheme. While engaged in this conversation, Bruce failed to notice Jerry approaching from behind, who then raised a .20 caliber gun and fired. After committing the crime, Jerry drove back home, while Sherry set in motion the next step of their cover-up. She called Bruce's brother, Chuck, pretending to be worried about Bruce not returning home. Alarmed by her feigned concern, Chuck and his wife hurried over to the yard, where they discovered Bruce's body with horror before immediately contacting the authorities. At first, the police suspected a robbery. Their primary suspect was Bruce's old friend, John Hutchinson, who owed his employer more than $5,000 and had previously been connected to Sherry. His alibi was unconvincing, and he failed a polygraph test, giving investigators further doubt. Consequently, John was detained for questioning, but with no solid evidence against him, he was eventually released. Afterward, the case went cold. Initially, officers even considered Sherry's conduct following her husband's death to be appropriate. They had no awareness of what she was hiding at the time. Soon afterward, she was frequently seen attending parties. Furthermore, she rapidly obtained an insurance payout, liquidated the business, and emptied family accounts, thereby making herself wealthy overnight. Amid all her celebrations and lavish spending, she brought her new partner to live in the very house she had once shared with Bruce. The relationship between Jerry and Sherry collapsed suddenly following Bruce's death. That was when Jerry learned Sherry had given her heart to another man. He began to feel overwhelming guilt and dwelled on the terrible crime he had carried out together with her. Having served in law enforcement for many years, Jerry swiftly realized that he had been nothing more than a pawn in Sherry's plot. She had manipulated his emotions in order to have her husband removed. It finally became clear to him that Bruce had been an entirely innocent man. None of the allegations Sherry concocted had any basis. There was no abuse, no connections, no beatings, and no children involved. Even the photographs offered as supposed proof were from 1994. 3 months later, on February 11th, Jerry Cassidy decided to end his life. He was discovered alone in the apartment he rented from his cousin, with a .22 caliber rifle lying beside him. Among his possessions were letters for his family, as well as a note and a briefcase addressed to his attorney, John O'Connor. When John opened the briefcase, he uncovered undeniable evidence of a crime that ultimately sealed Sherry's fate. Alongside other materials that emerged after Jerry's death, there was also a note in which Jerry admitted to killing Bruce and laid all responsibility directly on Sherry. The letter detailed how the collected evidence would be delivered to law enforcement. Jerry conveyed profound remorse and acknowledged the foolishness of allowing Sherry to manipulate him into committing such a deed. He explained that now everyone would understand the reason for his descent into depression. He had been unable to disclose the truth until this moment. Jerry further asserted that Sherry's only aim was to obtain money and dispose of her husband. She achieved her objective, but showed no regard for the devastation inflicted in the process. After this shocking disclosure, law enforcement quickly arrested Sherry and charged her with second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The trial began 10 months later, on December 12th. Owing to the nature of her internet-related crime, public interest was remarkably high. Sherry entered a plea of not guilty, while her defense attorney argued that Jerry had manufactured the evidence against her out of remorse. They also tried to redirect the blame toward Jan. During the proceedings, unsettling messages between Sherry and Jan were presented, in which they discussed employing a firearm. It was emphasized that one day after her husband's death, she changed her first name, surname, and address. Following Jerry's death, she repeated this conduct. The case was successfully concluded in court, and after merely 2 days of deliberation, the jury rendered its verdict. Sherry Miller was found guilty of second-degree murder, and on January 9, 2001, she was sentenced to life in prison. Yet, numerous objections emerged from the defense concerning the trial. A particularly notable issue challenged the admissibility of Jerry's letter as evidence. This concern carried such weight that 7 years later, in 2008, a judge ordered a retrial of the case. As a result, in accordance with federal court rulings, Sherry was released from prison in July 2009 pending further proceedings. For more than 3 years, she lived freely without restrictions, even accessing the internet and dating platforms. However, many people, especially the families of Bruce and Jerry, opposed this release, considering it the result of an absurd technicality. In August 2012, the district court overturned its prior decision, and Sherry was returned to prison, where she has remained ever since. During her time at liberty, Sherry managed to rebuild ties with her children. This reconnection had a distinctly positive effect on her. In April 2016, she penned a letter acknowledging her guilt despite her earlier denials. She explained that her initial refusal to admit responsibility arose from fear that such an admission would damage her prospects of pursuing a retrial. Her attorneys had recommended this course of action. However, they later refuted this statement. They maintained that had they been aware of her guilt earlier, they would have advised her to seek a plea bargain. In that case, Sherry would have faced a sentence of merely 15 years in prison instead of the extended term she is presently serving. By that point, Sherry had already spent 20 years incarcerated. Remarkably, during this period, she entered into her fourth marriage with Michael Denoy. Michael became acquainted with her story through media coverage and grew intrigued by her circumstances, ultimately proposing to her during their very first meeting. Moving on to the next case. Dennis Lee First. On May 11, 2007, 64-year-old Dennis Lee First was found dead in his condominium in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He had died from multiple beatings and stab wounds. Tammy Mimes, the assistant manager of the Hawthorne Hills apartments where Dennis resided, told police that he had prostate cancer. He had few visitors and relied on Social Security for income. Tammy said she received a call from a friend asking her to check on Dennis and informed the apartment maintenance worker, Robert Gross. Robert knocked on Dennis's door several times and, receiving no response, entered the apartment. He found Dennis lying face up on the bed, his feet resting on the floor. Robert immediately called 911 upon noticing the large amount of blood. Evidence collected at the scene was carefully submitted for analysis to the State Crime Lab of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. Dennis's first wife, Christine Griffin, described his life as challenging. She said it was unbelievable that someone would stab him, as he could barely get around. Dennis and Christine had 2 children, their son Brad, born in 1963, and their daughter Laura, born in 1965. In the 1970s, the couple lived in Olin, Jones County, where Dennis worked for Monticello Steel Company as a purchasing agent. Dennis had been living in Cedar Rapids since their divorce in 1981. In 1990, Dennis was arrested for driving under the influence and for theft from local businesses. He was also accused of threatening a man from whom he had rented a room. After his son died in a car accident in 1993, his life continued to decline. Dennis, who had lost contact with his daughter, ex-wife, and other family members, began reconnecting with them a few years before his death in late May 2007. During the investigation into Dennis's death, Cedar Rapids police executed 5 search warrants. Investigators searched Dennis's apartment as well as the apartment of a man named Curtis Paget, whom witnesses indicated had argued with the victim. Curtis's fingerprints and a DNA sample from a cheek swab were collected by investigators. They also confiscated a pair of his boots from his apartment. Curtis Paget is reportedly a person of interest in an unrelated missing person case. He was the last individual known to have seen 15-year-old Erin Pospezl before she vanished from Cedar Rapids on June 3, 2001. When police interviewed him at the time, Curtis stated that in 2001 he had visited Erin's older brother, a friend of his. He and Erin left the Post-Bissell family home together, offering to give Erin a ride to her destination, which was her friend Brett's house. Curtis said that upon arriving at Brett's residence, no one was home. Shortly afterward, a black Chevrolet Cavalier with tinted rear windows pulled up as Erin was returning to his truck. Curtis explained that Erin approached the car and had a brief conversation with its occupants. Before entering the back seat of the Cavalier, she told Curtis that the people in the car would give her a ride. Since Erin left her home with Curtis Paget, she has not been seen or heard from again. Police have found no additional witnesses to verify Paget's account of the black Cavalier in the area. However, on March 1, 2023, 42-year-old Curtis Randall Paget was arrested and charged with Dennis First's murder. Lynn County Attorney Nick Maybanks stated that this case reflects the Cedar Rapids Police Department's commitment to the community and its victims. The incident underscores the department's determination to uphold the rights of victims and survivors, even in cases that may not be widely known to the public. After several months of investigation and a recent final meeting, Maybanks concluded that Paget was responsible for Dennis's death. The police did not disclose the specific reason for Paget's arrest, nor did they indicate whether additional DNA testing was required after the cold case team reviewed the situation. However, during the press conference, a partial blood boot print matching boots found at Paget's residence was revealed. An oven mitt smeared with blood was also discovered, with DNA from both Paget and Dennis on its interior. Additionally, Paget's fingerprint was located on a knife sharpener and inside a drawer in Dennis's apartment. Since her reported sighting in spring 2002, Aaron's case has seen no further progress. Aaron was observed in a Cedar Rapids convenience store, sitting in the back seat of a vehicle with Illinois license plates. Cedar Rapids police received this report, but the car was never located. They have been unable to verify the sighting. The witness remains confident it was Aaron because he was familiar with her. Aaron is described as a Caucasian female with dark brown hair and eyes. At the time of her disappearance, her hair had red highlights, and she had a small scar above one eye. Anyone with information about her or the case is urged to contact the Cedar Rapids Police Department. Moving on to the next case. Lindy Sue Beechler. Lindy Sue Beechler was born on January 31, 1956, in the picturesque American town of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Her childhood was shaped by her parents' divorce, which resulted in her living with her mother. While her father started a new family, he stayed in contact with his daughter, maintaining a meaningful bond. Lindy's world shifted when she formed a close relationship with her half-brother, giving her companionship and support during her formative years. After finishing her high school education, Lindy enrolled at a prestigious university located just a 10-minute drive from her family home. At the young age of 19, fate brought her to Phil Beechler, a young man who would soon become her husband. Phil also pursued his studies at the same university and supported himself by working at a car rental company. Meanwhile, Lindy balanced her coursework with a part-time job at a local flower shop. Following their wedding, the newlyweds began their life together by securing an apartment in the Serene Manor Township residential complex, conveniently situated just minutes from the university. Their lives were filled with happiness and mutual contentment. However, the tranquility of their existence would soon be shaken by a series of unsettling events. Lindy began to feel an eerie presence within the residential complex, a constant sense of being watched without ever seeing the observer. She confided in friends and family, who initially dismissed her fears as stress related to the move. One fateful evening, as Lindy was alone at home, she was startled to see a man peering through the glass panes of her door. With Phil at work during the incident, the intruder disappeared as quickly as he had appeared, leaving Lindy shocked. From that point forward, she dreaded being alone at home. Yet her husband's nighttime work hours often forced her to endure long hours of solitude. Lindy's life became marked by persistent stress, where even minor incidents triggered waves of anxiety. Shortly thereafter, while spending time with her brother and his family at their home, Lindy was startled by the sound of shattering glass coming from the second floor. Investigation revealed that a wall mirror had fallen to the ground, shattering upon impact. The incident sent chills down her spine, prompting her to urge her family to conduct a thorough search of the home to rule out any potential intruders. Unbeknownst to them, Lindy's distress stemmed from the unsettling presence of an unidentified man who had been observing her for months. Despite her fears, those around her remained unconvinced, believing her concerns to be exaggerated. On the evening of December 5, 1975, Lindy finished her shift at the flower shop, visited Phil at his workplace, and stopped by a local store on her way home. Coincidentally, her uncle and aunt, aware of her fear of being alone, invited her to their son's basketball game, offering distraction and companionship. As they arrived at her apartment around 8:45 p.m., an unexpected discovery awaited them. The door was ajar, immediately raising alarm. They entered cautiously, unaware of the chilling events that were about to unfold. Upon entering the living room, the aunt noticed a toppled lamp on the floor, but the most horrific discovery awaited in the kitchen. There lay Lindy's lifeless body sprawled face down, a meat knife wrapped in a towel placed against her neck. The aunt immediately called the police, and detectives quickly began investigating the crime scene. Their initial observations raised perplexing questions. Lindy was found fully clothed, casting doubt on any motive related to sexual assault. Furthermore, no valuables had been taken from the apartment, ruling out robbery as a possible motive. There were no signs of forced entry at the front door or windows, suggesting that Lindy may have known her assailant and let them involuntarily, or that the intruder entered when the door was left unlocked. A puzzling detail emerged when investigators noted that Lindy had purchased a substantial amount of groceries, making it physically impossible for her to carry all the bags from the parking lot to her apartment in a single trip. It was possible that her attacker had entered the home just after Lindy had brought in the first batch of groceries and then gone to her car for the second load. As the police continued their examination of the crime scene, Lindy's husband and parents were informed of the tragic incident. Detectives had to restrain them as the grieving relatives struggled to accept Lindy's death and longed to see her. Forensic experts identified bloodstains on the floors and walls, although at that time they could not link these samples to the victim's DNA. Nonetheless, they concluded that Lindy had fought fiercely against her attacker. In one of the rooms, investigators discovered a distinct male shoe print. Medical examiners determined that the young woman had sustained 19 blows from a sharp object, and the assailant had used 2 weapons: the meat knife taken from Lindy's kitchen and possibly another knife, which was never recovered. It was subsequently confirmed that the victim had been sexually assaulted. However, at the time, obtaining DNA evidence from the perpetrator was not feasible. The police sought witnesses, but none of Lindy's neighbors were home during the murder, and other residents had not observed anything suspicious. Several individuals did report seeing a car in the housing complex parking lot between 5 o'clock and 8:40 p.m., coinciding with the time of Lindy's murder. Strikingly, none of the residents recognized the vehicle's owner. Regrettably, detectives were unable to locate the car and shifted their focus to another line of inquiry. One of the suspects was Lindy's husband, Phil. Despite his claim of being at work and having a solid alibi, investigators did not rule out his potential involvement. In the following months, detectives interrogated approximately 300 individuals who might have had a connection to the murder, but these efforts produced no breakthroughs. At one point, they began to suspect a local serial offender who had committed several assaults on women around the same period Lindy was killed. However, no evidence linked him to the case, and the criminal later died during an attempted jailbreak. Investigators subsequently discovered that he had been at work at the time of Lindy's murder, leading them to remove him from consideration as a suspect. For months after Lindy's tragic murder, a new development shook the case. Approximately 25 kilometers from Lindy's apartment, a 43-year-old woman named Mary fell victim to a brutal killing. She was struck repeatedly with a sharp object. Detectives could not help but notice the eerie similarities between this murder and Lindy's. However, law enforcement quickly apprehended the perpetrator, yet they could not establish any link between him and Lindy. While the man confessed to Mary's murder, he adamantly denied involvement in any other crimes. As a result, the police were left without promising leads, and the case remained stagnant for an entire year. On December 26, 1976, Lindy's grieving relatives visited her resting place at the local cemetery. To their dismay, they discovered that Lindy's gravestone had been defaced, coated in red paint, and marred by deep scratches. They promptly reported the act of vandalism to authorities, but the individuals responsible remained unidentified. Investigators began to suspect that the same person responsible for Lindy's murder might also be behind this desecration, as no other tombstones had been damaged. The extent of the destruction further reinforced this theory. Beyond the conspicuous use of red paint, it was apparent that the perpetrator harbored deep-seated anger toward the deceased. The manner in which the deep scratches were meticulously etched suggested a disturbing obsession. Only a few weeks later, a baffling incident occurred. Police officers investigating the Lindy Sue Beechler case received an anonymous letter spanning 2 pages. The first section adopted the perspective of the murderer, taunting the officers for their inability to apprehend him thus far. The author claimed responsibility for the defacement of Lindy's gravestone and demanded that the letter be published in local newspapers the following day. In return, the anonymous sender pledged to consider surrendering to authorities. They even chose to reveal certain identifying characteristics in an effort to aid investigators. According to the author, they stood 5.8 feet tall, weighed 205 pounds, held steady employment, and were single. Several years earlier, they had encountered legal trouble for possession of illegal substances. On the day of the murder, they had been under the influence of drugs. The final portion of the letter appealed for assistance, with the unidentified author urging law enforcement to apprehend them as quickly as possible before more victims were claimed. A second letter subsequently followed, apparently written by another person who provided additional clues about the killer and also urged police to request that local newspapers print the letter. This individual wrote that her friend genuinely intended to surrender as soon as his letter was published in the newspapers. They added that the man was mentally ill. Allegedly, they included this letter while he was asleep and then placed both pages in an envelope. Police considered that the letter's author could potentially be Lindy's killer, but were skeptical about the second part regarding her friend. Despite the text being in different handwriting, investigators believed the culprit might have asked someone familiar to write it or forged the handwriting. They also found no resemblance between this letter and the one famously associated with the Zodiac Killer. The Zodiac Killer operated during the 1960s and 1970s in California, regularly communicating with police and newspapers through anonymous messages. Investigators even considered the possibility that he might have killed Lindy, but the theory appeared highly unlikely. First, the Zodiac Killer operated on the opposite side of the country. Second, at the time of Lindy's death, police stated he had retired from criminal activity. Law enforcement ultimately decided not to publish the letter in the newspapers, despite the author's request. At that juncture, the police were managing two suspects and were careful not to compromise the investigation. Law enforcement did not want the perpetrator to surrender prematurely, nor did they see any value in alarming the community with a letter from an apparent deranged individual. Over time, doubts emerged regarding whether the letter's author was genuinely Lindy's killer. The correspondence contained no information that had not already been reported in the press. A police profiler even proposed that the author of both pages might be a mentally unstable woman unrelated to the case. This conclusion followed a detailed analysis of the letter's style. Nonetheless, investigators located a woman named Janice Crum, and after interviewing her, they concluded she had no involvement with the letters. From that point forward, the police had no significant leads but continued their investigation. New potential suspects surfaced at various intervals, including Lindy's mother's partner, a regular patron of the flower shop where Lindy worked, and even one of the case investigators. After brief inquiries, law enforcement determined that none were connected to the murder. In 1980, authorities had another chance to resolve the case. In Florida, serial killer Gerald Eugene Stano was apprehended. He confessed to killing 41 individuals. At the time of Lindy's death, her father resided only a 10-minute drive from her apartment complex, prompting detectives to consider Stano as a suspect. However, they could not find any evidence that he had visited her father, and he was soon eliminated as a suspect. In 1997, forensic experts were finally able to extract a male DNA profile, identifying male traces on the victim's underwear. This sample did not match any of the suspects the investigators had considered over the prior 23 years. Since that time, the police had no substantial leads, and the case remained unresolved. It was reopened in 2000 but yielded no success. That same year, investigators opted to publish the letter allegedly written by the murderer in the newspapers. They had hoped this approach would help generate new leads. However, it did not. The girl's parents never discovered the truth about her murder. Lindy's father passed away in 2000 and her mother in 2007. The next major breakthrough occurred only in 2019, after the case was reopened once again. Investigators turned to a private laboratory specializing in genetic research, which had previously helped solve similar cases multiple times. They employed an innovative technique called DNA phenotyping. Using this method, experts were able to construct an approximate portrait of Lindy's killer at ages 25 and 60. The process functioned roughly as follows. The laboratory analyzed the offender's DNA sample and extracted information about possible traits such as skin color, eye color, hair color, and more. Frequently, these portraits closely resembled the actual DNA carriers, though exceptions did occur. The portraits of Lindy's killer were disseminated through media outlets, with investigators hoping someone might recognize the man. Ultimately, no substantial leads emerged. 1 year later, they returned to the laboratory with a request to apply genetic genealogy, another relatively new technique that enables experts to identify potential relatives of an individual through their DNA. Investigators provided the genetic sample of Lindy's killer and awaited the results. The primary drawback of this method is its extreme complexity. Experts must analyze thousands of people, eliminating unsuitable candidates until they eventually locate a relative of the DNA carrier. After months of painstaking work, they identified someone distantly related to the killer. This person resided in Italy, allowing investigators to begin reconstructing his genealogy. Their search focused on a man who had been in the United States in 1975 and had connections to Italy. To do this, they had to locate and interview a large number of relatives. In Italy alone, there were 2,500 individuals linked to the killer through distant kinship. In 2022, detectives finally identified the correct candidate, 68-year-old David Sinopoli, who had never previously been on the police radar in connection with this case. In 1975, he lived in the same complex as the victim, making him an immediate prime suspect. To confirm or rule out his involvement, detectives needed to covertly obtain a DNA sample. They began surveilling David, waiting for the right opportunity. On February 11th, such an opportunity arose. David was about to board a flight, and before doing so, he discarded a paper coffee cup into the trash. Investigators retrieved it and sent it to the laboratory. Experts extracted his DNA sample and compared it to the male DNA traces found on Lindy's underwear. The analysis indicated a complete match. David was the killer. He was arrested on July 17, 2022, and is currently awaiting trial. At the time of Lindy's murder, David was 21 years old. He had moved into the residential complex a year before the victim moved in with her husband. David was married twice, in 1972 and 1987, though it is unclear whether he had any children. He spent the majority of his life working at a local printing press, and his colleagues were shocked to learn that their friend was a cold-blooded murderer. Currently, David remains tight-lipped about further details, which will only be disclosed once the judicial process begins. There is now virtually no doubt that he is the killer. Experts also compared his DNA with blood found in the victim's apartment, and the results showed a complete match. Lindy's ex-husband and her brother expressed gratitude to the investigators for revealing the truth, and now the perpetrator will face justice. Thus, this complex and challenging case was resolved thanks to innovative technology after nearly 47 years. Genetic genealogy is a unique tool that allows law enforcement to identify perpetrators from minuscule DNA samples preserved for decades. Moving on to the next case. Mandy Stavik. Mandy Stavik was born on April 16, 1971, in the American city of Bellingham, Washington. She was raised in a large family with loving parents, 2 brothers, and a sister. Shortly after her birth, her parents decided to relocate to a town called Palmer in Alaska. Known for its breathtaking natural scenery, safety, and the strong community spirit among its few thousand residents. The family resided there for several years. However, when Mandy was 3 years old, her parents chose to divorce, and she remained with her mother. Nevertheless, she continued to see her father almost every day. A year later, the family suffered a terrible tragedy when Mandy's 17-year-old brother went hunting and disappeared. His body was later discovered with nearly 20 gunshot wounds. Despite the efforts of investigators, no suspects were identified. This incident was a devastating blow to Mandy's family. Yet she grew up to be a cheerful and active child. She excelled academically, participated in sports, and played several musical instruments. When Mandy was 12, her mother decided to move back to Washington, this time to a small town called Acme, with a population of fewer than 300 at the time, where everyone knew each other. This town had virtually no serious crimes, and her mother felt that she and her 3 children would be better off there. Mandy attended the local school, where she quickly made friends, continued her involvement in sports, joined the school's musical group, and became a cheerleader. She also loved the local natural surroundings and enjoyed running toward the picturesque river. At the age of 17, Mandy's family faced another tragedy. After the divorce, her father had remained in Palmer and started a new family. He had several children, and in 1988, Mandy's half-brother drowned in the river. This was another heavy blow for her, and it also resurfaced painful memories of her older brother's death. After graduating from high school in 1989, Mandy enrolled at Central Washington University, located 3 hours' drive from her home. She aspired to become a pilot and remained committed to her studies. She lived in the university dormitory, but visited her family whenever possible. In late November, Mandy returned home to spend Thanksgiving with her family and planned to stay for a few days. On November 24th, the day after the holiday, she decided to go for a run. Normally, her mother would accompany her on a bicycle, but this time she stayed at home because her sister was visiting. Mandy went alone, accompanied only by the family's German Shepherd dog. Her usual route started at home, followed the road to the river, and then returned, covering a total distance of about 5 kilometers. Typically, the run took less than an hour, but this time Mandy was noticeably delayed. When her brother came home, he was surprised that Mandy had not yet returned. He had been at a friend's house, located along the road. The brother saw Mandy running back toward the house, and then, a few minutes later, she was running in the opposite direction, so he assumed she had decided to do another lap. However, she should have been back much earlier. As time passed, Mandy's family grew seriously worried about her, especially since she had never been out running for so long. Mandy had plans for the evening. Before returning home for the holidays, she had invited her dorm roommate, who had come with her. They were supposed to go to a nearby town to meet friends that day. 2 hours later, an incident occurred that heightened the family's concern. Mandy's dog returned home without her, which was highly unusual. Mandy's mother, having already lost a son before, decided to immediately call the police. Despite Mandy being 18 years old, the sheriff agreed to initiate the search right after the call. Meanwhile, her mother began contacting nearly every resident of the town, asking if they had seen her daughter. When the community learned that Mandy had disappeared, many took to the streets and quickly organized searches. Along with the girl's relatives, they repeatedly traversed the path she would normally run, but found no trace of her. Meanwhile, the police began questioning people close to Mandy. They learned that she had a boyfriend named Rick, with whom she had been since school. The girl's mother also mentioned that the couple had been on and off. Investigators spoke with him, but found no reason to suspect the young man. They also interviewed several other individuals while coordinating the area with the help of the town's residents. By that time, people on ATVs and in a helicopter had joined the search. Even the local dog attempted to assist the investigators in the hope of leading them to Mandy. However, the dog was clearly frightened and did not want to stray far from its porch. The search continued into the night, but yielded no results. The next day, the search resumed. On one of the side roads, volunteers discovered a pair of women's pants, covered in mud and with several holes. The pants were immediately shown to Mandy's mother, but she was unsure if they belonged to her daughter. Despite this, the police sent them to the laboratory, where male traces were detected on them. The officers immediately requested DNA samples from all men who knew Mandy and were in that area, but no matches were found. There was no FBI database containing the DNA of convicted criminals at that time, so the investigators could do nothing further with this evidence. Meanwhile, search dogs and specialists joined the operation and soon found a new clue. They located the girl's tracks on a dirt road, as well as the tracks of her German Shepherd. There was a peculiar point where the tracks abruptly ended in the same place, leading to the conclusion that Mandy must have entered someone's car. The officers suggested that the girl might have been abducted and forced into the vehicle. However, this assumption was later refuted. In such a case, the end of the tracks would have appeared completely different, as the girl would have shown signs of resistance. In reality, everything seemed to indicate that she had entered the car willingly, suggesting that the driver may have been someone she knew. On the third day of the search, the police, accompanied by firefighters, began to examine the local river that ran near the path where the girl normally ran. There, they made an alarming discovery. About 5 kilometers downstream from the town, they noticed a woman's body in the water. Upon retrieval, they immediately recognized it as Mandy. Her body was unclothed, except for socks and sneakers. There were no severe injuries, aside from some significant scrapes on the legs. This led to speculation that the girl might have drowned, but the theory seemed improbable. First, it was late November, and the river water was extremely cold. Mandy would not have entered the water willingly, especially without clothing. Furthermore, the river's depth at that location was significantly less than an adult's height, and the girl could have stood there comfortably. Medical experts examined the victim's body and found a lesion on her head, likely caused by a strong blow. However, They determined that this lesion could not have been the cause of death. As a result, the experts concluded that the girl had died from asphyxiation in the water. In other words, she had drowned. Moreover, medical specialists determined that the girl had been a victim of assault. They were able to extract biological material from the assailant, including male DNA found under the victim's fingernails. Forensic investigators identified the DNA profile and compared it with samples from everyone involved in the case. In total, more than 30 men were investigated, but no matches were found. The police continued searching for leads, questioning all the residents of the town and nearby villages. Additionally, Mandy's brother and another Acme resident reported seeing the girl running along the highway on the day she disappeared. When she vanished from view, a dark van was seen following her. At the time, he did not consider it significant. But after Mandy's death, he shared his observation with the police. However, he could not recall the van's model and initially refused to provide a DNA sample to the detectives. His behavior appeared suspicious, and authorities obtained a court order compelling him to submit his DNA. Yet, it did not match the sample recovered from the victim's body. This murder case received extensive media coverage, and in the first few months, the police received thousands of tips. Unfortunately, all proved fruitless, and the investigation dragged on for years. Detectives were unable to identify any serious suspect, though they continued to examine various candidates. At one point, investigators suggested that the unknown serial killer, known as the Green River Killer, suspected of murdering dozens of girls and often dumping their bodies in rivers, might have been responsible for this crime. However, no evidence supported this theory, even after the serial killer was captured and his identity became known. Investigators could not link him to Mandy's murder. Due to the lack of evidence and new suspects, the investigation stalled for many years. Occasionally, detectives would revisit the files from the archives in search of fresh leads, but all attempts failed. In 2009, 20 years after Mandy's death, a new detective from the local police department reopened the case. Considering that no new evidence had emerged over the previous 2 decades, he decided to adopt a different approach. Together with his colleagues, the detective revisited the entire town and surrounding villages, requesting that every male resident submit a DNA sample. The investigator's plan was straightforward. He reasoned that Mandy's killer was likely a local resident. By collecting DNA samples from every man in the area, there was a strong chance of identifying the perpetrator among them. Considering that only a few hundred men lived in the town and its surroundings, the task appeared feasible, yet in practice, it proved far more challenging. It took the police 4 years to test all the men, and in the end, no match was found. The officers realized that in the 20 years that had passed, the killer could have moved away or even died, prompting them to begin reviewing files and attempting to trace virtually every man who had lived in the area in 1989. In 2013, the police received an unexpected tip. 2 women who had grown up in the same town as Mandy went to a water park with their children. While talking, they recalled the infamous murder and began discussing it. At one point, one of the women expressed suspicion about who might have killed Mandy. The other woman agreed, suspecting a particular individual, and they both mentioned the same name, Timothy Bass. At the time of the murder, he was 21 and lived just a few houses away from the victim. The reasons for their suspicion of Timothy proved quite compelling. One of the women recounted an instance during her teenage years when Timothy had aggressively tried to win her affections and inappropriately touch her in a car while with other friends. The other woman's account was even more disturbing. Several years after Mandy's murder, Timothy unexpectedly visited her while her husband was away and made unwelcome advances, which she rejected. After sharing these stories, the women decided to approach the police together with their suspicions regarding Timothy. When asked why they had waited so long, they explained their uncertainty about his involvement in the murder. In such a small community, they feared the consequences of wrongfully accusing an innocent man, so neither had dared to come forward earlier. The detectives immediately took an interest in Timothy and found it unusual that, during the initial investigation, none of their colleagues had questioned him or requested a DNA sample. This was strange given his proximity to the victim and the fact that his home was along the same road Mandy would run on. Further inquiry revealed that Mandy was friends with Timothy's younger brother, Tom. Another suspicious detail was that Timothy moved to another city less than 2 months after the murder, which might have kept him out of police reach during the initial flurry of leads and cooperative suspects. Timothy moved to Emerson, a city about 40 kilometers from his old home. Shortly before the move, he got married and eventually had 3 children. While digging into his background, detectives discovered that in 2010, his wife had filed a police report alleging Timothy had assaulted her and their children. Amid accounts of domestic violence, she briefly mentioned his odd behavior during the viewing of crime documentaries. While watching these shows with his wife, Timothy frequently critiqued criminals for their carelessness in leaving multiple clues behind. He often boasted that he would never make such mistakes and would never be caught. This information intensified the detectives' suspicion of his involvement in Mandy Stavek's murder. They visited his home to ask him some questions and requested a voluntary DNA sample, which is when things became particularly interesting. Timothy claimed he could not recall the crime or even remember who Mandy Stavek was. This statement raised doubts for the detectives. Firstly, it was unlikely in a town of fewer than 300 residents that he wouldn't know her, especially since he lived just a few houses away from the Staveks. Secondly, given the infamy of the case both in the town and neighboring areas, it was nearly impossible for him to be unaware of her. As a result, the detectives were not inclined to believe him. They requested a DNA sample, but Timothy refused, raising further suspicion. Unfortunately, without any evidence to link him to the murder, the investigators could not secure a warrant to compel a DNA sample. The detectives took another approach, discovering Timothy had been working for many years as a delivery man for a bakery in a nearby town. They approached the bakery manager to inquire about Timothy's delivery routes, planning to follow him and obtain an object with his DNA on it. They did not disclose the nature of the crime to the manager, only that they were investigating him. But the manager refused to cooperate without upper management's permission. The police's request for this information was also turned down by the higher-ups without a court order, leaving the detectives at a standstill. Their study of Timothy's background to find new leads that could justify a court order was fruitless, and the case stalled for years. In 2015, police revisited Timothy and asked more questions, again requesting a DNA sample, which he once again refused. The case remained inactive until 2017 when an unexpected event occurred. Kim Wagner, who worked as a manager at the same bakery, went boating with her husband and friends. They had all lived in ACMA at the time of Mandy Stavek's murder, and Kim was just a year older than Mandy. During their conversation about the case, one of the friends mentioned Timothy Bass, who lived near the victim's home, sparking a realization in Kim. When the police visited her workplace asking for details about his delivery routes, Kim Wagner didn't initially suspect that it could be related to the murder of Mandy Stavek. However, the idea that her employee, Timothy Bass, might be the murderer started to haunt her. She couldn't shake off the suspicion for a long time. Eventually, the detectives returned to her workplace, hoping that she might have reconsidered their request for information since their last conversation. To their relief, she had. Inviting the officers into her office, she asked them outright if they suspected Timothy in the murder of Mandy. The detectives were taken aback by her directness, but did not deny it. Then Kim provided them with all the necessary information and shared her own observations about her colleague, whom she had always found odd. When a friend brought up the fact that Bass lived near Mandy's house, Kim started to seriously ponder his involvement in the case, leading her to decide to assist the officers. The detectives began to surveil Timothy and faced new challenges. He always wore gloves at work, making it impossible for forensic experts to collect his DNA from items he touched. Furthermore, he didn't smoke, denying the police even a cigarette, but with his saliva on it. Bass didn't have a regular spot at the bakery since his role was solely in deliveries. Another peculiar habit made the detectives' task even more difficult. Timothy never discarded trash at work, but instead kept it in his van and took it home. He also never left his uniform to be washed by the bakery, unlike his colleagues. The detective surmised that such behavior was no coincidence. Timothy might have been aware of their suspicions and was deliberately ensuring they could not collect any DNA evidence from his belongings. However, the detectives' luck changed when they learned they had been unsuccessful in obtaining biological material from the suspect. Kim stepped up to assist. Law enforcement operates under strict rules where police cannot ask third parties to collect evidence for them, as this could render the evidence inadmissible in court. Nevertheless, If someone voluntarily submits such evidence, investigators are allowed to accept and use it. Kim Wagner offered to obtain a DNA sample from Timothy Bass, and the detectives waited. Bass was extremely cautious, and for a long time, Wagner was unsuccessful in her attempts. After 3 months, she observed him drinking from a plastic cup, and saw him throw it away along with a soda can. Once Bass left, Wagner retrieved the cup and can and handed them over to the police. The items were immediately sent to a laboratory, where experts extracted a DNA profile. The DNA matched the biological material found on Mandy Stavek's body. Armed with the evidence, the police went after Bass and arrested him 28 years after the murder. During interrogation, Bass denied any wrongdoing until the detectives informed him of the DNA match. Upon hearing this, he changed his story, claiming that he had been in a secret relationship with Mandy. He alleged they had started seeing each other months before her murder and kept their relationship hidden because Mandy had a boyfriend. According to Bass, on the day of her death, Mandy had visited his house during her run. They had sex, and then she left. He added that his father had been at home at the time, but could not serve as a witness since he had long since passed away. The detectives did not believe this explanation. They suspected that Bass had fabricated the secret relationship story to account for the presence of his DNA on the victim's body, conveniently invoking his deceased father, who could not refute the claim. The investigators spoke with Mandy's relatives and friends, all of whom were confident that she would never have been involved with Bass. He was described as odd, avoiding contact with others, and spending most of his time alone. The detectives also interviewed Bass's estranged wife, who was living separately from him, though still legally married. Surprisingly, she stated that on the day of Mandy's murder, she had been with Bass at their house the entire day. This directly contradicted Bass's claim of having had a sexual encounter with Mandy on the day she was killed. The trial began in May 2019. Bass's defense attorney insisted on his innocence, arguing that the DNA resulted from a consensual sexual encounter. Meanwhile, the prosecution maintained that there was no evidence to support this claim. Bass had never called or written to Mandy, and no witnesses had ever seen them together. It appeared more likely that Bass had developed an unrequited interest in Mandy, perhaps even an obsession. Investigators found that he began attending all the sports games once Mandy joined the school team, despite previously showing no interest in sports. Additionally, his windows overlooked the route Mandy ran, enabling him to watch her during her workouts. It appeared that on the day of the murder, he decided to approach her and subsequently caught up with her. Perhaps he attempted to confront Mandy, but she resisted, or under some pretext, he persuaded her to enter his car. He then took her to a secluded area and subjected her to violence. When she tried to escape, he caught up with her near the riverbank, struck her on the head with an object, and threw her body into the water. During the trial, Timothy Bass's now ex-wife took the stand again, and this time surprised everyone. Instead of adhering to her original story, she provided a new account. She stated that she did not recall being at Timothy's house on the day of the murder. She added that Timothy had forced her to lie to the police during her initial interview, warning that otherwise she could face jail time. At the time, she had been genuinely afraid that her husband might harm her or their children, so she had agreed to lie. The case took another significant turn when Timothy's younger brother, Tom, testified. After Timothy was asked to provide a DNA sample, he became visibly anxious. When Tom inquired about it, Timothy repeated the story about his alleged secret relationship with Mandy and asked him to tell the police that he, too, had had intimate relations with Mandy. However, Tom refused to lie. Even Timothy's biological mother testified against him. When she visited her son in jail, he passed her a note asking her to lie to the police, claiming that on the day of the murder they had gone together to buy Christmas gifts. She refused to lie. In the note, Timothy also asked her to testify against his own father and attempt to convince investigators that his father was the real killer. Following these events, the defense attorney attempted to argue that Timothy's DNA sample had been obtained illegally, claiming that the police had asked a civilian to collect the biological material without following proper procedures. However, Kim Wagner countered these claims, stating that she had volunteered to assist the police. The 1989 murder had deeply affected her, and she had thought about it for decades. When she learned that her co-worker was a suspect, she wanted to help solve the case. By that time, she had a daughter of her own, and Kim found it difficult to imagine what Mandy's mother must have endured over the years. The trial lasted several weeks, and after all the evidence was presented, the jury found Timothy Bass guilty of murder. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 24 years. Mandy's mother, then 83 years old, thanked the detectives for their efforts. Despite having lost 2 children in her lifetime, she was gratified that the perpetrator had been brought to justice. Moving on to the next case. Paige Bergfeld. The discovery of Paige Bergfeld's automobile signaled the start of a perplexing and mysterious narrative that unfolded on the first Sunday of July 2007. On that day, a red Ford Focus registered to the missing Paige was located. However, the site where the car was found and its state provoked significant questions and suspicions. The vehicle had been positioned in a remote location that Paige seldom visited. Furthermore, it was entirely consumed by flames, indicating that something alarming and unusual had taken place. The county district attorney examined the case with great scrutiny. His initial assessment suggested that the fire surrounding the car had been deliberately set. This conclusion was supported by the observation that nothing else in the surrounding area had been burned. The peculiar event concerning Paige Bergfeld's car proved to be merely the onset of a far more complicated story. June 28, 2007, is a date permanently engraved in the minds of Paige's family and friends. On that otherwise ordinary day, Paige left her 3 children in the care of a friend, Carol Lindholm, early in the morning. Everything appeared normal. No one anticipated any trouble or imagined what was about to occur. Paige, a conscientious mother, consistently called or arrived to collect her children on schedule. However, when Paige failed to return to pick up her children, friends and relatives attempted to contact her but received no reply. 8-year-old Jazz, Paige's eldest child, took the initiative in searching for his missing mother. After sending multiple messages to her phone with no reply, Jazz insisted on searching alongside Carol. They proceeded to the police station, where Jazz reported that his mother had not returned for him. The community was stunned by her mysterious disappearance, and many were eager to contribute to her search. Consequently, a large-scale public search operation was launched to bring this young woman back to her children and loved ones. That same day, Frank Bergfeld, Paige's father, received a call from an official at the sheriff's department. The message was brief and startling. His daughter had gone missing. Frank quickly recognized that something serious was wrong. He attempted to reach Paige, but there was no response. With no other option, Frank contacted his eldest son, Craig, who lived across the country. Without hesitation, Craig purchased a one-way ticket and arrived in town prepared to assist in the search for his sister. Family and friends joined forces with police and volunteers to conduct an extensive search operation. People from numerous neighborhoods gathered to look for Paige, meticulously combing the surrounding areas and inspecting every conceivable corner where any trace of her might be found. The police began by reviewing Paige's relationships with her loved ones to assess if anyone might have been involved in her disappearance. Predictably, authorities focused on Paige's relationship with her first husband, Howard Bigler. Paige and Howard's relationship dated back to her high school years. After graduating from high school, Paige enrolled in the nursing program at the University of Florida, where she met a young man named Howard Bigler. Their mutual attraction led them to begin dating. Upon earning her nursing degree, Paige returned to Colorado to live with her family. In 1995, after some time had passed, she married Howard Bigler. At first glance, they appeared to be a happy couple, sharing numerous interests and similar outlooks on life. However, one major difference existed. Paige wished to have children and start a family, while Howard did not share this desire. This fundamental disagreement led to frequent arguments and extensive discussions. Repeated attempts at compromise failed. Consequently, in 1997, they decided it was best to divorce. Despite their separation, their connection remained strong enough for them to continue as friends. Later, Paige married Rob Dixon, but that marriage also ended in divorce. Following her divorce from Rob, Paige re-established contact with Howard. Howard claimed he was among the last people to see Paige alive on the 28th of that month. They met in Eagle County, Colorado, for personal reasons. There, they spent Thursday together. Afterwards, the former spouses returned to their respective cities. Howard confirmed that they continued to communicate by phone following the meeting. Upon learning of Paige's disappearance, Howard immediately contacted emergency services. While speaking with the operator, he expressed his concern and belief that something terrible had happened to Paige. The phone call was corroborated by cell tower records, which confirmed that on the day Paige disappeared, Howard was in the Denver, Colorado area, several hours away from the location where she vanished. This provided police officers with reason to remove Howard from the list of suspects. Investigators then began examining Paige's relationship with her second husband, Rob Dixon, and quickly uncovered numerous events that raised questions and warranted further scrutiny. It emerged that during their marriage, Paige had reported Rob to the police twice for harassment. After her divorce from her first husband, Paige had taken a job at a strip club in Denver, where she met Rob Dixon. Rob was wealthy, having inherited a substantial fortune through his family's business. Having fallen in love, Paige and Rob married in 1998 without hesitation. The couple settled in a luxurious home in Colorado, where Paige realized her dream of becoming a mother. A few years later, they had 3 children, who became the central focus of her life. The early years of marriage appeared happy, as Paige and Rob enjoyed a life of luxury and comfort. However, quite suddenly, their situation began to deteriorate due to financial difficulties faced by Rob. Several of his family's businesses encountered serious problems, leading to a significant decline in the family's financial situation, ultimately forcing Rob to file for bankruptcy. The financial collapse caused a severe family crisis. By 2004, tensions had escalated to the point that Paige contacted emergency services on 2 separate occasions. The first time, she reported that Rob had threatened to kill her and their children. However, by the time the police arrived, both claimed to have resolved their issues independently. A year later, another incident occurred that was significantly different. Paige reported Rob for assault, asserting that he had struck her while she was holding their youngest child. On this occasion, Rob was arrested and charged with third-degree assault. He eventually pleaded guilty to 1 count of molestation, but the trial was dismissed, allowing Rob to avoid jail time. The relationship between the husband and wife continued to deteriorate, ultimately leading to their separation. Rob later relocated to Pennsylvania. Investigators interviewed him to confirm his alibi for the day Paige disappeared. Rob maintained that he had been at home and could not have harmed Paige. Despite their separation, Rob participated actively in the search effort, demonstrating a strong commitment to locating Paige. Investigating officers pursued every possible lead to uncover clues that might resolve this mysterious case and locate the missing mother. One of the initial steps involved a thorough inspection of Paige's car. Given that arson is often used to destroy evidence, experts meticulously examined the vehicle and discovered critical information. For example, the driver's seat had been pushed back as far as possible, suggesting that a tall man had last driven it. Considering Paige's shorter stature, she could not have reached the pedals from that position. Additionally, investigators found Paige's notebook in the trunk, with several pages missing covering June 26th through June 29th. A few days after the burned car was discovered, a driver stopped on a highway southeast of town due to tire trouble. Nearby, a checkbook caught his attention. He promptly reported it to authorities investigating that section of the road. Investigators also recovered medical records, insurance cards, and other personal items belonging to Paige. Sergeant Weiler observed that several pages from the checkbook had been torn out, and the items were scattered across a significant distance. Most importantly, a business card found at the scene proved crucial in revisiting the investigation. It revealed that Paige led a secret life unknown to her family and friends. The business card indicated she worked under the alias Carrie. This discovery challenged all prior assumptions regarding Paige Bergfeld's disappearance. From that point onward, police officers encountered circumstances previously unimaginable. Following her divorce, Paige recognized the necessity of working diligently to provide for her children and meet their needs. She began operating a children's clothing business while simultaneously teaching dance lessons and selling kitchen supplies through a company. Despite her demanding schedule, Paige always made time for her children, attended parent-teacher association meetings, and remained active in school-related groups. However, this new revelation by the police upended everything previously understood. It emerged that she had been living an entirely secret life, using a separate phone exclusively for professional activities connected to her work as an escort. This phone proved crucial in unraveling the complex mystery, one that even Paige's closest friends and family could not have imagined. Investigators were now confronted with numerous questions. Why would such a devoted mother and successful businesswoman choose to live a double life? How was this secret profession linked to her disappearance? These questions became central to the investigation, adding layers of complexity and intrigue. Using the cell phone recovered from Paige's car, detectives accessed a list of contacts and calls made and received in the hours leading up to her disappearance. The last call from that phone was logged on June 28th at approximately 9 p.m. After analyzing this data, 7 individuals were identified as potential suspects. Among them was Lester Ralph Jones. Investigators focused on Jones due to his criminal history, which included violence against women and kidnapping, for which he had served 5 years in prison. But that alone did not fully alert the police. A white car matching the description provided by Paige's friend Carol also raised suspicion. Carol shared critical details with detectives, recounting an occasion when Paige approached her driveway and saw another white car blocking her way. Frustrated, she got behind the wheel to maneuver around it, but ended up colliding with the other vehicle. The unknown driver immediately fled the scene. Based on this information, investigators speculated that Lester might have been fixated on Paige and potentially following her. Further investigation revealed that Lester Jones had attempted to schedule an appointment with Paige the day before her disappearance. When questioned, Lester denied any knowledge of Paige's disappearance and submitted fingerprints and DNA samples. However, investigators discovered numerous suspicious items in his home, including a disposable cell phone, men's wigs, a sheet containing an escort service's phone number, and women's lingerie in various sizes. Particular scrutiny was directed at the disposable cell phone found at Lester's residence. Analysis of Paige's phone records indicated that on the day she went missing, someone had attempted to contact her multiple times from an unregistered number. When pressed further, Lester claimed he did not own a second cell phone, contradicting evidence and indicating he had lied to the police. Authorities determined that the disposable phone had been purchased at a supermarket on North Avenue. Video surveillance from the store confirmed that Lester was indeed the purchaser of that phone. When shown the video footage, he refused to acknowledge that it was him. As a result, Lester Jones became the prime suspect in Paige's disappearance. With no concrete evidence directly linking him to the crime, the police continued to follow him and attempted to locate Paige's body to gather sufficient proof to press charges. The case remained unresolved for several years. Meanwhile, the young woman's family and loved ones were engulfed in grief. No one knew what had happened to the young mother, and the search appeared increasingly hopeless. Over time, the hope that Paige might be found alive gradually diminished. Everything changed in 2012 when a hiker accidentally discovered human remains in a ravine among rocks and bushes in Delta County. The location was very near the road where Paige's personal belongings had been found 5 years earlier. Experts who arrived at the scene were almost certain the remains belonged to the young mother. DNA testing confirmed the identity. It was Paige. She had been found, but it was a grim conclusion to her story. The exact cause of death could not be determined due to the condition of the body. However, investigators noted that Paige had been struck multiple times, as several bones were broken, particularly the bones of her face. It was therefore determined that she died from injuries sustained during the beating. This revelation intensified the horrific nature of the case. Paige's body had been buried underground and, due to years of soil erosion, eventually surfaced, which may explain why it had not been discovered earlier. Lester Ralph Jones's case stalled for several years following the discovery of Paige's remains. In November 2014, he was formally charged with kidnapping, first-degree murder, and second-degree murder. However, the trial did not begin until July 2016 and lasted 22 days. Prosecutors argued that Lester, who already had a history of violence against women, had become frustrated when he was unable to see Paige after attempting to schedule an appointment with her. The prosecution's key witness was Lester's ex-wife, Lisa. She testified about how he had kidnapped and threatened to kill her at gunpoint in the late 1990s. Lisa recounted how Lester struggled to accept the end of their relationship on multiple occasions. On one occasion, he attacked the couple with a gun, and tragically, Lisa's partner was shot in the head. A month later, Lester threatened her again, warning that she might end up at the bottom of a lake. Fortunately, Lisa escaped and contacted the police, leading to Lester's arrest on charges of kidnapping and assault. Lester's defense attorneys argued that the police had detained an innocent man and suggested that other clients of Page could have had motives for the crime. However, they did not present compelling evidence linking anyone else to the murder. Lester's current spouse also testified before the jury. Despite being aware that he used an escort service, she did not abandon him because of her faith. Nevertheless, she did not provide him with an alibi and even identified him in surveillance footage from a supermarket where he purchased a disposable phone on September 9, 2016. The jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict in the first trial, resulting in a mistrial. However, the district attorney remained convinced of Lester's guilt and persisted. Over several days, he meticulously re-examined all the evidence. On November 21, 2016, after a thorough review, the jury reached a verdict. Lester was found guilty on all charges related to Page's death. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Although the defense filed an appeal, a panel of the appeals court upheld the sentence in June 2022, confirming Lester's guilt. Page's final farewell occurred on April 28, 2012. Her obituary described her as a beautiful and radiant woman whose smile was compared to the sun. Her tragic death profoundly affected her family and friends. Her 3 children were left orphaned, losing their primary source of support and encouragement. Page's case attracted widespread public attention and remained a focus for many years. Nevertheless, law enforcement and Page's relatives persevered relentlessly until justice was ultimately achieved. Lester Ralph Jones was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole, ensuring he could harm no one else. Page's story highlights the importance of pursuing justice, no matter how long it takes or how great the effort required. Her memory will endure forever in the hearts of those who knew and loved her. Moving on to the next case. Pamela Graddick. On September 4, 2012, at 5:35 p.m., officers from the Yonkers Police Department responded to a 911 call about a suspicious package found in the woods. First responders discovered a decomposed human body wrapped inside a large black garbage bag upon arrival. After assuming control of the investigation, detectives from the department's Major Case Squad and Crime Scene Unit identified the victim as 26-year-old Pamela Graddick, a Bronx resident. Investigators determined that, in an attempt to conceal the crime, Pamela's killer had shot her twice in the head outside Yonkers and then abandoned her body in the woods. Early in the investigation, Wanda Verhila was named a person of interest by the police. Wanda Verhila was Pamela's girlfriend, and they lived together in the same apartment. 1 month before Pamela's body was found, on August 13, 2012, Wanda informed Pamela's family that although Pamela had disappeared over the weekend, the items she was expected to take with her were still in their apartment. Pamela's family reported her missing to the New York City police after discovering she had also failed to appear at work. Investigators stated that the smaller Wanda Verhila could not have transported the larger Pamela's body from their apartment to the remote location in the woods. After a 2-year investigation, the case was transferred to the Yonkers Police Department Cold Case Unit because investigators had been unable to gather sufficient evidence to charge anyone. In January 2022, Wanda Verhila, then 41 years old, was interviewed by investigators. During the interview, Verhila confessed to killing Pamela. She stated that due to their ongoing domestic conflicts, she had shot Pamela inside their shared Bronx apartment. She said that John Torres had provided her with the weapon. She also admitted to moving the body from their apartment to the woods with Torres' assistance. Wanda Verhila and John Torres were both arrested in March 2022. Torres was charged with tampering with and obstructing physical evidence, first-degree prosecution, second-degree criminal facilitation, and other felonies. Following the arrests, City of Yonkers Police Commissioner John J. Mueller issued a statement. The passage of time only strengthens our commitment to solving these heinous crimes. The Yonkers Police Department takes pride in focusing on victims and their families and doing everything possible to deliver justice for them. I hope these arrests provide some measure of closure to Pamela's family and friends, and I commend the extraordinary efforts of our cold case detectives in resolving this case after so many years. Well done. Wanda Verhila was sentenced in June 2023 to 20 years to life for killing Pamela Graddick. In court, Pamela's sister, Tawana McClellan, said, "You took my sister from me. You took my sister from all of us. and I hope that burns in your soul. Moving on to the next case. Robin Brooks. Inside her own apartment, a young woman was found dead. Police began an investigation, yet they uncovered no leads. It would take 40 years before a breakthrough in the case was finally achieved. Along with the truth, detectives also uncovered new troubling information. On March 30th, 1960, in the state of Virginia, Robin Brooks was born. As a child, she moved with her family to the small town of Highland in New York. Robin was cheerful and outgoing, surrounded by a wide circle of friends, and always able to connect with others. She also shared a very close bond with her older sister, Maria. After finishing school, Robin decided to move to California. The young woman had another important reason for relocating beyond her interest in the state's climate. Robin wanted to follow her sister, who had moved there not long before. Once in Sacramento, she found work and rented an apartment. A few months later, she had the opportunity to move into a residential complex where her sister and her sister's boyfriend lived. The apartments there were not only significantly better, but Robin could also spend more time with Maria, so she decided to move shortly before her 20th birthday. To afford the rent for her own apartment, the young woman had to hold down 2 jobs. Just a short walk from her apartment complex, she worked at a donut shop as a cashier. To balance it with her other job, Robin chose to work the evening shift. For about 6 weeks, she lived in this new complex, forming many friendships at work and beyond. She was delighted to once again see her sister every day. Robin was supposed to start her shift at the donut shop at 4 p.m. on April 24, 1980, but her coworkers were stunned when she failed to arrive. She had never missed a shift while working there, and she often arrived earlier than expected, making this situation highly unusual. After waiting several hours, one of the staff members decided to go to Robin's apartment. When he knocked on the door, there was no response, only silence. After several unsuccessful attempts, he returned and told the others that the young woman was not answering. Her coworkers were alarmed by this, believing that if Robin had not called to explain her absence, something serious might have happened to her. In the short time she had been at their store, she had become friends with every employee, and they sincerely cared about her well-being. The staff considered calling the police, but soon learned that they would not search for Robin solely because she missed a shift. Then one colleague made an unusual suggestion. He offered to open her apartment's front door to check if she was all right. He went to her residence with several others, and after a few minutes of knocking without success, they decided to break in. Once inside, they were confronted with a shocking sight. The living room was drenched in blood, and Robin was lying lifeless on her waterbed. Her colleagues immediately called the police, who upon arrival confirmed the young woman's death. Her body bore multiple stab wounds, seemingly inflicted by an unknown assailant who had used a knife and also punctured the waterbed repeatedly, causing it to spill across the floor. After reviewing the crime scene, police concluded that until Robin's co-workers forced the front door open, there were no signs of a break-in. They believed the killer had entered through a window, since the back door was also locked from the inside. Forensic specialists soon discovered fingerprints on the windowsill, supporting this theory. Medical examiners determined that the victim had been sexually assaulted and that biological material from the offender was recovered. In addition, traces of blood were found in the apartment that did not correspond to Robin's blood type. Investigators concluded that the killer had cut himself during the attack and submitted the blood samples to a laboratory. However, this evidence could not be used in the 1980s because DNA analysis was not yet available. Beginning with her coworkers, investigators questioned the victim's acquaintances. They stated that the young woman had gone home the night before after finishing her shift at midnight, joking around and behaving normally. At that point, nothing suggested that anything was amiss. One notable detail her coworkers mentioned was that Robin had washed her bedding the day before and worried whether it would dry before she returned home. Detectives inferred that the victim was attacked shortly after she arrived, since the bed in her apartment had not been made. Her sister also shared a troubling observation. Robin had told her she was being followed by a man a few days before her death. She said that this man had come to her store several times and behaved oddly in an effort to gain her attention. However, she did not provide details that could help identify him. Robin herself did not take the matter seriously, since he had done nothing that made her feel unsafe. Because he lacked identifiable characteristics, police were unable to determine who he was. They interviewed the victim's neighbors and carried out additional inquiries, but no leads emerged. That night, none of the neighbors heard screams or sounds of a struggle. They also did not see any unfamiliar individuals visiting Robin. Investigators later learned that Robin had not gone directly home from work that evening. Instead, she briefly attended a party with friends before leaving. Her friends stated that she had left the party alone and that there were no uncomfortable incidents or confrontations. After interviewing everyone present, the police concluded that they were most likely not connected to her death. The investigation eventually reached a dead end. There were no viable suspects. Robin maintained positive relationships with her neighbors and coworkers. She did not have a boyfriend, nor did she know anyone from her past who might have wished her harm. At that time, biological and blood samples could not identify the killer, and comparing fingerprints with existing databases yielded no results. Robin had mentioned a regular customer at the store, and investigators suspected that this individual might have been the murderer. According to their theory, the man followed the victim from her workplace to her home, learning her exact address. The next day, while she was still at the store, he broke into her apartment through a window. When Robin returned home, he attacked, brutalized, and killed her before fleeing. Despite the absence of solid evidence, the investigation continued for some time before again coming to a halt. 24 years after the killing, the case was reopened in 2004. By then, DNA analysis was a widely used tool, and investigators were optimistic that it could help identify the murderer. They sent the biological material and blood samples to a laboratory, where experts generated a DNA profile and entered it into the FBI database, but no matches were found. This suggested that the killer was either not a repeat offender or that the crime had occurred before mandatory DNA collection was enforced for such individuals. Still, investigators uncovered a disturbing revelation in the California State Database. 3 weeks prior to Robin's murder, another crime had taken place in which the same DNA profile was identified. On that occasion, an unknown man had broken into the home of another young woman, raped her, and then left her alive. The victim did not see his face because the attack occurred at night. After contacting the police immediately, forensic experts managed to recover the man's biological material. Detectives pursued new leads in connection with this case in hopes of identifying Robin's killer, but all their efforts proved unsuccessful. Investigators were ultimately left to occasionally cross-check the DNA profile with databases in the unlikely chance that the killer's identity would surface and his DNA be entered into existing records when the case once again went cold. This continued until 2017, when investigators were introduced to a new method called DNA phenotyping. Essentially, genetic experts analyze a DNA sample and, based on their interpretation of the data, estimate a suspect's profile. This technique is not precise, but rather serves as an additional tool for law enforcement. With such a portrait, investigators can more closely examine suspects who resemble the profile or eliminate others from consideration. The investigators turned to Parabon Nanolabs, which conducted such studies, and a rough sketch of the killer was soon produced. He was identified as an African-American male. However, among all the individuals even remotely linked to the case, investigators were unable to locate anyone resembling him. Parabon Nanolabs generated 2 images of the suspect, one depicting his possible appearance in 1980 and another showing how he might look in 2017. To encourage new leads, both images were released through the media. Members of Robin's family also longed for the truth and decided to offer a $10,000 reward for information leading to the identification of this man. The police received several tips, but none of them yielded meaningful results. The true perpetrator was never identified. Still, neither the detectives nor Robin's family were willing to abandon the search. In 2020, this case was placed on the list of unsolved homicides that received additional funding. By that time, a new DNA analysis technique was being actively used that allowed authorities to trace distant relatives of the DNA sample owner. For this to work, at least one related individual needed to be present in public or state DNA databases. After submitting Robin's killer's DNA sample to the specialists at Parabon Nanolabs, investigators waited. It required several months of research to track potential relatives of the criminal, follow their family trees, and pinpoint a credible suspect. The detectives were finally able to secure a name. Philip Wilson, who was 71 years old at the time, but the study's findings did not confirm his guilt. It was crucial for the police to obtain his DNA and compare it with the sample recovered from the victim's apartment. After discovering Wilson's address, they began to keep him under surveillance. Since an individual is not legally obligated to provide a DNA sample, the police had to employ creative methods. They typically attempt to collect an object touched by the suspect. This could be a cigarette butt, a bottle of water, or any similar item. Once they acquired what they needed, investigators submitted the DNA sample to specialists. In Wilson's situation, detectives followed the same approach, sending an item containing his DNA to a laboratory. Experts determined that it was a perfect match. After nearly 40 years, the probable killer was located, and on February 24th of that same year, he was taken into custody. Although Wilson denied any involvement in the murder, the evidence pointed directly to him. Furthermore, police collected the suspect's fingerprints, which matched those found on the windowsill. Upon reviewing his background, detectives uncovered a series of remarkable details. At the time of Robin's murder, Wilson was 31 years old and lived a short distance from her apartment complex. He also frequently visited the donut shop where Robin was employed. This reinforced the police's original theory that the killer was the same unidentified stalker who had been harassing the young worker. The absence of a major criminal record could explain why his fingerprints and DNA were not previously stored in databases. Following his arrest, lengthy trial preparations carried on for several years. By the time the proceedings began in 2022, Wilson and his legal team had already crafted a new line of defense. According to his lawyer, Philip and Robin had engaged in a consensual relationship that evening, after which he returned home, and someone else entered the young woman's apartment and murdered her. Regarding the blood discovered at the crime scene, the defense attorney claimed that Wilson had injured himself while at work and that the wound reopened when he was at Robin's residence. The prosecution dismissed this explanation as absurd. First, the victim had no romantic involvement with anyone. Furthermore, she had mentioned that Wilson was likely the strange man who had been bothering her at work. His behavior and persistence irritated the young woman, and there was no mutual sympathy between them. Second, no additional male DNA was located in the victim's apartment, suggesting that Wilson had left behind his DNA, blood, and fingerprints, while the actual killer left no trace whatsoever, was implausible. Additionally, according to the defense, the young woman had voluntarily invited him over, but not before she made the bed, which, curiously, lacked any bedding. Wilson's defense also attempted to implicate another suspect as the possible murderer, Maria's ex-boyfriend, who had been living with her at the time. The man had already passed away when the trial took place, and the attorney exploited this fact. He sought to convince the jury that the man was cruel, had threatened Robin and her sister, and had broken into her apartment. However, none of these claims could be confirmed. As a result, such arguments did not significantly influence the judicial process. Philip Wilson was ultimately convicted of murder. The announcement of his sentence came on his birthday. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Considering his numerous health issues at the time, it is unlikely that he will serve a long term. The victim's family expressed heartfelt gratitude to the detectives for finally closing the case. Her sister even admitted that Robert had relocated to California to follow her, and she continues to feel guilty about it. As for the young woman Wilson raped 3 weeks before the murder, he was not penalized further since the statute of limitations had already expired. Detectives remain interested in whether Wilson may have had additional victims. When criminals commit crimes of such brutality, they usually continue harming others after only short intervals. Wilson may not have originally intended for Robin to die. After breaking into her apartment and assaulting her, she might have recognized him from his repeated visits to the store. To avoid being exposed and imprisoned, the man may have chosen to kill her and then refrained from committing further offenses. Moving on to the next case. Teresa Scoff. 30 years old in 1986, Teresa Scoff, a caring nurse, worked at Lakeland Regional Health in Florida. She loved looking after her 8-year-old son, Jason, as well as assisting others. As a single parent living in a small apartment with her partner, Jason was her sole family. Teresa always carried a smile, with green eyes and brown hair. She was cheerful and sociable, making many friends both in her neighborhood and on the job. She enjoyed watching films, reading novels, and spending time with her son. She also liked discovering new things and traveling. One day she wished to become a doctor and save even more lives. Teresa was alone inside her apartment on October 15, 1986, an evening when Jason was staying with his grandmother, Betty. Rain poured heavily that dreary, storm-filled night. A stranger forced his way into her apartment. He planned to harm Teresa and carried a knife. His fingerprints were on the window ledge and the door handle. Moreover, he had discarded a cigarette but on the floor and left his DNA there. He tried to force himself on Teresa and attacked her using the knife. Teresa summoned every ounce of strength to resist. She tried protecting herself with her hands, but he seriously injured them. Since he was stronger than she was, he badly wounded her throat. He murdered her, left her body lying on the floor, then bolted from the apartment. When Teresa did not show up at work the next morning, her mother Betty grew concerned and went to look in on her. Teresa's body was found in a pool of blood. Police came to the apartment after Betty called them. From the crime scene, they collected all pieces of evidence and preserved them for future use. Detectives interviewed numerous suspects and chased leads, but they failed to determine the attacker and the case went cold. Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff, ultimately announced the case solved on October 16, 2023. They confirmed Teresa's injuries were inflicted by Donald Douglas. Douglas carried out the murder when he was 33 years old. Together with his brother, he operated an electrical company. In 2008, Donald Douglas, aged 54, died of natural causes. Linking him to the case was complicated because he had no prior criminal history and was cremated after his passing. Teresa's mother, Betty Scalf, along with two of her sisters, attended a press briefing with Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, who recounted how his office solved the 37-year-old case. According to Sheriff Judd, Donald Douglas had lived directly behind the duplex. Investigators spoke with Douglas and other neighbors when he lived there, but he was never considered a suspect. Grady Judd stated that Douglas had no visible injuries, and the initial detectives had no reason to suspect him. Judd believed that Douglas murdered Teresa because he sought a relationship with her, which she had refused. He explained that in the early 2000s, the agency entered the crime scene DNA into the FBI's national database, but no matches were returned, indicating the perpetrator's DNA had not yet been recorded. After taking over the case in 2015, Judd credited Detective Matthew Newbold for leading the effort to solve it. Teresa Scalf's photo remained on Newbold's desk, and he promised her family he would not stop until the killer was found. Othram, a Texas company specializing in producing genetic samples from crime scene evidence, worked alongside Newbold. Using publicly submitted DNA from programs like 23andMe, the company helped construct the suspect's family tree. One target was Donald Douglas's third cousin, who had fathered a child out of wedlock in 1949. In the end, what Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd referred to as the illicit affair uncovered a new branch of the family tree. David Nutting, an official from Othram, stated it was the 106th publicly announced resolution of an unsolved case using Othram's DNA technology. He added that there are an estimated 330,000 unresolved cases in the United States. Once Douglas was identified as the perpetrator, the sheriff's detectives contacted his son and requested a DNA sample. He fully cooperated, Judd said, and was devastated to learn that his sample confirmed Donald Douglas's blood had been present at the crime scene. Teresa's sister, Pam, said, "The first thing I want to say is Teresa was a wonderful person, the most loving person. She did not deserve this. Our family did not deserve this." She added that Teresa began as a nursing assistant, attended respiratory school, earned her registered nurse license, and was immensely proud. "I have never seen anyone more proud," Pam said. She would say, "I did it, Pam. I did it." And she lost her life a month later after that conversation. I hope it comforts everyone to know we now know who did this. I also want to encourage other victims. Do not give up. Law enforcement does not give up, and as long as they do not give up, you should not give up. Lynn Scalf, Teresa's other sister, stated that Teresa had shared some uncomfortable experiences with a neighbor. Although Teresa did not fully describe the neighbor, Lynn Scalf used her story as a warning to current stalking victims. Teresa had told them about a creepy neighbor who appeared at her home with what seemed like a flower he had yanked from the ground and placed in a pot. He was somewhat stalkerish, and she had mentioned him, but never described him to anyone. "Especially ladies," Lynn said. "If someone is acting creepy, don't just tell your sisters, tell them what he looks like." Teresa's mother, Betty Scalf, spoke to the media and said, "All I want to say is I am 84 years old. I lived to see this done. I think that is why I lived so long." Moving on to the next case. Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly. In late March, the quiet town of Yucatan, Kansas was suddenly thrust into the public eye. Two mothers, Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly, disappeared under mysterious circumstances. What began as a routine outing ended with their car abandoned along a desolate road, raising more questions than answers. With few leads but growing suspicions, authorities launched an investigation that crossed state lines. As the case developed into a suspected incident of foul play, arrests were made, including a person closely connected to the personal life of one of the missing women. 27-year-old Veronica Butler, born in 1996 in Oklahoma, largely grew up in Guyman. She graduated from Yarborough High School in 2015, ominously near the location where her abandoned car would later be found. Veronica worked as a nursing assistant and volunteered at a local scale house. Engaged to Tracy Peets, a Marine, she was deeply devoted to her two young children from a previous relationship. Jillian Kelly, 39, hailed from Gering, Nebraska, but lived in Yucatan, Kansas with her husband, Heath Kelly, a local minister. Keith had been appointed as a new minister at Willow Christian Church in Indianola, Nebraska, in November 2023, but had not yet started his duties. Jillian, serving as secretary of the Yucatan First Christian Church, was strongly involved in her faith and the religious community. As a mother of four, she balanced her professional obligations with a busy household. Known for her kindness and active participation in church life, Jillian was seen as a reliable support. She mentored others and was always willing to offer help or a listening ear to those in need. One of the people she helped was Veronica Butler. Veronica and Jillian were more acquaintances than close friends. Both had been members of the First Christian Church in Yucatan, connecting their lives through church involvement. Although not extremely close, Jillian acted as one of the court-appointed supervisors for visitations between Veronica and her children. At the time, Veronica's children were living with a grandparent in Eva, Oklahoma. On March 30, 2024, Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly embarked on what was intended to be a routine trip from Yucatan, Kansas to Eva. The purpose of the journey was for Veronica to pick up her two children. They were going to attend her daughter's 6th birthday party. Her son was 8 years old. This 45-minute drive was one that Veronica, a devoted mother, regularly made. The day began like any other, with both women preparing for the drive. They departed early, planning to return the same day, as they had done many times before. This time, however, unknown to the two mothers, the routine journey would take an unforeseen and tragic turn. As night fell and neither woman arrived at their destination or returned home, family and friends grew concerned. This concern prompted a search that quickly escalated into a full investigation by the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, OSBI. The last confirmed sighting of the women was when they left Yucatan. Veronica and Jillian's phone records showed their devices were actively transmitting signals until approximately 9:42 a.m., after which the devices disappeared from the network and ceased transmitting. Later that same day, their car was discovered abandoned on a dirt path roughly 1,000 feet off Oklahoma State Highway 95 and Road L, just south of Elkhart, Kansas, not far from Yarborough School, where Veronica had graduated. The school was closed on Monday, April 1st, as a precaution, reopening the following day, but remaining on lockdown due to the uncertain circumstances of the missing persons case. The school's superintendent noted that Butler was part of the class of 2015 and the sole senior that year, meaning she was the only graduating student. The superintendent remarked, "I joked about her being the top of her class, and well, the bottom also." The location was remote, an open area that seldom experienced much activity. The abandoned car was immediately noticeable to anyone passing by. Inside the vehicle, the scene was disturbing. A small amount of blood was present, suggesting violence. Outside the car, separate pools of blood were also found. Whatever had occurred, it happened both inside and outside the vehicle. The car doors were left open, as if the occupants had either been forced out abruptly or had departed in a hurry. Veronica's glasses were discovered on the roadway near a broken hammer. A pistol magazine was located inside Jillian's purse at the scene, but no pistol was recovered. The area surrounding the car was wide and open, providing no immediate clues or witnesses. This isolation only intensified concerns regarding what might have happened to Veronica and Jillian. Authorities, having deemed the disappearance suspicious from the beginning, increased their efforts. Search teams combed fields and wooded areas. Investigators canvassed the surroundings for any potential leads that could illuminate the women's last known movements. As days passed with no sign of Veronica or Jillian, local communities connected to the women began to mobilize. Prayer services organized by both Willow Christian Church and the Yucatan Assembly of God brought residents together in hope and solidarity. Social media pages and community bulletin boards were filled with appeals for any information related to the case. The Willow Christian Church posted on Facebook, "Please pray that Jillian and her friend Veronica are safe and found quickly. God, please bring these women home to their families who are so worried about them." Behind the scenes, law enforcement worked relentlessly, reconstructing the women's final known activities. They investigated personal and professional relationships and followed up on every tip received. The absence of concrete evidence or a clear path in the investigation only amplified the frustration and fear affecting everyone involved. Travis Woodworth, a friend, said, "Not knowing anything, not knowing if they are still in Kansas or in Oklahoma, or where they are at. My heart just sank, as it has been an incredibly heartbreaking week." Many sleepless nights followed. Trelly Houts, another friend of the missing women, said, "Nothing like that really happens around here." So it was a shock. It was horrifying for all people. Trelly also mentioned that Veronica lights up a room and always shared a smile, and that everyone must pray for her family and her fiancé, Tracy. OSBI spokesperson Hunter McKee emphasized the troubling nature of the disappearance. He noted the rural location of the car and the total lack of contact with the women as key factors raising concerns about foul play. He added, "Usually, you can use cameras and footage to see maybe what had occurred or what led up to that." On April 13, 2024, the investigation resulted in the arrest of 4 individuals in connection to Veronica and Jillian's disappearance and deaths. 54-year-old Tad Burt Cullum, 50-year-old Tiffany Michelle Adams, 44-year-old Cole Earl Twombly, and 43-year-old Cora Twombly. Eventually, a 5th suspect, Paul Grice, was also taken into custody. Although the women's bodies had not yet been recovered, evidence collected from the scene was crucial in confirming foul play and facilitating the rapid arrests of those involved. Hunter McKee stated, "The evidence that was discovered inside that abandoned vehicle and around it helped our investigators determine that foul play was involved. What was in the vehicle and around it, we cannot discuss." Family members had to be restrained from attacking the suspects as they appeared in court for the first time in public since their arrest. The 4 individuals were charged with 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and conspiracy in connection to Veronica and Jillian's deaths. They were booked into the Texas County Jail. On April 14th, the day after the arrests, in a remote area of Texas County, Oklahoma, the search for the 2 missing mothers ended with a grim outcome. Authorities, including the OSBI, the FBI, and the Texas County Sheriff's Department, announced that 2 bodies had been located. The remains were then transported to the Oklahoma Chief Medical Examiner's Office for investigation and autopsy procedures. Officials confirmed that all children involved are safe. It remains unclear where the children were at the time of the murders. The investigation into Veronica and Jillian's disappearance led authorities to a rural property less than 10 miles from where the women were last seen. This site became a key focus after investigators discovered evidence connecting the suspects to the location. According to court records, 2 burner phones linked to the 4 suspects had pinged near a recently disturbed section of land on the property. A hole had apparently been dug, then refilled and discreetly covered with hay. The property owner, Jamie Beasley, provided investigators with chilling information, recounting his interactions with Tad Burt Cullum, one of the arrested suspects. Cullum had reportedly asked to use a skid steer to perform what he harmlessly described as dirt work to bury concrete. Just 2 days before Veronica and Jillian disappeared, Cullum had approached property owner Jamie Beasley, requesting to use the heavy machinery to remove a stump and take part in other digging activities. After the women vanished, Cullum, feeling the pressure of the investigation, warned Jamie that law enforcement considered him a person of interest. He mentioned that the skid steer tracks might appear suspicious. Cullum advised Jamie to simply say that the machinery was being used for general land maintenance if questioned. As the investigation progressed and officials began reconstructing not only the who and how of the crime but also the method, they uncovered a detail that shocked the community. One of the suspects had an unexpectedly close connection to Veronica Butler. Tiffany Adams was Veronica's mother-in-law, making her a relative by marriage and the grandmother of Veronica's children, the same grandmother with whom the children were staying in Eva. During the investigation, Adams told the OSBI that on March 29th, her son and grandchildren had spent the night elsewhere. She planned to pick them up the following morning before meeting Veronica. Court documents indicate that Adams contacted Veronica at 9 a.m. on March 30th to confirm their appointment. According to Adams, Veronica told her she would not make it because something had come up. Phone records verify the conversation occurred, but Veronica was actually en route to pick up Jillian at the time. Wrangler Rickman, the father of Veronica's 2 children, held legal custody but was in a rehabilitation facility at the time, meaning the children were living with Adams when the disappearance occurred. The apparent motive in the case appeared linked to the ongoing custody battle over Veronica's children, which began in February 2019. The contentious legal battle included frequent court appearances and critical hearings, highlighting the high stakes for all involved parties. 10 days prior to Veronica's disappearance, she filed for increased visitation and sought full custody. A court hearing scheduled for April 17th had the potential to grant Veronica unsupervised visitation rights. OSBI interviewed the individual who usually supervised the visits, who stated she was available that day, but Adams instructed her to take a few weeks off. Adams reportedly wanted to question her grandchildren about how Veronica's approved visitation supervisors were handling visits. Tiffany Adams sometimes resisted turning over the children to her own son despite his legal custody rights. The fact that law enforcement had been called to intervene in custody matters further demonstrated a volatile family dynamic. Recordings also revealed that Adams and her boyfriend Tad Cullum, one of the 4 arrested suspects, had made threats against Wrangler. Wrangler's grandmother reported in February 2024 that he said there was no need to worry about the custody battle much longer because Adams had it under control. Adams allegedly knew the route the judge took to work and said, "We will take out Veronica at drop-off." Wrangler was confirmed to be in a rehabilitation facility in Oklahoma City at the time of the disappearance. After obtaining a search warrant for Adams' phone on April 1st, OSBI agents discovered searches related to tasers, gun stores, prepaid phones, and methods to lure someone from their home. A review of local gun shops revealed that Adams had purchased 5 stun guns on March 23rd, along with 3 prepaid cell phones from Walmart. The cell phones were traced to locations significant to the investigation, including where Veronica's car was discovered and their last known whereabouts. On March 30th, between 10:16 and 10:35 a.m., 2 of these phones were tracked to a remote pasture where evidence of recent soil disturbance was visible. A buried hole, covered with hay, was located roughly 8.5 miles from Veronica and Jillian's last known location, within a time frame consistent with the disappearance of the 2 mothers. All the suspects were members of an anti-government group called God's Misfits, which regularly met at the Twombly residence. On March 30th, their 16-year-old daughter noticed that Cora and Cole Twombly were absent but returned around noon. They had allegedly taken a blue and gray Chevrolet pickup truck. After returning, they instructed their teenage daughter to clean the interior of the pickup. She also informed investigators that her mother admitted she and her father had blocked a road to intercept Veronica and Jillian. They then directed the women toward the location where Adams, Cullum, and Grice were waiting. When asked why Jillian also had to be killed, Ora justified it by saying Jillian was not innocent because she supported Veronica. When questioned about whether the bodies were hidden in a well, Ora gave a cryptic response. Something like that. Their daughter also described earlier attempts to take Veronica Butler's life around Yucatan in February 2024. These attempts included strategies to lure Veronica outside, reflecting the web searches found on Adam's phone. Cora additionally detailed a plan to simulate an accident by dropping an anvil through Butler's windshield, a tactic that typically occurred when passing work vehicles. Prosecutors stated that there had been multiple attempts on Veronica's life. Other court documents reveal years of conflict between Veronica and Adams. Attempts to obtain a protection order were not approved by a judge. KSN spoke with Clinton Butler, Veronica's father. When asked if he felt the justice system had failed his daughter, he replied, 100%. A celebration of life service was held for Jillian on April 28th and for Veronica on May 3rd. Paul Grice, 31, made his first court appearance in Texas County, Oklahoma on May 1st, 2024. It remains unclear why police did not arrest Grice alongside the others. His arrest came 9 days later. He admitted to participating in the planning, killing, and burial of Veronica and Jillian. During the hearing, he was denied bail. According to the motion, 3 reasons justified this decision. Proof of guilt is evident, violent offenses are believed to have occurred, and he faces a maximum sentence of life or life without parole. He will be represented by a public defender, as he stated he cannot afford private counsel. According to Adams's affidavit, she also provided a recorded statement to law enforcement acknowledging her responsibility for the killings of the deceased. Veronica and Jillian were more than victims in a sensational case. They were individuals with hopes, dreams, and loved ones. This case serves as a reminder of the devastating impact crime has on victims and their families, far beyond the headlines and courtrooms. For the public and the victims' loved ones, the wait for trial and its outcome can be an agonizing period filled with uncertainty. As the legal process continues, they must endure the slow pace of judicial proceedings, which often feels frustratingly sluggish compared to the immediate impact and emotional upheaval caused by the crime. The hope for all is that justice for Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly will be served. In Kansas, efforts are underway to ensure that Veronica and Jillian's names are not forgotten. Amland and Beth Beard, co-owners of Maine Revelation, a small business in Yucatan, are selling T-shirts to support the victims' families. The T-shirts feature Jillian's favorite Bible verse on the back. All proceeds will go to the families of the victims. Grice is expected to return to the courthouse on May 15th with the other 4 individuals arrested and charged in connection with this case. Moving on to the next case. Geronta and Brianna. At around 12:30 a.m. on August 30th, 2014, in Decatur, Georgia, Calvin Reddick informed the police that his stepson, Geronta Brown, 24, along with his fiancée Brianna Brooks, who was 7 months pregnant, had been taken from his home. The bodies were later discovered, executed by being shot in the backs of their heads. The scene of the crime revealed how terrifying their final moments had been. There appeared to be more and more individuals who might have been involved, which made the case increasingly complex. It grew darker as time went on. Although the police rushed to Calvin Reddick's residence, the perpetrators had already escaped. More than 5 hours had passed since the initial 911 call when another frightening call came through. When officers arrived at the murder scene, they discovered that both Geronta and Brianna had been shot in the backs of their heads at close range, like victims facing execution. Their hands had also been tied behind their backs. Brianna was found barely clinging to life and transported to the hospital, but it was too late to rescue Geronta. Investigators searched the scene thoroughly for evidence and uncovered something significant. They recovered a 9mm bullet and a matching shell casing near the bodies. As the homicide inquiry progressed, Calvin, Geronta's stepfather, explained to officers that the abductors had phoned him multiple times following the kidnapping and had demanded $150,000 in order to secure the girl's safe return. These ransom calls turned into a crucial lead that directed detectives toward the culprits. Investigators obtained Calvin's phone records and traced the number used for the cash demand. They contacted the cell provider, which identified who was placing the ransom calls, though uncertainty remained over the name Tom Lewis. Because of this, detectives had to revise their plan to capture the offenders. However, before police could act on their adjusted plan, they received an extremely important call from Geronta's sister, who revealed shocking information regarding Calvin, his stepfather. According to her, Calvin was solely responsible for what had occurred, which led police to suspect he may have orchestrated the entire crime. Shortly thereafter, detectives summoned Calvin for questioning to confirm their suspicions. Calvin remained remarkably calm and composed while being interrogated, and he willingly agreed to share his version of events. Calvin stated that it all began that dreadful night when Brianna, Geronta, and her daughter went out to get food. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Geronta and Brianna were in danger, but no one was able to save them. The masked men, who were dressed as FBI agents, then came to Calvin's door and knocked. Calvin explained that when he refused to open the door, they drove off in the van with Geronta and Brianna. Yet that was not the end of the situation. A few minutes later, the intruders phoned and demanded ransom money. The kidnappers instructed him over the phone not to involve the police, but when they discovered he had already contacted them, they became enraged and threatened to kill Brianna and Geronta if the calls continued. The investigators paid close attention to one part of his account as they listened. The criminals demanded a ransom that amounted to a very large sum. Why were the kidnappers so confident that Calvin could afford to pay such a substantial amount of money? The detectives were dissatisfied with Calvin's explanation, so they pressed him further for details. The officers did not receive any valuable information from Calvin about the offenders, leaving them uncertain whether he had played any role in the incident. By that point, however, investigators had obtained the phone records of the ransom caller. After analyzing them, they discovered that the suspect had called a specific number 88 times in the 7 days preceding the crime. They suspected there was a strong possibility that the woman who owned the number might help lead them to the actual culprits. They tracked the woman down and interrogated her to learn how she was linked to the suspect. Shockingly, the woman immediately blurted out an unusual nickname as soon as the detective mentioned the number, just E. She then explained how she had come to know E. She regarded E merely as a casual fling, but investigators had to press harder and request additional information. They asked her to provide a detailed description of E's appearance, and she agreed to help them identify his real name. At that point, the officers were unaware that she was concealing a terrible secret. But the officers kept searching for E by dialing numbers from the phone records. They worked tirelessly for hours before finally coming across a solid lead. Similar to the previous woman, the man on the line did not know much about the suspect apart from his name, E. However, he promised he would call back if he learned anything else. While waiting for additional leads, the agent's primary objective was to track down E and uncover his true identity. They hoped Brianna might provide clues, but as time passed, that possibility seemed to fade. Her condition remained extremely critical. 3 days later, devastating news arrived. Brianna's health was not improving, so her family decided to remove her from life support. Nevertheless, Brianna's baby daughter was saved by the doctors. The physicians explained that the girl would grow up to live a normal life and would not suffer complications that might have ended her life despite being born prematurely. With Brianna's death, the case became a double homicide. As matters deteriorated, investigators shifted their focus to the man from E's phone records. He had told them that he would try to learn more about E's location and call immediately, but he had not contacted them in over 3 days. Detectives re-examined his phone records to determine how many times his number appeared. What they uncovered was alarming. In fact, he had called E after officers first asked for his assistance, yet he chose not to inform them about it. That was not even the most disturbing part. Investigators scrutinized E's phone history and discovered that she had spoken with this man merely 2 hours before Brianna and Geronta were abducted. Police became convinced that this man was concealing information and that they needed to uncover what it was. Soon they also managed to obtain his phone records and learned that the man was Andre Gates, 38 years old. The police searched Andre's name in their system and discovered he had a criminal past. He was arrested on November 24, 1990, and had served 24 years in prison for killing 2 individuals. He had actually been released only 7 months earlier and was currently on probation. When detectives reviewed the homicide report for Andre, they noted that he had been committing a series of apartment robberies. Fueled by adrenaline, he fired shots into one unit, killing a 39-year-old woman and her 6-month-old infant. With this knowledge, Andre became a prime suspect in the case. Detectives needed to bring him in for questioning. However, they were forced to adjust their plans before that could take place. As of 9 days after Brianna and Geronta were abducted, the case was being reported by major news networks and was drawing a great deal of attention. During this period, agents received numerous tips, but one tip stood out and required their immediate focus. A woman contacted the homicide division to report that one of her close friends had received a message likely connected to Brianna and Geronta's kidnapping and murder. The police promptly went to speak with the man who had gotten this message. Detectives learned that someone had mistakenly called him 30 minutes after Brianna and Geronta were taken and had left a 3-minute voicemail. Yet that was not the only revelation. What the man next told investigators left them completely stunned. Detectives became convinced that Andre was tied to the abduction of Brianna and Geronta, even though they did not know for certain that the message came from him. The voicemail was taken back by detectives to be analyzed further at headquarters. After listening carefully to every word on the voicemail, the agents were horrified, imagining how terrified Brianna and Geronta must have been that awful night. But there was another detail in the message that especially caught their attention. They heard a voice that sounded eerily similar to someone already familiar to them. The voices of Brianna and Geronta were not the only ones that stood out. The police quickly recognized who the other woman was. It was the same woman whose voice they had heard before, the very one who had first told them about E. This confirmed to the agents that they were moving in the right direction and getting closer to solving the double homicide. Yet a few missing pieces of the puzzle still remained. Investigators eventually contacted Andre and arranged a meeting with him to gather further information. Detectives devised a strategy before Andre arrived. They did not want to confront him about the voicemail immediately. First, they wanted to see how much Andre was willing to reveal on his own. From the start of the questioning, Andre appeared defensive. His claim was that he had been at home with his wife the night the abductions occurred. Because Andre was questioned extensively, a new name entered the picture: Fathead. Andre admitted that he used to spend time with a man known by that nickname, dropping fragments of information. Andre was making the investigation extremely difficult for officers. Detectives realized they could not make progress with him stonewalling this way. It was time to play their wild card. Andre seemed unaware of what was happening around him. His behavior suggested he did not grasp what detectives were actually implying. Detectives realized the interrogation was leading nowhere because Andre's behavior remained unchanged. They decided to step out of the room, but they were not leaving empty-handed. During the questioning, they had noticed something that did not sit right. Investigators believed that one of the voices on the voicemail sounded very much like Andre, but they required solid evidence to prove it, as well as confirmation that the voicemail had been recorded during Brianna and Geronta's abduction. Since there was insufficient proof to obtain a warrant for his arrest, Andre had to be released. While keeping a close watch on him, detectives worked to identify Fathead and determine how to track him down. They were convinced that locating Fathead would ultimately lead them to E. At that very moment, another officer overheard the agents discussing Fathead. He approached them and revealed something completely unexpected. The officer explained that he was already working on a case involving Fathead and that there was even an active murder warrant issued against him. He further stated that Fathead was a 40-year-old man whose real name was Richard Wilson. When detectives searched the database, they found that Fathead had a long criminal history. He had been convicted of armed robbery, aggravated assault, and manslaughter, and had only recently been released from prison. The officer investigating Fathead believed he had murdered his robbery partner 8 months earlier. He had been searching for him for months without success. Although investigators now knew more about Fathead, they still could not determine where he was hiding. They next turned to the woman whose voicemail they had listened to and who had previously been questioned while they were searching for E. Detectives suspected this woman was not being truthful. 3 days later, she was summoned for another interrogation. It was time to confront her directly. When she appeared for questioning, she arrived with a lawyer. It was clear she understood the seriousness of her situation and the charges she might face, which explained her decision to bring legal counsel. This did not discourage the detectives. Their only hope was that she could guide them to Fathead and E, providing the missing pieces of the puzzle. The woman admitted to officers that she had known Andre before he went to prison in 1990, which was the first question they asked her. Because of that, she claimed she had not spoken to him since then. She had not spoken to him much after his release from prison. Yet this renewed connection with Andre was turning into a terrible nightmare for her. According to police, the woman said Andre phoned her on the night of the abduction and asked to meet up. Eventually, she agreed. To her shock, Fathead appeared with him. She then explained that Andre and Fathead drove the van to Calvin's house, Geronta's father, and parked outside, waiting for the family to arrive. As soon as they did, Andre and Fathead carried out the plan. The woman recounted to investigators that Andre and Fathead handcuffed Brianna and Geronta, dragged them across the street, and forced them into the van. They compelled her to participate in the scheme, even though she had no prior knowledge of it. When she saw how helpless Brianna and Geronta were, she tried to console them, but she already understood what was going to happen. They drove the van to an apartment complex and telephoned Calvin to demand money for the safe return of Geronta and Brianna. Fathead abruptly ended the call in anger. He had just discovered that Calvin had notified police about the crime. Furious, Fathead jumped into the van with Brianna and Geronta and drove to a dark, secluded street. Another car, carrying Andre and the woman, followed behind. Fathead then ordered the woman to leave, so she drove off, but Andre remained at the scene. And with that, the complete picture of what had occurred that horrific night became clear. Investigators finally knew the entire truth. Still, one final question lingered. What exactly did he do, and where was he hiding? Detectives were utterly stunned when they uncovered the answer. They had been circling endlessly in their search for E the entire time. But in the end, he was nothing more than an illusion. He was simply a persona invented by Andre, a smokescreen meant to mislead investigators and prevent them from uncovering the truth. After the woman's confession, police possessed all the evidence required to arrest Andre and Fathead. Yet they still needed proof placing them at the crime scene. Cell tower analysis of Andre's phone records confirmed that he had been present at the crime scene on August 1st. With this, officers finally had everything necessary to send Andre to prison. 3 days later, they brought him back in for another round of interrogation. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Andre tried to appear unconcerned. In addition, he flatly denied that the incriminating voicemails were his responsibility. Andre remained convinced that he could escape unscathed, deluded by his own fantasies. Detectives, however, now turned their focus toward Fathead, since Andre was already in custody. The very next day, Fathead was brought back to Atlanta for questioning. Investigators expected him to deny involvement and fabricate stories, but instead, Fathead admitted from the outset that he had killed Brianna and Geronta by shooting them. He confessed this with a cold, expressionless face. He explained that he had done it because he believed Calvin, Geronta's father, had large sums of money hidden in his house. For months, he and his associates had been following Calvin, gathering information about him and his family. He stated that he and Andre seized Geronta and Brianna, then began pounding on the door in an attempt to take control. When no one answered, they forcibly removed Brianna and Geronta instead. Detectives were stunned by how casually Fathead described the murders. He appeared to feel no remorse for his crimes. Although Fathead delivered a full confession before leaving the interrogation room, there was still a heavy sense of unease. At trial, both men admitted to 2 counts of murder and were sentenced to life imprisonment. The woman who had accompanied Andre and Fathead was not charged with any crime. Geronta and Brianna's daughter, Kaylee Brown, was raised by her grandmother, Sadria, Brianna's mother. Kaylee continued to feel her mother's presence in her life despite Brianna's death, as Sadria gave her all the love Brianna would have provided. Before closing, we extend our deepest sympathies to the families of Brianna Brooks and Geronta Brown. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Gutierrez. Jessica Gutierrez, affectionately called Jessie by her family, was born on December 3, 1981, in the United States. She was the youngest of 4 siblings. The family resided in a humble mobile home situated in a rural part of South Carolina. In 1983, their calm life was disrupted when Jessica's parents divorced. The children remained in the full custody of their mother, Deborah, while their father, David Gutierrez, relocated to Mexico, living a transient lifestyle between there and California. After the divorce, Deborah worked tirelessly, securing a position at the United States Postal Service to provide for her children, ensuring their well-being despite the difficulties of raising 4 children alone. By June 1986, Deborah had become involved with a man whose behavior grew increasingly controlling and troubling, worsened further by his escalating alcohol use. Eventually, his conduct became intolerable, and Deborah forced him out of her life and home. Yet the sense of relief was fleeting, as her life soon descended into deeper turmoil. On June 5, 1986, what began as a seemingly ordinary early summer day unfolded in South Carolina. The weather was warm, with temperatures nearing 30 degrees Celsius and scattered clouds filling the sky. The family spent the day enjoying outdoor activities and strengthening their bond. That evening, Deborah prepared sandwiches for dinner and painted Jessica's nails before putting the children to bed. Keeping with her usual routine, Jessica asked to sleep in her mother's bed, and Deborah agreed. Later that night, when Jessica's older brother awoke feeling unwell and in pain, Deborah allowed him to take her bed, moving Jessica instead to the room at the end of the hallway, where she slept beside her sister Becky. The next morning, Deborah awoke to unsettling signs that marked the start of her nightmare. The front door was left open, the family dog roamed nervously, and a set of curtains lay on the floor, with the mosquito net seemingly torn away. Jessica was nowhere to be found. Her absence was made more haunting when Becky mentioned that a man with a magic hat and a beard had taken her. Panic surged through Deborah as she searched every possible hiding place, hoping Jessica was only playing. When those efforts failed, she frantically combed the area around the home before finally reporting Jessica missing at 9 a.m. The investigations carried out by the Lexington County Sheriff's Department revealed no evidence of a struggle and nothing missing from the home except for papers scattered across the bedroom floor. Investigators speculated that a kidnapper had entered through the back window, abducted Jessica without waking her, and exited through the front door. Search operations extended into the nearby woods and abandoned buildings in the rural community of Red Bank, which was even more isolated in 1986. Speculation persisted, along with Becky's unwavering account of the man with the magic hat, which continued to haunt the family as they pursued truth and justice under such grim circumstances. Authorities searched countless wooded areas and small streams and ponds in hopes of locating Jessica. Off-road vehicles were deployed to cover large tracts of land, and the sheriff's department dispatched a plane to fly over the region in search of any trace of the girl. Yet despite these efforts, no search produced results. Deborah was brought to the sheriff's department for questioning about the events of the previous 24 hours. She maintained that she had no idea what had happened to Jessica, but was certain of who was responsible. She accused her ex-boyfriend of taking Jessica, though he denied involvement. Investigators also examined the possibility of Jessica's father being involved, though he was in California at the time. Neither man was charged. By June 7th, the FBI and South Carolina law enforcement agencies had joined the search, issuing bulletins nationwide. This was a decade before the Amber Alert system and long before the Internet age. At that time, communication between departments was often slow and cumbersome. The sheriff's department placed a tap on Deborah's ex-boyfriend's phone to monitor all incoming and outgoing calls in case a ransom demand was made. Police confirmed to reporters that they believed Jessica had been abducted from the mobile home and had not wandered away on her own. Weeks into the investigation, detectives were left with only one physical clue: a fresh fingerprint discovered on the open back window, believed to be the point of entry on June 5th. The print was sent to the FBI, but no matches were found. In September 1986, the lead sheriff announced that they had identified a suspect, but insufficient evidence prevented charges. The suspect had failed a polygraph test, but since such results were inadmissible in court, it was not enough to warrant an arrest. In the years that followed, only faint glimmers of hope emerged. In 1987, police in Kansas contacted the Lexington County Sheriff's Department, reporting that they had located a girl resembling Jessica. Deborah immediately flew to Kansas, clinging to the hope of seeing her daughter again. But it was not Jessica. Heartbroken, Deborah returned to South Carolina, determined to keep her daughter's case alive. Tensions soon grew between her and the sheriff, as they often clashed and argued over the investigation's direction. Frustrated, Deborah resolved to carry out her own investigation while keeping Jessica's disappearance in the public eye. By June 1989, she revealed to the state newspaper that she had discovered fibers in an abandoned car linked to a family friend, who was at that time serving a sentence in North Carolina for assault. This marked a major revelation. 2 years earlier, Deborah had also received a letter from a North Carolina inmate claiming that his cellmate had confessed to abducting and killing a 4-year-old child in 1986. That cellmate, Thomas McDowell, was a registered sex offender who had lived in Lexington County during Jessica's disappearance and was personally acquainted with the Gutierrez family. According to the inmate, Thomas had confessed that he killed Jessica because she recognized him, further admitting he had disposed of her body in a landfill. He also claimed to have worn a tall cowboy hat and a beard at the time of the abduction. Thomas's cellmate not only informed Deborah, but also contacted police with the same account. This development prompted investigators to thoroughly interrogate Thomas, who expressed a willingness to provide them with every detail of the crime. However, he demanded immunity in return. Naturally, this was not an agreement the state was prepared to make, so Thomas remained imprisoned in North Carolina, and Jessica's case remained unresolved. Deborah's frustration and anger only deepened. In 1989, she told the state newspaper that it felt as though victims had no rights and that the system was failing families like hers. She was especially outraged that Thomas faced no charges, even after admitting to the crime and providing details that aligned with the events of June 5th. The most shocking development came when Thomas's fingerprints were taken and found to match the fingerprint recovered from the Gutierrez family's back window. In 2007, 21 years after Jessica's disappearance, Deborah openly criticized the Lexington County Sheriff's Department, accusing them of mishandling her daughter's case. She admitted that for years she had lived in fear of what might happen if she contradicted the sheriff, a powerful figure in South Carolina. But after more than 2 decades, she wanted progress and understood that gaining media attention was the only way forward. Local news outlets obtained access to a recorded telephone conversation between Deborah and the sheriff from June 1986, only days after Jessica vanished. The recording, made by the department's wiretapping unit, captured Deborah arguing with the sheriff, pressing him for answers while he was withdrawing investigators from the search. The sheriff's response was dismissive. He told her he would provide answers when he had them, then threatened to pull all his agents off the case and send them home if she continued to interfere. Deborah was outraged by his words, which she interpreted as a threat to her daughter's case. She countered by asking him what the citizens who had elected him would think if he abandoned Jessica. He coldly replied that they could elect him or not. It made no difference to him. When the transcript was made public in 2007, the sheriff explained that Deborah had accused him of favoritism and mishandling the investigation, remarks that had hurt his feelings. Deborah, meanwhile, voiced her frustration with the prosecutor, revealing that she had spent years attempting to get other agencies to assume control of the case, only to be blocked each time. That same year, the case was reviewed by the prosecutor, but no action was taken against any suspects. He explained that most of the available evidence was inadmissible and what little remained could be explained away or was overshadowed by reasonable doubt. He added that without a body, the state would require significantly stronger evidence to pursue a conviction. Afterward, the case slipped once more into obscurity, but the key figures connected to it began making headlines of their own. In 2014, Sheriff James Metz was indicted in federal court on 10 counts of bribery and wire fraud, ultimately sentenced to 12 months in prison. In 2016, prosecutor Donnie Myers was arrested for driving under the influence after crashing his vehicle into a utility pole and leaving the scene. He was fined $1,000 and retired from public service the following year, in 2017. In 2021, 35 years after Jessica's disappearance, the case drew renewed attention. Sheriff Jacob, elected following James Metz's imprisonment, announced that the county would partner with the FBI's Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team to re-examine the case. In January 2022, a long-awaited breakthrough finally arrived. Police arrested 61-year-old Thomas Eric McDowell in connection with Jessica's abduction. McDowell, whom Jessica's mother had always suspected, had lived in Lexington County in 1986 and had long been considered a person of interest, though never fully pursued. He was taken into custody at his home and placed in the county detention center. Following the arrest, McDowell was formally charged with murder, kidnapping, and first-degree burglary in relation to Jessica Gutierrez's disappearance and presumed death. According to the arrest warrant obtained by media outlets, investigators tied him to the crime through a fingerprint recovered inside the Gutierrez home. Officials did not specify where the fingerprint was discovered or when it was conclusively linked to McDowell. However, Deborah had known for years about its existence, recalling it was found on a window she cleaned nightly. To her, it was undeniable proof, as only Jessica's abductor could have left it behind. The warrant further noted that McDowell had been picked out in a photo lineup, and that evidence indicated he had admitted to others that he had kidnapped and killed Jessica. The reinvestigation in 2021 saw FBI special agents and state prosecutors return to the area. With assistance from South Carolina law enforcement, they interviewed more than 125 people, combed through over 3,500 pages of case records, and enlisted the resources of 10 FBI field offices nationwide. In their official statement, authorities credited the arrest to decades of persistent work by local, state, and federal investigators, along with the tireless commitment of community members who refused to let Jessica's memory fade. Though Jessica's body has never been found, Her family and law enforcement hold on to the hope that this time justice may finally be within reach. The suspect was expected to cooperate with authorities by clarifying the facts and revealing the location of the little girl. Meanwhile, Jessica's mother, Deborah Gutierrez, remains alive, though decades of unanswered questions have severely impacted her mental health. This time, it was Jessica's sister who spoke publicly after learning of the arrest. She admitted that her family never believed this day would arrive. She emphasized that her mother had fought relentlessly for 36 years to achieve justice for Jessica, praying not only for a conviction, but also for the death penalty. Speaking on behalf of the family, she expressed deep gratitude to everyone who had contributed to the arrest of the man she described as an evil monster. In stark contrast, Thomas's neighbors characterized him as a quiet, reserved man who transported his work tools in a van and never appeared violent. The family and the community now await the trial, hoping for long-awaited answers. For the moment, however, Thomas has not confessed to the crime nor revealed what happened to Jessica. Moving on to the next case. Lindsay and Hawker. In October 2006, Lindsay and Hawker, an intelligent and ambitious young woman, set out on a journey to Japan in search of adventure, cultural discovery, and the opportunity to inspire others through teaching English. What began as a thrilling chapter in her life soon took a tragic and unimaginable turn. Merely 4 months after her arrival, Lindsay went missing after agreeing to meet a man who had asked for private English lessons. Several days later, her body was discovered buried inside a bathtub filled with sand on the balcony of a quiet apartment in Chiba. How could a simple act of kindness result in such a horrific fate? And who was the man responsible for this chilling crime? Born on December 30th, 1984, in Coventry, England, Lindsay and Hawker grew up in a caring and supportive family. Her parents, Bill and Julia Hawker, instilled in her the values of compassion, determination, and a strong desire to explore the world. As the eldest of 3 daughters, Lindsay was a role model for her younger sisters, admired for both her intelligence and her empathetic character. She excelled academically from an early age, especially in the sciences, and studied at King Henry VIII School in Coventry. Her teachers consistently praised her commitment and her eagerness to help classmates, reflecting her kind personality. Beyond her academics, Lindsay was active in sports and music, demonstrating her lively and well-rounded character. For higher education, Lindsay pursued a biology degree at the University of Leeds, motivated by her passion for studying life and her ambition to make a positive difference. Her time at university was marked by intellectual drive, academic success, and a vibrant social circle. Recognized for her infectious laughter and positive spirit, Lindsay developed lasting friendships and left a deep impact on everyone she met. In 2006, she graduated with first-class honors. While many of her peers chose traditional career paths or further studies, Lindsay envisioned something different. She longed to experience life outside of England, immersing herself in another culture while contributing to society. Teaching English abroad seemed like the perfect opportunity to fulfill that dream. After thoughtful consideration, Lindsay decided to move to Japan, fascinated by the nation's rich traditions, deep history, and modern advancements. Her family felt mixed emotions about her decision. They were proud of her adventurous spirit, but worried about her being so far away. Nevertheless, they gave her their full support, knowing Lindsay to be independent and capable, ready to embrace the world on her own terms. Before leaving for Japan, Lindsay and Hawker spent precious time with her family and friends, promising to keep in touch and return with stories of her adventures. In October 2006, Lindsay arrived in Japan, filled with excitement and ready for the new chapter in her life. She had secured a teaching role at Nova, then Japan's largest private English conversation school. Well known for its wide branch network and strong reputation for English education, Nova gave Lindsay the chance to teach conversational English to a wide variety of students, from young professionals to retirees eager to learn from a native speaker. From the beginning of her teaching, Lindsay's warmth and enthusiasm made her stand out among her students. Her friendly personality and ability to create a positive, engaging classroom atmosphere set her apart. Despite the demands of her work, Lindsay quickly adjusted to her new surroundings. She settled in Chiba, a suburban area outside Tokyo, where she shared a comfortable apartment with 2 other foreign teachers. The 3 of them grew close, often exploring the city, enjoying meals together, and supporting one another as they adjusted to life in Japan. Lindsay found happiness in her daily routines, often cycling to Chiba Station to commute, which allowed her to enjoy the scenery and reflect on her day. Through phone calls, emails, and Skype, she stayed in regular contact with her family and boyfriend in England, keeping them reassured and sharing her experiences. Yet, unknown to Lindsay, her bright journey was soon headed toward tragedy. For days before her death, Lindsay came across Tatsuya Ichihashi, a 28-year-old Japanese man from Chiba Prefecture, while on her way home from work. Ichihashi, a loner obsessed with fitness and carrying a troubled past, had grown up near Lindsay's neighborhood. Though he had a degree in horticulture, he was unemployed and financially dependent on his wealthy parents. His intimidating appearance, reinforced by frequent gym training and martial arts, added to his menacing presence. Ichihashi approached Lindsay at a train station, claiming he was one of her students. Polite and respectful in appearance, he at first seemed harmless. Lindsay, always kind-hearted and trusting, spoke with him, likely assuming he was simply a friendly local wanting to improve his English. Yet Ichihashi's motives were far darker. After their short conversation, he followed Lindsay as she cycled home, keeping pace on foot while persistently asking personal questions. Although Lindsay may have felt uneasy, her natural courtesy led her to remain polite. When she reached her apartment, she attempted to end the encounter, but Ichihashi pressed further, asking for a glass of water. Reluctant at first, Lindsay eventually let him inside, likely as a cautious act of kindness. She introduced him to her two roommates, possibly to safeguard herself by making others aware of his presence. Once inside, however, the encounter took a grim and unexpected turn. Ichihashi continued to act harmless, even drawing a portrait of Lindsay and signing it with his name, phone number, and email. This odd gesture may have lowered her guard further. As a caring and professional teacher, Lindsay might have viewed it as a chance to help someone sincerely eager to learn English. When Ichihashi said he was interested in private lessons, she agreed to meet him at a nearby cafe 4 days later. Although Nova technically forbade private tutoring, it was common for teachers to offer lessons on the side. The choice of a public and familiar setting likely made Lindsay feel secure. During the meeting, Ichihashi acted normally, reinforcing her impression that he was simply another student wanting to learn. But when the session ended, he claimed he had forgotten money for payment and suggested they go to his nearby apartment to get it. At first reluctant, Lindsay eventually accepted after receiving reassurance. Ichihashi's earlier politeness, along with the casual and public setting, may have lowered her natural caution. Being trusting by nature and not wanting to seem rude, she went along with his request. They left the cafe together and took a taxi to his apartment complex, only a short distance away. Before entering, Lindsay showed caution by asking the driver to wait outside, telling him she would be just a few minutes. Her likely plan was to collect the payment quickly and return. Sadly, those minutes turned into a tragic eternity. After waiting several minutes without seeing her return, the driver assumed she had simply changed her plans and drove off. Unknown to him, Lindsay had already walked into a deadly trap she would never leave. As soon as Lindsay entered Tatsuya Ichihashi's apartment, his demeanor shifted completely. From an apparently polite student, he revealed his true nature as a predator. Without warning, he struck Lindsay on the head, knocking her unconscious. What followed was a nightmarish series of events that displayed his cruelty and calculated intent. He bound her wrists and ankles with plastic ties and gagged her with scarves, preventing her from calling for help or escaping. Over the hours that followed, Ichihashi inflicted severe physical abuse. Lindsay's body later showed heavy bruising, especially on her upper body and face, evidence of a long and violent struggle. At some point during the ordeal, Lindsay regained consciousness and likely tried to resist. However, Ichihashi, being physically stronger and trained in martial arts, quickly subdued her. Forensic evidence confirmed that Lindsay died after Ichihashi strangled her with such force that the cartilage in her neck was broken, a ruthless and deliberate act meant to silence her forever. To hide his crime, Ichihashi resorted to even darker measures. He shaved Lindsay's head, possibly to change her appearance or delay recognition. He then placed her body in a bathtub, filling it with a mixture of sand and compost soil to hasten decomposition. To speed the process further, he sprayed the mixture with a chemical commonly used for compacting and breaking down waste. After the killing, neighbors recalled hearing unusual noises from his apartment, including something heavy being dragged across the floor. Yet no steps were taken in time to avert the tragedy. On March 24, 2007, Lindsay failed to come home after her scheduled private lesson with Ichihashi. Her sudden disappearance, highly unusual for someone normally so responsible and communicative, immediately alarmed her roommates. Lindsay was known for keeping them updated about even small changes to her plans. With no word from her, they tried to reach her by phone, but she did not answer. By the next morning, with still no sign of her, their fears deepened. They remembered she had gone to meet a student and thought of the sketch Ichihashi had drawn of her, along with his details. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, they reported her missing to Nova, the school where she worked. Nova contacted the police, and an investigation was quickly launched. Using the information from Lindsay's roommates, including the drawing, Ichihashi's name, and his contact details, police traced him to his apartment in Ichikawa, Chiba Prefecture. Officers went to the location on March 26, just 2 days after Lindsay was last seen. On arrival, they noticed the curtains drawn and no obvious signs of movement inside. Though the apartment appeared still, there were subtle hints that someone was present. The police refrained from knocking, as they required a warrant or sufficient cause to enter. Instead, they began monitoring the apartment while awaiting proper authorization and backup. Meanwhile, Lindsay's roommates, along with her family back in England, endured increasing anguish. The uncertainty became nearly unbearable. Her father, Bill Hawker, would later recall the torment of waiting, holding on to hope without knowing the worst had already happened. At about 5:40 p.m. on March 26th, the case shifted dramatically. Officers watching the apartment noticed movement and faint noises suggesting someone was inside. Deciding to act, they moved forward cautiously. Before they could proceed further, the door suddenly opened and Tatsuya Ichihashi emerged barefoot, carrying a rucksack. On spotting the police, he instantly grasped the situation and fled. One officer managed to seize his bag, but Ichihashi slipped free and dashed barefoot down the stairs. Despite their chase, he eluded capture, leaping several flights of stairs and sprinting into the streets. Lacking proper communication tools, the officers struggled to coordinate the pursuit. By the time reinforcements arrived, Ichihashi had vanished into the surrounding neighborhood. The abandoned rucksack contained only gym clothes and personal effects, offering no immediate clues to aid the search. Determined, the police initiated a wide manhunt and circulated wanted posters bearing his photograph. Following his escape, police entered the apartment and uncovered a horrifying scene. On the balcony, concealed in a bathtub filled with sand and compost soil, lay the body of Lindsay and Hawker. The tub had been moved outside, and the soil mixture appeared intended to hasten decomposition. Her remains showed clear evidence of the violent assault she endured. Her wrists and ankles were bound, her face was badly bruised, and her belongings, including her purse and clothing, were scattered around the apartment, confirming her identity. The grim discovery shocked both Japan and the United Kingdom, with news of the brutal crime spreading rapidly, fueling intense media coverage and widespread outrage. The Hawker family, waiting anxiously for updates, was heartbroken when their worst fears were confirmed. News of Ichihashi's escape spread rapidly, sparking outrage and fear. Many questioned how he had managed to slip away despite being surrounded by multiple officers. In the aftermath of his escape, the police launched a nationwide manhunt. Ichihashi was added to Japan's most wanted list, with his face displayed on posters, television broadcasts, and news reports across the nation. Authorities established checkpoints, stepped up patrols, and pursued numerous reported sightings, yet Ichihashi remained out of reach. As weeks turned into months, the trail went cold. Despite extensive efforts and countless reports, he remained free for more than 2 years. By early 2008, frustration intensified among both the public and the police as Ichihashi continued to evade capture. He seemed to vanish into obscurity, moving constantly without leaving a trace. Rumors and unconfirmed sightings only muddled the search further. In response, the Japanese National Police Agency raised the reward for his capture from 1 million yen to 10 million yen, reigniting public interest in the case. Posters displaying his altered appearance and the likelihood of disguises were placed in cities, train stations, and public areas. While on the run, Ichihashi underwent multiple cosmetic surgeries to change his facial features. He visited clinics under false names and even crudely operated on his own lips to thin them. Though living an unstable, itinerant life, he managed to secure work at a construction site in Osaka, earning barely enough to survive. Colleagues later recalled him as a loner who seldom interacted with others. In October 2009, he made a critical error. Seeking another cosmetic procedure, he visited a clinic in Nagoya. The staff, noticing his resemblance to the wanted posters, quietly alerted the police and provided vital information. Acting on this lead, authorities moved quickly. On November 10, 2009, Ichihashi was spotted at a ferry terminal in Osaka, attempting to board a vessel bound for Okinawa. Officers closed in and finally captured him, bringing an end to his 2.5-year flight. His arrest brought a sense of relief to Lindsay's family and the public, though during the initial interrogations Ichihashi refused to speak. His lawyers claimed he had been threatened with the death penalty if he did not cooperate, which they argued explained his silence. As the inquiry advanced, he eventually admitted involvement in Lindsay's death, but insisted it was accidental, claiming he had only tried to stop her from screaming. The trial of Tatsuya Ichihashi began in July 2011 and drew intense media scrutiny. Prosecutors presented a strong case highlighting the brutality of the crime and his calculated attempts to avoid arrest. They demanded the maximum sentence, emphasizing the horrific nature of the murder. Lindsay's family attended, seeking justice, and her father, Bill Hawker, delivered an emotional plea urging the court to impose the harshest penalty. The defense countered that Ichihashi expressed remorse and could be rehabilitated. On July 21, 2011, the Chiba District Court delivered its ruling. Tatsuya Ichihashi was convicted of rape and murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. While the court recognized the gravity of the crime, it cited his lack of prior convictions and apparent remorse as reasons for not imposing the death penalty. The Hawker family expressed their disappointment, having hoped for a more severe punishment, though they found some comfort in knowing he would remain in prison for life. In the years after the trial, Lindsay's parents dedicated themselves to preserving her memory. They established a foundation to support young people aspiring to study and work abroad, ensuring Lindsay's legacy lived on in the ambitions of others. The case also prompted wider conversations about the safety of foreign workers in Japan, especially women. In response, Nova and other language schools introduced stricter safety protocols to prevent future tragedies. Meanwhile, Ichihashi remains incarcerated at Nagano prison. In 2011, he authored a book titled Until I Was Arrested, recounting his years as a fugitive. He offered the royalties to the Hawker family, but they refused, stating that no financial sum could ever atone for his crime. Moving on to the next case. Lynn Ernon. Lynn Ernon was born in June 1956 in Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, USA. She was the only child of Lorraine and Robert Ernon. Her birth was a joyful and meaningful event for the newly married couple. Robert, a World War II veteran, had established his own plumbing business after returning to the United States, while Lorraine worked in real estate sales. Their stable financial position enabled them to provide Lynn with many opportunities. Robert and Lorraine were recognized for their warmth, and their home was always full of happiness and the presence of friends and loved ones. It was no surprise that Lynn, from an early age, showed an extroverted and friendly character. Her parents owned a cabin outside the city, which quickly became her favorite place. Lynn eagerly looked forward to spending her school vacations there. For her father, those trips were the ideal escape, while Lorraine appreciated the calm and beautiful scenery surrounded by lakes and serenity. As a devoted admirer of nature, it was there that Lynn developed a deep love for animals. Soon this affection became a passion for rescuing and caring for abandoned creatures, with a particular fondness for cats, making it usual for her to always have a new pet. During her high school years, Lynn's strong interest in maintaining her appearance became evident to everyone. After finishing her studies in 1974, she chose not to follow a traditional university path, but instead decided to train as a hairdresser. With her father's encouragement, Lynn opened her own salon. Before long, thanks to her social skills, she built a solid clientele. Around this time, she developed a close friendship with Corinne Posa. Also from Madison, Corinne was married. The two soon realized they shared an enjoyment of life's simple pleasures. Corinne admired Lynn's capacity to think carefully before making decisions and to handle her finances wisely, which allowed her to live without unnecessary extravagance. In 1983, Lynn began a romantic relationship with Jim Kelleher. Although little is known about his personal background, it is clear that his friends regarded him as a man with a free and adventurous spirit. These traits quickly charmed Lynn. With that, the couple embraced a lifestyle of constant movement, always seeking natural surroundings that offered the tranquility they longed for. However, after several years together, their relationship declined, leading them to part ways. Even so, their affection for one another kept them as close friends. Around this period, Lynn met Jennifer Flower, originally from Franklin, Wisconsin, who was a single mother to a 9-year-old daughter named Jessie Korchevsky. Lynn's compassionate nature moved her to support both mother and child, taking a special role in helping raise young Jessie, for whom she developed a deep fondness. In 1998, Corinne welcomed her only son, Anthony Pozzo. From then onward, he became a treasured part of Lynn's extended family. As he grew older, Anthony enjoyed spending time with the Hernans, whether playing with Robert, who often shared stories of World War II, or watching classic films with Lynn. During the summer of 2002, when Jessie graduated from high school, Lynn was filled with pride. She frequently showed pictures of the two of them at the graduation ceremony to visiting friends. 5 years later, when Robert passed away, the loss was so devastating for Lynn that she sank into depression. Nevertheless, with her resilient spirit and optimism, she eventually managed to overcome this difficult chapter. Meanwhile, her dear Jessie was struggling to adapt to adult life. Choosing not to pursue higher education, she frequently switched jobs. Yet these were not the only worrying signs. In February 2010, in pursuit of quick money, Jessie opened a bank account using the names of a neighboring couple and secured loans amounting to $4,000. 2 months later, she committed even graver fraud, this time targeting her own mother. Without Jennifer's awareness, Jessie took her Social Security card, identification documents, checks, and car title, securing a loan exceeding $6,000. She also obtained a loan against the car title. When an arrest warrant was issued for Jessie, she attempted to escape and used fraudulent checks to pay for a hotel. Nevertheless, the authorities caught up with her, and she was taken into custody. In the end, Jessie received a sentence of 2 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. In 2013, Lorraine's death marked another devastating loss for Lynn. During this painful period, the steadfast support of her friend Corinne, along with visits from Jennifer and Jessie, who had returned after serving her sentence, played a vital role in helping her recover. Lynn continued to live in her usual way, concentrating on saving money and enjoying the company of her cherished cats. She also avoided technology, owning neither a cell phone nor a computer. She preferred conducting her transactions through cash or checks, a practice Anthony found old-fashioned yet endearing. Although she possessed a credit card, she used it sparingly and always aimed to settle any debt promptly. Meanwhile, Jessie found new employment and began dating a man named Scott, who was single but had a daughter from a previous relationship. The two soon moved in together and discovered a shared enthusiasm for casinos, which they visited twice weekly. Jessie often exhausted all her money at these venues. At the beginning of 2016, Lynn started to experience several health problems, including back pain and complications with her heart and liver, which demanded ongoing medical care. Consequently, she spent most of her time at home. At first, Jennifer assumed the role of caregiver, but eventually, her younger and more energetic daughter Jessie took on the responsibility. This provided Jessie with access to Lynn's credit cards. Additionally, Lynn signed blank checks for her to handle groceries and medications. In August 2016, when Anthony began university, he made it a routine to visit Lynn's house on his way to campus. During their lunches together, Lynn voiced her wish to support him financially with his studies. However, Anthony firmly insisted that their relationship should never appear to be based on financial motives. In spite of this, Lynn always found a way to give him some money to cover his expenses. In contrast, during her frequent visits, Jessie began to excessively use Lynn's credit cards, taking out cash advances, making online purchases, and spending beyond what Lynn could afford. She wasted money in casinos and city bars, aware that Lynn did not closely monitor her finances. As Jessie's spending escalated, her job performance suffered, and she was eventually terminated. However, she kept this hidden so that neither her boyfriend nor her friends were aware. She even lied to Scott, claiming that Lynn was in intensive care due to a coma, giving herself more freedom to act without supervision. Conscious of Lynn's declining health and the potential need for a nursing home, Lynn worried about the welfare of her cats. She entrusted Jessie with their care and granted her power of attorney to manage her possessions if necessary. She also drafted her will, naming Jesse and Anthony as primary beneficiaries. She informed each of them separately about this decision. From that moment, Jesse focused on finding a way to permanently remove her benefactor. The sinister plan quickly formed in Jesse's mind. As she was responsible for administering Lynn's medications, she discovered that some of them included eye drops containing tetrahydrosaline. After researching online, she learned that ingesting large amounts of this substance could be deadly. One night, after returning home visibly intoxicated from a bar outing with friends, Jessie told her boyfriend Scott that someone might have laced her drink with eye drops, causing her drowsiness. It was late, and Scott, also tired, dismissed her unusual claim. In the last week of September 2018, Lynn was hospitalized, and the medical staff recommended transferring her to a long-term rehabilitation facility. Lynn refused the suggestion, feeling humiliated by her physical condition. She forbade Jessie from telling anyone about her hospitalization, determined to avoid being seen in such a vulnerable state, so unlike the woman she had once been. That same week, remembering he had missed her birthday, Jim attempted to contact her. However, Jessie answered Lynn's home phone and told him that Lynn was in the hospital and did not want visitors. After Lynn was discharged with a recommendation for home medical care, a first visit was scheduled for October 1, 2018. She postponed it to October 5th, choosing to remain isolated from everyone. By that time, Jessie had already spent approximately $144,000 from Lynn's accounts, yet she wanted it all. On October 3, 2018, exploiting Lynn's lack of attention to her own health, Jessie visited her under the guise of administering medications. While preparing the usual pills, she secretly poured the contents of 6 bottles of eye drops into a glass of water and gave it to Lynn. The poison took effect, and Lynn gradually lost consciousness and died. Jessie carefully staged the scene, scattering some crushed pills on a table near Lynn's body to create the appearance of an overdose. She then called 911, claiming she had found her friend unresponsive and not breathing. When emergency responders arrived, they discovered Lynn lifeless in a reclining chair in the living room. In her statement to Officer Kelsey, Jessie described her relationship with Lynn and her role as caregiver, implying that Lynn, perhaps overwhelmed by her health problems, had chosen to end her own life. After the body was transported to the morgue, the police prepared a preliminary report, considering the case a possible suicide. However, during interviews with those close to Lynn, Jim expressed disbelief at such a possibility. He stated that the woman he had known for years would never make that choice, as it was entirely out of character. Anthony shared a similar perspective, telling investigators that despite Lynn's fragile health, he had always seen her as a person of strong optimism. When Anthony and Jessie met for the first time following the tragedy, Anthony immediately noticed the stark contrast between his own grief and Jessie's cold detachment, coupled with her obvious interest in the inheritance she stood to gain. Around this period, Jessie opened a department store account in Lynn's name to acquire a credit card. Barely a week after Lynn's death, she announced a garage sale on social media, selling Lynn's personal belongings, including her furniture. By the end of 2018, when Jessie appeared with lavish Christmas gifts, Scott became seriously concerned. Just weeks later, the county medical examiner, after conducting toxicology tests on Lynn's body, discovered elevated levels of tetrahydrosaline in her blood, amplified by the effects of her other medications. The experts concluded that her death was not the result of self-harm or an accident, as it was impossible to ingest such a dose through normal eye use. The head of the medical examiner's office submitted the toxicology report to the authorities, prompting the sheriff's office to reopen the investigation. Once Jessie learned that the investigation had been reopened, she was keen to know the results, but the police refused to disclose them to her. In the following months, the investigation increasingly pointed to Jessie as the main suspect. On July 9, 2019, Jessie was arrested and interviewed by the police. During the interview, she tried to convince the authorities of her frustration over not knowing the cause of Lynn's death. The most striking detail was her claim that Lynn was a habitual user of both legal and illegal substances, although she was careful to note that this never prevented Lynn from being functional. Jessie alleged that while she always made sure Lynn adhered to her treatments, Lynn would abuse alcohol or pills, and during those times, thoughts of self-harm would emerge. In a subsequent interview, When questioned about her financial incentive for caring for Lynn all that time, Jessie explained that although there was never an official agreement, Lynn often gave her checks or allowed her to use her credit card. She emphasized to the agents that Lynn was always generous with her resources, a quality that stood out even more as she was aware of her impending end. During the third interview, the detectives played their strongest card, informing Jessie about the lethal tetrahydrosaline poisoning. Jessie immediately claimed that Lynn often used eye drops in large quantities, buying multiple bottles at once. The agents responded by pointing out that no such bottles were found at Lynn's residence, and that the substance levels in her system were inconsistent with ocular use. Faced with the evidence, Jessie's explanations became increasingly contradictory. Although she initially found the idea of voluntary ingestion hard to believe, she then suggested that Lynn might have researched ways to end her life and settled on poisoning. Regarding the crushed pills found on Lynn's body, Jessie said that Lynn had difficulty swallowing. However, the detectives, suspecting it was a staged scene, made their thoughts clear to Jessie. In response, Jessie vehemently denied any involvement in Lynn's death, even suggesting that the toxicologist had made an error, claiming she had never heard of the lethal effect of simple eye drops. The authorities then decided to question Scott. When they mentioned that Lynn had been administered high doses of the eye drop component, Scott recalled Jessie's strange comment about someone possibly spiking her drink with eye drops, causing her drowsiness. This led to another interrogation where Jessie again denied knowing about the substance's action. However, this time she changed her initial story, alleging that Lynn had confessed to her about unsuccessfully trying to take her own life with pills. According to Jessie, Lynn began mixing the eye drops with vodka over several days, though it only caused her stomach discomfort. Jessie also claimed to have seen Lynn drinking this mixture the day before her death. She then recounted that on the morning of October 3, 2018, Lynn had asked for a bottle of water that Jessie had previously mixed with the contents of 6 eye drop bottles and vodka. They argued because Jessie initially refused to give it to her. Eventually, however, thinking it would not be lethal given Lynn's habitual consumption of the mixture, she relented. When questioned by investigators about why she had not disclosed this earlier and why she had not alerted anyone to prevent the fatal outcome, Jessie simply stated that if Lynn no longer wished to live, she had every right to act accordingly. Despite her attempts to evade responsibility and avoid charges, a review of the credit card statements revealed unusual spending patterns for someone like Lynn, who rarely left the house. The statements showed transactions in bars and casinos, locations Lynn had never frequented. At this stage, Anthony's cooperation with authorities proved crucial, as he clarified Lynn's financial habits, which sharply contrasted with these expenditures. Jessie's criminal history of fraud and her gambling addiction further revealed her malicious intent to the police, making her motives to harm Lynn unmistakably clear. Consequently, she was formally charged with first-degree intentional homicide and 2 counts of grand theft, though she pleaded not guilty. She was held without bail, with a bond set at $1 million. While awaiting trial in jail, Jessie formed a friendship with another inmate named Magdalena. Jessie confided in Magdalena that Lynn had died from a medication overdose, and even admitted that she had spent Lynn's money in casinos and on luxuries she otherwise could not afford. The process to bring Jessie to justice experienced some delays, but finally began on October 24, 2023, after a 5-year wait. In his opening statement, the prosecutor presented an unflattering portrayal of the accused to the jury. In response, the defense, referring to Lynn as a mother figure to their client, argued that Lynn herself would have disagreed with the prosecution's account if she were present, dismissing it as an unfounded story. The attorney characterized Lynn as a woman with self-destructive tendencies, insisting on the theory of consummated self-harm. However, the medical examiner's testimony sharply contradicted this narrative, asserting that the poisoning had undoubtedly been caused by a third party. He highlighted Jessie's suspicious insistence on learning the cause of Lynn's death. The prosecution revisited this point, suggesting that during the planning of her crime, Jessie had not anticipated a toxicology test for tetrahydrosaline on her victim. When Jim and Anthony testified, both confirmed that Lynn would never have allowed Jessie to squander her assets. Then an unexpected testimony emerged, further cornering the accused and strengthening the case against her. The critical revelations came from Magdalena, Jessie's cellmate. After 2 days of deliberation, on Tuesday, November 14th, the jury delivered its verdict. As the judge read their decision, Jessie broke down in tears, fully aware that she faced the possibility of a mandatory life sentence. Outside the courthouse, the prosecutor expressed condolences to Lynn's family, satisfied with the outcome. Anthony conveyed profound gratitude to the detectives and prosecutors for their relentless pursuit of the truth. In his own words, thanks to them, he could confirm what he had always suspected, that something was deeply wrong with Jessie. The sentencing hearing occurred on Friday, April 5, 2024. Accompanied by her new attorney, Jessie spoke for 2 hours about what she claimed was a flawed legal process, arguing that she had not received effective defense. Nevertheless, after her testimony, the judge sentenced Jessie to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years for the murder of Lynn Hernan. Additionally, she was required to serve 5 consecutive years for 2 counts of theft, making her ineligible for parole until she reached the age of 80. Furthermore, she was ordered to pay $386,000 in restitution through an escrow account for any earnings from interviews, book deals, films, or documentaries related to the case. Present in the courtroom during the victim impact statements, Anthony addressed Jessie, wishing that her time in prison would compel her to reflect on her actions. He stated that, as he had hoped, her facade had finally ended and she could no longer deceive anyone. Although he felt satisfaction with the sentence, he acknowledged that it was impossible not to miss Lynn, who had been like an aunt to him. In honor of that bond, Anthony plans to select a monument where Lynn's remains can be laid to rest, aiming to provide her soul with the same tranquility and peace she had always sought in life. Moving on to the next case. Rachel Marie Runyon. The story of Rachel Marie Runyon began on June 23, 1979, when she was born amid the peaceful surroundings of Weber County, Utah, United States. She was the only daughter of Jeff and Elaine Runyon. Their firstborn was named Justin, while the youngest child was Nathan. The 3 siblings grew up in harmony, sharing joy and creating cherished memories together. Accounts of her life in 1981 describe Rachel, with her natural charm, as the 2-year-old who ascended to a kind of childhood royalty when she was crowned Little Miss Sunset. With her golden hair and luminous smile, she drew admiration at every community gathering. Yet little Rachel's appeal extended beyond physical beauty. Her inner nobility was even greater, as her mother Elaine often emphasized. She was a gentle and affectionate child, frequently seen lingering at the edge of playgrounds. Highly observant and thoughtful, she instinctively avoided the rougher games that Justin and the other boys engaged in. She often sucked her thumb while watching the antics of others, a habit that gave her an even sweeter, almost comical appearance, which stirred much affection from those around her. Her mother sometimes teased her about her future, predicting she would grow rabbit or beaver teeth, jokes that Rachel would meet with a mischievous giggle. The Runyon family eventually settled in Sunset, a town of only about 6,000 inhabitants at the time, which seemed like a safe haven to raise their children. Their modest home stood close to the playground of Doxey Elementary School. For the 3 little Runyons, that park became their sanctuary of laughter and delight. Believing they were doing the best for their children, Jeff and Elaine built a gate in the fence of their yard, creating a direct passage to their children's beloved play spot. Despite the seeming serenity of Sunset, Jeff and Elaine remained ever watchful, consistently reminding their children about the dangers of trusting strangers. They stressed the importance of staying in familiar, secure places, and most of all, taught them never to go with someone unknown, regardless of what might be offered. Their dedication to their children's safety was unwavering. On the late morning of August 26, 1982, 3-year-old Rachel, her younger brother Nathan, and the eldest 5-year-old Justin approached their mother with a simple request. They had asked for permission to go to the playground at Doxey Elementary School, located less than 5 meters from their home. Although Elaine had always been cautious about allowing her children to play unsupervised, the closeness of the playground and her need to finish preparing lunch convinced her to grant their request. Still, ever careful, she kept watch from the kitchen window while she cooked. However, when lunchtime came around at approximately 12:55 p.m., only Nathan and Justin returned home. Little Justin's voice trembled as he told his mother what had taken place just moments earlier. He recounted that a young man had forcefully taken Rachel from the park. The man had first attempted to entice all 3 siblings, promising them ice creams and chewing gums from a nearby store. While the children played in the open air, he approached them, insisting he had gum-flavored ice cream waiting in his car. In her innocent excitement, Rachel mentioned her favorite flavor, but Justin, taking on the role of protective older brother, quickly warned her not to listen to the stranger. Rachel then began to walk away, but the man was faster, seizing her roughly and hoisting her over his shoulder, muffling her cries as he carried her to his vehicle. Frozen with fear, Justin and Nathan had not yet recovered from the shock when their mother called them in for lunch. In an instant, Elaine was thrust into her worst nightmare. Her heart pounding, she rushed to the store the man had mentioned, frantically questioning employees and customers in desperate hope. Yet no one recalled seeing Rachel or the suspect. Barely 20 minutes after her daughter's abduction, Elaine arrived at the Sunset Police Department to report the kidnapping. Overcome with anguish, she could hardly speak, her words breaking under the weight of despair. The Sunset Police responded quickly, organizing a search plan that included vehicle inspections throughout the city. Despite their swift action, the suspect remained at large, and Rachel was nowhere to be found. With time running short, a specialized team of 10 investigators drawn from various law enforcement agencies across Utah was assembled under the leadership of Sheriff Brant Johnston, determined to unravel the mystery of the child's abduction. Testimonies from Justin and another 10-year-old child who had been at the park provided crucial descriptions. They depicted a light-skinned African-American man, estimated to be between 30 and 35 years old, with a distinctive afro hairstyle and a prominent mustache. He was seen driving an old, dark blue four-door vehicle adorned with wooden panels along its sides. Witnesses recalled that he had lingered in the park for at least 15 minutes, sipping coffee and engaging with several children before forcefully taking Rachel. His tactic appeared to be gaining the children's trust by playing with them, lowering their guard and minimizing the likelihood of screams. Thanks to the sharp recollections of the children, authorities were able to produce a detailed composite sketch. However, Justin and the other 2 children remained the sole direct witnesses, as no security cameras had recorded the abduction on the school playground. Despite repeated appeals from the police and the media, no one came forward to report seeing a man matching that description. Investigators pressed on with forensic analyses and exhaustive door-to-door inquiries, supported by a neighborhood committee whose members even offered monetary contributions to fund an improvised search effort. Meanwhile, the Runyon family embarked on a devastating yet determined mission to find their beloved Rachel. With few resources but an unbreakable resolve, they, alongside community volunteers, organized various initiatives to aid the search. A nationwide flyer campaign featuring Rachel's image was carefully coordinated, with friends and neighbors canvassing neighborhoods in a desperate race against time. Thousands of missing person posters were distributed, ensuring the case of Rachel Runyon gained widespread attention. The public responded in force, flooding investigators with tips regarding possible sightings of Rachel or leads on the suspect's identity. Yet, despite the relentless pursuit of each clue, most led only to disappointment. 1 week after the tragic abduction, Rachel's parents, Jeff and Elaine, traveled to New York to participate in a press conference, determined to sustain media focus and underscore the pressing urgency of their daughter's safe return. Jeff, in a brave appeal, expressed the profound harm the abductor had caused both to their daughter and to themselves, urging anyone with knowledge to come forward. Elaine, visibly tormented, raised the possibility that Rachel might have been sold following her abduction and implored potential adoptive parents to make sure they were not unknowingly adopting her missing child. The family's tireless efforts were soon overshadowed by the crushing reality of escalating financial burdens, which reached $10,000 in postage costs alone within only 3 weeks. The long-term sustainability of such overwhelming physical, emotional, and financial strain appeared nearly impossible. On September 3rd, the distraught parents took their appeals to the Today Show, where they announced a $20,000 reward, primarily funded through community contributions, in the hope of gathering new leads on Rachel's whereabouts. The people of Sunset showed extraordinary solidarity, contributing another $20,000 to the reward, bringing the total to $40,000, a considerable sum at that time to encourage Rachel's safe return. Yet on September 19, 1982, an unexpected discovery shattered the lingering hope of her safe recovery and left her loved ones devastated. A family traveling in Mountain Green, Utah, stumbled upon the partially buried remains of a young girl, later identified as Rachel despite advanced decomposition. The circumstances of her death remained uncertain, with asphyxiation not excluded as a potential cause. After the heartbreaking confirmation of Rachel's fate, Jeff and Elaine arranged a proper farewell attended by more than 300 mourners. Rachel was finally laid to rest in Washington Heights Memorial Park in Ogden, Utah. Amid their devastation, Elaine transformed her grief into determination, dedicating herself to improving child safety and pushing for stronger laws surrounding abduction cases, raising both awareness and change in a world that had dealt her immeasurable suffering. Though her heart was shattered, her resolve endured as she became a pillar of support, offering advice, comfort, and strength to other parents thrust into the nightmare of missing children. As many accounts emphasize, Rachel's legacy extended beyond her own tragedy. Her abduction and the horrific circumstances of her death resonated within the corridors of power, driving meaningful reform. By October 1982, federal legislation had been enacted, granting parents of missing children access to an information-sharing system overseen by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This new database began collecting and preserving the fingerprints and blood type records of more than 300,000 children in Utah, aiming to build an essential tool in the fight against child abductions. It may seem bleak to claim that the excruciating loss of Rachel to an unidentified abductor was not in vain, yet that is the truth. In April 2002, the state of Utah introduced the Rachel Alert System, created to notify residents about ongoing child abduction and missing children cases. This initiative arose as a beacon of hope. It was only triggered when strict conditions were satisfied, such as the child being a minor or mentally disabled, in immediate danger, and not having run away voluntarily. Providing detailed physical descriptions of the child was also a requirement. The Rachel Alert was activated only twice, during the disappearance of Elizabeth Smart in June 2002 and the abduction of 3-month-old Nicholas Triplett in January 2003. Both children were eventually recovered alive. After Elizabeth Smart's safe recovery, recognizing the effectiveness of such alert systems, 41 states went on to adopt the Amber Alert System, named after another young victim, Amber Hagerman. In April 2003, Utah shifted from the Rachel Alert to the Amber Alert System to align with national protocols. However, this did not mean that the memory of the 3-year-old would fade. To honor her legacy, the Attorney General's office established the Rachel Runyon Award, presented to citizens who assist in recovering a missing child by contacting law enforcement when an alert is issued. Elaine was also invited to take part in these award ceremonies. Today, the Amber Alert System in Utah is tested twice annually, on January 13th and August 26th, the dates commemorating Rachel's abduction. Although Rachel's killer remains at large and the case unsolved, Lieutenant Phil vowed that her memory will never fade. Phil, the first officer to respond to Elaine's urgent call after Rachel's abduction, has consistently stood by the Runyon family. Over the years, he has repeatedly reaffirmed the Sunset Police Department's unwavering dedication to finding the person responsible for Rachel's kidnapping and tragic death. In 2007, the case was formally reopened, with police working in close cooperation with the Utah Attorney General's office in their pursuit of the perpetrator. At that time, a $58,000 reward was offered to anyone providing information that would lead to the arrest and conviction of the offender. With the reward seemingly insufficient to draw forth decisive information, hopes of unmasking the perpetrator rest heavily on meaningful progress in forensic technology since 1982. Strategies such as the possible exhumation of Rachel's body to obtain further evidence were also contemplated. In 2007, DNA testing on items recovered near the site of her remains yielded preliminary results, but they failed to significantly move the investigation forward. Despite the barriers and uncertainties, the Runyon family clings to hope that justice will ultimately prevail. Over the years, the circle of suspects has shifted. In 2012, it was revealed that attention had turned toward an inmate in a Pennsylvania prison, who had once lived in Sunset in 1982. Although no formal charges were filed against him, he was designated as a person of interest in Rachel's abduction and murder. Another potential suspect is a man with a criminal history residing in New Mexico. Chief Ken Aborn of Sunset Police acknowledged that certain evidence suggests this individual's possible involvement, though it remains insufficient for a lawful arrest. In spite of these challenges, the pursuit of justice for Rachel continues, upheld by the unwavering resolve of both her family and investigators. In May 2016, the park, a silent witness to her abduction, was officially renamed Rachel Runyon Memorial Park. On August 26th, during a deeply emotional ceremony, it became a lasting tribute to the little girl's memory. Her commemorative stone, engraved with her likeness and a brief account of her story, was placed within the park grounds, honoring her short-lived life. This was not the only significant gesture made in Rachel's name. In March 2017, Utah formally established Rachel Runyon Missing and Exploited Children's Day, a yearly observance intended to stress the importance of child safety, inspired by Rachel's tragic story. In 2019, fresh hope emerged when private investigator Jason Jensen began assisting the Runyon family. Jensen, co-founder of Utah's Cold Case Coalition, had been investigating a separate crime from the 1970s. Witnesses in that case had provided inaccurate details about the suspect's appearance, leading Jensen to re-examine the descriptions offered in Rachel's case with renewed scrutiny. Specifically, he considered whether Justin, Rachel's brother, might have misjudged the abductor's racial identity due to his young age and the fact that they lived in a predominantly white neighborhood, where encounters with African Americans were scarce. Jason spoke with Elaine about the possibility that Justin may have actually seen a Latino man abducting his sister. Justin himself never described the abductor as African American. Instead, he recalled a man with a dark complexion and a distinctive mustache divided by a gap in the middle. The authorities, however, had given greater weight to the description offered by another older child present at the park that day. According to Jason, this misinterpretation may have steered the investigation off course for nearly 40 years. Correcting that detail opened the door to identifying a new person of interest, potentially bringing the case closer to resolution. Jason also clarified more about the suspect's vehicle, a 1973 blue-painted car with wooden side panels, which allowed for a more targeted search. Shortly after the updated sketch of the suspect was publicized, a woman came forward with a compelling lead, stating that her uncle, who had a history of sexual assault and abuse, had been in and out of prison and strongly resembled the sketch, fit the profile. He had been released from prison in 1981, lived in the area during Rachel's abduction, and drove a blue car with wooden panels identical to the one Jason suspected was used. Unfortunately, the man had since passed away. Without a confession or definitive DNA evidence, investigators lacked the proof needed to directly link him to Rachel's murder. Although police reportedly collected a DNA sample from his daughter to compare with evidence recovered in 2007, the results have not been publicly disclosed. Since the tragedy, Elaine has dedicated her life and Rachel's legacy to protecting other children by raising awareness among both children and parents about the dangers of abduction and related crimes. Each year, on the anniversary of Rachel's abduction, the family gathers for small ceremonies at the park that now bears her name. Though the case remains unsolved, these events serve as reminders to the community and appeals for anyone with information to come forward to the Sunset Police regarding Rachel's disappearance or the perpetrator's identity. Moving on to the next case. Rui Pedro Teixeira. This dreadful case unfolded in Lausada, a village located in the northern part of Portugal, a region celebrated for its vineyards, its famous green wine, and its reputation for holding the youngest population in the nation. Situated in the center of the municipality carrying the same designation, this village lies close to the northwestern coast of Portugal, a destination for summer leisure for travelers coming from different parts of Europe. Inside this picturesque village, on January 28, 1987, Rui Pedro Teixeira came into the world. His parents, Filomena and Manuel, praised his energetic and cheerful spirit together with his extraordinary inventiveness and imagination. To summarize, this household, including their youngest daughter, Karina, enjoyed a peaceful and fulfilled existence. As a youngster, Rui Pedro was full of vitality. After finishing his regular schoolwork, he took part in lively football games with his cherished cousin, Joe Andre, along with other neighborhood youngsters. His dream was to become a professional goalkeeper, and so he always chose to play in that position. Among the group of boys, another pastime was biking, and he was frequently observed speeding through the village to make sure he attended his daily mathematics lessons on time. Yet one shadow hung over his otherwise tranquil childhood. Rui Pedro struggled with epilepsy. Manuel and Filomena owned a driving school. One day, an ordinary young man called Afonso Diaz came to the school with the intention of securing his driver's license. Filomena quickly realized that Afonso was enduring financial struggles. Famous for her remarkable compassion, she at once looked for ways to help him. At first, she gave him clothes, and as their relationship grew closer, she offered him the chance to work at the school, allowing him to earn additional money. 3 years went by, and due to Filomena's generosity, Afonso became a truck driver at only 22 years of age. The family placed so much trust in Afonso that they depended on him to collect Rui Pedro and Karina from school and bring them safely home. For this, Afonso used his brother's vehicle, a Fiat Uno, while they spent time together each day. An uncommon companionship developed between Afonso and Rui Pedro. The family did not regard it as unusual, particularly since Afonso had a youthful and playful nature, which caused him and Rui Pedro to feel like siblings. Nevertheless, the maternal grandparents regarded their bond with doubt. Manuel, by contrast, worried about Afonso smoking near the boy and thought of him as a poor influence. Fearful of the results of this friendship, Manuel spoke with Filomena about it. But she remained persuaded of Afonso's good intentions and believed he meant no damage. Ultimately, as in every solid marriage, they settled on a compromise, with Filomena consenting to watch over their dealings. On March 4, 1998, close to 2 p.m., Rui Pedro pedaled his bike to his mother's workplace, which was only a few blocks from home, to inform her that Afonso had invited him for a drive in his brother's car. Filomena disliked the idea and instructed him not to go. Instead, she directed him to a nearby field where his friends were waiting to play soccer, stressing the importance of arriving punctually to his 5 p.m. lesson. Although he felt let down at first, Rui Pedro complied. He took off his bicycle helmet and walked toward the soccer field. When he arrived, he met his friends, except for Joa Andre, whose mother had forbidden him from going out. Unexpectedly, a black Fiat Uno, driven by Afonso, entered the field a few minutes later and halted next to Rui Pedro. They exchanged a brief conversation, and afterward, the boy set aside his bicycle helmet, climbed into the car, and waved goodbye to his companions through the passenger side window with a simple motion. Between 5 and 6 that evening, a phone call disrupted the family's calm and marked the beginning of the Teixeira family's darkest days. Rui Pedro's tutor telephoned to tell them that the boy had not appeared at his class. This was extremely uncommon since Rui Pedro had never before missed a lesson. Panic overcame his parents, who feared that a sudden epileptic seizure might have left him unconscious, potentially resulting in serious brain injury if he did not receive immediate medical care. The word spread swiftly around the village, and alarmed residents quickly took action. They formed small search groups to comb the entire area. Soon afterward, they discovered their first lead. A neighbor stated that at around 3 p.m., he had noticed Rui Pedro's bicycle concealed in some bushes close to the soccer field where he had been playing. Manuel and Filomena knew their son deeply. They recognized that his bicycle was precious to him, and he would never abandon it without a valid reason. This convinced them that Rui Pedro might have been taken by force. Without any delay, they hurried to the police station to register his disappearance. After receiving the report, the police began their inquiries by interviewing the 3 boys who had played soccer with Rui Pedro. These companions described how a black vehicle had entered the field to collect their friend, clearly identifying Afonso as the driver. They pointed out that Afonso's conduct had been odd and domineering toward their young peer. At first, the officers distrusted the children's testimonies and opted to dismiss their words. Nevertheless, they relayed the misleading detail to the mother, which fueled her suspicions. Filomena then revealed Rui Pedro's request earlier that afternoon to meet up with his companion. Instantly, everyone's attention was directed at the truck driver, and the police moved forward to inspect his residence. Afonso received the officers willingly, ready to answer what they called routine questions. As the final individual to have seen the boy, his account could reveal vital details. Nevertheless, the truck driver stayed strangely composed and insisted he had not encountered Rui Pedro. His demeanor aroused suspicion among the officers, considering the numerous witness statements they had obtained. As a result, he was brought to the police station for deeper interrogation. Once at the station, Afonso attempted to provide an alibi. He claimed that his brother had requested him to take the car for its yearly inspection, a compulsory requirement in Portugal for vehicles older than 8 years. Yet the records indicated that he had never appeared for the arranged appointment that afternoon. Afonso held on to his version, continuing to reject that the child had entered the vehicle earlier in the day. He only admitted to a short meeting lasting 5 minutes with Rui Pedro before 2 p.m. Later, he alleged that he had driven to a nearby town, about 15 kilometers from Losada, and parked in front of a pharmacy. Afonso declared that he remained in the car for some time before choosing to walk around the city, even noting that he admired the store displays. Once he became weary, he drove to his girlfriend's home, arriving at 6:45 p.m. The woman resided in another village in the area, just 11 minutes distant from Losada. Meanwhile, in the reception area of the police station, Rui Pedro's grandfather and cousin waited nervously, intent on pressing for faster progress in the investigation. When Afonso's questioning ended, the two of them encountered the suspect in the corridors. On seeing him, the grandfather pleaded desperately about his grandson's location and promised anything in return for an answer. Afonso burst into tears and maintained that he had no knowledge of the child's location. Still, he cautioned that if they hoped to find him, it was crucial to shut all borders because he had likely been abducted and taken toward another country. The cousin also challenged Afonso and even referred to a conversation they had shared with Rui Pedro the previous day. The man's sole reaction was to yell at the boy to keep quiet once and for all. Yet the cousin was undeterred. Instead, he carried on the account with further specifics. Afonso had suggested taking both of them to meet prostitutes and said that the meeting place would be an empty lot. Following these revelations, a large-scale police search was initiated across the region, involving local inhabitants, firefighters, and even the deployment of bloodhounds to track the scent of the missing boy. The officers believed that the boy might have had a seizure and was unconscious somewhere in the village. Or maybe he had simply wandered far away and couldn't find his way back. In summary, they considered it a case of a search and rescue, ruling out the hypothesis of kidnapping. Rui Pedro's family was outraged by this approach to the case. Due to the extensive dissemination of Rui Pedro's images in the local media, a sex worker recognized his face and contacted the local police. She stated without hesitation that on March 4, 1998, a black car had stopped in front of her on a desolate road. The driver offered her $10 to have sex with the little boy who accompanied him. She asked how old the boy was, and the man replied that he was old enough. The woman took him behind some bushes by the side of the road and looked for a private place where no one could see them. There was no sexual contact. The young boy was deeply terrified, crying without pause and repeating again and again that he wanted to go. Witnessing the child in such a distressed condition, the sex worker could not help but feel pity for him. She spent nearly 15 minutes attempting to console him. She embraced him firmly and reassured him that everything would eventually be all right. Amid his sobbing, he admitted to her that he had been forced to attend that encounter. After leaving the bushes, the boy entered the car, and that was the last moment she saw him. Every indication pointed toward an abduction, yet even with this strong witness account, the police still hesitated to completely accept this explanation. In a desperate appeal, the family urged the authorities to act swiftly, emphasizing that each passing minute could be decisive for the child's survival. The next morning, shortly after the court opened, they succeeded in convincing the public prosecutor's office to request the involvement of the judicial police, a specialized body tasked with investigating major crimes such as murders, kidnappings, organized crime, and terrorism. Within 24 hours of Rui Pedro's last sighting, several judicial police agents arrived in the town. In the days that followed, together with relatives and neighbors, they carefully searched the whole region, suspecting that Rui Pedro might have been abandoned somewhere. The circulation of posters showing the boy's photograph increased, spreading on a national scale, and the entire nation of Portugal was profoundly shaken by the case. The disappearance of the boy ignited a massive feeling of collective grief. People began calling Rui Pedro our boy, or our little Pedro. At the same time, the family started receiving a flood of telephone calls, many of which were cruel and upsetting. Some claimed they were holding Rui Pedro, while others offered tips about his location that ultimately led nowhere. The boldest callers even demanded ransom money. One particularly horrifying call featured a child whose voice sounded frighteningly similar to Rui Pedro's. Amid shrieks and sobs, he cried desperately for his mother. Pointing to the difficulty of tracing every call, the police decided not to follow up on any leads that came via telephone. The family's despair deepened, and the dismissal of possibly crucial information for the investigation seemed both incompetent and negligent. In April 1998, 1 month after the disappearance, a new suspicion surfaced. A well-known Portuguese journalist traveled to Disneyland in Paris with his wife and children to prepare a report that would be published in a widely circulated magazine in Portugal. The article included several photographs of him and his family at different attractions in the park. In one of these pictures, a particular image raised serious concerns. In the background, a small child could be seen with a man wearing red. Filomena and Manuel viewed the picture and declared with certainty that it was Rui Pedro. In September of that same year, a major development took place when British police dismantled a pedophile network in an operation called Operation Cathedral. This group mainly functioned online and operated as a database containing thousands of photos and videos of children who had been sexually abused. This operation attracted major public attention because of the unusually vast quantity of pornographic material owned, created, and shared by members of this organization. Alarmingly, authorities uncovered more than 750,000 photographs and 1,800 videos. Out of the 1,263 individuals appearing in the confiscated content, only 17 were recognized. 1 from Argentina, 1 from Chile, 1 from Portugal, 6 from the United Kingdom, and 7 from the United States. Filomena affirmed that Rui Pedro appeared in some of those images, proving that he was still alive, but nothing further. There were no coordinates or indications of his possible whereabouts. The British police speculated that members of the ring had abused him on film and possibly harmed him afterward. Across the following 13 years, the Portuguese public ministry assembled a case against Afonso, who continuously asserted his innocence. The trial commenced in November 2011. The principal testimonies came from Rui Pedro's 3 companions, forming the foundation of the prosecution, while the judge managed to confirm certain aspects presented in court. Several statements were dismissed due to insufficient conclusive proof. In March 2012, Afonso was acquitted. On Rui Pedro's 27th birthday, January 28, 2014, a video appeared that rapidly spread on social media. Various actors voluntarily took part in this campaign. Its purpose was to seek new information concerning Rui Pedro's location, while also displaying the email addresses of the Northern Board of Judicial Police and the Portuguese Association for Missing Children, ensuring that the young man's case would not vanish into obscurity. This campaign carried a broader mission of denouncing child trafficking for sexual exploitation. Returning to the judicial proceedings, Afonso's freedom proved short-lived. Following an appeal filed by Rui Pedro's family in 2014, the Porto Court of Appeals issued a new ruling that sentenced him to 3 years in prison. This conviction was for inciting a minor to engage in involuntary sexual relations, but it bore no connection to the kidnapping or to any charges associated with the disappearance itself. Although Afonso's defense attorney lodged an appeal, the Portuguese Supreme Court upheld this second ruling. On October 3, 2014, the decision was ratified, and on March 18, 2015, Afonso was placed under arrest after police issued a warrant. He was released on parole in March 2017, having completed only 2/3 of his term. Afonso persisted in asserting his innocence, insisting he was the victim of a grave miscarriage of justice. 20 years after the disappearance, in 2019, Rui Pedro was officially declared presumed dead. The police concluded their search as no new leads had surfaced since Operation Cathedral, and the case had turned cold. The young man's fate remains an agonizing mystery. Despite the relentless grief and the unhealed wound of not knowing what befell her son, Filomena never gave up. In 2007, she established the Association of Relatives of Missing Children. Rui Pedro's case underscored a dire reality. We are confronted with an extremely serious phenomenon. Each year, 3 million children are abducted across the world. In Portugal alone, more than 60 children and minors remain missing. Moving on to the next case. Joshua Niles and Amber Washburn. A manhunt commenced to capture an active shooter who had just fatally shot Joshua Niles, a 28-year-old man. A vigilant neighbor witnessed the entire episode and immediately notified the authorities, providing a description of the suspect clad in a black hoodie. Meanwhile, as the shooter attempted to escape the location, Amber Washburn, Josh's 24-year-old wife, arrived in the driveway with their 4-year-old child. Tragically, the assailant fired at Amber while she was inside the car, yet fortunately, the child seated in the rear remained unharmed. The gunfire alerted a nearby deputy, who quickly rushed to the scene. To his shock, he discovered a lifeless male lying beneath a truck. Upon closer inspection, he observed another vehicle parked across the street. Inside, he found a lifeless woman in the front seat and a terrified child clutching his McNuggets in the back. The child, though physically unscathed, was undoubtedly traumatized by the horrific event. The pressing question remained: who was this assailant? What drove them to end the lives of two innocent individuals with promising futures? Most importantly, why expose an innocent child to such a harrowing ordeal? Joshua Niles, born in 1990, was raised in a large, close-knit family, fostering a deep sense of love and devotion. As a dedicated family man, he actively participated in the well-being of his loved ones. During his teenage years, Joshua developed a strong bond with his high school girlfriend, Charlene "Charlie" Albert. Their relationship led to the birth of two children: Gabby, born in 2008 when Charlie was 16 and Joshua was 18, and Bentley, born 2 years later. Despite their youth, the couple successfully managed the challenges of parenthood until their eventual separation in 2012. After the split, Charlene moved to Texas with her parents, and a co-parenting custody agreement was arranged. Joshua would have the children during the summer, while they stayed with their mother during the school year. In 2012, a new chapter opened in Joshua's life when he met and fell in love with 18-year-old Amber Washburn. Every summer, Gabby and Bentley would visit, and Amber became an integral part of their lives. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. The couple's love story continued to thrive, and in 2014, they welcomed their son, Joshua Jr. While Joshua worked as a landscaper, Amber pursued a career at an overnight bakery. Together, they nurtured dreams of creating a stable future, including marriage, a successful business, and a happy family life. Despite the challenges of raising their 4-year-old son, Joshua Jr., who was on the autism spectrum, they remained committed parents. However, their lives took a tragic turn when Joshua's past resurfaced, leading to a devastating outcome for both him and Amber. The events transpired on a fateful afternoon in Sodus, New York, on October 22, 2018. The peaceful atmosphere outside their home was suddenly disrupted by gunfire. Multiple 911 calls flooded the dispatch, prompting a rapid response from law enforcement. Coincidentally, a Wayne County deputy was nearby, serving an unrelated eviction notice. Upon hearing the reports, the deputy quickly moved toward the chaotic scene. What he discovered was a lifeless man lying beneath a truck. As he scanned the area, he observed another vehicle parked across the street. On closer inspection, he found a lifeless woman in the front seat and a terrified child clutching his McNuggets in the back. Acting promptly, the deputy prioritized the child's safety and handed him over to a concerned neighbor. Once the child was secure, he called for backup and began processing the scene. The responding officers meticulously collected evidence from the crime scene, including Amber's wallet, which was found on her lap and contained her driver's license, identifying her as Amber Washburn. Deputies identified the male victim beneath the truck in the driveway as Joshua Niles. Police confirmed that Joshua and his partner resided in the home where the shooting took place. Now, when law enforcement questioned the neighbors about the child, they confirmed that the child is Joshua and Amber's son, Joshua Jr. However, a pressing question remains. Where is the shooter now? It is clear that an armed individual remains at large, as police responded immediately following the gunfire. Authorities are actively attempting to identify and apprehend the shooter, believing they may still be in the community. Officials have issued warnings to residents in the surrounding area, instructing them to stay indoors until the situation is resolved. Due to the numerous potential hiding spots, a perimeter has been established. The primary witness in this case is Tiffany Thayer, the neighbor living next door to Joshua and Amber. Her kitchen window overlooks their driveway, providing an unobstructed view of the events. Tiffany reported seeing Joshua engaged in conversation with an unknown male, who eventually guided him toward the truck. Initially, the exchange appeared casual, but it quickly escalated into a horrific scene as the stranger raised a gun and fired at Joshua. When Amber arrived home in her car, her driver's side window was open. Witnessing the situation, she attempted to reverse and escape, but the shooter turned and fatally shot her in the head. Once the assailant confirmed Amber's death, their focus returned to Joshua. Despite his attempts to take cover under the truck, he was unable to avoid the multiple shots fired at him. Determining the motive and identifying the perpetrator behind these double homicides is proving difficult. The manner in which Amber was killed suggests the assailant possesses some proficiency with handguns, as the shot was challenging to execute. Detectives' initial assessment is that the incident exhibits many characteristics of an assassination. Additional neighbors reported glimpsing the perpetrator before he fled, and their accounts allowed police to compile a suspect description. According to these witnesses, the culprit was a slender Caucasian male wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. Some neighbors offered further details, noting that he had darker hair, a beard, and wore glasses. Initially, the officers launched a manhunt with the aid of canine trackers, attempting to follow the shooter by scent. One neighbor also provided crucial information regarding the shooter's last known direction, which led toward the rear of the house and over a fence. The canine tracker alerted to a piece of black cloth, later identified as a ski mask or balaclava, which became a key piece of evidence in identifying the shooter. The investigation progressed as they followed the trail through the neighborhood. Ultimately, the police had to reluctantly acknowledge that the shooter had successfully escaped the perimeter. Meanwhile, homicide detectives focused on speaking with Joshua and Amber's son to gain a clearer understanding of the events. Unfortunately, due to being on the autism spectrum and nonverbal, the child was unable to provide any information during the initial investigation. At the crime scene, the forensic unit meticulously processed the driveway where the shooting took place. Their examination revealed that Joshua had been shot a total of 10 times. All the recovered shell casings were from the same firearm, consistent with the witness statement given by Tiffany Thayer. This confirmed that only one shooter was involved. The detectives recovered 9 9mm shell casings, which they hoped would assist in matching the gun if a suspected weapon was located. It was evident that Amber had also been killed with the same firearm. The police were confident that this was not a random act of violence and had been carefully planned. While the bodies were being transported to the medical examiner's office for autopsy, detectives contacted the families of Josh and Amber to relay the tragic news. During these initial conversations, police inquired about any potential threats or grudges against the couple. Was there anyone who harbored animosity toward them? Joshua's family assured the authorities that it was highly unlikely anyone would hold a grudge against him, as he was a kind and beloved person. Amber's parents expressed the same sentiment regarding their daughter. However, as the police examined Joshua's past, they encountered a recurring name: Charlene Childers, Joshua's ex-girlfriend. According to the family, their relationship had been turbulent. Despite having 2 children together, Joshua and Charlene had mutually decided to separate in 2012, after which Charlene moved to Texas with her parents. There, she married Chase Childers, who had been involved in raising Joshua's children. Unfortunately, this marriage also ended in divorce when Charlene began an affair with the town's police chief, Timothy Dean. Their relationship initially started as a friendship during Charlene's employment at the Animal Control Department, which worked closely with the police department. Over time, their connection developed into a romantic one, culminating in their marriage in March 2018. Charlene frequently posted pictures of her new family, including Tim, on her social media accounts. However, legal issues emerged for Charlene and her husband in late 2018, which had implications for Joshua and Charlene's older children. At this stage, the pieces of the puzzle began to come together, offering detectives a glimmer of hope in solving the case. To understand the motive behind the shooting, it was vital to explore Joshua and Charlene's past. Detectives learned that Joshua was involved in an ongoing custody dispute with Charlene Childers over their 2 children at the time of his death. Charlene's recent trip to New York to retrieve her children, shortly before the shooting, raised suspicions about her possible involvement in the double homicide. However, after thorough investigation, it was confirmed that Charlene could not have been the shooter, as she was verified to be at her workplace during the incident. When questioned about her relationship with Joshua, Charlene acknowledged previous conflicts, but denied harboring any deep grudges against him. She stressed that, despite their differences, she never wished him harm. The discussion then turned to Charlene's current husband, Timothy Dean, and detectives were surprised to learn that she was no longer with him and that divorce proceedings had been initiated. Charlene expressed her frustration, attributing the loss of custody of her children to Tim's influence, highlighting the strain in their relationship. Further investigation revealed that Tim was residing in Texas at the time, prompting detectives to delve into the dynamics of their marriage and the underlying causes of their disputes. Charlene provided more details about the issues that led to their estrangement, shedding light on a complex web of relationship challenges and legal battles. Delving deeper into Tim's situation, detectives discovered that he had recently lost his job. When reaching out to his former colleagues, troubling details emerged. They described Tim as having a little man syndrome, indicating that he had an inflated sense of importance due to his position as chief of police. However, behind his back, people often mocked his behavior. The reason for Tim's job loss stemmed from a disturbing incident captured in a video uploaded by Charlene on Facebook in May 2018. The video depicted Tim yelling at his 3-year-old daughter, Madison, for not eating her food. Within a few days, severe consequences unfolded for Tim, including his arrest, loss of custody of his daughter, and resignation as police chief. Charlene's custody of her children was also lost, leading to the crumbling of their marriage. Eventually, the kids returned to live with their father, Joshua, in New York, leaving Charlene and Tim to face the consequences of their actions. When asked about Tim and their relationship, his ex-wife, Christina Hill, responded differently. After Tim resigned, detectives discovered that he had found a job as a driver for a local vending company. However, it was later revealed that Tim had been consistently missing shifts at his new job. Interestingly, one of the days he missed his shift coincided with the day of the shootout in Sodus. Further investigation uncovered that Tim had also been involved in a car crash in Kansas just 2 days before the murder occurred. What's intriguing is that the vehicle involved in the crash was a rental car. An officer arrived at the scene and engaged in a conversation with Tim. It became evident that Tim was providing a fabricated explanation to the police officer. He claimed that he was attempting to make a U-turn because he had run out of gas and was searching for a gas station. This led him to drive off the shoulder of the road and into a culvert, resulting in damage to the vehicle. However, one major question remains. Why was Tim in Kansas in the first place? Tim spoke to the officer, expressing distress about his personal life and mentioning the possibility of a divorce, stating that everything seemed to be falling apart. However, a significant finding in the footage raised concerns. Tim mentioned that he possessed a sidearm and a shotgun. This left the detective feeling uneasy, sensing that something was amiss. Upon further investigation at the rental agency, the officer discovered that Tim was carrying additional firearms, including an AR-15 and several handguns, along with ammunition and body armor. This discovery added another layer of complexity to the situation, raising questions about Tim's intentions and why he was armed with such an arsenal. Now, when inquired about his destination, he provided a captivating response. To confirm their suspicions, investigators scrutinized the rental agreements and detected an irregularity. The rental agreement indicated that the vehicle was leased to an individual named Braun Bowler. Upon conducting further investigation, they uncovered that Braun had a close association with Tim. It was revealed that Braun and Tim were friends who had served together during Tim's tenure as the chief of police. Intrigued by this connection, investigators decided to question Braun in order to gather more information about the circumstances surrounding the rental car and Tim's activities. Braun Bowler had an 11-year career as a Texas police officer, most recently at the Sunray Police Department. As previously mentioned, Tim and Braun were close friends, having served together during Tim's time as police chief. According to Braun's statement, Tim was unable to leave work to drive to New York, so Braun stepped in to assist. With Tim's credit cards maxed out and him falling behind, Braun agreed to rent the car under his own name. Now, during the interrogation, Braun was asked to reflect on his years in law enforcement and his relationship with Tim. He stated that initially, he didn't question Tim's request for the rental car, assuming it was for local use. It wasn't until he received a troubling call about Tim crashing the car in Kansas that he began to doubt Tim's intentions. During the interview, Braun vehemently denied having any knowledge of Tim's plans to take the car to New York. He expressed genuine sympathy for Tim's situation and trusted him enough not to question his motives. However, when asked to undergo a polygraph test, Braun's results were less than satisfactory, leading to further interrogation. In subsequent questioning, Braun disclosed shocking information. He confessed to overhearing Tim discussing plans to harm someone and revealed that Tim had rented the car under Braun's name to avoid suspicion. Braun's collaboration swiftly redirected the investigation onto a new path. After the interview, Braun was permitted to return home, but law enforcement maintained close surveillance on him. Once an arrest warrant was obtained, Braun was promptly taken into custody. Concurrently, in Dumas, Texas, law enforcement officers encircled Tim Dean's residence, fully aware of the potential threat posed by his extensive collection of firearms. Recognizing the necessity for a cautious approach, they opted for a discreet nighttime operation to apprehend him. With meticulous precision, they deployed a flashbang inside the house to disorient Tim and create an opportunity for his safe arrest. Law enforcement officers acted swiftly and efficiently, ensuring that he no longer posed a danger. Meanwhile, a DNA test was conducted, confirming that his DNA matched the DNA found on the abandoned ski mask at the crime scene. With Tim now in custody, the process of interrogation and uncovering the truth behind the tragic events in Sodus could commence. Armed with a bottle of water, detectives endeavored to untangle the complexities surrounding his connection to Joshua and Amber. Tim recounted his interactions with the couple, emphasizing instances when he had been present during their custody exchanges. Tim did not appear to hold any personal animosity towards Joshua. The detectives then dropped a bombshell, presenting evidence that placed Tim in the vicinity of the crime scene at the time of the murders. They sought an explanation for his presence in New York. Tim's account was somewhat vague. Initially, he claimed to have intended to reconcile with Charlene's uncle. However, it seemed that he ended up aimlessly driving, consuming alcohol, and becoming lost in his own troubles. The detectives intensified their efforts, attempting to make Tim confront reality. They reminded him of the gravity of the situation and stressed the importance of taking responsibility for his actions. Despite their persistent urging, Tim remained steadfast in his denial of any involvement in the murders. Upon concluding the interrogation, the detectives came to the realization that their efforts were futile. Tim's unwavering denial clearly indicated that extracting a confession would be an arduous task. Nevertheless, undeterred by this setback, they remained resolute in their pursuit of uncovering the truth behind the deaths of Joshua and Amber. However, their interest extended beyond just one individual in Texas. The investigators decided to revisit Charlene, the only person they had yet to thoroughly question. Tracking her down at her ex-boyfriend's residence, the police brought her in for further inquiry. Despite not being the shooter and being elsewhere in New York at the time of the murders, there were reasons to suspect her involvement. During a previous conversation with the police, Charlene falsely claimed to have learned about Joshua's death through a Facebook post which raised suspicions since no public post had disclosed the victims' identities. Another cause for concern was Charlene's alleged role in driving Braun, the individual whose name the rental car was registered under, to the agency just 8 days after the murders. They once again inquired about how she became aware of the killings. Charlene stuck to her fabricated Facebook story, asserting that she had received the news during a call with Joshua's mother. As the interrogation progressed, the facade of Charlene's concocted tales began to crumble. The detectives delved deeper, probing Charlene about Tim's relationship with Joshua and any potential motives he may have had to harm him. Charlene disclosed that Joshua had previously been abusive towards her, but emphasized that Tim had never spoken ill of him except for expressing a willingness to confront him if necessary. The detectives then pressed Charlene regarding her association with Braun, the friend she had driven to rent the car. Charlene evaded the questions, claiming ignorance about Braun's affairs and assuming the trip was work-related. However, as the inquiries regarding distance and fuel consumption persisted, Charlene's responses grew less assured, hinting at her mounting unease. Upon noticing this, the detectives directly confronted Charlene, inquiring about her potential role in the murders or if she had influenced the perpetrator to commit the heinous act. Charlene vehemently denied any involvement. Her demeanor betrayed her true emotions. As the pressure of the interrogation mounted, Charlene's resolve began to crumble, and under the intensified questioning, she eventually confessed to her participation in the murders. Charlene proceeded to disclose to the detectives that following the loss of custody of her children in August, she had a conversation with Tim where she expressed her frustration with Joshua. She recounted how she vented her feelings to Tim, who seemingly shared her sentiments and expressed his own frustrations. Driven by her desperation to regain a sense of normalcy where she could have her children during the school year, while Joshua had them for the summer and holidays, Charlene engaged in discussions with Tim about drastic measures. However, she claimed to have limited knowledge about the specifics of the firearm, except that it belonged to the Center Police Department. In the lead-up to the murders, Tim, Charlene, and Braun held meetings in Tim's garage, where they carefully devised their plan to eliminate Joshua. Charlene's role involved dropping off Braun at the rental agency, after which he would drive the rental car to Tim. Tim would then travel to New York to carry out the murder. According to Charlene's account, the plan was simple: eliminate Joshua. However, she insisted that Amber was never meant to be part of the scheme. When Tim crashed the rental car, Charlene drove to meet him at the motel and later dropped him off at the airport to obtain a new rental car, intending to resume their plan on November 5, 2018. This chilling revelation gave detectives a clearer understanding of the premeditated nature of the crime and the extent of Charlene's involvement in orchestrating it. Another disturbing fact that intensified the grief of the victims' loved ones was that Charlene had attended the funeral, deceitfully pretending to mourn. Charlene and Tim were charged in connection with the murders of Josh and Amber on November 5, 2018. Wayne County Sheriff Barry Vert suggested that the double homicide stemmed from a child custody dispute, with Timothy being the one who pulled the trigger. Timothy faced charges of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. Although he was in Texas at the time, he was expected to be extradited to face the charges. Charlene, meanwhile, was charged with conspiracy and other offenses and was held in the Wayne County Jail. Charlene pleaded guilty on June 27, 2019, and testified against Timothy as part of a deal with the prosecutor. She revealed that the plan involved stealing a gun from the Sunray Police Department in Texas, where Timothy had previously served as police chief. Prosecutors stated that Timothy then traveled back to New York to carry out the murders. When asked about Joshua's death and the custody battle, Charlene admitted, "I got what I wanted." Timothy Dean was found guilty of 2 counts of murder by a jury and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in August 2019. The judge informed Timothy that he would spend the remainder of his life behind bars, noting his lack of emotion or remorse during the trial and labeling him a classic psychopath. During the court proceedings, Braun Bowler, the former police officer who assisted Dean in renting a car for the crime, faced emotional statements from the victims' families. They expressed their grief over the loss of their loved ones and the devastating impact on their lives. Braun pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit murder and served 1 year and 4 months in prison before being released. Meanwhile, Charlene was sentenced to 28 years in prison for her role in the murders. The judge described the case as one of the most senseless and tragic he had ever presided over. The victims' families were left to cope with the profound loss caused by the senseless violence orchestrated by those they once trusted. The entire incident upended countless lives. It was especially devastating for the children. Gabby, the older of Joshua and Charlene's 2 children, was deeply hurt and confused. Joshua's sister, Nicole, had to step into care for Joshua's older children after his death. She already had 4 children of her own, making the situation extremely challenging. She sought assistance through a GoFundMe page to raise funds, but the response was limited. Joshua's younger brother now resides in the family home with his girlfriend. They are caring for Joshua's 2 dogs and planting flowers in his memory. They strive to keep his spirit alive in their hearts. While nothing can bring Joshua and Amber back, their families take comfort in knowing that those responsible for taking their lives are now serving their sentences in prison. Moving on to the next case. Karen Slattery and Georgiana Warren. A girl accepted a babysitting job, intending to care for 2 children for only a few hours, but that night quickly turned into a nightmare in real life. The horrifying events that unfolded sent shockwaves throughout the town, compelling detectives to devote all their resources to unraveling the mystery. Ultimately, they uncovered a chilling truth that left the entire nation stunned. Karen Slattery was born on September 18, 1969, in New York. She had 1 older brother and loving parents who were devoted Catholics. When Karen was just 1 year old, the family chose to relocate to Florida, eventually settling in a suburban community called Boynton Beach. As she grew, Karen began attending the local Catholic school and became active in different activities such as softball, swimming, and gymnastics. Living in a coastal town, she and her friends frequently spent time at the beach, basking in the sun and enjoying the warm ocean waters. A few years after their relocation, Karen's younger sister was born, and the two formed a very close bond. Her little sister admired her, copied all her interests, and essentially viewed Karen as her role model. At age 14, Karen entered high school, which offered a special babysitting program. The concept was straightforward. Parents who needed a babysitter for their children would reach out to the school, and the school would assign a student from the program who had undergone the required training. For Karen, this represented a wonderful chance to earn her first bit of money. She adored children and already had extensive experience caring for her younger sister, so she enrolled immediately. Karen rapidly earned the respect and trust of local families. They were fond of her as well as their children, so she always had many babysitting opportunities available. At the same time, she excelled in swimming and hoped to use her athletic talent to win a college scholarship after completing high school. On March 24, 1984, Karen had been assigned to babysit two girls whose parents had hired her on numerous previous occasions. Although Karen initially wanted to spend that weekend with her friends and even thought about refusing the job, she ultimately chose not to. One of Karen's close friends had recently moved to another state, and she was eager to visit her during the upcoming school break. To make that trip possible, Karen needed to save up for plane tickets. That evening, her mother drove her to the family's home where she was scheduled to babysit. The parents greeted her warmly, reminded her to lock all the doors, and then left for the night. For several hours, everything was perfectly normal. Karen and the girls played games, watched cartoons, had dinner, and by around 9:30 p.m., she tucked them into bed. Afterward, she returned to the living room and called her best friend. They chatted excitedly about plans for the next day. The friend's father had gotten them tickets to a baseball game, and both were looking forward to it. Once that call ended, Karen phoned another friend who also happened to be babysitting that evening. They exchanged stories about their nights, and Karen mentioned she was about to head into the kitchen to grab something to eat. She promised to call back shortly, but that call never came. Since it was already late, her friend assumed Karen had simply fallen asleep. Around midnight, the girls' parents returned home and immediately sensed something was off. The porch light, which they always kept on at night, was off. Inside, the house was completely dark, and even the television had been turned off. As they reached the front door, they discovered it was unlocked. Thinking Karen might have forgotten to secure it, they stepped inside and began calling her name. There was no answer. Switching on lights as they moved through the house, they eventually reached the kitchen and were confronted with a horrifying scene. A large pool of blood covered the floor, and the wall-mounted phone dangled from its cord nearby. A long trail of blood stretched from the kitchen down the hallway, leading toward the bedrooms where the children were sleeping. Both bedroom doors were closed, but a faint light glowed beneath one of them. Fearing that someone might still be inside, the father told his wife to run to the neighbors and contact the police. He remained behind, torn between the desire to check on his daughters and the dread that they might already be dead, unable to bring himself to open the door. A few minutes later, a patrol officer arrived at the scene. He instructed the father to wait outside and began to search the house. Opening the girls' door, he found them both lying in bed, fast asleep and unharmed. The officer gently picked them up and carried the girls outside to their parents, who were overcome with relief that their children were safe. But their relief quickly turned into dread when they remembered Karen and told the officer that another girl was still inside the house. The officer returned and followed the trail of blood, which led to the master bedroom door. When he opened it, he found a body lying on the floor. He checked for a pulse, but there was none. While he was inside the room, more police officers and an ambulance arrived at the scene. Investigators soon identified the victim as Karen Slattery. Her clothing was partly missing, suggesting a possible assault, and a towel had been placed across her face. Her body displayed multiple injuries consistent with stab wounds. After Karen's body was taken away for further examination, detectives began to search the house for evidence. They noticed that a window in the living room was open and that the screen had been cut. They also discovered boot prints and trampled vegetation outside several windows, suggesting that the intruder might have been observing Karen from outside before cutting the screen and breaking into the house. The investigators uncovered several more unusual clues. Along with the boot prints, there were also barefoot tracks both outside on the ground and inside the house. This implied that the perpetrator had taken off their boots before entering. While speaking with the homeowners, police learned that Karen always locked the front door when babysitting. Since the door was unlocked when they came back, detectives concluded that the killer might have left through it after the attack. Regarding the open window, the homeowners explained that they had left it open before departing because the weather was cool and refreshing that day. Realizing that their decision might have allowed the killer access into the house, they were both horrified and began blaming themselves for Karen's death. Police also found bicycle tracks in the yard, suggesting that the killer had likely arrived by bike and used it to escape. They traced the tire marks to the main road along the coast, but the trail stopped there. Forensic specialists tried to make casts of the barefoot prints, but they were smudged. No foreign fingerprints were located anywhere in the house, which was extremely unusual. From the evidence in the bathroom, it appeared that the intruder had taken a shower, yet even there, no fingerprints were present. Investigators believe the assailant attacked Karen while she was standing near the phone in the kitchen. Close by, they discovered a bloodied hammer, which may have been the first weapon used. No knife consistent with the victim's wounds was found in the house, implying that the killer had taken it away. The hammer was determined to have come from a cabinet inside the house, showing that the attacker had searched for it before striking Karen. He had also removed a pair of women's gloves from the same cabinet, which he likely took with him when leaving. No other possessions, including valuables, were missing from the residence, casting doubt on the idea that it had been a burglary gone wrong. The medical examiners identified 18 stab wounds on Karen's body, which were determined to be the cause of death. They also confirmed that she had been assaulted and discovered biological material on her body, but DNA analysis was still in its early stages at the time and not widely applied. Curiously, a piece of chewing gum was found stuck to her shorts. Karen had only recently gotten her braces removed and had been thrilled to finally chew gum again. Yet the experts were confused about how it ended up on her shorts, speculating that the killer might have placed it there. With no other strong leads, the police appealed to the public for assistance, asking for any information regarding suspicious men possibly riding bicycles and behaving strangely around town. Investigators also started reviewing individuals with previous records of breaking and entering, hoping to link someone to the crime. The news of Karen's murder sent shockwaves throughout the town. Parents grew fearful, convinced that a dangerous offender was at large, and stopped allowing their children to go anywhere alone. The school's babysitting program also went through a major transformation. What had once been the common practice of having students babysit in the children's homes was now considered too dangerous. From that point on, the girls were told to stay alert at all times, double-check every window and door, and if possible work in pairs. It was even suggested that parents drop their children off at the babysitter's house instead and collect them afterwards. The local police department devoted nearly all of its resources to the case, as the community demanded that the killer be caught as soon as possible. They attempted to question the girls Karen had been babysitting, hoping they might have witnessed something. One of them mentioned being awakened by a man with blood on his face, but she couldn't recall any other details. Regarding the parents, a theory quickly developed that they might have been somehow involved in the murder. The suspicion stemmed mainly from the fact that they had the opportunity to commit the crime, though no clear motive was evident. The doubts only deepened when the family moved to another state just 2 days after the incident. Before long, the police identified another suspect. One of the officers was pursuing a completely unrelated case involving the burglary of a mobile home. When the detective tracked down the suspect, he discovered that the individual had been traveling by bicycle. But that was not all. Traces resembling blood were found on one of the bike's handlebars, and a piece of gum was stuck in the spokes. The gum was the same color as the one found on Karen's shorts. The investigators sent the bicycle to the lab and began considering the possibility that Karen's murder might have been the result of a failed burglary. However, the lab analysis revealed that the gum was a different flavor, and what had appeared to be blood on the handlebar was actually just paint. As the police continued their hunt for the killer, Karen's friends and family established a fund offering a reward for information leading to an arrest, initially set at $10,000. The amount soon increased to $30,000 and eventually reached $50,000. The community was eager to bring the perpetrator to justice, not only to provide closure for Karen's family, but also to ensure their own safety. The substantial sum of money generated thousands of calls to the police department, and officers attempted to follow up on every tip. Many people urged the authorities to investigate the parents of the girls Karen had been babysitting, believing they might have been involved in the murder. Ultimately, the detectives were compelled to make a public statement clarifying that the parents were not considered suspects and that their alibi had been thoroughly checked. Shortly thereafter, a woman living just a few streets from the crime scene contacted the police with an unusual story. She stated that she had returned home to find drops of blood on the floor and a note addressed to her nephew. Investigators contacted the nephew, who confirmed the woman's account. According to him, the note had been written by his 22-year-old friend, who had a criminal record and had left the state the day after Karen's murder. Detectives tracked the man to Ohio, where he admitted that he had indeed written the note and slid it through the mail slot at the woman's house. But he claimed he didn't see any blood and insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder. He agreed to provide a DNA sample and undergo a polygraph test. During that test, the operator flagged several of his answers as deceptive, but the man continued to deny any involvement in the crime. In the end, with insufficient evidence to make an arrest, the police had no choice but to continue their investigation. Around this time, the county police department received a new, expensive device that could detect fingerprints with 10 times the efficiency of older technology. The investigators working on Karen's case requested to borrow the device and decided to re-examine the crime scene. This time, they managed to uncover dozens of new fingerprints. However, after running them through their database, the experts concluded that all these prints belonged to the family members and their friends. In the next few weeks, the police followed up on thousands of leads and investigated numerous suspects, but nothing led to a breakthrough. The situation was further complicated by the fact that crime rates in the city had nearly reached record highs that year. The number of murders, assaults, and other crimes had significantly increased, putting additional strain on the police force. At one point, the police even recommended that parents submit their children's fingerprints to make it easier to locate them in case of a kidnapping, and many people responded to this request. For a while, there were no significant developments in Karen's case, but 2 months after the murder, everything changed. On May 29th, police discovered the body of 38-year-old Georgiana Warren in her home, just a few miles from Karen's town. Georgiana was found on her bed with a pillow covering her face, and a hammer was lying nearby. The house showed numerous signs of a struggle, including traces of blood on the bed and in the bathroom, as well as indications that the perpetrator had taken a shower. Investigators determined that the killer likely entered the house through a window. Medical experts found that Georgiana had been assaulted and recovered biological material from the body. The detectives couldn't help but notice the striking similarities between this murder and Karen's. It was almost a replica. Georgiana's 2 daughters were in the house that night, but the attacker left them unharmed and they heard nothing. Everyone suspected that the same person was responsible for both crimes. But once again, no fingerprints were found at the scene. At the end, experts decided to examine a book found next to the bed, checking all of its pages for fingerprints. They hoped the killer might have touched it during the murder, so they used the expensive new device to analyze every page. And this effort paid off. They discovered a foreign fingerprint on page 43, which could potentially belong to the murderer. In 1984, there were no digital fingerprint databases, but the detectives were able to compare this print with those of all suspects, hoping for a match. They also uncovered another possible link between the murders of Karen and Georgiana. It turned out that one of Karen's friends had been babysitting her children just days before the murder. Detective Kevin McCoy began to consider that the elusive killer might be connected to other cases that weren't immediately obvious. The perpetrator's ability to avoid leaving fingerprints and evade witnesses suggested significant experience with such crimes. McCoy then recalled an unusual case he had been assigned a month before Karen's murder in Boca Raton. An unknown man had broken into a woman's bedroom, struck her several times with a heavy object, removed her clothing and ring, and then simply left. The woman survived, but the injuries resulted in severe brain damage. Detective McCoy suspected that the same perpetrator might be responsible, but unfortunately, the victim was unable to recall any details about the attacker. As McCoy continued to search for connections to other cases, he came across another intriguing incident. On May 22nd, 2 months after Karen's murder, a woman was returning home with her son around 2 a.m. To their surprise, they saw a man removing the security screen from their window and attempting to break into the house. The woman's son chased the man, who tried to escape on his bicycle. Although the cyclist managed to briefly evade capture, the son eventually tackled him. The struggle was short, but the man managed to break free and escape by jumping into a canal, disappearing from view. In his haste, the man left behind not only his bicycle, but also his sneakers, which were found under the window. It appeared he had removed them before the homeowners returned. 2 days later, a woman in the same town woke up to a heavy blow to her head and screamed. When she opened her eyes, she saw a man running out of her bedroom. That same evening, a man burst into another woman's bedroom and began threatening her. The woman screamed loudly, which apparently scared off the intruder. He simply turned and left. 4 days later, a similar incident occurred. An unknown man broke into another woman's home and frightened her, causing her to scream. The attacker left the house, stumbled and fell into her pool before fleeing. Detective McCoy believed all these incidents were connected, and soon focused on a new series of crimes. Over the past few months, several female students from a local university reported a man exposing himself on campus and breaking into their dorms. They all described him as a white male of average height with short, dark hair, and the police created a composite sketch of the suspect. McCoy took this sketch and began examining a large book of mugshots of individuals who had been charged with SEC offenses. As he carefully studied each face, one of them caught his eye. It looked just like the sketch. He pulled that photo out, mixed it with a few others, and then showed them to one of the students who had seen the suspect. Without hesitation, she pointed to the man she recognized. The man was 23-year-old Dwayne Owen, who had a lengthy criminal history ranging from theft to public indecency and other offenses. This was enough to get a warrant, but there was a catch. The detective had no clue where Owen was. McCoy put out a citywide alert, sending his photo to every cop in the area. A few days later, an officer was patrolling the streets when she noticed a man who looked strikingly similar to Owen. She asked for his identification, and he presented a military ID under the name Dan Brown. The officer suspected that the ID might be fake because the man looked so much like Owen's mugshot. So, she decided to arrest him and take him in for questioning. After running his fingerprints against those on file, it was clear this was Dwayne Owen. This allowed authorities to charge him with using a false ID, which led to his imprisonment while they focused on linking him to the murders and assaults. During interrogation, Owen admitted that the sneakers and bicycle found in the crime scene where he had tried to enter a house through a window belonged to him. He also confessed to several burglaries, but continued to deny any involvement in the murders. At the time, it was still not possible to match his DNA with the biological material from the crime scenes, because the technology wasn't there yet. Detectives questioned Owen for hours. He clearly enjoyed the process, often speaking in riddles and sometimes answering their questions in poems. Would ask directly if he had killed anyone, he simply said yes, but didn't provide any details. Interestingly, they asked him how many people he had killed. He remained silent. Instead, he drew the number 2 on the table with his finger. The man also bragged to the detectives that he knew criminology inside out and could commit crimes without getting caught. But he overlooked one crucial detail. Authorities had requested a comparison of his fingerprints with those found on one of the pages in Georgiana's book, and they finally made a breakthrough. The fingerprints matched. When detectives returned to the interrogation room and informed Owen that his fingerprints had been found at one of the crime scenes, Owen responded with a smile, saying, "I must have touched that stupid book lying on the bed." Soon after, Owen began to talk, confessing to all the details of this crime. He described how he wandered the streets looking for a house with a potential victim, broke in and carried out the murder, giving detailed accounts of Georgiana's killing. One of the most chilling details was that Owen had brought a clean set of clothes and left them on his bike, planning to change after the crime. But despite this confession, Owen continued to deny involvement in Karen's murder, and the police still didn't have any evidence to link him. So, one of the detectives decided to bluff. He took Owen's footprints, but none of the footprints at Karen's crime scene matched because they were all smudged. The detective then decided to try a little trick. He took some random photo of a bloody footprint and placed it next to Owen's footprint. Then he told Owen they had a match, and now had proof he was in the house. To the detective's surprise, the bluff worked. Owen looked at the photos and admitted they did look alike. Not long after, he started confessing. According to Owen, he He had been riding his bicycle around the neighborhood when, at about 8 p.m., he saw Karen through a window and decided to kill her. First, he went to a bar, had a drink, stayed for a while, and then returned to the house after nightfall. There, he observed the victim through the window for some time before taking off his socks and placing them on his hands to prevent leaving fingerprints on the window frame. Once inside, he hid in a closet, where he discovered a pair of women's gloves and a hammer. After some time, he saw Karen walk into the kitchen and pick up the phone. Owen panicked, believing she might have seen him and was contacting the police. He leapt from his hiding spot, attacked her, and dragged her into the master bedroom to assault her. Owen then showered, gathered his bloody clothing, and went outside to conceal them in nearby bushes. He mocked the detectives, saying they had done a poor job because they never searched all the bushes in the area. Regarding the knife, he rode his bicycle to the ocean and tossed it into the water. After discarding the evidence, he returned home, where he lived with his brother and another roommate. He turned the kitchen wall clock back by 2 hours and made loud noises until both roommates awoke. When they came out and told him to be quiet, he apologized and asked, "What time is it now?" Both men looked at the clock and saw the incorrect time. Owen hoped this would provide him with an alibi if the police questioned his roommates. Following his confession, Owen was charged with the 2 murders and imprisoned while awaiting trial. As investigators delved into Dwayne Owen's past, they discovered a deeply troubling history. Owen had grown up in extremely difficult circumstances. His parents, who struggled with drug and alcohol abuse, died when he was still a child. Consequently, he and his brother were placed in multiple foster homes. As an adult, Owen briefly served in the military and later took criminal justice courses in college. He eventually admitted that he had once hoped to become a police officer, but a minor criminal record destroyed those aspirations. Frustrated by his failed ambitions, he chose to follow a different path. After being charged with the murders, he also confessed to many other crimes, including assaults, indecent exposure, voyeurism, as well as breaking and entering. At the same time, he maintained that Karen and Georgiana were the only victims he had killed. While waiting for his trial, Owen nearly succeeded in escaping from prison. He climbed inside a trash bin, hoping it would be carried onto a truck and taken out of the facility. Fortunately, guards discovered him before he could get away. The trial for Karen's murder started a year later. He refused to admit guilt, and his defense lawyers argued that his confessions had been forced and that his rights had been violated. However, when the full confession tapes were presented in court, there was no doubt regarding his guilt. Ultimately, Owen was given 2 death sentences, one for Karen's murder and the other for Georgiana's. Along with the murder convictions, he also received 6 life sentences for his additional crimes. Since then, Owen has remained on death row awaiting the execution of his sentence. Yet his story did not end there. Owen quickly filed an appeal in Karen's case, claiming that his right to remain silent had been violated. He pointed out that during interrogations, he repeatedly stated, "I don't want to talk about this," but the police went on questioning him. To everyone's astonishment, the court accepted his appeal, and all charges in that case were dismissed. The prosecution challenged this ruling, and after 7 years, he was granted a retrial, which once again resulted in a death sentence. Since that time, Owen has stayed in prison awaiting execution. As often occurs, there was a lengthy delay between sentencing and the actual execution, and this case was no exception. Owen's execution was set for June 15, 2023, nearly 39 years after the murders. Karen's younger sister attended to witness the death of her sister's murderer. She wanted to meet Owen's gaze, but he kept his eyes shut until the very end. It is worth mentioning that Karen's sister chose a career in law enforcement and became a sheriff. She explained that following Karen's murder, she suffered from insomnia and decided that if she could not sleep, she might as well do something meaningful. Moving on to the next case. Nicola Furlong. In this video, we examine the devastating case of a young woman whose dream trip abroad ended in an unimaginable tragedy. Tokyo is famous for its neon lights, endless energy, and relentless pace. Yet beneath the surface of this lively city lies a frightening darkness. An innocent young woman lost her life in a shocking and horrific event that disrupted the city's vibrant rhythm in May 2012 and left a lasting scar on both Japan and Ireland. On December 17, 1990, Nicola Furlong was born in a picturesque village in County Wexford, Ireland, to Andrew and Angela. Nicola shared a close bond with her two younger sisters, Andrea, who was 3 years younger, and Hannah, who was 9 years younger. Raised in a small town in Wexford, Ireland, Nicola was widely recognized for her bright smile, her kind, beautiful, and generous spirit, and her infectious passion for life. From an early age, Nicola held a strong love for both sports and music. She became a skilled pianist and a dedicated athlete, often competing in local running and soccer competitions. Nicola also poured great effort and commitment into her studies. She was driven to seize every opportunity that came her way and excelled remarkably in school. Nicola enrolled at Dublin University to study international business and language after finishing her high school education in Ireland. However, because she enjoyed the course so much, her father Andrew suggested that she move to Japan when the opportunity arose to complete her education abroad. In 2011, she joined an exchange program at Takasaki City University of Economics in Tokyo, as she loved learning about different cultures and languages. For Nicola, this chance merged her passion for travel and new experiences with her academic ambitions, making it a dream realized. Although it meant spending an entire year apart from her friends, family, and boyfriend, she had to embrace the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nicola may have underestimated the challenge of adapting to life in Tokyo. At first, she struggled to adjust to living in Japan. Tokyo, which is stunningly beautiful, was about 2 hours away from the area where she lived. However, since it was not in a major city, it provided a more traditional Japanese lifestyle. As a result, many people did not speak English as they might in a more modern setting. In addition, much of what Japan had to offer was clouded by the time Nicola spent missing her family. While she enjoyed her experience in Japan, her primary focus remained on completing her exchange year and returning home to her family. After some time, Nicola adapted to her surroundings, building friendships and immersing herself in Japan's vibrant culture. Locals came to know her as warm and approachable. She was more than just a student. Nicola was a young woman with a bright future ahead. In Tokyo, she often attended concerts and enjoyed exploring the city's music scene. She also kept a blog where she shared her experiences, keeping her friends and family back home updated on her journey. Her weekends were filled with adventures ranging from visits to historical landmarks to trying new foods. But before fate intervened, Nicola would write her final blog post. When Nicola's life was suddenly cut short, everything she had worked so hard to build, the friendships, the memories, the sense of belonging she had found in Japan, was lost in an instant. In May 2012, just a few months before her planned return to Ireland, Nicola and a fellow Irish student decided to attend a Nicki Minaj concert in Tokyo on the night of May 23rd. What was supposed to be a fun evening out, a brief escape from their busy academic schedules, would take a devastating turn. The two traveled about 2 hours by train to reach the city. After the concert, they planned to spend the night exploring bars around Tokyo before catching the first train back to campus in the morning. But as they studied the transit map, two American men, 23-year-old James Blackston and 19-year-old Richard Hines, approached them. The men struck up a conversation, introducing themselves as travelers from the United States. The girls were likely just happy to meet people who could speak fluent English, even though they did not know who these men were and initially showed little interest in them. James had flown in from Los Angeles, while Richard, a musician from Memphis, Tennessee, was also there, performing professionally as a dancer while on tour. The men appeared very friendly, and since they were familiar with the city's nightlife, they generously offered to show the young women around. Nicola and her friend thought they seemed trustworthy enough and agreed. Eventually, the four of them got into a taxi. While riding through the city, Richard and James told the girls that they had booked and paid for 2 rooms at the Keio Plaza Hotel in Shinjuku, a district well known for its lively nightlife. They offered the girls free use of one of the rooms for the night. However, Nicola and her friend explained that they were fine with staying out late and returning by train in the morning. What the girls did not realize was that Shinjuku, despite its reputation for a vibrant nightlife, also had a much darker side. With crime rates noticeably higher than other parts of Japan, the area was infamous for its more dangerous elements hidden among the neon-lit streets and bustling entertainment venues. The girls were unaware of the danger they were about to face and were simply glad to have met some new companions. When the group reached Shibuya, they decided to stop at the Scramble Bar. Nicola and her friend purchased the first round of drinks. The second round consisted of tequila shots, which Richard and James bought. However, according to Nicola's friend, the tequila affected her differently than usual. One moment she was enjoying the drinks and conversation, and the next she blacked out. From this point forward, the events of the evening become hazy. But just before 1 a.m, Richard and James were recorded on camera placing the two heavily intoxicated women into the back of a cab, getting in themselves, and directing the driver to take them to the Keio Plaza Hotel in Shinjuku, located about 10 to 15 minutes away. Once they arrived at the hotel, everything began to deteriorate. After being separated, Nicola and her friend were taken to different rooms by one of the men. At this stage, it is believed that both women were still completely incapacitated and not even fully conscious of what was occurring. Rising to the twin towers overlooking the city center, guests of the Keio Plaza Hotel, a long-standing symbol of Tokyo's wealth and hospitality, usually blend with locals in the lobby. However, the vibrant atmosphere of Tokyo's Shinjuku district began to fade as the night of May 23rd turned into the early morning hours of May 24th. A horrific crime was unfolding inside one of the hotel rooms high above the bustling streets. The intelligent and adventurous young woman, Nicola Furlong, had unknowingly walked into a nightmare. At approximately 12:50 a.m., the men, Nicola, and her companion arrived at the hotel. According to security footage, Richard and James were fully aware of how severely intoxicated Nicola and her friend were. In fact, the men can be heard mocking the girls on the video, laughing, and bragging about what they intended to do once they got them back to the hotel rooms. When the taxi pulled up to the hotel, the women were so incapacitated that they could not walk on their own. To take the girls to their rooms, the men asked the hotel staff for 2 wheelchairs. Without hesitation, the staff provided them, and the men wheeled the women away, unaware that this night would be the final one for one of them. In the unsettling security footage, the women are seen being wheeled off completely against their will. Nicola was under Richard's control, while James pushed her friend away. At around 3:20 a.m., the duty manager went to room 1427, Richard's room, after a noise complaint had been made. When the manager entered the room, after knocking repeatedly with no response, Nicola was lying on the floor. It was clear that something had gone terribly wrong. Emergency responders soon transported Nicola and her friend, who had been found in a separate room, to a nearby hospital. Despite the best efforts of medical professionals, Nicola never regained consciousness, and her death was declared shortly after 3:55 a.m. Her family and friends were left devastated and in shock, unable to comprehend how this could have happened. Only hours earlier, she had been overjoyed about attending the concert that night. She had been thrilled. How could such a joyous evening have turned into a nightmare in only a few hours? Thankfully, investigators quickly identified the men responsible for harming the 2 young women. They were the same American men, Richard Hines and James Blackston, who had been with the girls at the bar earlier and whose names were on the hotel room registrations. Both men were located and immediately taken into custody for questioning. Initially, the men were not charged with Nicola's murder. Instead, they were charged with assaulting a woman in the back seat of the cab they had taken earlier that night. Yet police strongly suspected that both women had been drugged before passing out, even if at that point it remained a theory. Before pursuing more serious charges, investigators awaited the toxicology results from Nicola's samples. Meanwhile, an autopsy was being conducted to determine the true cause of her death. To put it mildly, these results were unexpected and wouldn't be known until June 15th. After conducting the autopsy, Professor Kenichi Yoshida concluded that Nicola had not overdosed. Instead, something soft, like a towel, had probably been used to limit her breathing. It was also mentioned that it probably took Nicola a number of minutes and a great deal of distress to pass away, which is probably why other hotel guests complained about the noise. The police were prepared to intensify their investigation now that they knew the precise cause of Nicola's death and formally charged James and Richard with first-degree murder. Ireland and Japan were both rocked by the crime. Devastated by the loss, Nicola's family demanded justice for their cherished daughter. Her father, Andrew, and mother, Angela, came to Tokyo and went through the difficult process of grieving for their daughter in a foreign and faraway place. In the hopes that Nicola would receive justice from the Japanese legal system, they looked for answers and accountability. Fortunately, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police moved swiftly and gave the case the serious attention it required. They meticulously pieced together what happened that fatal night, collected evidence, and submitted security footage for forensic examination. After a comprehensive investigation, the hotel room yielded evidence that directly linked Hines and Blackston. However, it wouldn't be that easy. Even though they were obviously at fault, these men weren't going down easily. Detectives believed that Richard's actions on the night that Nicola died were probably motivated by a combination of plain hostility and alcohol. Because of his difficult upbringing, Richard harbored a great deal of animosity and bitterness toward other people. According to the investigation, he had seized Nicola in a moment of rage, committing an unimaginable act of violence that devastated her friends and family. It is still up for discussion what exactly went wrong for him to lose control. We don't know if he was acting violently before he ever got Nicola to the hotel room, or if he was triggered by something she said. In any event, Nicola bore the brunt of his hostility and paid a heavy price for it. James was having Nicola's friend in the adjacent room while all of this was going on. Richard Hines would deny that he killed Nicola on purpose. He asserts that although everything they did that evening was entirely voluntary, things went too far, and Nicola ended up dead as a result. The cops didn't believe him when he insisted that whatever happened to Nicola was an accident. Even more information surfaced as the case proceeded to trial in March 2013, which, to be honest, didn't help matters much, and only served to confirm the investigators' worst fears. In order to force Nicola and her friend to return to their hotel rooms against their will, the prosecution claimed that on the relevant night, Hines and Blackston had given them a dose without their knowledge. This has essentially been verified. Professor Yoshida, who conducted Nicola's autopsy, claims that Nicola had scratches on her neck, suggesting that she had attempted to defend herself against her assailant and probably did so for a considerable amount of time. Yoshida claims that Nicola's death was caused by a horrific means. This man would have had many minutes to simply stand there and look into his victim's eyes while she struggled back and hung on for dear life. It was vicious, just vicious. There was no possibility that this could have happened by accident. When Nicola's companion was asked to testify during the trial, she tried her best to reconstruct what had happened that night before the tequila shot that knocked her unconscious. She mentioned that both of the girls declined the men's offer to return to their hotel rooms because they were in serious relationships. The men never backed off, even though they pretended to. The tequila then appeared, and according to Nicola's buddy, she passed out a few minutes after receiving the shot. After this, she doesn't remember anything. The only thing she does remember is waking up in a hospital bed. According to the defense team, Richard Hines was a good man who only wanted to assist these two young women in getting to a safe place, such as their hotel room, so they could sleep off the affects of the alcohol they had consumed. However, the males could be heard yelling gleefully about how these girls had, quote, fallen into their lap in CCTV footage that police were able to retrieve from the taxi trip to the hotel. They even bumped fists while they were examining the two women and discussing what they were going to do to them. This was not an accident of any kind. Everything was meticulously planned and calculated. Even worse, as detectives dug more into the histories of these two men, they discovered that James had previously been blamed for a similar crime. In fact, another woman accused James of stealing from her and tampering with her drink less than a month before Nicola died. When Richard finally had the chance to defend himself, he shamelessly tried to tarnish Nicola's character. He painted her as nothing more than a bar hopper looking for someone to help her get drunk, implying that she went out that night with the sole intention of becoming as intoxicated as possible and was willing to go along with anyone who could make that happen. Nothing could be further from the truth, and the evidence showed it. For many, the most devastating part of the trial was the prosecution's presentation of the hotel lobby footage. It was painfully clear that Nicola and her friend desperately needed help, and yet not a single person in that lobby intervened. The girls were visibly too intoxicated to comprehend their surroundings, yet nobody suggested calling emergency services, alerting security, or even questioning the men escorting them. Instead, hotel staff simply complied with Richard and James's request for wheelchairs, and even helped place the incapacitated women into them. The lack of basic human concern was appalling and remains one of the most haunting aspects of this case. Nicola's grieving family attended the trial, forced to relive the agonizing details of their daughter's final hours. When the time came for them to make a victim impact statement, they pleaded with the judge to impose the harshest possible punishment. But Japanese law at the time viewed Richard differently. At just 19, he was still considered a juvenile, and under the law, minors could not receive the same severe sentences as adults. While reforms to these regulations have since been made, they did not apply retroactively to Richard's case. In the end, despite being convicted, the maximum sentence he faced was 5 to 10 years in prison. Today, he is free, a reality that only deepens the injustice felt by Nicola's family and friends, who will never get back what they lost. James Blackston, his partner, was convicted of assaulting Nicola's friend, yet his sentence was even lighter. In 2015, after serving 3 years of hard labor, he was released. His crimes in Japan amounted to only a brief incident in what he treated as an otherwise impressive life, and upon returning to the United States, he continued his career as a dancer. Both of these men proved themselves repeat offenders, yet they still managed to avoid real accountability. Since Nicola's death, her family has worked tirelessly to keep her memory alive by creating scholarships in her name and advocating for the safety of young people abroad. Out of this tragedy, positive changes have been introduced, aiming to prevent similar incidents in the future. In Tokyo, students have responded well to campaigns that highlight travel safety, particularly directed at young women studying overseas. At the same time, stricter security measures have been adopted by hotels in Tokyo and other major cities to better protect their guests, in the hope that such a crime will never happen again. Although these changes may seem small, they represent a collective effort to make sure no other family endures the same heartbreak Nicola's has, nor the ongoing suffering of her friend. With incredible courage, Nicola's family has shared her story so that it may serve as both a warning and a lesson for others. They continue to honor her memory, remembering Nicola as the vibrant, loving, and talented young woman she was. From this tragedy, one undeniable truth emerges. Justice was served, but sometimes justice alone is not enough. These two men should have faced consequences lasting the rest of their lives for what they did to Nicola and her friend. Instead, while Nicola's family remains shattered and her friend struggles with the pieces of a life forever changed, the men responsible are free to enjoy their lives as though nothing ever happened. Every sense of security and peace was stolen from these families, and true serenity will never return. Yet the perpetrators move forward unscathed, and we are told to accept this as justice. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Carnahan and Nikki Allen. On September 28, 1979, 3 people anonymously reached out to the editor of a local newspaper, stating that while they had been walking through a campground in South Lake Tahoe, they had come across the lifeless body of a woman. After receiving the anonymous tip, the editor quickly contacted the sheriff's deputies, informing them of a possible discovery of a woman's body at Sugar Pine Point State Park. Shortly after, the police responded to the report and discovered the dead woman's body in a picnic area located on the western shore of Lake Tahoe. The victim had been raped, beaten, and strangled to death. From the evidence at the scene, police concluded that the woman was probably pursued through the picnic area, leaving behind one of her flip-flops in the process. Authorities believe the woman struggled against her attacker forcefully throughout the park while attempting to escape. Police could not identify the body since she carried no identification of any kind. Detectives concluded that she had been traveling on her own. In a tragic turn, investigators suspected the woman may still have been alive when the 3 people came upon her. Yet, the absence of movement and the horrific condition of the body may have concealed this fact. Detectives collected crucial evidence from the scene, including DNA samples taken from a beer bottle found near the woman's body and DNA retrieved from the victim herself. The police tracked down and interrogated the individuals who initially located the body, asking why they had not reported it directly to law enforcement. The 3 admitted to police that they had active warrants for their arrest and wanted to avoid involvement. Police examined these individuals, but ultimately cleared them. Despite the detectives' considerable efforts, they failed to establish the woman's identity. They released a sketch of the victim to local media, but did not gain any results. The authorities estimated that the woman was roughly between 35 and 45 years old, standing between 5 feet 2 inches and 5 feet 4 inches in height, and weighing approximately 115 to 130 pounds. At the time of her murder, she had been wearing a lavender t-shirt, Levi bell-bottom jeans, and leather sandals with a leather strap across the arch. She also wore a gold wedding band inscribed with the words, quote, to Mac from P&B, as well as 2 other rings and a necklace featuring a pendant resembling a deer. Pursuing several leads, detectives investigated claims that the deceased had previously stayed at a motel in South Lake Tahoe and had recently won a significant sum of money playing Keno in the casinos before her death. During the investigation, detectives carefully reviewed major prize winners at various local casinos but failed to find any useful clues regarding the woman's identity. She was buried at the Tahoma Cemetery in an unmarked grave labeled, quote, unknown female. For over 35 years, the woman's identity remained a mystery. Then in 2014, the case was handed over to investigator John Gaines, who had recently joined El Dorado County's Cold Case Homicide Unit. This specialized division focused on re-examining unsolved murders from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Gaines learned that the woman's body had been buried along with her jewelry. As a result, he authorized the exhumation of the unidentified remains and released photographs of the jewelry in the hope that someone might identify it. Gaines noted that the necklace the woman wore had initially been mistaken for a deer design. However, after closer examination, he realized it was actually a chai pendant, a symbol of Jewish heritage representing life. The photographs were circulated in newspapers throughout the country. And in 2015, a major development took place. When a 61-year-old woman contacted the police, she told them that her missing mother had worn a pendant similar to the one shown in the photographs. The woman submitted a DNA sample, and at last, the unidentified body was identified as Patricia Carnahan. It was discovered that in 1979, Patricia, who was 35 years old at the time, had been on a solo trip through California in her red Volkswagen microbus. She had informed her family that she was on her way back home, but she never made it. Her family filed a missing person report after she did not return home or communicate with them. Her van was subsequently discovered abandoned at a car dealership in Venice. At that time, authorities could not link the van to the unidentified woman since her body had been found nearly 440 miles away at a campground in South Lake Tahoe. The mystery of how Patricia's van ended up such a great distance from her remains is still unresolved. Although the victim was finally identified after 35 years, her murderer remained unknown. Detectives then cross-checked the DNA from the beer bottle with the DNA obtained from Patricia's body. They verified that both samples matched, allowing them to build a DNA profile for deeper investigation. The profile was compared to the 3 people who had originally discovered Patricia's body in 1979. Nevertheless, no match was found with any of them. The DNA profile was subsequently uploaded into Cody's, but no hits were produced at that stage. However, in February 2023, a positive match was eventually obtained. As part of a national initiative to reduce the backlog of untested SAKs, sexual assault kits, officials in Washington state processed an SAK collected in 1994 from a case in Spokane, Washington. Once the DNA kit was tested, it was entered into Cody's. The DNA being examined was more than 20 years old. However, once the DNA was processed through the system, a definitive match was identified. The earlier DNA submitted to Cody's, developed from the evidence collected off Patricia's body, matched that of one Harold Carpenter. In 1994, Carpenter had been accused by a homeless woman of sexually assaulting her in Spokane. Medical staff collected evidence with an SAK. Carpenter insisted that the encounter had been consensual, while also alleging that the woman had stolen his wallet. He was taken into custody but released a day later after the case was considered, quote, unprovable. The female victim from the 1994 incident has since passed away. From 1994 until its eventual testing in 2023, the SAK remained on a storage shelf, unexamined for decades. Records revealed that Carpenter had been arrested in Susanville, California, on September 29, 1979, the day following Patricia's murder, for driving under the influence. He was then transferred to the Bonneville County Sheriff's Office in Idaho, where he had been wanted for burglary. Over the following decades, Harold Carpenter accumulated numerous misdemeanor arrests and convictions in both Idaho and Washington. These offenses included drug possession, disturbing the peace, reckless driving, and driving under the influence. By 2016, Carpenter was homeless in Spokane, Washington. Later, he moved into the Park Tower Apartments, a residence reserved for low-income, elderly, and disabled individuals. In 2018, Carpenter became a suspect in another sexual assault case in Spokane, Washington. Furthermore, the year before, he had been tied to an incident involving unwanted, inappropriate touching. Nonetheless, he was never arrested for either of those incidents. Carpenter was never considered a suspect in Patricia's murder. Although he cannot face charges for the 1994 Spokane case due to the statute of limitations expiring and the victim being deceased, he was arrested in February 2023 for the murder of Patricia Carnahan. He is presently detained without bond in Spokane, Washington, as the extradition process is underway. The case is set to proceed to trial, but for now, detectives can find relief knowing the case was resolved after 44 years. In 1992, Nikki Allen, aged 7, lived with her 26-year-old single mother and her 3 sisters. Residing in a small ground-floor flat in Sunderland, Tyne and Wear, England, the block of flats they lived in was called the Weir Garths block. It overlooked the Sunderland docks and the East End. These flats were often referred to as the Garths, and they accommodated roughly 1,000 residents. This area of low-income housing was known for being close-knit and largely populated by working-class people. Despite existing in a neighborhood burdened by poverty and criminal activity, the community bonds were strong. Nikki was a charming young girl, described as lively and full of spirit. Nikki enjoyed exploring and visiting different places such as carnivals or any destination her school trips would take her. She cherished spending time with her friends and cousins and loved playing with her toys. Her family recalled that her favorite snack was cheese and onion-flavored crisps. Despite facing financial hardships, Nikki's mother Sharon deeply loved her children and constantly made sure they had food to eat and clean clothes to wear. Sharon's parents also lived in the Garths. They were close to their daughter and frequently helped Sharon care for her children. On October 7, 1992, Sharon went about her routine household tasks. While she was occupied with laundry in her twin-tub machine, her youngest daughter was asleep peacefully while her older 2, Stacy and Nikki, watched television. At some point in the evening, Sharon went to her parents' flat to collect some painkillers for a headache caused by the loud sound of the washing machine. Her parents' flat was only about 150 yards away from her own. Her 7-year-old Nikki chose to accompany her mother. At approximately 8:30 p.m., Nikki left her grandparents' flat on her own. The exact time of her departure is uncertain, as her mother Sharon stated it was 8:30 p.m., while witnesses and police believed it was closer to 10 p.m. Nevertheless, Sharon remembered that 10 minutes after Nikki left, she also departed from her parents' flat. She walked the 150 yards back to her flat, passing through the stairwell and a short corridor, eventually arriving at what would prove to be a horrifying scene. Upon entering, she discovered that her 7-year-old daughter, Nikki, had never returned. Sharon reported Nikki missing to the police within the hour. Officers arrived and immediately began a search for the missing child. Because the community was close-knit, news of Nikki's disappearance spread quickly. As a result, more than 100 committed volunteers gathered and began an extensive search operation, going door to door, combing parks, playgrounds, alleyways, industrial sites, and the riverbanks. The following morning, a group of searchers, including Nikki's own family members such as her aunt, came across a pair of shoes along with a coat that she had been wearing when she vanished. These 2 belongings were located outside the derelict and long-abandoned Quayside Exchange building. Inside the deserted Exchange building, the search team discovered Nikki's lifeless body. She was lying in a pool of blood. An autopsy revealed that Nikki had suffered blows to the head with a brick and had been stabbed 37 times in the chest and abdomen. The report also stated that she had been dragged by her ankles from the room where the attack began down into the basement, where she was ultimately found. While there were no indications of sexual assault, police believed the attack had started with a sexual motive, though investigators concluded the killer, for some reason, later abandoned this intent. The discovery of such a tragedy unleashed a wave of shock, horror, and outrage within a community that had once been peaceful. The gruesomeness of the crime scene and the age of the victim placed immediate pressure on police to find the person responsible for the crime. The detectives started their investigation by going door to door, questioning anybody who may have seen anything. A few witnesses came forward who claimed to have seen the young girl on the night of the murder. Some had said that they had seen Nikki around 10 p.m. begging for money outside of the local Boar's Head pub. Some recall that she had been begging for money to go to the sweet shop down the road, while another witness said that she was asking for a penny for the guy. A tradition amongst British children in which they collect money to buy fireworks for Guy Fawkes Night. Another witness, Margaret Hodgson, recalls that around 10 p.m. she was waiting to collect her mother from her shift at the fish factory. During this time, she recalled that she witnessed a young girl skipping to keep up with a man on Low Street as they made their way towards the Exchange building. Margaret thought that they were father and daughter, an assumption which she says will tragically live in her mind until the day she dies. Around the same time that Margaret Hodgson witnessed what police believed to be was Nikki following an adult man down a street, Patricia Irwin happened to also be walking past the abandoned Exchange building. She says that while she was walking, she discerned the sound of wood breaking accompanied by what seemed to be the distressed cries of a cat. In retrospect, she says she was horrified when she realized the true origins of those sounds. Another witness, Carol Osborne, says that she was in her nearby flat and became startled by two loud screams which reverberated through the area. She says that she vehemently believes the screams were that of a child. Shortly after, police released video footage of a man followed by a child walking towards the old Exchange building. These is of low quality, and it is difficult to identify the man or the child, but detectives do believe that this was the last sighting of Nikki alive. A few days later, a man called police and told them that a 14-year-old girl had approached him and had reported that a man soaked in blood had gone up to her on the night of the murder and had confessed to killing somebody. The call was made anonymously, and while police used the media to appeal to the man or the girl in order for them to come forward, they never did and nothing came of the tip. During their inquiries, one name always seemed to come back up, George Heron. At the time, George Heron was 24 years old, living with his sister, also in the Garths. Despite moving to the area with his sister just a few weeks prior, many people claimed that he frequently was visiting the Quayside Exchange building where Nikki's body was found. Several witnesses specifically placed him at the Boar's Head pub on the night of the murder. Additionally, a few remember that he was buying cheese and onion-flavored crisps, which were Nikki's favorite. Moreover, when questioned by police, George's sister stated that he had been acting strange the night of the murder. She recalls that upon returning home, George went straight to the bathroom and would spend the next half hour washing both his clothes and himself. His sister said this was very unusual for him. Detectives conducted a search of his home and found clothing and shoes stained with blood. Additionally, detectives found a knife which they believed to be the same weapon used in Nikki's murder, or at the very least they believed it was capable of inflicting wounds consistent with those found on her body. George was brought in for questioning, and while he initially denied knowing Nikki, he later admitted to having an acquaintance with her after witnesses came forward to say that they had seen him with Nikki on several occasions. George also flatly denied going out on the night of the murder despite several witnesses claiming they had seen him at the Boar's Head pub, and despite the fact that his sister confirmed his absence. While George categorically denied murdering Nikki on at least 120 separate occasions during his questioning, after 3 days of intense interrogation, George confessed to murdering Nikki. He was charged with Nikki's murder and was put on trial. George's trial was transferred to Leeds in fear that the community's hatred towards him would make it difficult to guarantee a fair trial in Sunderland. In fact, during his first appearance in the magistrate court, one man tried to attack George but was restrained by police officers. The crowd expressed their anger by shouting threats and vigorously banging upon the police van in which he was being transported. While George was in prison on remand, he was attacked by another inmate, resulting in a severe laceration across his face. George's trial commenced in Leeds Crown Court in October of 1993. Nikki's family, along with relatives and numerous members of the local community, made daily trips to attend the court proceedings. On many occasions, they had to be restrained from attempting to leap onto the dock to confront and attack George. Even though the bulk of the evidence against George was circumstantial, police and prosecutors were confident that a conviction based on George's confession would happen. The prosecutors alleged that George took the girl to the Exchange building. However, they postulate that when she started to scream, George tried to silence her by hitting her in the head with a brick. While Nikki fell to the ground, they said that George would again hit her with the brick as she lay. Detectives go on to say that most likely George took a knife and then mercilessly stabbed her in the chest, inflicting 37 stab wounds. However, upon reviewing the case, the judge criticized police for their handling of both the case itself and the suspect. He ruled that 7 of the 12 interview tapes, considered pivotal by the Crown Prosecution Service in substantiating his guilt, were deemed inadmissible. The judge then declared that police had distorted the evidence during their interviews with George. The judge questioned why only a legal executive, not a qualified solicitor, had been present for the first 6 hours of the interview. He said that police neglected their legal obligation to inform individuals being interviewed under caution about their right to have a qualified solicitor present during the process. He also criticized that police were using oppressive methods in order to get a confession. Moreover, the judge noted that the prosecution cited 2 different witnesses, both who provided 2 different descriptions of a man seen at the pub, and the judge said that there were notable discrepancies between their accounts. He continued that neither witness was actually able to identify George from a police lineup. The witnesses later testified that they were pressured by police to get a result. For example, Darren Baker, boyfriend of George's sister, initially stated in court that George was missing for an hour on the night of the murder. But he later confessed that his previous statement had been false. He said that George had been with the family watching TV on the night of the murder, but that police had arrested him as well under the suspicion of assisting an offender, and he himself had spent 5 days in prison. He then said that he told them what they wanted to hear in exchange for his freedom. After 6 weeks of deliberation, the judge acquitted George Heron of Nikki's murder. An uproar erupted in court with Nikki's mother collapsing, and her family members shouting profanities and anger. Fearing George's safety, the judge moved him out of Sunderland and gave him new identity. In 1994, Sharon sued George, seeking damages for battery of Nikki, resulting in her death. Heron did not contest the case. She won the case and was awarded €7,000. However, she never received the compensation as George could not be located, due to the fact that the government had provided him with a new identity. In the years that followed, Sharon endured overwhelming struggles trying to cope with her daily life without Nikki. Malicious rumors began circulating that Sharon had neglected her children and that she was a, quote, good-time girl who valued parties more than parenting. These claims were not only false but deeply painful for a grieving mother. Eventually, the rumors were disproven, yet they inflicted a heavy toll on Sharon and compounded her already unbearable suffering. In an attempt to regain some semblance of normal life, she remarried. However, the marriage faltered under the weight of her grief, and she later divorced. In a later interview, she remarked, quote, the only purpose of my life became caring for my other bairns and striving to obtain justice for Nikki, but I could not see how. Over the years, police investigated several suspects, including Stephen Grievetson, known as the Sunderland Strangler. He was questioned while serving 3 life sentences for murdering 3 boys, but he was never charged. In 2017, police reopened the investigation at Sharon's request and sought to utilize advances in DNA technology to identify the perpetrator. Detectives succeeded in extracting DNA from Nikki's clothing and developed a DNA profile. In 2018, a large-scale DNA screening of individuals in the area led them to connect 54-year-old David Thomas Boyd to the murder. In 2022, police formally charged David Boyd with Nikki's killing. Authorities revealed that at the time of Nikki's death in 1992, Boyd was 25 years old and lived only 3 doors away from Nikki's grandparents. Significantly, his girlfriend at the time had also been Nikki's babysitter. Investigators uncovered that Boyd possessed an extensive criminal history. In 1986, he had been convicted of breach of the peace after approaching 4 children, grabbing one, and asking for a kiss. In 1999, he was convicted of indecently assaulting a female under the age of 14. After the conviction, he admitted to his probation officer that he frequently had fantasies involving young girls. During the trial, prosecutors argued that Boyd forced Nikki through the 6-foot boarded-up window of the abandoned building. This was the sole access point into the structure, and Boyd clearly knew the building well, including exactly how and where to enter it. Just days before the murder, he had allegedly taken a 12-year-old boy to the same location, using the same window to get inside, under the pretense of showing him pigeons. Detectives explained that once inside the building, he crushed Nikki's skull with a brick, lifted her top to expose her chest, and repeatedly stabbed her. Police stated that he then dragged her body into the cellar. Although Boyd denied killing Nikki, he refused to step into the witness box to testify in his own defense. He claimed his DNA may have been transferred to Nikki when he spat from his flat's balcony while she was playing below. However, prosecutors strongly contested this claim. They emphasized that none of Boyd's DNA appeared on Nikki's coat, yet traces were located on her cycling shorts and her t-shirt. The prosecutor argued, quote, "These are the items of clothing that her killer would inevitably have had to touch while forcing her into the building, lifting her inside and manhandling her." Boyd had never been considered a suspect in the original investigation, despite having a prior criminal record. Authorities now believe he escaped suspicion because police were convinced that George Herron was the murderer. In fact, Boyd exploited the confusion in 1992 to fabricate a false alibi, even providing a statement during George's trial. On May 12, 2023, David Boyd was ultimately convicted of Nikki Allen's murder. It took the jury of 10 women and 2 men just 2.5 hours of deliberation to reach a guilty verdict. David is scheduled for sentencing on May 23, 2023. The lead investigator in the case stated, "Nikki would have been 37 years old today, and no one can know what her life might have become, but her future was brutally stolen by David Boyd. The pain and anguish he has caused to so many people is beyond measure. This is a monumental day for Nikki's family. I want to thank them for their remarkable strength. After 30 years, they finally have justice." Moving on to the next case. Soo Jae-jin, a romantic triangle among close companions that spiraled beyond control and concluded with a vicious murder. On March 9, 1998, Monday morning, the campus of Taiwan's National Tsinghua University was still serene and pleasant as usual. No one could have imagined that in just moments, this serenity would collapse, spreading fear and chaos across the entire campus. A dreadful incident overturned everything at the Institute of Radiological Biology Research. At the back row of a lecture hall, something resembling a lifeless body was curled up beneath an air conditioning unit. The upper torso, especially the face, had been gravely corroded by a strong chemical, warping and disfiguring the victim's features in horrifying ways. When the university witnessed this ghastly scene, they immediately summoned the police. Once officers arrived at the location, even veteran detectives were appalled by the horrific condition of the body. They confronted troubling questions, such as who could have carried out such brutality on university grounds, and even more critically, who the tortured victim was. A pupil or a faculty member. As the probe began, it opened with a meticulous review of the roster of missing female students. Soo Jae-jin, a second-year graduate student in the Research Institute, was one of the names that promptly captured police attention. This young woman had not appeared and had failed to make contact with anyone for 2 days, according to reports from her classmates and instructors. Her family, particularly her parents, were enduring deep anguish. They were persistently searching for her and calling all of her friends, yet nothing proved effective. With mounting dread, the police contacted Soo Jae-jin's parents right away and urged them to help confirm the body's identity. The girl's parents were stunned upon seeing the remains. The face had been so terribly burned, swollen, and twisted that they could not recognize it. How could they determine whether this was their treasured daughter when all that survived was a ravaged corpse? As detectives were on the verge of giving up, they discovered a faint glimmer of hope, a pager that was still functioning beside the body. The father dialed his daughter's usual pager number with trembling hands and a grieving heart. The cold ring from the pager near the corpse shattered the suffocating silence. It served as a harsh and merciless confirmation of the victim's identity, extinguishing the family's fragile hope that their daughter might still be alive. The more investigators examined the site, the more unsettling details emerged. Soo Jae-jun's body was found in a dreadful condition. Her shirt had been pulled above her chest, and her trousers were only half worn. It appeared that she had been sexually assaulted. Scratches on the floor and traces of struggle around the body indicated that a fight had taken place. A used condom discovered beneath the victim's left arm stood out as the most critical piece of evidence. Based on these preliminary signs, the theory of an assault followed by murder appeared to be the most probable. In order to begin gathering evidence, collecting DNA samples, and searching for fingerprints at the scene, investigators primarily pursued this line of thought. Yet after the site was thoroughly examined and the initial forensic tests completed, the broader picture gradually unfolded, revealing unusual characteristics. It became unmistakably clear that the setting had been deliberately staged. Every detail, from the position of the body to the placement of the condom, suggested that someone was attempting to mislead the authorities. This is not a typical sexual assault, crime scene investigators remarked. There were unmistakable indications that the entire location had been staged intentionally to derail the inquiry. It was evident that the perpetrator's aim extended beyond killing Su Jiejun. They had also created a false scenario to divert suspicion toward another person. This indicated that deeper motives were at work than initially perceived. As police traced the killer's path, they realized that although the perpetrator tried to conceal the crime, they were gradually exposing the nature of who they really were. Through what seemed like minor details, the clues at the scene began forming a profile of the offender. The first factor that reduced suspicion came from the security system at the research facility. A special access card was required to enter this building. This created an unseen barrier that made it impossible for anyone from outside to intrude by chance. The list of suspects was reduced to a particular group of individuals who regularly had entry to the lecture hall where the body was discovered. These individuals were mainly students from the Institute of Radiological Biology Research. Investigators noticed an unusual pattern on the floor in front of the teaching podium. Blood spatter appeared at steady intervals, forming a trail along the staircase that ascended upward. The perpetrator attempted to clean several areas, yet obvious evidence of their activity still remained. Significantly, some of these blood traces contained tiny fibers, most likely strands of hair. This indicated that the victim had probably been struck forcefully on the head, leading to heavy bleeding. The bloodstains further revealed that the body had been dragged from the bottom toward the top of the stairs, but the most crucial detail was that the stains ceased at each stair edge. These breaks acted like a silent admission. The culprit lacked the strength to haul the victim up the staircase in one effort and was compelled to pause at every step. This stood out as a peculiar observation. It would not have been particularly difficult for an adult man with average physical strength. All of these details pointed to a startling initial deduction. The crime was almost certainly committed by a lone individual, and that individual was most likely a woman. A completely new discovery redirected the course of the inquiry, shifting the focus from a male sexual predator to a far more intricate motive, possibly linked to the victim's involvement with another woman. The forensic examination report reinforced the original doubts and clarified many aspects of the case. One crucial finding utterly disproved the first theory. Although the scene had been arranged to suggest that Su Jiejun had been sexually assaulted, she had not been. This discovery made it even more evident that the perpetrator had deliberately staged a false scene to mislead the authorities. Crime scene specialists continued uncovering unusual marks on the floor. At regular intervals, parallel streaks with distinct shapes appeared. Initially, the police assumed these were the suspect's bare footprints. However, after conducting closer inspections with specialized lighting and magnifying tools, they reached a different determination. The impressions had not been made by bare feet. They were caused by bloody socks that had left prints. A forensic specialist explained that the detail was analyzed further once the smooth, horizontal ridges, the consistent designs in the traces, and the evenly spaced appearance were noticed. From these signs, the investigative unit concluded that the offender had likely been wearing short socks with horizontal stripes, a type commonly worn by female students. The corroded condition of the body was the final piece of evidence that advanced the inquiry to its next stage. The victim had been exposed to a highly corrosive acid capable of rapidly destroying tissue, according to forensic experts. After the university administration was informed of this result, they conducted an urgent stock review and uncovered something alarming. Certain substances required to produce this form of acid had either been removed or were missing compared with laboratory records. On the second day of the investigation, the authorities broadened their inquiries, directing attention to Su Jiejun's social circle. At the same time, they interrogated dozens of fellow students, close companions, and staff members at the Institute of Radiological Biology Research. By comparing accounts from different individuals, a complex outline of the victim's personal life gradually emerged. The investigative team labored tirelessly for long hours and identified two principal suspects: Zhenghuan Tai, an intelligent doctoral candidate at the institute, and Hong Xiaohui, Jiejun's classmate and close companion. Yet the most astonishing revelation was not the suspects themselves, but the intricate web of their relationships with one another. "This is not an ordinary love triangle," remarked a detective after documenting statements from several witnesses. According to accounts from other students, the Scientific Research Center concealed a highly complex emotional web beneath its formal surface. A unique connection existed between Su Jiajin and Hong Xiaohui. They were closest friends, yet in matters of love, they were complete opposites. Both of them were drawn to the same man, Zheng Huantai, a gifted and charismatic senior at the institution. Based on testimony, this affection went beyond admiration. It had deepened into something intense, with extreme actions taken in pursuit of his affection. The used condom recovered from the scene became significant once DNA testing confirmed that the fluid inside belonged to Zheng Huantai. However, when Huantai was contacted and informed of Jiajian's death, he displayed genuine shock. He emphasized that they had maintained regular communication via the internet during the 2 days Jiajian was missing. The police digital investigation unit uncovered irregularities in Jiajian's online activity. In the early hours of March 7th, Jiajian posted a message to an individual with the nickname Dada on the university's BBS forum. The message originated from an account called Xiao Xiao, which was his personal alias. This was confirmed to belong to Zheng Huantai. More precisely, Huantai received an email from Xiao Xiao's address that same evening at 9:20 p.m. Yet when the autopsy results were reviewed, a glaring inconsistency appeared. Authorities stated that Jiajian had died between 2 and 5 a.m. on that very day, which was before those online messages were sent. Someone had been communicating with Huantai through Jiajian's account, even though she was already deceased. This raised a critical question. After many hours of rigorous interrogation, investigators removed Zheng Huantai from the primary suspect list. He truly had no knowledge of Jiajian's death and possessed a sufficiently credible alibi at the time of the killing. Witnesses confirmed that he had been present at another location unconnected to the crime scene. Now Hong Xiaohui, the remaining suspect, became the focal point of attention. When innocent people are accused of murder, they generally panic. Yet Xiaohui remained unnervingly calm, almost arrogant, as though she were engaging in a psychological contest. Her testimony only raised further doubts. She claimed the last time she saw Jiajian was in the early hours of March 7th, when she met her outside to discuss their relationship with Huantai. According to her statement, the conversation lasted until 6 a.m. However, the forensic report indicated that Jiajian had died before 5 a.m., making it impossible for her to have been alive when Xiaohui described their talk. Seasoned investigators recognized there were only two possibilities. Either Xiaohui had simply misremembered the time, or she had deliberately fabricated the story to create a false alibi. When the digital investigation team expanded their surveillance, they made a crucial breakthrough. They traced the suspicious emails sent to Zheng Huantai and discovered they had originated from a computer inside the Institute of Radiological Biology Research's computer room. This was not an ordinary machine. It was a particular one positioned in a secluded corner, hidden from the entrance. The technical team quickly retrieved the login records and found that Hong Xiaohui's account had been accessed just before Su Jiajian's account was used to send the emails. It would have been impossible for two different individuals to log in separately within the span of 2 minutes. To confirm further, detectives interviewed everyone present in the computer room at that period. One detail consistent across all their accounts was that only Xiaohui had used that computer during the critical time frame. That day, no one recalled seeing Jiajian enter the computer room. Based on this data, a digital specialist concluded, "We have grounds to believe Xiaohui momentarily logged into her own account out of habit, then noticed her error and logged out before signing in with Jiajian's account." Even though she attempted to cover her activity, the computer system still preserved complete records of all her logins. Even though this digital evidence built a case against Hong Xiaohui with a lot of suspicious circumstances, prosecutors still didn't have direct proof linking her to the murder. No one saw the crime. There were no fingerprints, and there was no clear murder weapon. Even more confusing to the investigators was Xiaohui's behavior during the probe. She behaved in an unusually calm way. Xiaohui kept a cold, almost emotionless face, even when she was taken to the morgue to see Jiajian's autopsy, which was a psychological trick police often used to scare suspects. A criminal psychologist said, "That's a worrying reaction. Seeing the body of a close friend being cut up would make someone very upset, even if they weren't the killer. It's not normal for her to not be emotional." The police switched investigation teams several times and used different questioning methods, but Xiaohui didn't change. Instead of defending herself, she went on the attack, saying that many of her peers were lawyers and that she would sue the police if they didn't stop her. The case seemed to be coming to a dead end because there wasn't enough solid proof to prove anything. In this case, the Taiwan Criminal Investigation Bureau chose to bring in a top expert, Chun Xiaogui, who is the famous head of the Time Determination Center and is known as Taiwan's female Sherlock Holmes. Chun Xiaogui chose to look at the crime scene again from the start, this time with more experience and a fresh point of view. He would focus on details that had been missed during earlier examinations. She carefully looked at all of the victims' things using special lights and microscopes with a high magnification. The effects of this meticulousness were not what was expected. Chun found a broken piece of Su Jiajian's fingernail on his sweater, tucked away among the thick fabric fibers. This was an important detail that wouldn't have been seen during normal exams. As she carefully put the piece of nail into an evidence bag, she said, "This could be the key." The piece of nail was sent right away to a lab to be analyzed. Forensic experts compared it to nail samples from Hong Xiaowei and everyone else involved in the case. There was no doubt about it. The broken nail piece on the victim's clothes belonged to Xiaowei. The investigation team had enough reason to ask for a search warrant for Xiao Hui's home once they had the first physical proof. As they looked, they found a pair of sneakers in a closet corner that had blood on them. The spots had been tried to be cleaned, but they were still there. The blood on the shoes was definitely Jiajian. After a quick test, Hong Xiaohui finally gave up when she saw the hard evidence. A broken nail on the victim's clothes and shoes in her room that had blood on them. The cold, cocky mask disappeared in an instant and was replaced by tears and deep regret. "I was wrong to do that. We were just having a fight. I didn't believe that." Xiao Hui's statement slowly unveiled a tale of envy, betrayal, and a moment of impulsivity that ended in tragedy that could not be fixed. Xiao Hui asked to meet Jiajian's parents to grovel and say sorry because he was in a lot of pain and regret. What kind of love-hate relationship did these two close friends have that made one of them push the other into a dark pit, which had such terrible results? In fact, Xiao Hui and Jiajian knew each other before they went to National Tsinghua University. In 1995, both of them took classes to get ready for graduate school. They quickly became friends because they liked the same things and often went to class together. After a year, they both passed the test to get into the Institute of Radiological Biology Research at National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. They were even put in the same dorm room. As time went on, they grew closer and became best friends who told each other everything. This story should have been beautiful coming-of-age tale, but when one person showed up, everything changed. A guy named Zheng Huantai. He wasn't like other people. He came from a wealthy family in Bingo City and was the only kid. He was spoiled. Huantai was the center of attention because he had all the right traits. He went to the graduate school at National Tsinghua University after his military service and really showed off his skills there. Because he did so well in school, he was able to skip straight to the doctoral program. After only 1 year of graduate school. This is an honor that not many students get. Huantai was not only very smart, but he was also very good-looking and well-behaved, which made many female students on campus want to be with him. Girls always came by the lab where he worked, saying they were looking for academic help, but really just wanted to get closer to the smart doctoral candidate. Even though Huantai was in a healthy relationship with a female student at the same school, other girls still seemed to fall in love with him. Because the study institute was small and everyone met every day in the same small space, feelings and relationships often became stronger and more focused. Jiajian was quickly drawn to Huantai's charm because she was so lively and passionate. She knew he had a girlfriend, but she couldn't stop her feelings from rising. She thought her love was special enough to get past any problems when she was young and naive. Like many girls in love, Jiajian needed someone to talk to, and her best friend was the only person who could really understand her. During the long nights in the room, she told Hong Xiaohui everything she felt deeply. Not what Jiajian thought would happen was that someone would listen to her and be quietly in love with her too. For a long time, Xiaohui had feelings for Huantai, but because she was shy, she never told anyone, not even her best friend. Whenever Jiajian talked excitedly about Huantai, it made Xiaohui's heart tense up with pain and anger. There was a lot going on when Xiaohui acted more bravely than her quiet exterior suggested, because she was afraid of losing the man she secretly loved. She not only approached Huantai in secret, but she also went further than Jiajian and started a **** relationship with him. She did all of this without telling her friend, who was too trusting. While the two young women got more involved in their fight for love, Zheng Huantai, who was at the center of this love triangle, showed an amazing attitude. Instead of setting clear limits or ending relationships that weren't clear, he enjoyed being pursued without being responsible. He was happy to accept Jiazhen and Xiaohui's love, even though he already had a girlfriend. Even though he told everyone that he only saw the girls as friends and younger sisters, he was seeing both of them in secret. The strange thing about this story was how Jiazhen and Xiaohui were related to each other. Their friendship and rivalry were intertwined in a complicated way. Even though they both wanted the same guy and had been hurt by betrayal, they stayed together in a strange way. When there were dangers from outside, the idea of two girls who could fight very badly in the morning but become best friends by afternoon when someone talked to Huantai showed how skewed this relationship was. The craziest thing happened when a girlfriend list was made, which was a secret deal about how to split Huantai's time and attention. After the official girlfriend, Jiazhen was in second place in this strange hierarchy, and Xiaohui was in third. In July 1997, the tense relationship started to show up in real life. When Huantai's official girlfriend's car was the target of a series of strange attacks, the tires would get holes in them right after they were fixed. In October, things got worse when this girl's important experimental data was also removed for no clear reason. Huantai told other people that he thought Jiazhen and Xiaohui were to blame. However, these accusations stayed just rumors among graduate school students because there wasn't any solid proof. Eventually, the events disappeared without any consequences. The two didn't just hate the legal girlfriend. They hated everyone. Anyone who showed signs of being close to Huantai could be the next person on their watch list. As of November 1997, Huantai had invited Han, an administrative assistant at the research center, to a late dinner. This made Jiazhen and Xiaohui very jealous. Soon after, on December 2nd, a well-thought-out plan came together and was carried out. Jiazhen approached Ms. Han after work with skill, saying she needed help checking out a problem in the bathroom. Ms. Han went with her because she had to work. When she got to the bathroom, she saw that Xiaohui was also there. The situation quickly turned violent without giving Ms. Han a chance to understand what was going on. Xiaohui punched Ms. Han in the chin without notice. Along with the violence, there was a clear threat. Ms. Han had to stop talking to Huantai, or else bad things would happen. After the fight, Ms. Han told the department head right away and hoped to get an official apology from the two students who were acting badly. But when they were called in and told what was being said, both Jiazhen and Xiaohui denied having anything to do with what happened, making things difficult to handle. In this situation, the department head thought that Xiaohui could be violent because she had shown signs of jealousy in the past, but he also didn't fully believe Ms. Han's story. At first, the school suggested a formal solution. Jiazhen and Xiaohui would have to write apologies and promise not to do it again. But because there weren't enough sanctions or ways to make sure that the rules were followed, this plan ended up being just a suggestion and wasn't really put into action. In order to find other ways to solve the problem, the school asked parents from both sides to talk about what happened. But the parents of both Jiazhen and Xiaohui couldn't believe that their girls, who they thought were great students and well-behaved, could do such violent things. This made it impossible to settle the argument. Since everyone couldn't agree on anything, the department head gave Ms. Han one last option. The school was ready to give her the necessary documents and testify in court if she wished to take legal action against the two students. But Ms. Han decided not to go to court over the event. She may not have wanted it to turn into a complicated lawsuit that would have affected her work and personal life. In the end, the school took the lightest possible action. Jiazhen, Xiaohui, and Huantai were not allowed to go to the third-floor north bathroom area where the incident happened, unless they had to for school-related reasons. This measure had two different goals. It stopped Jiazhen and Xiaohui from bothering Miss Han further, and it also kept them from being falsely accused by Miss Han. Jiazhen and Xiaohui's relationship looked like a picture with lines of conflicting allegiance and rivalry all tangled together. When a common threat emerged, like when other girls showed signs of being close to Huantai, they put aside their differences right away and formed a united front that pushed back any possible rivals. However, as soon as the outside threats stopped, their relationship went back to being stressful right away. They went from being friends to being each other's most dangerous enemies. Because of this situation, the atmosphere was always tense, and even small issues could lead to bigger fights. Jiajin had told her friends that she was very unhappy with Xiao Hui. She thought that Xiao Hui was not as good as the other girls who were trying to win Huai's love. But she was greedy and wanted everything, even forcing Jiajin to give up her boyfriend. Jiajin's confidence showed that she felt sad about her friendship with Huantai. Even though she knew she couldn't keep him forever, she still wanted to be happy for a while before she graduated. As Xiao Hui's competitors got stronger, Jiajin switched to a material plan to strengthen her position. Her father was the head of the technical department at a famous Taiwanese store, so she came from a wealthy family. To win over guys, she started giving them gifts. Huantai received gifts that were more and more valuable over time. These gifts ranged from small everyday items to expensive items. The way Huantai reacted to these gifts made things even worse. As a man should, he should have refused. But he gladly took everything. Xiao Hui also started giving gifts to compete with Jiajin. The situation with her family was also fine, but they were only middle class. It wasn't easy to find enough money to buy gifts for Huantai. Xiao Hui should have been working on her graduation project, but she went to work at a bar to make money for this gift-giving competition. She even got a rich man to help her. She liked how this man paid a lot of attention to her and gave her 2 credit cards with very high limits. When she got the cards, she used the whole credit limit to buy Huantai a pricey cell phone. Indeed, Huantai had enough money to buy it himself, but he was still grateful for the gift, even though it was very expensive and fancy. Clearly, this race couldn't decide a winner, which made the 2 girls even more angry and jealous of each other. Every day their hate grew stronger, and on the morning of March 6, 1998, the last thing that set everything off happened. Jiajin gave Xiao Hui her own credit card so she could shop. After shopping until lunch, Xiao Hui returned the card as usual. And then she and Huantai went for a walk in the evening with another friend. It seemed like a calm evening until Jiajin went to buy some shoes and found out the shocking truth. Her credit card had been maxed out, making the purchase impossible. As soon as they realized this, all of their long-standing suspicions and resentment erupted into a direct confrontation. Jiajin openly accused Xiao Hui of betraying her trust by stealing her credit card. Xiao Hui became extremely furious, believing that Jiajin was deliberately trying to disgrace her in front of Huantai. In the early morning of March 7th, with tensions still high from the previous night's conflict, Xiao Hui proposed a private meeting in the lecture hall of the research institute. Both of them demanded that the other stay away from Huantai. Inside the empty lecture hall, they shouted at one another. Each side insisted on defending her own rights while denying the other's worthiness. When long-suppressed emotions finally burst out, Xiao Hui struck Jiajin hard across the face, unable to restrain her fury any longer. Not stopping there, she seized Jiajin by the hair and smashed her head forcefully against the concrete floor of the lecture hall, causing her to bleed heavily and lose consciousness. Instead of immediately seeking medical aid, Xiao Hui rushed to the research center, fetched a bottle of toxic anesthetic, and poured it over her. She believed this would prevent Jiajin from regaining consciousness and exposing what had happened. She then used all her strength to drag her rival step by step into the lecture hall, concealing her behind the rear air conditioning unit. She wiped the floor with gauze and swiftly departed the crime scene, discarding the gauze and blood traces on her way back before going to sleep. Xiao Hui tried to appear composed that day while interacting with her peers. Around 9 p.m., she returned to the laboratory lecture hall. By then, Jiajin had already died from suffocation, as the lethal anesthetic had evaporated into a poisonous gas. Xiao Hui then retrieved chemicals used for producing acid in an effort to eliminate evidence. Because the laboratory's containers were all small and designated for teaching and experiments, she managed to pour acid only on the victim's face and neck. Afterward, she placed a used condom from her relationship with Huantai beside the corpse as a symbol of their connection. She did this in an attempt to implicate Huantai. Next, she broke into Jiajin's password and began communicating with Huantai in her place. Yuan and Xiao Hui sat side by side in court. She never spoke a word to the man who had driven her into madness. Perhaps she realized that she had not loved this man as deeply as she believed when she killed Jiajin. What may have begun as love gradually transformed into rivalry and jealousy, clouding her judgment. Otherwise, she would not have attempted to shift blame onto Huantai in the end. The first trial verdict was announced by Xinzhou District Court on June 10, 1998. Xiao Hui was sentenced to 18 years in prison, stripped of all civil rights for 10 years, and ordered to compensate Jiajin's parents with 2.417 million Taiwanese yuan, equivalent to about $80,000. The ruling was upheld by the appeals court. Xiaowei abandoned further appeals and began serving her sentence in January 1999. Many people praised Xiaowei's conduct in prison and encouraged her to continue her positive behavior. She later applied for release 4 times, but was rejected each time because the manner in which she killed the victim was deemed excessively cruel. Until November 27, 2008, when she applied for parole for the 5th time, the court finally approved, acknowledging that the 34-year-old Xiaowei had demonstrated sincere remorse, carried a low risk of reoffending, and had concrete plans for the future. She was granted parole. Many bitter lessons can be drawn from this case about how love can descend into tragedy, friendship can transform into enmity, and a poisonous atmosphere of rivalry can drive individuals to commit terrible acts. Moving on to the next case. Augustina Halibert. Augustina Halibert was born on March 23, 1991, in the province of Buenos Aires, Argentina. She came from a prominent family and was the eldest of 3 daughters of Carolina and Edgardo Halibert, with Edgardo serving as the Secretary of Health in their city. Her uncle, Herman Halibert, held the role of tourism minister and was also a pre-candidate for deputy in the Rio Negro area. Therefore, the Halibert family was widely acknowledged in their province and other regions of Argentina. Those who had known Augustina since childhood always emphasized her exceptional attributes. She was portrayed as a caring, genuine, and affectionate child who adored dogs and stood out in design, crafts, and decoration. Helen, who shared her teenage years with Augustina, recognized her artistic gifts from a very early age. Helen recalled that when they were in school together, each class received a specific theme, and Augustina always assumed responsibility for decorating the classroom entrance with her outstanding drawings and large-scale models. While her classmates worked on cutting and pasting, they followed Agustina's direction because they knew she was well ahead, producing impressive models. Agustina also had a deep enthusiasm for fashion. She even designed the graduation sweaters for her high school classmates. People close to her fondly called her a ghost and described her as outgoing and an excellent hostess. She enjoyed dressing stylishly, and during her teenage years, her friends frequently gathered in the garage of her home for pre-dance events. She consistently tried to bring her different circles of friends together, always seeking to connect people. Agustina loved baking and cooking, and she was talented at it. She had a refined sense of taste and excelled at numerous activities. She was naturally curious, and whenever something sparked her interest, she pursued it fully. After completing her secondary education, she initially began studying architecture, but eventually abandoned it. At that period, she directed her focus toward fashion design and studied it for some time, though she ultimately changed her path. Nevertheless, she was a thriving young woman who applied her knowledge to pursue her aspirations. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. She even launched her own clothing line, worked as a model, and was steadily developing her career. At a certain point in her adulthood, Augustina's path intersected with that of Juan Manuel Reverter, with whom she began a relationship that initially appeared to be going well. Very little is known about Juan Manuel's personal background, and not even the names of his parents were made public. Only a message from an acquaintance mentioned them as Moni and Mauricio, while the rest of the family information has remained undisclosed. The sole available detail concerning Juan Manuel is his LinkedIn account, where he presents himself as a software engineer, a graduate of the National Technological University in Argentina, though his declared residence was Toronto and the surrounding areas in Canada. Curiously, a search at the university did not confirm him as a graduate. Rather, a resolution from the university's Superior Council in 2017 stated that he had failed 2 courses during the years 2008 and 2009, which caused him to lose his standing as a regular student in the Information Systems Engineering program. The relationship between Augustina and Juan Manuel began amid the pandemic and was marked by fluctuations. According to some of her relatives, he demonstrated psychological abuse towards her and showed controlling behavior. However, the situation intensified in the summer of 2021, characterized by more severe disputes and violence inflicted by Juan Manuel against Augustina. Her father revealed that she was profoundly impacted by the relationship, but with the support of her family, she managed to rebuild her life and avoided any contact with him for an entire year. By September 2022, Augustina made the decision to relocate to Mexico, specifically to the scenic coastal town of Playa del Carmen in the Riviera Maya, to advance her modeling career. She rented an apartment, leaving the comfort of her homeland in Argentina behind and establishing a significant distance between herself and Juan Manuel. In Mexico, Agustina sustained herself by taking part in advertising events as a hostess and engaging in modeling work. She dreamed of traveling the world while building her modeling profession. She adored Playa del Carmen and felt genuinely content there. She quickly secured employment and was flourishing. She built numerous friendships and had the support of a childhood companion who was also residing in the region. Thus, Agustina was not on her own. In addition, she brought her dog with her for emotional comfort. Agustina's enthusiasm for traveling was clearly reflected in her social media activity. Brazil, New Zealand, China, and European capitals such as Madrid, Paris, London, and Brussels were among the destinations Agustina had enjoyed visiting and showcasing to her 16,000 Instagram followers. One of her upcoming aspirations was to relocate to Europe. Candela, Agustina's 21-year-old sister, had come to spend the summer in Playa del Carmen. She wanted to experience the stunning Mexican beach setting and remain close to her elder sister. They decided to live together in Agustina's apartment, as it contained 2 rooms and provided comfort for both. At the end of December, Agustina's ex-boyfriend, Juan Manuel, re-emerged. He arrived to visit her for the holidays, they reconciled, and he ended up staying with both sisters. Candela would never have opted to share an apartment with her sister's partner. But the events moved so quickly that before she realized it, the man had already settled into Agustina's room. In her latest conversations with her relatives, Agustina confessed that they had chosen to restore their relationship and announced their intention to relocate to Spain. However, the harmony in their relationship was consistently fleeting. On Thursday, February 16th, a heated quarrel erupted after Agustina discovered infidelity. The environment inside the apartment became extremely strained. On the afternoon of Friday, February 17th, 2023, Candela left her sister alone with Juan Manuel. When she returned the following morning at 7, she attempted to enter her sister's apartment, but the door was locked. She asked the building's doorman whether there was a way to gain entry, and he explained that shouting and fighting had been heard in that unit during the night. The police had been called twice following neighbors' complaints. Candela returned to the apartment and persisted in trying to enter. She typed in the access code, but it failed. The door was locked from the inside, leaving her with no option but to knock. After knocking repeatedly, her sister's boyfriend finally woke up and opened the door. Almost instantly, Juan Manuel asked Candela about Agustina's whereabouts, and she reproached him, questioning how she could possibly know where her sister was since she had left the night before, leaving the two of them together. She insisted that he should be aware of where Agustina was, but he answered that she was asleep. While they quarreled, Agustina's small dog began barking, leading Candela to follow the sound toward the bathroom of the apartment. There, she discovered Agustina with a bathrobe belt fastened around her neck, tied to a hand towel holder positioned only 4 feet from the ground. Agustina's sister and her boyfriend untied her and carried her into the living room, where they attempted CPR. However, Agustina was already deceased. Candela then contacted the police, after which forensic specialists examined the location and transferred the body to the morgue, where an autopsy was performed, followed by immediate cremation. The case was at first categorized as a suicide, and it was deemed closed. Nevertheless, despite the ruling of the Mexican judicial system, the Halibert family believed that Agustina's death was in fact a homicide perpetrated by her boyfriend, and they had reasons to support this view. By late February, Edgardo addressed a letter to the Foreign Ministry. The letter, which arrived at the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, requested intervention from the appropriate authorities in Mexico and explained that the family had endured a feeling of helplessness concerning their daughter's death. He outlined that the legal procedure was filled with flaws because none of the essential protocols were carried out to determine the true causes of her passing. The boyfriend was not arrested, his phone was not seized, No toxicological examinations were performed, and possible injuries were not reviewed. Beyond this, the family was denied access to the case. Despite attempts made by the Argentine consul to secure copies of the legal records, he did not succeed. Meanwhile, Edgardo emphasized that the Foreign Ministry had a duty to investigate and sanction acts of violence against women and to guarantee the family's right to transparency regarding the circumstances of Agostina's death. Concerning this ongoing matter, the involvement of the Foreign Ministry is of utmost significance because under the current conditions of the investigation in Mexico, Juan Manuel remains free to act. Since Agostina's death was ruled a suicide, her partner's legal standing is not jeopardized at present, which is why he is not treated as a fugitive, but rather as a person of concern to the family. Nonetheless, it is crucial to consider that both Agostina and Juan Manuel are Argentine citizens, and the Foreign Ministry must safeguard the rights of both parties, even in the event that it is demonstrated that the man committed the crime of which the deceased influencer's family accuses him. For her part, Carolina, Agostina's mother, undertook a campaign in the media to pursue justice and apply pressure on Mexican investigators. She exposed the abusive relationship between the victim and her partner. Carolina declared that her daughter was murdered by her boyfriend, and in a televised interview, she stated that her daughter had been tortured, burned, mistreated, and beaten, including blows to the head, all before her death. She was certain that he had staged the alleged hanging from the towel rack. Agostina was a tall woman, and she was dressed and prepared to go out when Candela discovered her. According to Carolina, nobody who intends to commit suicide takes the trouble to get dressed. She also recalled that Juan Manuel had a record of violence. During a press conference shared on social media, it was revealed that the couple had been dealing with ongoing issues that had been kept a secret. She mentioned that the man had never inspired trust, and 2 years earlier, they had rescued Agostina from the apartment she shared with Juan Manuel after a physical assault on her part. She stated that if they hadn't gone to rescue her that day, her daughter would have lost her life at that moment. After that violent incident, Agostina chose not to report it, and her parents decided to respect her decision, although they believed it was best not to let such incidents go unreported to the authorities. The consequences of not taking action at that time were felt 2 years later in Mexico. According to her mother's account, on Friday, February 17th, Agostina sent a message at 2:30 p.m. saying that she felt ugly and believed that she did not deserve a man who would hurt her. Carolina provided support from afar and encouraged her to leave the apartment. She reminded her that there was no need to be with that man. She advised her to kick him out of the house and not even get upset about a person who wasn't worth it. In her opinion, her daughter, by returning to that violent man, had played a risky card and it ended badly to her regret. The model's uncle, Herman, stated that Juan Manuel's parents had contacted the family and promised to cooperate. However, the dialogue ended when the man did not show up for a Zoom meeting where he was supposed to share his version of the events. Regarding this absence, Carolina said that he had remained in hiding but was likely listening and watching everything to stay informed about the case. In her view, he would have given his version if he had nothing to hide. Angry and frustrated, she said that Juan Manuel's parents were responsible for covering up what she considered a monster. On March 8th, International Women's Day, there were marches in Mexico and Argentina demanding justice for Agostina. This increased pressure on the Mexican prosecutor's office, which announced that it would investigate the death of the Argentine model as a possible femicide. This decision was based on the autopsy report, which showed signs of head and facial injuries, multiple lacerations on the body, and bruises consistent with sexual abuse. A forensic expert hired by the Halliburton family analyzed the official report and pointed out various signs of violence, such as punch marks on the mouth and a significant head injury. Additionally, the forensic expert noted lacerations in several parts of the body and internal and external hematomas, suggesting recent and non-consensual sexual activity. However, the only available evidence is this forensic report because, as mentioned earlier, the Mexican authorities proceeded to cremate Agostina's body shortly after classifying the case as suicide. Following the mobilizations on International Women's Day, the Mexican justice system announced that it had reclassified the case, originally labeled as suicide, and had begun investigating it as a possible femicide. The family's lawyer stated that the case had been referred to a special unit equipped to handle such cases. She further accused the main suspect, Juan Manuel of attempting to stage a suicide and highlighted signs of violence at the scene. The apartment was locked from the inside. There were visible injuries on both the victim and her partner. A table leg was found out of place and on the floor, and 2 calls had been made to the police the previous night. She also criticized the judicial investigation, revealing that the crime scene had not been properly secured, contrary to protocol. It was essential for the scene, and the victim's body to be preserved until the investigation concluded. She added that due to numerous errors, information that could have been obtained from the devices was lost since the perpetrator took the cell phones and all the data within. The investigation into Agustina's violent death in Mexico promises to be a challenging journey for the family, which has been following the case from Argentina, more than 7,000 kilometers away, with a different legal system and culture. New statements were made by the prosecutor of the state of Quintana Roo on March 13, 2023, asserting that the Argentine model and influencer had taken her own life perishment and scientifically. These declarations were made during a press conference held by the security cabinet of that Mexican province. The prosecutor detailed that there was a history of violence both before and during her relationship with her partner. He stated that it could not be ruled out that Juan Manuel might have induced her to take her own life, and that could be a matter of investigation. When questioned by journalists about the cigarette burns on the woman's body, he assured that these injuries occurred before her suicide. He explained that there had been violence the night before her death between her and her partner, and there was sufficient evidence of this. Regarding Juan Manuel, the prosecutor stated that he had been interviewed by the investigative police, and at that time, they did not have enough evidence for an arrest or any other legal action against him. However, this did not mean that he would not be pursued later if a connection to Agustina's death could be established. Edgardo, Agustina's father, insisted on the need to change the classification of the case, as their lawyer had found numerous pieces of evidence to classify it as femicide. When asked by an Argentine media about the prosecutor's statements, Herman, the victim's uncle, expressed that they were not surprised that the Attorney General was defending the suicide theory because acknowledging that there were many elements suggesting femicide would mean admitting their failures. He believed that the prosecution had acted clumsily and hastily in the early stages of the investigation, leading to the loss of crucial evidence. However, as the case was transferred to the specialized unit, it indicated that something had gone wrong, as it is not common to replace a team that had performed well. He argued that the prosecutor was trying to defend the initial theory because going in a different direction would be an acknowledgement of their poor work. Gerardo Rianazzo, a journalist, provided details of the judicial process. He explained that the Prosecutor General's office reclassified the death as femicide, due to pressure from Agustina's family, the lawyer, and a feminist march on March 8. However, in the subsequent hours, the justice system announced that they were still considering the suicide theory. He highlighted that, in general, the prosecutor's office did not want to validate the independent expert opinion that had found injuries compatible with femicide. Recognizing this would mean accepting that someone outside the prosecutor's office had solved a problem. They should have handled with a properly executed expert analysis. Regarding Juan Manuel's situation, he pointed out that the prosecutor's office would have to call the boyfriend to discuss the case. In the event of her suicide, he would inevitably be part of the investigation, at least in the statements that should have been taken to determine what had happened. To make matters worse, the journalist emphasized that the crime was discovered on a weekend and during weekends in Mexico. Intern trainees and junior investigators typically handled duties. This could have been the reason why everything was mishandled. He believed their actions had not been intentional but were instead the result of inexperience. This was evident in the way the case was managed. A few days later, in Argentina, reports emerged about a phone call received by Agustina's father shortly after the Women's Day March. A prosecutor from Quintana Roo contacted Edgardo by phone, following instructions from the state prosecutor's office, as they wished to speak with the family. Before hearing directly from the father, the caller, who spoke on behalf of others whose identities were uncertain, explained that the system wanted to apologize for what had taken place. They stressed that if Agustina's boyfriend carried any responsibility, he would certainly be prosecuted, since there was no intention within the prosecutor's office to conceal anything. They further stated that if any official within the prosecutor's office was found responsible, appropriate measures would be taken. He also promptly clarified that he would arrange a meeting with the general prosecutor and a team of specialists to present the father with the material they had. He mentioned that the general prosecutor had ordered other Mexican state agencies to review the autopsy as well. Then the prosecutor, who had initially spoken softly, suddenly altered his tone and voiced a grievance. He referred to accusations that the femicide protocol had not been followed, insisting that every case involving a woman's death was addressed under the femicide protocol. Edgardo, too, abandoned formality and shifted from the role of a mourning parent to that of a man demanding justice for Agustina. After asking the prosecutor for his name, he addressed him directly as Carlos and firmly expressed his stance on the issue. He told him that if so-called experts found a young woman dead under such circumstances, hanging with a man inside the home, and they failed to arrest him, take his testimony, or confiscate his phone, then the investigation was deeply flawed. He added that after reviewing the autopsy and seeing what his daughter had suffered, his conclusion was that everything had collapsed. A total failure, because his daughter had lost her life. The most recent update arrived at the end of March, just days before the one-month anniversary of Agustina's death. The theories of suicide and femicide are still being investigated along separate lines. Hal Abert's lawyer explained that the case had been transferred to the Women's Crimes Division, which means Agustina's case is now included on the femicide and gender violence docket. She continued collaborating with the prosecutor assigned to the matter and concentrated exclusively on proving the femicide perspective, submitting additional evidence, and probing the boyfriend's involvement. She apologized for her inability to disclose further details, but clarified that all leads associated with the homicide were under confidentiality. Concerning the issue of when Juan Manuel might be arrested, the lawyer stated that it would hinge on the conclusion of the investigation, emphasizing that it was for the prosecutor to decide whether sufficient proof had been presented or whether further evidence was necessary. Nonetheless, she reaffirmed her conviction in being able to establish everything. Neighbors reported hearing screams until approximately 2:30 in the morning. According to testimonies gathered after that hour, silence dominated the area. The time of death recorded in the incomplete autopsy report was 4 a.m. While Agustina's family persists in their demand for justice, the alleged offender remains in an undisclosed location. Even though the Mexican judicial system has not issued a warrant for his arrest, and no judicial proceedings have been initiated in Argentina since the alleged crime took place in another nation, he continues to live freely. However, he has not made any public appearance and has avoided confronting the family of the girlfriend he supposedly loved and resided with until the day of her death. This case is still ongoing, but because it is in an early stage, many of the proceedings are being carried out cautiously and outside media coverage. The prosecutor's office investigating the suspected femicide issued a directive to establish Reverter's whereabouts. The order, released on June 7th by the Specialized Prosecutor's Office for the Investigation and Prosecution of Femicide, called for the search, location, and request of Reverter's appearance without restraining his freedom. As stated, the purpose is to broaden their questioning to obtain more information and comply with the mandate of this authority. Moving on to the next case. Angela Rowe. Raheem Taylor, 58 years old, was the fifth execution of 2023, following a previous execution in Missouri, 2 in Texas, and 1 in Oklahoma. All were carried out by lethal injection. Taylor kicked his feet as the 5 grams of pentobarbital were administered, then took 5 or 6 deep breaths before all movement ceased. In a final statement, Taylor said, "Muslims don't die, but live eternally in the hearts of our family and friends. Death is not your enemy. It is your destiny. Look forward to meeting it. Peace." Leonard Taylor was born in the United States in the mid-1960s. He was the son of Jesse, who also had another son named Perry Taylor. In the late 1980s, Leonard met a girl named Mia Perry, with whom he became romantically involved. Around this time, Leonard began to accumulate a criminal record. Initially, he was convicted on charges related to narcotics and concealed weapons in San Bernardino County and served time in prison, although the length of his sentence remains unclear. In September 1990, a 19-year-old man was fatally attacked following an argument in an apartment complex in the same county. By that time, Leonard, who had been released, was living in the area. Due to his criminal record, he became one of the primary suspects in the case, but managed to avoid responsibility. As part of his effort to evade justice, he used a false name, Michael Chambers. The following year, in 1991, Mia became pregnant. The news of his first child did not motivate Leonard to change his behavior. During this period, he was arrested by the Drug Enforcement Administration and convicted for transporting and selling narcotics, resulting in his incarceration in a federal prison. Since his daughter was born under these circumstances, he was unable to be present with Mia during the birth. Facing reality, Mia named the baby on her own and prepared to raise her child independently. Soon after, what people had predicted became true. Leonard's connection to his newborn seemed increasingly unlikely when, in 1992, he was found guilty of statutory rape and child abuse in San Diego County. While in prison, he disclosed to a local media outlet that he maintained connections with some scammers involved in irregularities related to corporate check fraud. Upon his release, Leonard embarked on a short-lived career in white-collar crime, which quickly returned him to jail, this time in Missouri State Prison. The San Bernardino police arrested him again in 1999 for failing to register as a sex offender. Shortly after the turn of the 2000s, Leonard faced another accusation, this time for intimate coercion against a minor. Aside from his illicit businesses, which required him to travel across the country, he maintained relationships and intimacy with multiple women simultaneously, earning him the nickname CAs, short for Casanova. Another notable aspect of his criminal behavior was making and using fake IDs and different names, ending up with nearly 20 of them at some unknown time. He married a woman living in California who also had an outstanding arrest warrant for a probation violation. It was during this period, under unspecified circumstances, that Leonard met Angela Rowe. Their first encounter occurred in the city of Jennings in St. Louis County, Missouri. Angela was born around 1976. She had previously been in a romantic relationship with a man with whom she had other children, Alexis Conley, Acrea Conley, and Tyrese Conley. Despite being married and also involved with another woman in Kentucky, Leonard began a relationship with Angela. After a relatively brief period, he moved into her house located in the suburbs of St. Louis. Angela's home was well known among neighbors for the constant joy radiated by her 3 young children. From that point on, Angela's house and her children also became the love nest for the new couple. By the end of 2004, Leonard and Angela had been living together for approximately a year, and according to her family and friends, their cohabitation was not without challenges and difficulties. On Saturday, November 20th, 2004, a friend called Angela and asked to borrow $50. At that time of year, the traditional holiday season was approaching. Being a mother of 3 children, Christmas held particular importance for Angela. Therefore, she later took the time to decorate the house with her children, hanging large and striking candy canes at the entrance and placing lights to enhance the festive atmosphere. That weekend, the children went to celebrate Thanksgiving early with Tyrone, their father, and his side of the family. Meanwhile, on Sunday, November 21st, Angela did not appear for her weekend shift as a housekeeper, but called to inform that she would be unable to come. The following day, a friend called her, and they chatted as usual. The children returned to their mother's house and were seen by some neighbors in the following days. From that weekend in November 2004, several significant events occurred, yet the exact how and when of the detailed events could never be fully reconstructed by authorities. However, all evidence points to an argument between Leonard and Angela, during which she threatened him with a knife. He then overpowered her and shot her. In a tragic turn of events, realizing that the children had witnessed everything, Leonard took the lives of all 3 children. Afterwards, he turned off the heating and instead activated the central air conditioning in the house. According to phone records, on November 23, 2004, at 11:24 p.m., Leonard called his brother Perry to ask for money. It is believed that during this conversation, he confessed to what had happened, stating that things had gotten out of control and that it was not what he wanted, but it happened. On the same day, Angela's friend repeatedly called the house phone without receiving an answer. A few hours later, at 12:05 p.m. on Wednesday, November 24th, she tried again without success. Between that day and the next, Perry informed his girlfriend about what Leonard had done. On Thursday, November 25th, while most American households were finalizing preparations to celebrate Thanksgiving, Perry went to his girlfriend's house. There, his brother contacted him again. After the conversation, Perry told the girl that Leonard was still in Angela's house, waiting for a letter from California. There were 3 more calls in the following hours, one of which was specifically made from the landline at Angela's house. During one of these conversations, Perry's girlfriend heard him ask Leonard how he was still there, explicitly referring to the presence of the bodies. Leonard's response remains unknown. Subsequently, a plane ticket from St. Louis to California was booked, with the transaction made using a phone number with a California area code. Early on the morning of Friday, November 26th, Leonard went to his sister-in-law's house so she could drive him to the airport. He had plane tickets from St. Louis to Ontario, California, via Phoenix, Arizona. The ticket was issued in the name of Lewis Bradley, an alias Leonard used, for which he possessed a Missouri ID that included his photograph. He took advantage of being at his sister-in-law's house to leave a box intended for his brother. Shortly afterward, according to some witnesses, he was seen disposing of a gun in a sewer near Perry's girlfriend's house, but the weapon was never recovered. On the way to the airport, Leonard told his sister-in-law that this would probably be the last time she would see him alive. To elaborate on this strange notion, he added that some people were trying to kill him and that she should not pay attention to anything she might hear about him. Security cameras recorded Leonard that Friday morning passing through the security area at St. Louis International Airport. He was wearing dark pants, a pink shirt, and a cream-colored hat, carrying 2 black bags. Shortly afterward, he proceeded to Gate 16 to catch Southwest Airlines Flight 810 to Ontario. Meanwhile, Angela's friend continued calling throughout those days until November 27th, never receiving a response. On the other side of the country, between Saturday and Sunday, Leonard finally reunited with his wife. During this period, Angela's absence was noticed by her co-workers, but unlike previous occasions, there was no call from her to report anything. Leonard remained in San Bernardino County for 4 days before driving across the country with a friend. He traveled through Texas, Louisiana, and Georgia, ultimately arriving at a house in Kentucky. During the week of November 29th, when classes resumed after the Thanksgiving holiday, the absence of Angela's children at school did not go unnoticed. With growing concern over Angela's prolonged silence, her family requested that the police check on her and her 3 children. Thus, on December 3, 2004, police officers were dispatched to the small brick house in the suburbs of St. Louis. Upon arrival, the officers observed several significant details, including that the front door was locked. Newspapers were piled up in the front yard, and mail overflowed from the mailbox. The team managed to gain entry through a bedroom window. The air conditioning was running at full power, while the television was on. What the agents encountered next was far from an idyllic home scene. Wrapped in blankets, Angela was found lifeless, likely from gunshot wounds. Her 3 young children also appeared to have suffered fatal gunshot wounds, and their bodies were arranged on a bed in the early stages of decomposition. The coroner determined that the victims had died 2 or 3 days before their bodies became stiff. Meanwhile, during subsequent thorough investigations at the residence, investigators discovered 2 non-functional cell phones, and there was no evidence that Angela had any other cell phone in use besides her own. As is often the case in such situations, Leonard was immediately considered the primary suspect. This was initially due to his relationship with Angela, but it is fair to say that his extensive criminal history also raised suspicions. As the police tracked his whereabouts, Perry was interrogated regarding the accusations against his brother on December 8, 2004. During that interview, Perry told detectives that Leonard had called him and admitted to his actions. Following an intense nationwide pursuit, police located a house in Madisonville, Kentucky, where Leonard was staying. On December 9th, Leonard attempted to flee by hiding on the floor of a vehicle and was arrested on the spot, holding a knife in his hand and using the alias Jason. Beyond that, he made no movements nor uttered any comments. The sunglasses Leonard was wearing at the time of his arrest, along with a few other belongings, were taken as evidence, although nothing indicated that these items could provide any clues. Later, the police issued statements regarding the arrest. According to the detective in charge, Leonard's wife was not much help in the investigation. Authorities believed Leonard had turned to her for money to facilitate his escape. While the only suspect was finally in custody, the funeral services for Angela and her kids were held in Missouri. Standing beside his oldest daughter's coffin, Tyrone could not help but break down. Leonard maintained his innocence throughout, and indeed, his defense focused on the fact that he was in California when the bodies were discovered. His case was also based on the probable date of death stated by the coroner. However, the suspicions for the 4 deaths were only part of his legal troubles. Thus, while awaiting the resolution of the case, in April 2005, Leonard began serving a 100-year sentence for an unrelated conviction. 5 months later, he filed a request for the state to notify him if there was any intention to use DNA evidence in the case involving Angela and her 3 children, and if so, what type it would be, and whether physical evidence had been presented for analysis or examination. On May 25, 2006, Leonard filed a motion requesting the return of his personal belongings, including the sunglasses he wore when arrested. But in August 2006, the state took possession of the glasses and other evidence that were in police custody. And 3 months later, in November, all items were taken to the forensic lab for analysis. There, experts conducted a specialized test, which is used to determine the possible presence of blood. The procedure yielded a positive result for the presence of blood on the nose pad of the sunglasses. But there was a complication since the sample was very small. For this reason, a second confirmation test to detect the presence of DNA was not performed. Between the end of that year and the beginning of 2007, the stain was subjected to DNA testing. But due to its size, the professional in charge could not obtain a complete genetic profile. What was obtained from the partial genetic profile excluded Angela's children. However, the presence of her DNA could not be ruled out from the study. Specifically, the result had a probability of matching 1 in every 12,300 people belonging to the African American population. In May 2007, Leonard filed a motion to exclude the results of these tests as evidence in the trial. A hearing was held where the state explained that the reports were disclosed as soon as they were received and that, contrary to what Leonard suggested, the evidence was not deliberately hidden. Ultimately, the trial court rejected his request. In January 2008, Leonard again insisted on the same point by filing a new motion to exclude any evidence related to the specialized test. Another hearing took place, and the court overruled Leonard's objection, thus admitting the validity of the results as evidence of the presumed presence of blood. During the trial that year, Leonard objected to the admission of this evidence, but again faced a setback when the trial court dismissed his objections. However, the forensic scientist who conducted the tests testified that the test is presumptive because it can also yield a positive reaction to substances like potatoes, rust, bleach, and nickel. He also emphasized that since there was no confirmatory examination, the substance on the glasses was only possibly blood. Leonard did not testify at his trial. However, the coroner did testify, and his testimony marked a significant turn in the case, as he stated that the deaths could have occurred 2 or 3 weeks before the officers visited the house. This detail firmly placed the incident before Leonard's departure to California. He also explained that he had not initially considered the detail that the air conditioning thermostat was set to the maximum cold setting. When the state called Perry as a witness, the case seemed to turn again, especially when asked about his statement during the police interrogation, where he said that Leonard had confessed to the acts. He said he did not remember anything that happened, and went even further to claim that his statements to the police had been the result of coercion by the authorities. After hearing from the various witnesses, it was time for the closing arguments. The state, represented by the prosecution, emphasized that the blood sample found on the man's sunglasses was indeed Angela's. In this sense, it was recalled that scientific evidence does not need to be conclusive to be admissible. Indeed, while some states require it to be so, other states have held that presumptive blood tests are admissible as long as they are accurately described, achieving their purpose of being useful to the jury. After deliberating for 4.5 hours, the jury found Leonard Taylor guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder and 4 counts of armed criminal action. There is, however, a particular aspect of his sentencing. Although it has not been possible to determine exactly when and how, it appears that during his time in prison, Leonard converted to Islam, even adopting the name Rahim. Thus, during the sentencing hearing, also known as the penalty phase, he prohibited his defense team from presenting witnesses. Instead, he stated that he was Muslim and expressed to the judge that Allah, not the court, would determine his fate. The state presented evidence, including Leonard's prior convictions. Testimony was also provided by a victim who had been forced by Leonard into intimacy, as well as by 3 members of Angela's family. The jury identified 5 aggravating factors for each victim, including mental provocation, which rendered the acts outrageously vile, horrendous, and inhumane, demonstrating cruelty and disdain for the sanctity of all human life. Consequently, Leonard was sentenced to capital punishment. The execution by lethal injection was scheduled for February 7, 2023, at a Missouri prison. The case drew the attention of several groups dedicated to defending Leonard's innocence, demanding a review and commutation of the sentence. However, the man's claims of innocence were repeatedly rejected. In response to some of the appeals, the Missouri Attorney General's office stated that the case against him was solid. Perry, Leonard's brother, died in 2015. In January 2023, as the execution date approached, Leonard's attorneys requested a hearing regarding their client's claim of innocence. They were supported by a provision in Missouri law, which allows a prosecutor to file a motion for a hearing before a judge in cases of new evidence suggesting a wrongful conviction. First, Leonard's defense team proposed a theory involving an alternative perpetrator. According to this theory, after a drug deal went wrong, Leonard believed he would be targeted for murder and quickly left town. However, the traffickers arrived at Angela's house, and failing to find him or the illicit substances they expected to be there, they unleashed their fury on her and her 3 young children. Second, the defense team obtained statements from Leonard's daughter and from Mia, her mother. Both stated that he was in California at the end of November 2004, and according to the lawyers, he could not have committed the crimes. These documents were subsequently submitted to the Conviction Review Unit within the prosecutor's office. The following month, just hours before the scheduled execution, the St. Louis County prosecutor rejected the request for a hearing before a judge, stating that the facts did not support a credible claim of innocence. Concurrently, the governor refused to grant a pardon, and the United States Supreme Court also declined to intervene. Finally, on Tuesday, February 7, 2023, in the evening, all arrangements were made to carry out the procedure. In his final statement, Leonard said that Muslims do not die, but live eternally in the hearts of family and friends. Taylor kicked his feet as the 5 grams of pentobarbital were administered, then took 5 or 6 deep breaths before all movement ceased. Moving on to the next case. Ella Bennett. Ella Bennett was born on April 12, 2002 in Georgia, USA, into a family plagued by conflicts. To understand the environment she was born into and lived in during her brief life, it is necessary to understand her mother, Charity Lee. Her life was filled with challenges from an early age, marked by tragedy and later struggles with substance abuse and troubled relationships. Charity was born on the outskirts of Atlanta, Georgia, to Killickler Bennett and James Robert Bennett Jr. A defining moment in her childhood occurred when she was only 6 years old. Her father, a 37-year-old trucking company owner, was shot to death in a violent attack inside their home in an exclusive residential area of Atlanta. He was discovered with multiple gunshot wounds to his head, chest, and back. The police reported that he had been alone at the time of the crime and that there were no signs of a struggle at the scene. At first, authorities suspected organized crime. However, following James' funeral, a shocking development emerged. Charity's mother, Keela, then 29, became the prime suspect in his murder. The charges were filed just 3 days after the couple, previously divorced, had remarried in Las Vegas. Evidence against Keela included details such as the unlocked doors of their home and her status as the primary heir to the trucking business. Additionally, the patrol officer who transported Keela after her arrest noted that she at times displayed satisfaction in her demeanor. During the trial, evidence was presented suggesting Keela had been in contact with a truck driver and could have been involved in the crime. Despite this, the jury declared her not guilty due to insufficient evidence, resulting in her acquittal. The presiding judge described it as the most unusual case of his career, given the range of plausible angles and hypotheses. The controversy surrounding her father's death and her mother's highly publicized trial profoundly affected Charity. During her mother's imprisonment, she was raised by her maternal grandparents. Throughout her childhood and adolescence, Charity longed for love and approval from her mother. In a desperate attempt to gain attention, she deliberately turned to drugs, frustrated by her mother's apparent indifference. At 17, Charity struggled with depression and heroin addiction, straining her relationship with her mother to the extent that she was expelled from the house. With only $100 given by her mother, Charity faced a stark choice between rehabilitation and a possible overdose. This money became her lifeline as she chose to enter a rehabilitation center in Chattanooga, Tennessee. She maintained sobriety for about a year, securing a place to live and enrolling in college. Nevertheless, her path to sobriety was plagued by inner battles with her darkest demons. During these painful times, she attempted to take her life on several occasions. At the age of 18, Charity became pregnant with her first child, and at 3 months pregnant, she decided she had to leave that dark stage of her life behind for good in order to become the best mother for her unborn child. That baby, whom she named Paris, became the motivation she needed to recover. She often stated that her son had saved her life. When Paris Lee Bennett was born on October 10, 1993, in Abilene, Texas, Charity was alone because the child's father had abandoned her as soon as he learned of the pregnancy. Later, when Paris was 17 months old, his father returned to their lives. Charity recounted that it was evident the father was unwell, having been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and suffering from auditory and visual hallucinations. Paris was a very artistic and creative child who loved drawing. From the age of 3, he was introverted, not very sociable, and hesitant to show affection even to people he knew. The boy, who dreamed of becoming a paleontologist, was dedicated to his academic life. He studied diligently, had an IQ of 142, and never experienced difficulties in school. His performance surpassed that of his peers, and his teachers regarded him as a remarkable child with potential and a bright future. After having her baby, Charity married twice, but neither marriage was successful. One was to a man named Brendan, though the circumstances of their separation were not revealed. In her longing to build a family, Charity entered into a relationship with a man named Jonathan, and at the age of 28, she became pregnant with her second child, a daughter. The news brought joy to the family, but at first, Paris did not seem pleased about his mother's pregnancy, which caused concern for Charity. However, once his sister was born, everything shifted. Paris adored his sister, showing love, protectiveness, and attentiveness toward her. Paris had few friends, and his little sister became his playmate. She was affectionate, kind, intelligent, and very determined. From an early age, she displayed a compassionate spirit, even expressing her wish for her mother to adopt every hurt child in the world. Her loved ones described her as a little girl with a strong personality, who always voiced her thoughts. Over time, the happy home Charity had dreamed of turned into a nightmare. Her partner struggled with severe alcoholism and was a violent man. According to Charity, the relationship ended after her husband was stopped by a police officer, and, when asked to step out of the vehicle, he refused. The officer reached into the car, and the driver sped away, dragging the officer. The officer then fired and wounded him in the leg. When Charity learned of the incident, she decided she could not let her children grow up in such an environment and chose to separate. The young girl enjoyed her bond with her brother, finding joy and inspiration in playing with him, looking up to him as a role model and wanting to follow in his footsteps. Paris also seemed to cherish his time with his younger sister. Childhood videos and photographs captured them dancing, playing, and posing together, always with smiles. In 2005, Charity and her children moved to Dallas, Texas, to be closer to Kyla, Charity's mother, who had been diagnosed with breast cancer. Charity was a caring mother, but the stress and anxiety from her separation and conflicts with her mother led her to relapse into drug use. During the 6 months that Charity was under the influence, Paris assumed the role of the protective older brother, a responsibility that profoundly altered his outlook. He no longer viewed his mother as a loving figure, but as a flawed and disappointing woman. Soon after, the three moved to Kyla's ranch in Seymour, Texas, where their lives grew even more chaotic. It was during this period that a more emotionally unstable and violent side of Paris began to surface. He had sudden fits of rage, banging his head against the wall or throwing objects on the floor to attract attention. Yet Charity failed to interpret these signals. On one occasion at the ranch, Paris broke a toy that his sister and a friend were playing with. Charity scolded and punished him, but minutes later, after she stepped away, Paris grabbed a kitchen knife and ran outside with it. Startled by the screams of a ranch worker, Charity and Kyla rushed to the scene and managed to disarm him after a struggle. Alarmed by her son's behavior, Charity took Paris to a psychiatric center. However, feeling that he was not given sufficient attention, she brought him back home. According to some accounts, Similar incidents occurred later. On one such occasion, Paris threatened his aunt and sister, prompting Charity to take him again to a health center, where he underwent several evaluations. A specialist told her that it was troubling for a child so young to harbor thoughts of harming others and recommended treatment. However, Charity reacted defensively, finding the assessment insulting and dismissing the advice. Still, uncertainty about how to manage her son lingered in her mind. Shortly after, the family relocated to Abilene. Over time, Paris developed growing resentment toward his mother, leading to frequent arguments between them. For Charity, although her son's changes confused her, she never believed they were as serious as the psychologist had suggested. Unfortunately, she was wrong. Then came February 4th, 2007. That morning, 13-year-old Paris was visibly upset with his mother. But since fights between them had become a daily occurrence, she dismissed it as ordinary teenage behavior. At the time, Charity was working at a well-known restaurant near Abilene and had hired a babysitter for the evening while she worked. She thought she had faced worse situations with Paris and believed that, as always, things would eventually settle. Before leaving, she approached her son, kissed him, and told him she loved him. That day was particularly demanding because of the Super Bowl. After midnight, around 12:30 a.m. on February 5th, 2007, exhausted from the long shift, Charity was cleaning tables at the restaurant, eager to go home and rest with her children. That was when several police officers arrived. As she headed toward the manager's office, she heard her name mentioned and felt a wave of dread. Confused and disoriented, she couldn't comprehend what was happening when an officer told her that her 4-year-old daughter was injured. Her first instinct was to ask what had happened and where her daughter was. Then came the devastating words: her daughter had passed away. The shock was unbearable, and Charity fainted. There is nothing more horrifying for a mother than losing a child. But the truth she soon learned was even more cruel and unbearable than she could have imagined. While being escorted to the station, she asked about her son, Paris. An officer replied simply, "We have him." That stark answer confirmed her worst nightmare. Hearing that her daughter was gone had already shattered her. But realizing that Paris was the one responsible felt like breaking those shattered pieces into dust. According to the police investigation, that night the babysitter had taken the children out for Chinese food. They later returned home and watched a children's movie. The little girl then went to her room to sleep, while Paris retreated to his because he had to finish his homework. It's unknown at what moment Paris decided to end his sister's life, but as a bright and manipulative teenager, around 10 at night, he managed to convince the babysitter she could go home, assuring her that his mother was on her way. With her absence, it would be easier for him to execute his plan. What happened once they were alone was a true scene of terror. Paris went to Ella's room, beat her, sexually abused the little girl, barely 4 years old, and suffocated her. Then, with a knife he had taken from the kitchen, he gave her 17 fatal stabs. Right after the attack, Paris picked up the phone and called a friend, speaking casually about different topics for 6 minutes. Just 2 minutes after hanging up, at 11:42 p.m., he dialed 911. On the emergency call, he sounded desperate and distressed about what he had done. When the operator asked if Ella was bleeding, he admitted she was, explaining that he had stabbed her several times. The dispatcher instructed him to perform CPR and guided him step by step. On the recording, Paris could be heard counting aloud as if following directions. However, investigators later determined he never actually tried to revive her. The position of Ella's body and the bloodstain patterns made it clear no resuscitation had taken place. To excuse his actions, Paris told the operator he had been hallucinating and believed his little sister was a demon. Soon, the street outside was filled with police and paramedics. Paris was taken into custody and brought to the police station while the investigation began at their home. During interrogation, he again mentioned his demonic hallucinations, claiming he was sleeping with his sister and woke up to her face looking different, like a demon engulfed in flames. He said he thought she was possessed and attacked her in a panic attack. As Paris continued his account, however, he fell into contradictions. He mentioned feeling resentment towards his sister since her birth because he was no longer the center of attention. Initially, investigators thought jealousy might have motivated the attack, but then he revealed his original plan also included killing his mother when she returned home. After a long, confusing, and painful night, Charity arrived at the police station to see her son. The inconsolable mother was shattered, but became emotional upon seeing Paris. She got up, hugged, and caressed him amid tears, showing him she was there for him. Paris's reaction, in contrast, was cold and emotionless. He simply sat and coldly asked her what she planned to do. When Charity broke down in tears asking what he meant, Paris reminded her that she had always said she could take someone's life if they harmed her children. His question was not out of fear, but rather a challenge. At that moment, Charity realized there was something very dark in her son. Following his arrest, Paris was charged with the murder but not tried as an adult, as the minimum age for adult prosecution in Texas is 14 years. Instead, he was charged in juvenile court and pleaded guilty to capital murder. Charity was left feeling confused and unsure of what to do next. Although Paris's defense team suggested he not plead guilty for Charity, this was unthinkable. She couldn't hate her son and wanted him to be held accountable for his actions. Yet she also desperately sought to understand what had driven him to such extremes. While the prosecution aimed for a life sentence, his lawyer was preparing to secure the lightest sentence possible. As part of their efforts, the defense advised against Charity receiving mental health counseling, fearing that the prosecution might use the reports against Paris. Despite the traumatic ordeal she faced as the mother of both the victim and the perpetrator, she finally accessed counseling 2 years after the crime. She was diagnosed with severe post-traumatic stress disorder and depressive disorders. Charity lost 15 kilograms in 13 days, started self-harming, and harbored a strong desire to die. Nevertheless, she knew she had to be strong for Paris, whom she never stopped loving despite the circumstances. In the months following, Paris was in complete isolation. He didn't speak and communicated only through letters and drawings. 2 months before his sentencing, Paris began to reject simple instructions and became more violent. On one occasion, he repeatedly hit a fellow inmate in the face and received a warning for making derogatory comments about other inmates. He later flooded his cell and confronted guards who came to see what was happening. During evaluations, he referred to the crime against his sister with a smile on his face. Prison staff reported that Paris repeatedly tried to manipulate them into giving him his mother's address. At one point, Texas Department of Justice officials said he had hacked the jail's computer system, though the intent was unclear. During this time, 2 psychologists evaluated Paris, and a third reviewed the case. Each report described the boy as showing marked antisocial behavior, reduced empathy, and remorse. The first specialist wrote that he had a moderate risk of developing traits characteristic of psychopathy and pathological narcissism. The second asserted that the teenager displayed all the characteristics of a psychopath. The third went further, suggesting to Charity that she change her identity and move somewhere Paris could never find her. Paris was sentenced to 40 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years, which is the maximum sentence for capital murder in a Texas juvenile court. Had he been an adult, he would have faced the death penalty. Paris will first be eligible for parole in February 2027. If parole is never granted, he will remain incarcerated until February 2047, when he will be released in his early 50s. 2 years after his sentencing, Paris made chilling confessions about his true motivations. He admitted that his original plan had been to kill his mother, Charity. However, he concluded that taking Ella's life would cause her far greater suffering than killing her directly. By murdering her 4-year-old daughter, he ensured that Charity would endure a lifetime of pain. In 2013, 6 years after Ella's death, Charity became pregnant again and chose to raise her new baby, Phoenix, on her own. Though still broken by the loss of Ella, Phoenix's birth brought light and renewed strength into her life. But his arrival came with challenges. Phoenix was born with a defective heart valve and required open-heart surgery soon after birth. Thankfully, he recovered successfully. When Paris learned of his mother's pregnancy, he sent a letter expressing joy for her and for the child, despite knowing he would never meet his half-brother. Legal restrictions prohibited him from contacting minors under 17, which relieved Charity, who never brought Phoenix to visit the prison. Still, Paris spoke with him occasionally over the phone when Charity called her son, though she always feared exposing Phoenix to any danger. At 19, in 2013, Paris was transferred to an adult prison. 6 years later, in 2019, he drew widespread attention during an interview with journalist Piers Morgan. Appearing calm at age 26, Paris admitted that he had never truly achieved any satisfaction from killing Ella. He claimed he was no longer the same person who committed the crime, though he acknowledged the intense hatred he once felt toward his mother and revealed that violent thoughts had plagued him since childhood. Paris' case inspired documentaries that exposed his manipulative and narcissistic traits. Yet, he always maintained that he was not mentally ill. For years, Charity kept in contact with him through visits, letters, and phone calls. She shared her story with the media, saying that after losing her daughter, nothing in her life made sense anymore. It marked the end of the life she once knew. Looking back, she regretted relapsing into drugs, believing it harmed Paris, but she did not regret how she raised him. In 2021, Charity announced that she had cut off all contact with Paris. This decision followed her discovery that he had become romantically involved with a woman out on bail who lived 2 hours from her home. Charity admitted that although she still loved Paris as her son, she no longer liked the man he had turned into. After the tragedy, she created a foundation named Ella in memory of her daughter, with the name also representing empathy, love, lessons, and action. Through this organization, she counsels families of both crime victims and perpetrators. Having lived through both perspectives, first as a child when her mother was accused of murdering her father, and later as a mother when Paris killed her daughter, she speaks from experience. Charity knows the deep impact violent crimes leave on families. She believes the best way to honor Ella is by helping others through hardship, regardless of which side of the tragedy they are on. Her foundation reflects her dedication to supporting those affected by violence and building a space for healing and understanding. Charity's mission is to guide and encourage people confronting similar struggles, offering them a way forward through the pain and chaos such events bring. Moving on to the next case. Iara Gambarazio. In late November 2010, the sudden disappearance of a young girl sent shockwaves through the tight-knit community of Brambate di Sopra, a small town on the outskirts of the Alps in northern Italy. The investigation that followed is regarded as one of the largest in Italian history. This is the story of Iara Gambarazio, a twisted tale that captivated a nation. 13-year-old Iara Gambarazio came from a large, loving family. She was one of 4 children, born to Fulvio and Mora. Her father worked as an architect, and her mother was a teacher. Both families had lived in the Brambate di Sopra area for generations. It was a quiet town of approximately 8,000 residents. Despite being only an hour from the fashion capital Milan, life in Brambate di Sopra was markedly different. Time moved slowly, and the scenery was quintessential rural Italy, with cypress-lined streets and distant mountain views. It appeared to be the ideal place to raise a family. On Friday, November 26, 2010, Yara said goodbye to her family and set off to the local gym, where she trained in gymnastics. She left at 5:15 p.m. to walk the short couple-hundred-meter route she had taken countless times before. Yara intended to drop off a stereo for her instructor and return home immediately. When 2 hours passed and Yara had still not returned, worry began to mount for her parents. Yara's mother, Mora, called her phone, but it went straight to voicemail. They waited until 7:30 p.m., hoping their daughter would arrive with an explanation for whatever had kept her busy. When she still had not come home, Yara's father, Fulvio, called the police. The call reached La Tisciarogari, the magistrate on duty in the nearby city of Bergamo. The experienced magistrate acted immediately, dispatching authorities to search for the missing 13-year-old girl. When retracing her steps, investigators discovered that Yara had made it to the gym that day, where she saw her instructor. They had conducted a light training session in preparation for an upcoming competition before Yara left and began her journey home. The last known contact with Yara was at 6:44 p.m., when she sent a text message to her close friend Martina, suggesting they could meet early the following weekend before the gymnastics meet. A few witnesses claimed to have seen Yara speaking with 2 men near a red car, but this could not be confirmed, and it was not certain that the girl they saw was indeed Yara. Tracker dogs were brought to the gym to trace Yara's route home. Instead, the dogs led their handlers in the opposite direction, toward Mappolo, a small commune located less than 10 minutes from Brambate di Sopra. Yara's phone records confirmed that her device had been in Mappolo at 6:49 p.m. that evening. As standard procedure in missing persons cases, the family was thoroughly questioned by authorities. Each member of the Gambarazio family was extensively interviewed, allowing investigators to rule them out as potential suspects. Mora and Fulvio were respected members of the community, and Yara was dearly loved by them and her 3 siblings. The Tazierugari authorized wiretaps on hundreds of cell phones belonging to potential suspects and instructed her team to track the roughly 15,000 devices that had passed through Mapilo on November 26. This effort led to the identification of their first suspect, a Moroccan man named Mohammed Fikri. A conversation had been intercepted in which Fikri asked God for forgiveness and mentioned something about not being responsible for taking her life. At the time of Yara's disappearance, Fikri was employed at a construction site in Mapilo. By the time investigators suspected he might be connected to the case, he had already left. Fikri had boarded a boat bound for Tangiers, a city in northwestern Morocco. Italian authorities, however, were determined not to give up and set out to intercept the vessel. The mission succeeded, and Fikri was arrested. His van was subsequently searched, and inside, a mattress with dried red stains was discovered. It appeared they might be on the right track to uncovering Yara's fate, until further investigation revealed that the mattress was unrelated to the case, and that the phrase reportedly overheard on the wiretap had been mistranslated. With these leads proving fruitless, the investigation began to slow, as no obvious new suspects emerged. The case had captured national attention, with the mystery of Yara's disappearance broadcast on countless Italian television programs and reporters from across the country descending on Brambati di Sopra. The Gambaresios recognized that the media attention was beneficial for Yara's case, but they nonetheless found the intrusion during such a difficult time almost unbearable. Over the next 3 months, the numerous investigators working on Yara's case pursued every possible lead, verified every sighting, and interviewed all potential suspects. Mora and Fulvio clung to the hope that their beautiful young daughter was alive somewhere and would be returned to them. Tragically, that hope was shattered on February 26, 2011, 3 months after she was last seen. Lario Scotti was flying his model airplane in a town 6 miles, or 10 kilometers, south of Brambati di Sopra. He had chosen a secluded area away from public spaces and over an expanse of scrubland to test his new toy. Hilario encountered some issues with the device, causing him to land it in an overgrown section of shrubs and weeds. He walked over to retrieve the plane, and as he stood back up, something caught his eye. It appeared to be a piece of fabric lying on the ground. His first thought was that someone had discarded clothing there. But then, Hilario noticed a pair of shoes. Upon closer examination, he discovered human remains. Although the body had clearly been in that location for an extended period, a few items of clothing stood out: a black jacket and a Hello Kitty sweatshirt, the same garments Yara had been wearing when last seen. Further analysis of the scene uncovered Yara's iPod and house keys. Her SIM card and phone battery were also recovered, but her cell phone was missing. The autopsy was conducted by Professor Cristina Cattaneo, one of Italy's most renowned forensic pathologists. Traces of lime were found in Yara's nose and airways, and rope fibers were discovered on her clothing. These findings suggested that the perpetrator might have been a builder or someone involved in the construction trade. Yara's body bore multiple cuts from a sharp object. The most tragic discovery was that she had died due to exposure, not directly from her injuries. 2 DNA samples were collected at the scene, one from Yara's gloves and the other from her phone battery. These samples were run against the national database, but neither matched any recorded individuals. All recovered items, including Yara's clothing, were sent for further investigation. This process led to the discovery of a third DNA profile 2 months later on Yara's underwear. Authorities believe a struggle had occurred, and the perpetrator had injured himself, leaving behind DNA. The suspect was designated Ignoto, 1, meaning unknown one. The next step was to identify the source of this DNA. Investigators ordered DNA samples from everyone close to Yara, including family members, friends, and locals frequenting areas she visited. Other officers were tasked with cross-referencing phone records from devices that had moved through Brambati di Sopra and the town where Yara's body was discovered. When a number was located, the owner was tracked down and asked to provide a DNA sample. This painstaking work required hundreds of hours combing through data and attempting to link faces to the numbers. Each new sample took several hours to analyze and generate a profile, with multiple geneticists across Italy working overtime to log the information. The search for Yara, and the subsequent efforts to track down her perpetrator, became one of the largest and most expensive manhunts in Italy's history. Yara was finally laid to rest at the end of May 2011. In the months following the discovery of her body, Thousands of DNA samples were analyzed, yet there was still no match for unknown one. Letizia Ruggieri decided to explore another angle. She understood that many perpetrators tend to dispose of their victims in areas with which they are familiar. Near the location where Yara's body was found, there was a nightclub. Recognizing it as a long shot, Letizia ordered officers to collect DNA samples from club patrons on busy Friday and Saturday nights. This is how Damiano Gerononi came into focus. Damiano was a frequent attendee at the nightclub, and his DNA showed a striking resemblance to unknown one. However, he had a solid alibi, having been in South America at the time Yara disappeared. Nevertheless, authorities pursued the lead, and geneticists suspected that unknown one was a relative of Damiano Gerononi. Every member of the Gerononi family was scrutinized, and a surprising connection to the Gambaresios emerged. Damiano's mother, Aurora, had worked for the family as a domestic helper for 10 years. Aurora lived near Yara's home and had visited twice a week while Yara was growing up. Yara and Aurora were close. Aurora always ensured Yara behaved properly, and Yara delighted in showing her new gymnastics moves. Although Aurora had stopped working for Fulvio and Mora, she maintained a positive relationship with the family. Imagine her shock when she suddenly became the focus of the investigation. "It was the worst thing that could happen to me," Aurora later admitted. Both Aurora and her son Damiano were thoroughly questioned. Their phone calls were monitored, and they were placed under surveillance. After months of trying to find any link between either of them and Yara's disappearance, Letizia eventually resigned herself to the conclusion that, in the end, this was nothing more than a sick coincidence. At the one-year anniversary of Yara's death, pressure on authorities to bring her killer to justice was reaching a breaking point. Various politicians criticized Letizia, questioning her competence as magistrate, despite her having conducted a textbook investigation from the start. Nevertheless, she refused to let this background noise distract her from solving Yara's case and doubled down on the only viable lead so far, Damiano's DNA profile. Investigators focused on constructing an extensive family tree of those related to Damiano, cataloging hundreds of names. Relatives were traced as far back as 1815, resulting in an immense and detailed family tree. This work led investigators to the quiet village of Gorno, where the same families had lived for generations, including the Gerononis. Damiano's uncle Giuseppe had passed away in 1999, and investigators hoped to obtain a DNA sample from him. In September 2011, they visited his widow, Laura, who was able to provide 2 stamps that her late husband had licked. Analysis revealed that unknown one was likely Giuseppe's son, making him Damiano's first cousin. Giuseppe had worked as a bus driver and was a talented accordion player, performing at Gorno festivals. He had 3 children with Laura, 2 sons and a daughter. When their DNA was compared to unknown one, neither child proved a perfect match. Since none of them had children, investigators reasoned that Giuseppe must have had another son, one unknown to them and not with Laura. Letizia described this as an investigation within an investigation. The question then became, how could they track down Giuseppe's illegitimate son? Through examining Giuseppe's personal life, investigators learned that he had visited a resort called Solace Terme every May from the early 1960s, a tradition he maintained without his wife Laura. During the spring months of 2012, authorities scrutinized the records of Solace Terme, tracking down women whose stays at the resort had overlapped with Giuseppe's visits. The effort proved fruitless, as did searching through orphanage records and women's shelters. They came to the conclusion that the possible woman they were searching for was most likely married. Divorce in Italy had been illegal until 1970, so even if the mystery woman had an affair with Giuseppe, she likely stayed married. During this time, Yara's parents had hired a freelance geneticist, Giorgio Portera, to look over the investigation and explain to them, in layman's terms, what everything meant. After reviewing the information, Giorgio campaigned for Giuseppe's body to be exhumed so a proper DNA analysis could be performed. The DNA taken from the stamp could only compare part of unknown one's DNA sequence. His wish was granted on March 7, 2013, when Giuseppe's body was exhumed. This effort confirmed that, without a shadow of a doubt, Giuseppe was unknown one's father. He did have a son out there who was responsible for Yara's passing. The authorities kept details of the information private for the most part, much to the frustration of the media desperate for a story. Slowly, rumors started to spread about Giuseppe's illegitimate son, who was believed to have taken Yara's life. As an array of journalists started their own investigation, many affairs and family secrets were uncovered. Things began playing out like a soap opera in the small towns, but a breakthrough was on the horizon. Marshal Giovanni Macerino worked closely with Letizia. He worked in an office alongside her own. Marshal was a well-liked man with a stubborn streak, by his own admittance. Yara's case had caused him many sleepless nights and 4 years with no breaks, working towards bringing the man responsible to justice. In stark contrast to the high-tech work that went into analyzing the DNA samples and tracking phone records, Marshall was more old school. He liked getting out into the community and talking to people, making them feel comfortable by talking face to face. Through this, Marshall found out many details of Giuseppe's life. As previously mentioned, Giuseppe worked as a bus driver, and Marshall managed to track down his old colleagues. The main bus route for the drivers was taking factory workers to the abundant textile factories in the area. Many of these passengers were women. The drivers often described Giuseppe as somewhat of a ladies' man. While Marshall became acquainted with every aspect of Giuseppe's life, a name came up, Esther Ruffi. Esther was born and raised in Ponte Selva, where Giuseppe lived since the early 1960s. Giuseppe actually lived not far from Esther at the time. When she was 19 years old, Esther got married and moved to a nearby village. She worked at a textile mill and would take the bus daily to her job. This is how Esther met Giuseppe. Her husband was a sickly man who used a cane, and during her frequent trips in Giuseppe's bus, Esther fell in love. Did investigators finally have their missing link? Letitia and her team checked their database to see if Esther happened to be on file. They found that a sample had been taken from Esther back in 2012, but a lab error meant it was not showing on the system. The result was conclusive when the moment came to run Esther's DNA against Unknown One. Unknown One was Esther's son. Had her sample been correctly logged in the first place, this very well may have come to light 2 years earlier. Esther left the home with her husband, and they moved back to Ponte Selva in 1970. The couple welcomed twins that same year, a boy and a girl. The little boy was named Massimo. In 2014, Massimo Bassetti was 44 years old and married with children. The family lived together in Mapello, the same town where Yara's cell phone had last pinged. Once Letizia had a name, she wasted no time tracking down Bassetti and obtaining a DNA sample to compare against Unknown One. This would serve as the final piece of the puzzle if it confirmed that his DNA matched what was found on Yara's body. Knowing that directly asking Bassetti for a sample might raise suspicion, the team devised a clever plan. First, however, they needed to locate him. Bassetti was observed for several days, during which investigators learned he maintained a fairly consistent routine. He worked in construction and returned home each evening at the same time in his small truck. On the surface, Bassetti appeared like any other family man. After confirming his routine and vehicle, the plan was set in motion. While Bassetti was out driving, an officer pulled him over, explaining that they were conducting breathalyzer tests to catch drivers over the legal limit. Bassetti was asked to blow into the device. He chuckled at first and said, "I do not drink." The officer persisted, and Bassetti completed the test. The officer then pretended the device was faulty and asked him to use a second one. It confirmed he had not been drinking that day, and he was free to leave. As he drove off, the officer jogged back to his car with 2 high-quality DNA samples from the prime suspect. The samples were sent immediately to the lab, and by early afternoon, authorities had their answer. Massimo Bassetti was Unknown One. On June 16, 2014, Bassetti was arrested and charged with taking Yara Gambarazio's life. Investigators found that Bassetti frequented areas near Yara's home. He often ate at a nearby pizzeria, parked behind the gym where Yara practiced gymnastics, and visited a local tanning shop regularly. His internet searches revealed a disturbing interest in teenage girls, and phone records placed him in Brambati di Sopra on the day Yara disappeared. Bassetti deliberately turned off his phone at 5:45 p.m., only turning it back on the following morning. When questioned, he remained silent and maintained his innocence. His legal team challenged the DNA evidence, arguing that while it could show he had contact with Yara, it did not prove he was responsible for her death. The trial began in mid-2015 and lasted a full year, revealing the immense scope of the investigation, which had analyzed over 18,000 DNA samples. After numerous witnesses testified and dozens of pieces of evidence were presented, the court of Bergamo, overseen by Judge Antonella Protogia, delivered its verdict on July 1, 2016. Bossetti was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. Yara's case is notable for many reasons. Her loss profoundly affected her family, but the investigation into the monster who took her also disrupted multiple other families. Giuseppe's widow had to come to terms with the fact that her husband had been unfaithful and that his son was responsible for this horrific crime. Bossetti's mother and sister also had to live with the consequences of his actions, alongside other scandals revealed during the investigation. Yet, the most devastating loss remains that of Yara Gambarazio, the bright young girl whose life was cruelly taken. The exact details of that night remain unclear, as Bossetti continues to claim his innocence. Perhaps one day, the full truth will emerge. Moving on to the next case. Oakley Carlson. Oakley Carlson's life began on December 6, 2016, in Oakville, Washington, yet her childhood was anything but typical. She belonged to a household that faced numerous hardships. Her parents, Jordan Bowers and Andrew Carson, endured their own share of difficulties. Andrew once briefly worked as a police officer, but he was dismissed for misconduct, though it never resulted in criminal charges. In contrast, Jordan's past was overshadowed by serious drug and theft-related crimes, and both struggled with substance abuse. Since 2013, their family had been under observation following multiple complaints regarding how they were raising their children. In August 2017, Jordan launched a crowdfunding campaign in an attempt to secure funds for legal representation. Child Protective Services had removed their children after a report indicated they had failed to provide proper medical treatment for one of their daughters, who suffered from health complications that hindered her growth and weight. During that same time frame, 8-month-old Oakley was placed in the care of Eric and Jamie Jo Hiles. The Hiles were compassionate school teachers who deeply wished to become parents. Their path to fostering Oakley started when a former student of theirs told them that the granddaughter of his hairdresser required a foster placement and would eventually be eligible for adoption. He encouraged them to provide a nurturing home, and they accepted with full commitment. As Oakley grew older, she blossomed into a cheerful child who loved making everyone around her smile. Her love for dancing led to her enrollment in dance lessons. She also had a remarkable gift for memorizing stories and was exceptionally intelligent, radiating warmth in the Hiles household. Jamie and Eric were always truthful with Oakley, explaining that while she had not come from Jamie's belly, she had come from her heart. The couple adored her profoundly and longed to adopt her. Yet in October 2019, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families made the tough choice that Oakley should return to her biological family. Despite the Hiles' worries, in November 2019, just a week before her 3rd birthday, Oakley said goodbye to Jamie and Eric, going back to live with Jordan, Andrew, and her siblings. Jamie later revealed in an interview the heartbreaking ordeal of parting with Oakley on the day before Thanksgiving dinner. It was a sorrowful farewell, filled with uncertainty about whether they would ever have the chance to see her again. They continued to stay alert regarding Oakley's welfare, as they carried lingering doubts about Jordan and Andrew's ability to provide care and protection. Sadly, the worries of Oakley's foster parents were not without cause. In 2020, Oakley spent Christmas with her paternal grandparents, who were gravely troubled by her condition. She had developed visible dark circles beneath her eyes, sores on her face, and looked pale and bruised, raising fears for her health and safety. The grandparents contacted Child Protective Services, but it appeared their report merely sparked a serious family conflict. After that troubling episode, Andrew's parents had no more contact with Oakley or her parents. Almost a year afterward, on November 6, 2021, shortly before 5 p.m., Andrew phoned the authorities to report a fire at their home that had occurred earlier that day. According to his version, Oakley had accidentally ignited the sofa while playing with a lighter. Andrew stated that he and his wife had fought the flames for 4 hours, but despite their determined efforts, the fire spread to the 2nd floor of their house. This aroused suspicion among firefighters, largely because of the long delay between when the fire began and when it was reported. Andrew explained the delay by saying the situation was chaotic, as neither he nor his wife could find their cell phones to call for help. Because of the contradictions in the details given, authorities initiated an in-depth investigation into the matter. Their results showed that the fire had actually started in the microwave, contradicting the original claim that the sofa was the cause of the blaze. Following the fire, a close friend of the Stanleys set up an online fundraiser, stating that the blaze had destroyed the upper level of their home, causing them to lose most of their possessions. Several days later, Jessica, the local school director, whose daughter was a friend of one of the Carlson girls, decided to visit the family. They were then staying in an inn, and she intended to bring supplies and offer support. When she arrived, she instantly noticed Oakley's absence and asked where she was. She was told that Oakley was grounded. Afterward, she sent a colleague from school to deliver more supplies, but that visit lasted only about 5 minutes. The colleague grew increasingly uneasy because Oakley was still not with her siblings that day. Becoming more alarmed over the puzzling absence of the child, Jessica took advantage of a visit from Oakley's younger sister, who was spending the night at her home, to carefully ask about Oakley's whereabouts. To her astonishment, the 6-year-old responded with clear irritation, declaring that Oakley did not exist anymore and had been taken in by her adoptive parents. This shocking disclosure compelled Jessica to act without delay. She immediately reached out to the County Child Protective Services office, voicing her serious concern for Oakley's safety and requesting a welfare check to verify the child's condition. On December 6, 2021, officials carried out a visit to the hotel where Oakley's family had been residing after the fire, aiming to evaluate the circumstances surrounding the missing child. Jordan met them at the door, carrying a 2-year-old in her arms, and mentioned that the family was in the midst of packing. The conversation that followed was filled with troubling indications. When asked about Oakley's location, Jordan answered that Oakley was with her foster mother. The officer pressed her to verify whether she was in fact the child's mother, and she confirmed that she was. Yet when questioned again about her daughter's whereabouts, Jordan turned away and attempted to get confirmation from another person inside the room on whether the child was with her foster parents. At that moment, the officer called Andrew over to the doorway and asked him the same question about his daughter's location. He responded that Oakley was staying with his parents, meaning the child's grandparents, but confessed he did not have their phone number or address. Eventually, he gave this vital information to the police. According to official records, the officers contacted Andrew's father, who revealed that they had not seen their granddaughter since December 2020, when she had spent Christmas with them. The authorities then went to the grandparents' home in person, confirming that the child was indeed not there. With their investigative options diminishing, they reached out to social services staff to ask if the child was in foster care. However, officials stated that the child was supposed to be with her biological parents. When they returned to the Carlsons' hotel room, the officers informed Andrew that the child was not with his parents. Instead of showing worry, he seemed strangely detached, as though he already knew the information they had just provided. Jordan's reaction, though different, was equally puzzling. She burst out in anger, clenched her fists tightly, and announced she would not answer their questions before quickly retreating into the room. To the authorities, it was becoming more evident that the Carlsons were concealing something. Heightening their suspicions was an unusual detail noted about the family's vehicle parked at the hotel. There was just one child safety seat, despite the fact that they were supposed to have 4 children, all under the age of 10. That same day, at around 2 p.m., Jessica, the school director, contacted the police to report a strange incident. Jordan had called the school during regular school hours, citing an emergency and expressing the need to pick up her 6-year-old daughter. Acting on the cautionary side, the authorities promptly instructed the school not to release the child to her parents. However, the warning turned out to be unnecessary as Jordan and Andrew failed to show up at the school. Approximately an hour and a half after the call, 32-year-old Jordan and 36-year-old Andrew departed the hotel with their 2-year-old child, but their departure did not go unnoticed. Both of them were arrested for obstruction as they adamantly refused to cooperate with the ongoing investigation. Simultaneously, on the same day, the police made a public appeal on social media seeking assistance from the community to help locate Oakley. According to a report from a local newspaper, this marked a turning point as Child Protective Services assumed custody of the 2- and 6-year-old children. As for the 9-year-old, the identity of the guardian who assumed custody remained undisclosed. The family's residence and property underwent a thorough examination with detectives from the county police and the FBI working together. Despite their meticulous search of the house, they found no sign of the missing girl or any evidence suggesting she had been living there recently. What stood out was that while all her siblings had designated bedrooms, there was no indication of a room for Oakley, and her clothing and toys were noticeably absent. A significant discovery for the ongoing investigation was the presence of bloodstains on the blinds, the front door, and a handprint on one of the walls. On December 6th, Andrew and Jordan found themselves in the county jail, each with a bond set at $150,000 and a 72-hour hold, all due to suspicions of involuntary manslaughter. However, as the investigations progressed, additional charges were brought against them in the following days. They now faced allegations of second-degree abandonment of a dependent person. This new charge stemmed from the authorities' discovery that for approximately 15 months, the couple had failed to provide their 6-year-old daughter with the prescribed medical treatment, resulting in a severe decline in her health that posed a risk of death. The police clarified that this was the sole charge that would keep them detained, and the bond remained in effect. Oakley's paternal grandparents issued a statement emphasizing their full cooperation with the investigation and their singular objective to locate their missing granddaughter. They also shared their prayers for the child's safe return and expressed gratitude for all those diligently working to find her. On December 13th of the same year, the search efforts officially concluded. Law enforcement authorities reported extensive searches that covered over 300 acres, scoring for any trace of the vanished child. The police affirmed that every inch of land had been meticulously examined, leaving no stone unturned. However, he underlined that the quest for truth regarding the fate of the little girl was far from over. Despite the parents' claims of having seen the child as recently as November 30th, they were unable to provide any concrete information about her whereabouts or her current condition. Their inability to confirm whether the child was under the care of an adult further compounded the mystery. Yet, considering all the gathered evidence, detectives established a troubling timeline. Oakley had not been seen alive since January 27, 2021. It led them to a grim conclusion that the child couldn't possibly have survived on her own for such an extended period. Given these revelations, authorities issued a heartfelt plea to anyone who may have come into contact with Oakley since January 2021 or had interactions with her parents during that time to step forward with any information they might possess. Furthermore, court documents unveiled disturbing testimonies from Oakley's own siblings, who held the grim belief that their sister was no longer among the living. The eldest among them disclosed that their mother had strictly forbidden any discussion about Oakley. They recounted a tragic narrative in which Oakley had supposedly accidentally started a house fire using their mother's lighter, leading to physical abuse and her confinement in a cell beneath the stairs as a form of punishment. Their mother had allegedly told them that Oakley had ventured into the woods and met a tragic fate at the jaws of wolves. Another sibling recalled incidents where Jordan had used a belt to discipline Oakley and had locked her in a closet, expressing deep concerns about their sister's well-being and a haunting fear that she might have succumbed to starvation. Based on the available information, authorities were unable to determine whether Oakley was still alive before the house fire. It's worth noting that legal documents reveal the troubling history. Since 2013, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families had received a total of 11 records related to the Carlsons. Among these, 8 were closely examined in light of allegations involving domestic violence, physical abuse, parental drug use, and medical neglect. In February 2022, a significant development unfolded in the case against Jordan and Andrew. This time, they faced fresh charges for endangering their children by exposing them to a controlled substance. This shocking turn of events stemmed from the alarming discovery of dangerously high levels of methamphetamine in the bodies of 2 of their children. A month later, on March 14th, it was reported in the media that Andrew had pleaded guilty to separate charges of endangering 2 of his children with drugs. Unfortunately, his guilty plea did not yield any information that could shed light on the circumstances surrounding Oakley's disappearance. It was also announced at that time that Andrew would face sentencing at the end of March, with the maximum penalty being 12 months of imprisonment. In response to these developments, concerned citizens gathered near county jail, demanding that the Carlsons reveal the fate of their daughter. The protesters raised their voices, labeling Jordan as a monster rather than a mother. Among the demonstrators stood Oakley's foster mother, who expressed her dissatisfaction with the potential 1-year sentence for the biological father, emphasizing that the children's trauma would extend far beyond that period. As planned, Andrew's sentencing hearing unfolded on March 28th, conducted through a video call. The judge delivered a 12-month sentence for endangering the minors. While pronouncing the verdict, the judge directed her words toward the defendant, highlighting the fundamental duty of a parent to protect their children, a duty he had evidently failed to fulfill. Moreover, the judge imposed several restrictions on Andrew. These restrictions included a prohibition on consuming controlled substances. Additionally, he was mandated to undergo a chemical dependency assessment within 45 days of his release, follow a recommended treatment, and provide proof of compliance to the court for the subsequent 6 months following his release from prison. In early April 2022, shortly after Andrew's sentencing, Jordan also entered a guilty plea. She admitted guilt on the 2 charges of exposing her children to contact with a controlled substance. Consequently, on April 22, she received a 20-month prison sentence. Moreover, she was subject to a restriction that prevented her from having any contact with minors under the age of 18 without proper supervision. However, in January 2023, soon after her release following her sentence connected to 2 of her children, Jordan once again encountered legal trouble. This time, she was taken into custody for fraud and identity theft. Authorities disclosed that she had illegally obtained 4 credit cards using personal details belonging to friends and relatives. Strikingly, 3 of these unlawfully acquired cards were found clogging a toilet in the hotel room where the couple had stayed after their house fire. It was further revealed that Jordan had spent more than $40,000 with these cards, making purchases at Walmart and eBay, as well as withdrawing cash to gamble at a casino. Jordan ultimately entered a guilty plea agreement. At first, she faced a 36-month sentence, but the judge, using discretion, chose to issue a longer term. As a result, Jordan received a sentence of 43 months in jail. In the meantime, Oakley's foster parents have stayed deeply involved in their tireless efforts to find the missing child. They have consistently voiced their anguish and frustration, insisting that the decision to return the girl to her biological parents was rushed and endangered the child's safety, since Andrew and Jordan were considered unfit, both mentally and physically, to raise her. Oakley's disappearance left a profound effect on the public, sparking widespread concern and sympathy. The local community not only worked together with law enforcement, but also gathered in front of the county courthouse on several occasions, demanding justice. Additionally, an online petition was initiated in December 2021, gathering more than 7,000 signatures. The petition aimed to promote a support system designed to protect children returning to their families after leaving the foster care system. It also demanded mandatory long-term drug testing for families reuniting with their children. This petition later developed into a bill called the Oakley Law. Although reports in February 2023 indicated that the bill had faced difficulties in the Washington state legislature, it did elicit responses from representatives of the Department of Children, Youth, and Families in the state. These representatives agreed to participate in conversations concerning policy and budget options, demonstrating an ongoing commitment to addressing essential child welfare concerns. The fate of Oakley continues to remain a mystery, posing a baffling challenge for investigators. Their most credible scenario suggests that the young girl may have met a tragic end. However, since her disappearance, a disturbing theory has surfaced that Jordan may have sold her. The investigation has wrestled with an overwhelming flow of leads, which has been one of its most difficult aspects since the very beginning. County police have been flooded with reports from across the nation, each alleging possible sightings of the missing child. They have worked tirelessly with law enforcement agencies throughout the United States, carefully scrutinizing every lead. Regrettably, none of these leads produced any information about Oakley's location. Another significant obstacle encountered by investigators was the lack of a definite timeline identifying when the girl had gone missing. To build such a timeline, they had to carefully reconstruct who had interacted with Jordan, Andrew, and Oakley during the months prior to her disappearance. This effort required locating family members, school staff, and reviewing surveillance footage from different stores. The investigators admitted it would have been relatively simple if they were working with a family or group of individuals who followed a consistent and predictable routine. However, in this instance, the family's movements were characterized by irregularity. By the end of this investigation, Oakley's parents still had not disclosed any details about the child's fate, and both continued to be considered suspects in her disappearance. The investigation remains ongoing and active. In their persistent pursuit of answers, the police have offered a reward of $85,000. Moving on to the next case. Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly. In late March, the quiet town of Yucatan, Kansas was thrust into the spotlight. Two mothers, Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly, disappeared under mysterious circumstances. What began as a routine trip ended with their car abandoned along a desolate road, raising more questions than answers. With few leads but growing suspicions, authorities launched an investigation that extended across state lines. As the disappearance escalated into a case of suspected foul play, arrests included an individual closely connected to the personal life of one of the missing women. 27-year-old Veronica Butler, born in 1996 in Oklahoma, primarily grew up in Guymon. She graduated from Yarborough High School in 2015, which was ominously near the location where her abandoned vehicle would later be found. Veronica worked as a nursing assistant and also contributed her time at a local scale house. Engaged to Tracy Peets, a Marine, Veronica was deeply devoted to her two young children from a previous relationship. Jillian Kelly, 39, was originally from Gering, Nebraska, but resided in Yucatan, Kansas with her husband, Heath Kelly, a local minister. Keith had been appointed as a new minister at Willow Christian Church in Indianola, Nebraska in November 2023, but had not yet begun his duties. Serving as secretary of the Yucatan First Christian Church, Jillian was closely involved in her faith and the religious community. As a mother of four, she balanced her professional responsibilities with a demanding home life. Known for her warmth and active engagement in church activities, Jillian was recognized as a steadfast support for others. She mentored peers and was always willing to offer assistance or a listening ear to those in need. One of the individuals she supported was Veronica Butler. Veronica and Jillian were more acquaintances than close friends. Both had been members of the First Christian Church in Yucatan, and their lives intersected through their shared involvement in church activities. Although not extremely close, Jillian served as one of the court-appointed supervisors for visitations between Veronica and her children. At the time, Veronica's children were living with a grandparent in Eva, Oklahoma. On March 30, 2024, Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly embarked on what was expected to be an uneventful journey from Yucatan, Kansas to Eva. The purpose of their trip was for Veronica to pick up her two children so they could attend her daughter's 6th birthday party. Her son was 8 years old. This 45-minute drive was one that Veronica, as a devoted mother, regularly made. The day began like any other, with both women preparing for the drive. They departed early, planning to return the same day, as they had on numerous previous occasions. This time, however, unbeknownst to the two mothers, the routine trip would take a sudden and tragic turn. As night fell and neither woman arrived at their destination or returned home, their family and friends grew concerned. This concern triggered a search that quickly escalated into a full investigation by the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, OSBI. The last confirmed sighting of the two women was when they departed from Yucatan. Phone records indicated that Veronica and Jillian's devices were actively transmitting signals until approximately 9:42 a.m. After that time, the devices were no longer detected by the networks and ceased transmitting. Later that same day, their car was discovered abandoned on a dirt path roughly 1,000 feet off Oklahoma State Highway 95 and Road L. This location is just south of Elkhart, Kansas, not far from Yarborough School, where Veronica had graduated. The school was closed on Monday, April 1st, out of an abundance of caution, and reopened on Tuesday, but remained on lockdown due to the uncertain nature of the missing persons case. The school's superintendent noted that Butler was part of the class of 2015 and was the only senior that year, meaning she was the sole graduate. The superintendent remarked, "I joked about her being the top of her class, and, well, the bottom also." The location of the incident was remote, an open area that rarely saw activity. The abandoned car was conspicuous to anyone passing by. Inside the vehicle, the scene was disturbing. A small amount of blood was present, suggesting violence. Outside the car, separate puddles of blood were discovered. Whatever had occurred, it happened both inside and outside the vehicle. The car's doors were left open, as if the occupants had been forced out or had departed in haste. Veronica's glasses were found on the roadway near a broken hammer. A pistol magazine was recovered from Jillian's purse at the scene, though no pistol was found. The area around the car was expansive and open, providing no immediate clues or witnesses. This isolation only amplified concerns regarding what might have happened to Veronica and Jillian. Authorities, having deemed the disappearance suspicious from the beginning, intensified their investigative efforts. Search teams combed fields and woodlands. Investigators canvassed the area for any potential leads that might clarify the women's last known movements. As days passed with no sign of Veronica or Jillian, the local communities where the women lived began to rally. Prayer services organized by both the Willow Christian Church and the Yucatan Assembly of God brought residents together in hope and solidarity. Social media pages and community bulletin boards filled with appeals for information related to the case. The Willow Christian Church posted on Facebook, "Please pray that Jillian and her friend Veronica are safe and that they are found quickly. God, please bring these women home to their families who are so worried about them." Behind the scenes, law enforcement worked tirelessly, piecing together the women's last known activities. Investigators examined the personal and professional relationships of the missing women and followed up on every tip received. The absence of concrete evidence or a clear investigative direction only intensified the frustration and fear experienced by everyone involved. Travis Woodworth, a friend, said, "Not knowing anything, not knowing if they are still in Kansas or in Oklahoma or where they are, it just broke my heart. It has been a very heartbreaking week. Lots of sleepless nights." Jelly Houts, another friend of the missing women, added, "Nothing like this really happens around here. So it was a shock. It was horror of all people." Jelly also mentioned that Veronica lights up a room and always shared a smile, urging that everyone pray for her family and fiancé, Tracy. OSBI spokesperson Hunter McKee emphasized the disturbing nature of the disappearance. He highlighted the rural location of the abandoned car and the complete lack of contact with the women as key factors fueling concerns about foul play. He added, "Usually, you can use cameras and footage to see maybe what occurred or what led up to that." On April 13, 2024, the investigation resulted in the arrest of 4 individuals in connection with Veronica and Jillian's disappearance and presumed deaths. The arrested individuals included 54-year-old Tadbert Cullum, 50-year-old Tiffany Michelle Adams, 44-year-old Cole Earl Twombly, and 43-year-old Cora Twombly. Eventually, a 5th suspect, Paul Grice, was also taken into custody. Although the women's bodies had not yet been located, the evidence gathered from the scene was crucial in establishing foul play and facilitating the swift arrests of the suspects. Hunter McKee stated, "The evidence discovered inside and around that abandoned vehicle helped our investigators determine that foul play was involved. What was in the vehicle and around it, we cannot discuss." The loved ones had to be restrained from confronting the suspects as they entered the courtroom, marking the first time they had been seen in public since their arrest. The 4 individuals were charged with 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of kidnapping, and conspiracy in the deaths of Veronica and Jillian. They were booked into the Texas County Jail. The day following the arrests, on April 14th, in a secluded area of Texas County, Oklahoma, the search for the 2 missing mothers ended with a grim discovery. Authorities, including the OSBI, the FBI, and the Texas County Sheriff's Department, announced that they had located 2 bodies. The remains were transported to the office of the Oklahoma Chief Medical Examiner for investigation and autopsies. Officials confirmed that all children involved were safe. It remains unclear where the children were at the time of the killings. The investigation into Veronica and Jillian's disappearance led authorities to a rural property less than 10 miles from where the women were last seen. This site became a focal point after investigators uncovered evidence linking the suspects to the area. According to court documents, 2 burner phones associated with the suspects had pinged near a recently disturbed plot of land on the property. A hole had apparently been dug, then refilled and discreetly covered with hay. Property owner Jamie Beasley provided chilling details to investigators. He described his interactions with Tadbert Cullum, one of the arrested suspects. Cullum had allegedly requested to use a skid steer for what he harmlessly described as dirt work to bury concrete. Just 2 days before Veronica and Jillian disappeared, Cullum had approached Beasley to ask about using the heavy machinery to remove a stump and participate in other digging activities. Following the women's disappearance, Cullum, feeling the pressure of the investigation, warned Beasley that law enforcement considered him a person of interest. He noted that the skid steer tracks might appear suspicious. Jamie was advised by Cullum to simply claim that the suspect had been performing general land maintenance if questioned. As the investigation progressed and officials began piecing together not only the who and how behind the crime, but also the method, they uncovered a detail that would shock the entire community. One of the suspects had a surprisingly close connection to Veronica Butler. Tiffany Adams was Veronica's mother-in-law, making her a relative by marriage and the grandmother of Veronica's children, the same grandmother with whom the children were staying in Eva. During the investigation, Adams told the OSBI that on March 29th, her son and her grandchildren had spent the night elsewhere. She had planned to pick them up the following morning prior to meeting Veronica. Court documents indicate that Adams contacted Veronica at 9 a.m. on March 30th to confirm their appointment. According to Adams, Veronica told her she would not make it because something came up. Phone records confirm the conversation occurred, but at that time, Veronica was actually on her way to pick up Jillian. Wrangler Rickman, the father of Veronica's 2 children, had legal custody but was in a rehabilitation facility at the time, meaning the children were residing with Adams at the time of the disappearance. The potential motive in the case appeared linked to the ongoing custody battle over Veronica's children, which began in February 2019. The contentious legal dispute involved frequent court appearances and critical hearings, highlighting the high stakes for all parties involved. 10 days before Veronica went missing, she filed for increased visitation and was seeking full custody. An upcoming court hearing on April 17th had the potential to grant Veronica unsupervised visitation rights. The OSBI interviewed the person who normally supervises the visits, who stated she was available to supervise that day, but Adams told her to take a couple of weeks off from visitation. Adams wanted to question her grandchildren about how Veronica's approved visitation supervisors were. Tiffany Adams sometimes resisted handing over the children to her own son, despite his legal custody rights. The fact that law enforcement has also been called to intervene in the custody issues was a clear indication that there was a volatile family dynamic. Recordings also indicated that Adams and her boyfriend, Tad Cullum, who was also one of the 4 suspects arrested, had made threats against Wrangler. Wrangler's grandmother reported in February 2024, he told her they did not have to worry about the custody battle much longer because Adams had it under control. Adams knew the path the judge walked to work, and we will take out Veronica at drop-off. Wrangler was confirmed to be in a rehabilitation facility in Oklahoma City at the time of the disappearance. After obtaining a search warrant for Adams' phone on April 1st, OSBI agents discovered searches related to tasers, gun shops, repaid phones, and methods to lure someone from their home. A search of local gun shops showed Adams had purchased 5 stun guns on March 23rd and 3 prepaid cell phones from Walmart. The cell phones were traced to areas significant to the investigation, including where Veronica's car was found and their last known location. On March 30th, between 1016 and 10:35 a.m., 2 of these phones were tracked to a remote pasture where evidence of recent soil disturbance was apparent. A buried hole covered with hay was found roughly 8.5 miles from Veronica and Jillian's last known spot, within a time frame consistent with the disappearance of the 2 mothers. All the suspects belonged to an anti-government group called God's Misfits that regularly met at the Twombly's home. On March 30th, their 16-year-old daughter noticed that Cora and Cole Twombly were not home, but returned around noon. They had allegedly taken a blue and gray Chevrolet pickup truck. After returning, they asked their teenage daughter to clean the pickup's interior. She also told investigators that her mother admitted that she and her father had blocked the road to intercept Veronica and Jillian. They then directed them towards where Adams, Cullum, and Grice were waiting. When questioned about why Jillian had to be slain as well, Cora justified it by saying Jillian was not innocent because she supported Veronica. When asked if the bodies were hidden in a well, Cora's cryptic reply was something like that. Their daughter also talked about earlier attempts to take Veronica Butler's life around Yugurton. In February 2024, these attempts included a strategy to lure Veronica Butler outside, a tactic mirrored by the web search found on Adams' phone. Cora also described a plan to simulate an accident by dropping an anvil through Butler's windshield. Such incidents commonly occurred when driving past work vehicles. Prosecutors say there had been many attempts to take Veronica's life. Other court documents show the years of turmoil between Veronica and Adams. Efforts to secure a protection order did not get a judge's approval. KSN spoke with Clinton Butler, Veronica's father. When asked if he felt the justice system failed his daughter, he responded, 100%. A celebration of life service was held for Jillian on April 28th, and for Veronica on May 3rd. Grice, 31, made his first court appearance in Texas County, Oklahoma on May 1st, 2024. It is unclear why the police did not arrest Grice when the others were arrested. His arrest came 9 days later. He admitted that he was a part of the planning, slaying, and burial of Veronica and Jillian. During the hearing, he was denied bail. According to the motion, were 3 reasons involved in the decision. Proof of guilt is evident. Violent offenses are believed to have happened, and he is facing a maximum sentence of life or life without parole. He will get a public defender since he said he cannot afford to hire his own. According to Adams's affidavit, she also did provide a recorded statement to law enforcement, indicating her responsibility for the slaying of the deceased. Veronica and Jillian were more than victims in a sensational case. They were individuals with hopes, dreams, and loved ones. This case serves as a reminder of the devastating impact that crime has on victims and their families, going far beyond the headlines in courtrooms. For the public and the loved ones of the victims, the wait for the trial and its outcome can be an agonizing period filled with uncertainty. As the legal process unfolds, they must grapple with the slow pace of judicial proceedings. It can often feel frustratingly sluggish compared to the immediate impact and emotional upheaval caused by the crime. The hope for all is that justice for Veronica Butler and Jillian Kelly will be served. There is an effort in Kansas to make sure the names of Veronica and Jillian are not forgotten. Hamlin and Beth Beard are the co-owners of Maine Revelation, a small business in Yucatan which is selling T-shirts. This is an effort to help the families of Veronica and Jillian. The T-shirts feature Jillian's favorite Bible verse on the back. All of the money they get will go to the victims' families. Rice is expected to return to the courthouse on May 15th with the other 4 people who have been arrested and charged in connection to this case. For 2 decades, the community of Ormond Beach, Florida was haunted by the unsolved disappearance of Autumn Lane McClure. A 16-year-old vanished in May 2004, leaving behind a trail of questions and a family desperate for answers. Initially characterized as a missing persons case, the investigation took a dark turn as new evidence surfaced years later, pointing to foul play. Autumn Lane McClure was a bright and energetic 16-year-old high school student from Ormond Beach. Known for her vibrant personality and warm smile, attended Mainland High School and lived with her grandmother. Working part-time at a local grocery store, Winn-Dixie, she was a familiar face to many in her community before her mysterious disappearance. On May 10, 2004, Autumn's grandmother reported her missing after Autumn's boyfriend said he dropped her off at the Volusia County Mall. In the early stages of the investigation, her grandmother received several letters and phone calls, allegedly from Autumn. The letters claimed she was fine and would return home after she turned 18, but Autumn was never seen or heard from again. Initial investigations focused on retracing Autumn's last known movements and interviewing close acquaintances. This included her boyfriend, who was quickly ruled out as a suspect. Despite efforts to locate Autumn, no significant leads or evidence surfaced that could explain what had happened to her. Autumn's grandmother, who had been her primary caregiver, became a central figure in keeping the case in the public eye. As the years passed, the investigation into Autumn's disappearance was marked by periods of activity and frustrating lulls. Investigators never ceased their efforts, continuously re-interviewing witnesses, collecting DNA from family members, and following up on new leads. One lead emerged in 2016 when Autumn's former boyfriend, previously believed to have dropped her off at the mall, confessed to investigators that he had actually left her at the Sea Breeze Bridge. From there, she was picked up by her grocery store co-worker, Jessica Freeman. Detectives learned that Autumn had been staying with Jessica and her boyfriend, Brian Donnelly, who was 31 years old at the time. The couple admitted that Autumn had stayed with them temporarily due to alleged problems at home with her grandmother. They provided minimal information that could assist investigators in locating Autumn, claiming ignorance. Interviews with Jessica in 2018, while she was living in Nevada, yielded no new information. She continued to deny any knowledge of Autumn's fate. It was not until several years later that the case experienced a significant breakthrough. In 2021, authorities received a crucial tip that would reopen the case with new momentum. Chris Miller, a relative of Jessica and Brian, came forward claiming that one or both of them had been involved in the death of a teenage girl in Volusia County. This tip revitalized the investigation and led to a controlled call orchestrated by the police. During the controlled call, Jessica admitted that she had witnessed Brian Donnelly take Autumn's life. Donnelly died during a medical procedure on May 26, 2022, without facing charges. Following his death, detectives re-interviewed Jessica, who had been granted immunity by prosecutors. After securing her immunity deal, she confessed that Autumn had been living with her and Donnelly in the Shady Oaks mobile home park. Autumn had been involved in an inappropriate and intimate relationship with them prior to her disappearance. Jessica further told investigators that she had seen Donnelly choking Autumn in the trailer's bathroom, but by the time she intervened, Autumn was already lifeless. He then threatened Jessica, warning that she would face the same consequences if she went to the police. Authorities stated that they believed the motive was Autumn's plan to return home, and Donnelly feared that if she went back and revealed their relationship, he would face criminal charges. Jessica also provided investigators with critical information regarding the location where Autumn's body had been buried. She identified the site as the 1300 block of Hand Avenue in Ormond Beach. She recalled that Brian Donnelly had returned to the property in late 2021 or early 2022 and appeared satisfied to see that a new home was being built over the area where he had allegedly concealed Autumn's body. In 2023, authorities worked with the new owner of a trailer home on the property to conduct an excavation. Using ground-penetrating radar, investigators identified irregularities in the soil beneath where the trailer had been located. 1 to 2 years after her disappearance, in 2024, the meticulous search enabled investigators to recover 99.9% of Autumn's remains. The recovery of her remains has provided a small measure of peace for her twin brother and the rest of her surviving family members, who have endured years of uncertainty and anguish. While the recovery of her remains and Jessica's confession offer long-awaited answers, they also give the family an opportunity to finally mourn and honor Autumn's memory properly. Although traditional justice is unattainable due to Donnelly's prior death, knowing Autumn's fate, as tragic as it was, provides closure on a chapter that has haunted her family for nearly 2 decades. Volusia Sheriff Mike Chitwood stated, "The sad part is he will never face justice in this world for the evil he perpetrated. I am hoping to God that when he takes his last breath, maybe he has a vision of where he was headed." Moving on to the next case. Amy Baker. On November 14, 1986, Jacqueline Lard's routine day at her Stafford County real estate office turned grim when she vanished after work. The following morning, a scene inside her office revealed signs of a violent altercation, and her body was ultimately located hidden beneath a carpet in a wooded spot several miles away. Advancing to 1989, Amy Baker, an 18-year-old who had been visiting her family, disappeared while returning home. Her abandoned automobile was discovered, igniting a mystery that stretched across decades. How were these two incidents connected, and what advancement finally led to their solution in 2024? Amy Baker, an energetic young woman born on March 16, 1971, in Springfield, Fairfax County, Virginia, brought joy to her family as the treasured daughter of Mark Baker and Sue Easler. In a major shift in life, the Baker household, which also included Amy's younger brother David, moved from the lively surroundings of Falls Church to the calm community of Hartwood in Stafford County. This transition came from her parents, Mark and Sue's wish for a more spacious home and a measure of peace away from the hectic atmosphere of Fairfax County. Amy, while becoming familiar with her new environment, frequently went back to Falls Church, a place full of recognizable faces and valued memories, to see friends and relatives. The Baker residence created a supportive space that encouraged Amy's developing interests. She was passionate about field hockey, showing her abilities on the varsity squad, and loved preserving memories through photography. With artistic ambitions, Amy set her goals on attending an art school in Savannah, Georgia. In the meantime, she enjoyed working as an event photographer at the local shopping mall, where she took pictures of children with seasonal characters like the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus, preserving joyful memories for families. In contrast, knowledge about Jacqueline Lard's childhood is less extensively detailed. Born in 1954, Jacqueline worked as a devoted real estate agent in Stafford County and was married to Ronald Lard. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Together they raised their 2 children. Jacqueline Lard, both a committed professional and a caring mother, held significant responsibilities at her job and within her household, though limited details exist concerning her personal hobbies or background. On November 14, 1986, Jacqueline vanished in Stafford County, beginning a puzzling and unsolved mystery. She was last observed around 9 p.m. at Mount Vernon Realty, not knowing it would be the last moment of her life. The next morning, her office exposed a troubling scene suggesting a violent struggle. Detectives from Stafford County, supported by the Virginia State Police Crime Scene Unit and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, thoroughly examined the region in search of evidence, including Jacqueline and her missing vehicle. Only one day later, two young people playing in a wooded section of Woodbridge made a shocking discovery: Jacqueline's body hidden beneath discarded carpeting, confirming her tragic death. Her deserted car was later discovered in Fairfax County on December 18th. Although the collected evidence did not produce immediate outcomes, it would eventually prove essential in resolving her case decades afterward. Amy Baker's account unfolded in an equally unsettling fashion. On March 29, 1989, the 18-year-old's trip to visit her parents came to a sudden end on Interstate 95 when her car broke down. Abandoning her blue 1970 Volkswagen Beetle, she walked toward a nearby Exxon station. Through the night, Amy's failure to return home greatly worried her mother, Sue Baker. Even while attempting to explain Amy's absence as an independent choice, Sue increasingly feared a tragic result as daylight neared. In desperation, Sue searched for her daughter, phoning hospitals, towing companies, family members, and law enforcement, only to learn that Amy's vehicle had been left abandoned the previous evening. The reaction to Amy's disappearance was divided, with early speculation by authorities suggesting she might have intentionally chosen to disappear. Yet, the surrounding circumstances cast doubt on that initial assumption. Amy's possessions were left behind, and her car was located in an unusual spot, directly contradicting the notion of a voluntary absence. Although law enforcement made efforts, even deploying a helicopter, Amy's family felt obligated to act on their own. Sue Baker, along with her sister-in-law, Mary Ballet, armed themselves with handmade missing person posters and relentlessly searched the region. Their commitment to keeping Amy's case visible stood as proof of their persistence, despite the limitations of the pre-digital era. In time, their search brought them to a devastating discovery near the Backlick Road Bridge. Amy's body, concealed beneath foliage, was located just a few yards from where she had last been seen. This heartbreaking discovery on Good Friday permanently altered the Baker family's lives. The tragedies, though separated by time and circumstances, carried a shared element of unresolved questions and the suffering endured by families left in uncertainty. The investigation into Jacqueline Lard's premature death was met with a joint effort that included multiple law enforcement agencies on both state and federal levels. The Stafford County Sheriff's Office, Prince William County Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Drug Enforcement Administration united to create a strong task force committed to solving the mystery of her death. Even after extracting DNA from gathered evidence and performing extensive searches through both Virginia and national DNA databases, the killer's identity remained hidden. Many individuals of interest were evaluated, and familial DNA searches were attempted, yet no meaningful progress appeared, forcing the inquiry into a deadlock that eventually went cold. The discovery of Amy Baker's remains became a decisive turning point in her investigation. Driven by the urgent search for Amy, law enforcement promptly secured the area. The image of Amy's nearly unworn tennis shoes, gifted for her 18th birthday, served as a chilling confirmation of the immense loss her mother had suffered. Despite the rapid response that came after the grim discovery, the handling of Amy's case by law enforcement left her family disillusioned and upset. Criticisms were directed at the early search efforts, which the grieving relatives regarded as insufficient. They mourned the heartbreaking reality of having to locate their loved one themselves, a task they believed should have been completed by police within the first critical days of Amy's disappearance. The autopsy findings revealed a horrifying picture. Amy had endured violence, assault, and strangulation, her life tragically taken shortly after leaving her vehicle. The inquiry advanced into a homicide case, leaving both her family and the community stunned and mourning the deep loss. After Amy's murder, police reached out to the public for assistance, concentrating on two suspicious vehicles spotted near Amy's abandoned car, an early 1980s dark-colored Buick and a blue Ford Escort. Despite their appeals and a flood of tips following the news of Amy's death, one significant call to Crime Stoppers remained an elusive lead that never developed into a resolution. The caller, thought to hold vital knowledge, never reached out to authorities again despite repeated requests. This unfulfilled lead, paired with the urgent appeals for the caller to come forward once more, underscored the obstacles and frustrations that plagued the investigation. With no further progress, the case eventually went cold. In the persistent quest for justice for both Jacqueline Lard and Amy Baker, investigative teams, propelled by determination and advanced forensic technology, secured a critical breakthrough that finally resolved these enduring cold cases in 2024. Sheriff Decatur of the Stafford County Sheriff's Office, who had been part of the Lard investigation since it began in 1986, guaranteed the case never truly went dormant. His commitment to seeking justice for Jacqueline was mirrored in the dedication of the detectives pursuing Amy Baker's case, each driven by unshakable resolve. The breakthrough in both cases emerged when retired. Detective Dave Wood chose to employ forensic investigative genetic genealogy, merging DNA examination with genealogical research to bring new clarity to the identity of the killer. Parabon Nanolabs, a prominent company specializing in DNA phenotyping, played an essential role in this effort. Through their advanced analysis, they connected the DNA evidence from Jacqueline Lard's murder scene to that from Amy Baker, definitively linking the two cases for the first time. Investigators examined the circumstances surrounding Amy's tragic death, determining that her vehicle had run out of fuel and concluding she may have been searching for assistance when she encountered her attacker. This crucial information added depth to their comprehension of her last moments and underscored the savagery of the assault. In 2021, cold case detectives from the Fairfax County Police Department submitted their evidence to DNA Labs International, which produced a complete DNA profile. When this profile was entered into the Virginia State Database, it revealed a direct tie to the ongoing investigation of Jacqueline Lard's murder. This connection between the two cases represented a decisive moment, advancing the investigation with renewed commitment. On December 14, 2023, detectives uncovered a family name that could be linked to the suspect, setting them on a trail that ultimately pointed to Elroy Neal Harrison, a 65-year-old living in Stafford County. This identification was the outcome of decades of thorough investigation, groundbreaking technological methods, and an unyielding pursuit of justice by everyone involved. Subsequent investigation of this lead and the securing of a search warrant for Harrison's DNA reinforced their suspicions. In February 2024, the Department of Forensic Science verified the match using the DNA obtained from Harrison. Thus, after nearly 40 years, the mystery surrounding the deaths of Jacqueline Lard and Amy Baker was conclusively solved. Elroy Neal Harrison, a name unknown until the historic resolution of these long-standing cold cases, had been born in 1959. Although many aspects of his early years remain unclear, the known details depict a man who once lived among the residents of Stafford County, Virginia. His life, however, shifted dramatically in 1983 when he was arrested for a bank robbery in Virginia, which led to his imprisonment. Harrison's incarceration came to an end on June 30, 1986, when he was released back into the community. This timeline is significant as it directly preceded the tragic incidents connected to Jacqueline Lard and Amy Baker. On March 4, 2024, a major breakthrough was achieved in the decades-old cold cases of Jacqueline Lard and Amy Baker, when Elroy Neal Harrison was indicted by a grand jury in Stafford County. The accusations brought against him were grave, including first-degree murder, abduction with the intent to defile, and aggravated malicious wounding of Jacqueline Lard, in addition to breaking and entering with the intent to commit murder. The next day, on March 5, 2024, law enforcement officials apprehended Harrison at his home in Stafford. At 65 years old, Harrison was confronted with the full weight of the justice system as he was booked into the Rappahannock Regional Jail in Stafford, charged with murder, abduction, assault, and burglary. Denied the possibility of bail, Harrison awaited his arraignment, a critical step in this decade-spanning case, scheduled for April 5, 2024. This moment signaled the beginning of the legal process against him. Over the years following the devastating loss of Jacqueline Lard and Amy Baker, their families have undertaken a difficult journey of grief and perseverance. Edwin Lard, Jacqueline's son, stands as a clear example of strength. Even though he grew up under the shadow of his mother's unresolved killing, Edwin made the choice to dedicate his life to serving others. He first pursued work as a Navy medical corpsman before later moving into a career as a paramedic. Yet, his dedication to aiding others did not stop there. Edwin eventually became the executive director of Rescue Task Force, a consulting organization focused on threat protection. As the father of 3 daughters and 1 son, Edwin represents the unshaken determination of his family. He strongly declares, while his mother may have been the killer's victim, he refuses to allow himself to be one. Neither he nor his family will surrender to victimhood. This steadfast refusal to let tragedy define them is equally reflected in the Baker family, who have embraced resilience in the face of an immeasurable loss. Moving on to the next case. Ashley Fawless. New Year's Eve was meant to be a night filled with enjoyment. Relatives and friends gathered at the Fawless residence, celebrating, laughing, and dancing. Ashley Fawless stood at the center of attention, smiling and relishing the occasion. To those around her, she appeared joyful. Yet behind the surface, matters were not as flawless as they looked. Then, just after the clock passed midnight, everything shifted. A single gunshot shattered the party's cheer. Attendees rushed to the bedroom, confusion quickly turning into panic. Within moments, a frantic 911 call went out. When emergency responders arrived, Ashley was lying on the ground, unresponsive. A firearm rested nearby. Her spouse, Tom, was the only person present with her. He told officers it was a terrible misfortune, something nobody could have prevented. Yet as investigators began raising questions, the details failed to align. A neighbor insisted she heard Ashley shout right before the shot. Others recalled friction between her and Tom. And then came the most pressing question of all. Was it truly an accident, or was there something deeper occurring? What exactly took place inside that bedroom? Ashley and Tom had first met during the spring of 2007 on an online dating site. From the beginning, Ashley's lively character and endless energy drew Tom in, and their connection quickly grew. Ashley was already a committed mother to 2 daughters from an earlier marriage, and the relationship moved forward rapidly. Within 12 months, they had a son, and just 2 weeks after his birth, they were married. By 2010, Tom had legally adopted Ashley's daughters, cementing their family circle. They adjusted to life together, but by the end of 2011, strains began to appear. Their daughters were then 9 and 6, while their youngest had just celebrated his 3rd birthday. His condition of hydrocephalus required repeated surgeries, creating a tremendous weight for Ashley. Managing her son's medical demands, raising her children, and coping with increasing marital pressures left her emotionally exhausted. In 2010, Ashley Fawless was dismissed from her job at North Colorado Medical Center, officially for insubordination and hostile conduct. She challenged the ruling in court and obtained a settlement, but the legal win provided little relief from her growing personal hardships. The following year, she briefly rekindled a romance with a high school sweetheart, further worsening her already fragile marriage. Around the same period, Ashley pursued psychiatric help for recurring panic attacks, sometimes suffering as many as 5 each week. She was prescribed medication to control her anxiety and balance her mood, yet her mental health remained a serious struggle for both herself and Tom. Even after learning about her unfaithfulness, Tom decided to remain in the marriage. Investigators would later locate old divorce documents in their bedroom, papers Ashley had written back in 2009 when the pair considered separating because of clashing work schedules. In the end, they chose to persevere and mend their relationship. Over time, Tom felt they were making progress. He had obtained steady employment as a corrections officer, while Ashley discovered purpose in giving public talks, recounting her experiences as a mother of a child with hydrocephalus. She offered advice and assistance to other parents facing similar difficulties. Then, only weeks prior to the tragic evening, Ashley used a home pregnancy test. To her shock, the outcome turned out positive. It was an unexpected revelation, since she had undergone sterilization after their youngest son's birth. Holding on to hope that the result was correct, she promptly stopped taking her prescribed medication for anxiety. Yet on December 31, 2011, merely hours before they were scheduled to host a New Year's Eve party, Ashley began her menstrual cycle. A follow-up test confirmed she was not pregnant after all, delivering a painful setback to both her and Tom. That very morning, the pair had been discussing whether reversing her procedure could be an option. Years before, Ashley's mother had advised that decision, but now the choice lay solely with them. Both Ashley and Tom conveyed a wish to grow their family, and the unforeseen development left them in a heavy emotional state as they got ready for the evening gathering. Their home soon filled with relatives and friends as they welcomed the new year. In spite of her inner distress, Ashley maintained a bold exterior, drinking, dancing, and enjoying time with her loved ones. Her parents, Joe and Jenna, later remembered that she appeared as spirited and resilient as always. Still, according to Tom, beneath her joyful surface, she was wrestling with emotions invisible to others. That night, as the festivity continued, a conversation between Ashley and Tom took a strained direction. Tom later stated that their talk had risen into an argument. Hoping to avoid further dispute, he claimed he had walked away. During his police interview, investigators observed scratches on Tom's chest and neck, marks that quickly stirred suspicion. When asked, he explained the ones on his chest came from irritation caused by shaving for the first time, while those on his neck, he insisted, could have resulted from stress. As the questioning grew more forceful, Tom felt trapped, maintaining that he was being wrongly accused. He consistently declared his innocence, asserting that he was not in the room when the firearm discharged and that he had no involvement in Ashley's death. As the inquiry progressed, detectives began interviewing neighbors and inspecting the scene for possible evidence. One neighbor stated she had heard Ashley shout, "Get off me," only moments before the gunshot was fired. Her account directly conflicted with Tom's explanation of events. When asked about the alleged shouting, Tom adamantly denied it. He claimed he had never forced Ashley into anything against her will, but investigators remained dissatisfied with his statements. They emphasized that Ashley's gunshot wound was located at the back of her head, a position that made self-inflicted injury highly unlikely. In reply, Tom demanded forensic analysis to establish his innocence. He pressed authorities to examine his hands for gunshot residue and also insisted that Ashley's hands be tested to determine if she could have fired the gun. Even with his cooperation, detectives stayed unconvinced. The circumstances of the shooting, combined with inconsistent reports, left too many unresolved doubts. While Tom remained in the police station, Ashley was in the hospital, where doctors struggled to preserve her life. Sadly, only hours after her arrival, she succumbed to her wounds. When Tom was notified of her death, he appeared shattered. He claimed that in the moments following the shooting, while holding Ashley in his arms, he noticed her breathing and sincerely believed she still had a chance to live. After 3 hours of questioning, investigators had neither obtained a confession from Tom nor succeeded in removing him as a suspect. As the interrogation continued, his frustration grew, and he repeatedly stated that he would never harm his wife. However, just 4 days following the shooting, Ashley's death was officially ruled self-inflicted. The medical examiner's determination was issued before laboratory testing had even been finalized, leaving Ashley's relatives in shock. Her parents, Jenna and Joe, were enraged, convinced the case had been mishandled. They believed Tom's employment in the county correctional system had influenced the decision, providing him an unfair edge in the matter. Although Tom served in a different law enforcement branch, making direct links to the investigating detectives difficult to verify, the family felt his background factored into why the case was closed so swiftly. To guarantee transparency, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation became involved, but serious mistakes had already occurred. Tom had not been separated from other witnesses at the crime scene, a breach of standard investigative protocol. Even more critical, his hands had not been adequately covered to preserve potential gunshot residue, evidence that could have been vital in determining what truly took place that night. Jenna and Joe believed detectives only began regarding Tom as a person of interest after their repeated demands. Even then, they felt the investigation remained shallow. They faulted law enforcement for questioning Tom for only 3 hours, which they considered far too short for the primary individual tied to a suspicious death. Ultimately, Tom was permitted to go free. After the tragedy, Tom left the state with the children, moving to Indiana to live near his sister. He registered for college, hoping for a new beginning, but Ashley's parents refused to allow the case to be forgotten. Determined to pursue justice, they reached out to the press, speaking publicly about their daughter's passion for life and their conviction that she would never have chosen to end it. They also highlighted Tom's record of a quick temper, presenting a portrayal far different from the one seemingly accepted by law enforcement. Their persistence attracted the attention of investigative journalist Justin Joseph, who discovered a crucial witness, 17-year-old Nick Glover, a neighbor of the Fallis household. Nick remembered that on January 1, 2012, as emergency crews arrived at the Fallis home, he overheard Tom say to Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." What Nick disclosed next was even more alarming. He declared that he had given this information to detectives during an interview, yet there was no reference to his statement in the official police records. The absence of documentation raised significant doubts about the credibility of the investigation. The idea that detectives might have purposely omitted essential testimony to protect Tom from scrutiny led to accusations of misconduct and concealment. Ashley's relatives and advocates called for a more thorough inquiry, convinced the truth had been suppressed and that justice for Ashley was still unmet. In April 2014, more than 2 years after Ashley's death, the Evans Police Department resolved to reopen the case. Fresh allegations had surfaced, claiming that detectives had deliberately left out crucial evidence and changed a witness's account to support the theory that Ashley had ended her own life. In spite of these assertions, law enforcement officials continued to insist that the original investigation had been both comprehensive and impartial. On November 18, 2014, authorities arrested Tom Fallis near his residence in Indiana. He was charged with second-degree manslaughter, but firmly maintained his innocence. The case had already drawn widespread public interest, largely fueled by investigative reporting from Justin Joseph. Even as the trial approached, many questions still lingered. Among them was the meaning of bruises discovered on Ashley's legs, which some speculated were connected to a flashlight found at the scene. Yet further review revealed the flashlight belonged to an officer who had tried to perform first aid and had no relation to the shooting. The prosecution constructed its case on the argument that amid a heated quarrel, Tom seized the handgun Ashley kept under the mattress, pressed it to her head, and pulled the trigger. He then carefully placed her body on the floor before contacting emergency responders. During the trial, Ashley's mother testified on the stand that Tom had acted aggressively at the New Year's Eve celebration, using harsh language that led to conflict. Tom rejected these claims. Later, she also revealed a family history of mental illness, noting that both Ashley's grandmother and uncle had died by suicide. The prosecution relied on this information to suggest Ashley might have chosen to end her own life. However, Ashley's psychiatrist offered a different account. He testified that as of December 2011, she displayed no indications of depression. Meanwhile, the defense argued that Ashley had been consulting 2 psychiatrists and a therapist simultaneously, which resulted in overlapping prescriptions. They proposed this could have contributed to mood fluctuations or emotional instability. Forensic professionals gave contradictory testimony. One specialist, who had spent extensive time reviewing the evidence, stated that Tom could not have fired the deadly shot. He highlighted that perpetrators of crimes of passion seldom stop after firing a single bullet. Another forensic professional examined the case files and personally inspected the crime scene. He concluded that Tom had been extremely close to Ashley when the gun discharged. According to his analysis, if Tom had been positioned farther away, the blood spatter would have been more widely distributed. His findings were supported by the recorded sequence of events detailing how Tom reached Ashley and attempted to give assistance. The prosecution relied heavily on this interpretation to counter the defense's case. Another significant element of the case involved Ashley's emotional difficulties related to pregnancy. Although an autopsy confirmed Ashley was not pregnant at the time of her death, it revealed that despite her tubal ligation, she still retained the ability to conceive. According to testimony in court, during the 9 months preceding her death, Ashley had believed on 3 separate occasions that she was pregnant. Prosecutors contended these false alarms had taken a heavy emotional toll, intensifying her ongoing struggles. Psychiatrists called to testify described how such experiences could have deeply influenced her mental condition. As the trial continued, Nick Glover, a pivotal witness, took the stand. He stated that on the night of Ashley's death, he overheard Tom say to her parents, "I shot my wife." This remark became a central point for the prosecution. Another witness, Chelsea, was also anticipated to support the assertion that Ashley had cried out, "Get off me," prior to the gunshot. However, Chelsea's testimony shifted in an unexpected way. Nick's mother, Kathy, had earlier said that Chelsea had clearly heard the dispute. Yet when Chelsea testified, she admitted she had been drinking heavily that evening and could not distinctly remember the events. Even so, Nick held firm in his version, declaring he would never forget what he had heard. With clashing witness accounts and disputed forensic interpretations, the trial turned into a struggle of perspectives, leaving the jury with the challenging responsibility of deciding what truly occurred that night. Nick Glover's testimony drew the attention of investigators, leading to an internal review of the officer who had originally interviewed him on the night of Ashley's death. The review sought to determine whether the detective had deliberately failed to record Tom's supposed confession. However, the inquiry eventually found no evidence of misconduct, and the detective asserted that Nick had never made such a statement during their interview. During cross-examination, the defense probed Nick's testimony, highlighting several contradictions. They stressed that although Nick claimed to have heard Tom admit to shooting Ashley, he had continued a friendly relationship with him for months afterward. He had even taken part in family gatherings, such as camping trips and Christmas celebrations. When asked why he had remained close to Tom despite allegedly hearing him confess, Nick responded over and over, "I don't remember," more than 90 times. Later, another witness, a police officer, offered his own account. He stated that when he reached the scene, he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her. I can't believe she's dead." This remark appeared to be a possible breakthrough for the prosecution, but the defense promptly raised questions. They noted that the crime scene had been filled with officers, emergency personnel, family members, and neighbors, yet no one else reported hearing Tom make such a confession. Moreover, the police had not detained Tom at the location, citing limits to their jurisdiction. Increasing skepticism, the defense revealed the lead detective had never formally recorded the officer's account. He waited 3 years before referencing the alleged admission, and his trustworthiness was further undermined when it emerged he had later been fired from the sheriff's office for dishonesty. Those disclosures seriously undermined the prosecution's case and eroded the credibility of their witnesses. Physical evidence likewise failed to corroborate the state's theory. Gunshot residue testing found no traces on Tom's hands, while residue was detected on both of Ashley's. Scratches on Tom's chest, initially interpreted as indicators of a struggle, were subsequently shown to contain no trace of Ashley's DNA. Similarly, nail scrapings from Ashley's hands did not reveal any DNA belonging to Tom. These results call into question the prosecution's claim that a physical altercation had occurred between the couple prior to the fatal shot. Throughout the trial, Tom elected not to testify on his own behalf. The proceedings spanned several weeks and included testimony from more than 40 witnesses. The defense framed its closing arguments around Ashley's personal hardships, stressing the emotional impact of her repeated pregnancy scares, her son's medical issues, the effects of her prescribed medications, the loss of her job, and her extramarital relationship. They contended these elements had contributed to her vulnerable mental state in the months before her death. A startling turn in the trial was the presentation of letters purportedly written by Ashley. In these alleged goodbye notes, she apologized to Tom, described herself as a failure, and stated she could no longer go on living. Ashley's family immediately disputed their authenticity. They noted the letters had appeared years after her death and insisted Ashley had never shown any indication she would have written such messages. To them, the letters appeared fabricated, intensifying their conviction that Tom was responsible for her death. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including a 1-hour lunch break, before delivering a verdict. Tom Fallis was acquitted of second-degree manslaughter and all associated charges. The outcome devastated Ashley's family. Her parents remained certain that Tom had been involved in Ashley's death. They filed lawsuits against the Evans Police Department, claiming crucial evidence had been hidden or falsified. However, the lawsuits were eventually dismissed. Despite the legal ruling, Ashley's family refused to accept the verdict. They continued to believe Tom was guilty, yet they stayed dedicated to preserving their bond with Ashley's children. Through court arrangements, they obtained visitation rights, guaranteeing their continued presence in the children's lives. Meanwhile, Tom endured financial strain from escalating legal costs. He concentrated on restoring his life while continuing his education. Wanting a new beginning, he relocated with his children to another state to live nearer to his sister. To them, he explained that their mother's death had been a tragic accident, though he intended to share further details when they grew older. Even after the trial concluded, unresolved doubts lingered. Every new disclosure seemed to generate more questions than answers, leaving the case surrounded by uncertainty, one that, for Ashley's family, remained far from resolved. Moving on to the next case. David Nobling. On September 21, 1987, a sheriff's deputy in Isle of Wight County located David Nobling's Ford Ranger pickup truck abandoned at the Ragged Island Wildlife Refuge during a nighttime patrol. The truck's doors were shut but unlocked, the driver's side window was rolled down, and the radio continued playing, yet no occupants were present. 2 days later, a beachcomber discovered the bodies of Nobling and Robin Edwards, ages 20 and 14 respectively, along the shoreline of Ragged Island, roughly a mile from the James River Bridge. Both victims had been shot at close range in the back of their heads. State Police spokeswoman Corinne Geller confirmed that the case remained unsolved for 36 years. During the investigation, Wilmer was one of several suspects considered by authorities. However, it was not until after Wilmer's death, in 2017, that a genetic sample could be obtained and compared with the DNA preserved from the crime scene. At a press conference on January 8 at the State Police's regional headquarters in Suffolk, Geller announced that the Virginia Department of Forensic Science had issued a certificate of analysis verifying a genetic match to Alan Wilmer Sr. The DNA sample taken from Wilmer's body also corresponded with the DNA of the offender responsible for the rape and killing of Teresa Spa Howell, a 29-year-old woman discovered deceased in Hampton in 1989. According to Captain Rebecca Warren of the Hampton Police, Howell was last observed alive on July 1, 1989, at 2:30 a.m. at the former Zodiac Club, a popular nightclub located off Mercury Boulevard. Roughly 8 hours later, construction workers came across women's clothing near a wooded area off Butler Farm Road, which led them to the unidentified remains of a female. After Howell's family filed a missing person report in York County, police confirmed the remains were hers and established that she had been strangled to death. 3 days afterward, items of Robin's clothing were also discovered near the crime scene at Ragged Island, inside Nobling's truck. In a 2022 interview with the Smithfield Times, given before the 35th anniversary of the unsolved crime, Jeanette Edwards Santiago, Robin's older sister, revealed further details. At that time, Santiago was 19 years old and living independently when her parents phoned her on Saturday, September 19, 1987, asking if she had seen Robin that evening. Santiago replied no, explaining, "I didn't think much of it then because she had run away a couple of months earlier and had been gone for 2 weeks." Santiago also shared that she and Robin had not been speaking since Santiago had reported her sister for riding her bicycle from their parents' home in Newport News all the way to the Coleman Memorial Bridge in York County. According to Santiago's mother, Robin had arranged a date with Jason, the cousin of David Nobling, on September 19th, which turned out to be the last time anyone saw David or Robin alive. Jason, David, and Michael, David's brother, arrived at the Edwards home in David's Ford Ranger to take Robin to a movie, which was sold out. Instead, the group visited an arcade before dropping Robin back at her parents' house around 10 p.m. Once home, Robin put her younger sister Pam to bed, but later went out again with David. Why they ended up crossing the James River Bridge to Ragged Island, and whether they did so voluntarily, remains uncertain. During the press conference, authorities provided no further information about how or whether Wilmer had known his victims. "For 36 years, our families have lived in uncertainty," stated representatives of the Nobling and Edwards families in a joint release. "We have lived with the fear that the individual responsible for deliberately killing Robin and David could harm someone else. Now we can find comfort and justice in knowing he can no longer hurt anyone." They added, "We are not claiming these cases are closed. They are resolved for now, but we recognize that there is still much to be done," echoed Geller. She explained that the next step is to attempt to construct a chronological account of Wilmer's life to determine if there were additional victims. Alan Wilmer, who was 63 at the time of his death in Lancaster in 2017, had been employed as a commercial fisherman when the Ragged Island murders occurred. He owned and often lived on a 1976 fishing vessel named the Denny Wade, which he docked at marinas in Gloucester and Middlesex counties, as well as across Hampton roads. He was known to drive different trucks, including a recognizable 1966 blue Dodge Fargo pickup with the personalized license plate EM Raw, which may have referenced his main livelihood of clam and oyster farming. According to Geller, Wilmer was also widely known by the nickname Pokey. Beyond his fishing work, he ran a tree service and was an avid hunter. Geller declined to share additional details on how or when law enforcement began to suspect Wilmer in either of the crimes. Geller explained that part of the cold case approach involves carefully reviewing and reanalyzing every witness statement and piece of evidence, a task that is lengthy and complex but ultimately highly effective. Because Wilmer had no felony record, authorities did not have his DNA on file and were unable to acquire a sample until after his death in 2017. Wilmer, Geller noted, was among several suspects whose newly obtained DNA was submitted for testing. In a written statement handed out during the press conference, Wilmer's family described their absolute and devastating shock upon discovering the DNA match. "The man who committed these crimes was not someone we knew," their statement read. "The disclosure of his deeds has profoundly impacted our family as we struggle to reconcile the man we thought we knew with the unimaginable acts he committed. We grieve deeply for the victims' families and the community, and they remain in our prayers. We cannot comprehend the depth of their suffering over all these years. Please let us know if you knew Wilmer, the kind of relationship you had with him, and any encounters you experienced so we can build a timeline and identify whether there may be other victims," Geller urged the public. Former Isle of Wight County Sheriff Charlie Phelps, who assumed the Ragged Island investigation when he took office in January 1988, told The Times in 2022 that he had long suspected another man, Samuel Reeder, whom the new DNA evidence now appears to clear. Soon after starting his tenure as sheriff, Phelps investigated the reported theft of guns from a woman's house in Isle of Wight and became suspicious of her son. The son later admitted to stealing a firearm from his mother's home and pawning it in Mississippi, but he also implicated a roommate, Reeder, who had been living with them in Isle of Wight. According to the book A Special Kind of Evil, The Colonial Parkway Serial Killings by Blaine Pardo and Victoria Hester, Reeder, then 28 years old, was the person who had given one of the initial tips to the sheriff's office during the inquiry into David's and Robin's disappearance. Phelps remembered that Reeder at first claimed he had gone to Ragged Island out of curiosity on September 23, 1987, the day the bodies were found, but later changed his account to say he had seen Noblink's truck parked there several days earlier. In his last version of events, Reeder acknowledged taking cash from Noblink's wallet left in the vehicle, but denied any role in the murders of David and Robin. A 2022 report on the unresolved Ragged Island case disclosed that Reeder was discovered dead inside his Chesapeake mobile home on the morning of August 8, 1990, at age 31, hanging from a doorknob with an electrical cord tied around his neck. Moving on to the next case. Keely Rodney. In this video, we examine the mysterious case of Keely Rodney, a teenager who disappeared after a summer celebration meant to honor freedom and friendship. Keely Rodney went to a gathering with friends in the Tahoe National Forest after finishing early from high school. Authorities state she departed a gathering at a location early on the morning of August 6, 2022, and was never seen again. Keely had a caring family and many friends. She was intelligent and skilled. The next few weeks would mark her first year at college, so she was eager to spend some time with friends before leaving. Nobody believed that having fun at a park so close to home could prove so dangerous. Many individuals, both civilians and officers, searched for Keely, but nobody was prepared for what they discovered. On Friday, August 5, 2022, it was a wonderful day in the Tahoe National Forest, and Mount Shasta could be seen far away. Because of the fires from the earlier summer, wildflowers were blooming and adding purple and yellow to the landscape. As the summer drew to a close, people tried to enjoy one final fun day or two before going back to classes. Keely Rodney left high school early and performed very well. That is not simple. This coming week, she was beginning Sierra College, and her family was very proud of her. On Friday, August 5th, she prepared creme brulee with her friends. Later, she was going to attend a summer farewell gathering at Prosser Camping, which is about a 40-minute trip from Reno and near the state border, but only around 15 minutes from Keely's residence. The Prosser location is beside a wide lake and is called the Sanctuary by residents. Friends could have one last enjoyable moment here before leaving for college to begin new journeys. Keely had arranged to meet her closest friends the next morning, August 6th, at around 9 a.m., but she never appeared. It turned out that no one saw Keely after August 5th. Keely was raised in Truckee, California. Lindsay and Daniel, her parents, cared for and valued her greatly. Her brother, who was 8 years old, thought she was the greatest person in the world. Keely and her family lived in a more secluded part of Truckee. Some might even describe them as off-grid, which is the way many people in California's mountain towns live. Keely lived her ordinary life in this manner. She was recognized for being very cheerful, so it was evident that her off-grid lifestyle was working well for her. She eagerly awaited the weekend to finally arrive, so she could attend the camping party with her friends. When Keely departed for the gathering around 6 p.m. on August 5th, her parents had no idea that they would never see their daughter again. At about 6 p.m. on the 5th, Keely stopped at a gas station in Truckee, roughly halfway between her home and the party. Security cameras captured her glancing around the store. A few hours later, around 10 p.m., Keely and her friend Magdalene reached the site. There, they joined another friend, Sammy Smith. Sammy and Keely spent most of the event together, sharing drinks and taking brief breaks to chat with other people. The gathering was intended for teenagers from the local area, but word quickly spread about the party at the campground, and soon, teens from across Northern California began heading to Prosser to attend. Different accounts indicate that between 200 and 300 individuals were present that evening. Attendees at the event were not allowed to start a campfire because wildfires were frequent in the region. This meant the site was completely dark unless other lights were provided. Many are said to have illuminated the space with glow sticks, battery candles, and their vehicle trunk lights. Naturally, Keely and her friends had attended gatherings like this before. When questioned by reporters, Keely's mother explained that her daughter never once drank and drove. Keely was far more intelligent and responsible than that. This is confirmed by Keely's friends. They stated they never observed Keely drink at a gathering and then drive afterward. For this reason, Lindsay had no concern in allowing Keely to attend. Around 11 p.m., the girls went to Keely's silver Honda CR-V to charge her phone. They sat there talking for a while sipping some drinks. During their conversation, Sammy requested a ride home that night. Lindsay recalls receiving a text from Keely at around 11:30 p.m. saying she was leaving the party and heading directly home. Lindsay trusted that her daughter Keely would arrive home when she promised because she had seen how much effort she put into finishing early with honors. There was no doubt in her mind that Keely would return soon. She responded with a text telling Keely to be safe and that she loved her. Keely answered, "Okay, I love you too." Between 11:30 p.m. and 12:20 a.m., Sammy decided Keely was too intoxicated to drive her home and arranged another ride. The girls parted ways. Sammy told authorities that she said goodbye to Keely at 12:25 a.m. At 12:36, only minutes later, Sammy said Keely had called her again to ask about her ride. Sammy assumed Keely was still at the gathering because she could hear voices in the background, but she could not be certain. Sammy did not realize that this would be the final time anyone would speak with Keely. When Lindsay woke up the following morning, Keely was not in her room and her car was not in the driveway. After calling several times and failing to reach her, she immediately contacted law enforcement to report that Keely was missing. However, the police did not issue an Amber Alert. They claimed there was no evidence that Keely had been abducted. They searched the location where the gathering was held and interviewed about 1/3 of those in attendance. Police asked additional attendees to step forward, but many of the young people were reluctant to talk. Many of them were preparing to start college and feared that what they had done at the party might negatively affect their future in some way. Officers emphasized that nobody would face charges for anything that took place at the gathering. They only wanted to locate Keely, but this did not change the attitude of those present. They largely stayed silent. News of Keely's disappearance spread rapidly, yet none of the more than 200 attendees claimed they had seen anything. Still, Keely and her vehicle were not located. How was that possible? Someone had to have noticed something. Sammy decided to organize a meeting with everyone who had attended the gathering that evening. There were to be no investigators involved. She arranged this so that people might feel more comfortable speaking with their friends and peers, but nothing new emerged. On several occasions, Sammy told police that she was the final person to see Keely. Sammy and Keely's other friends mentioned how the aggressive older men at the party had made them feel uneasy. This was the point when Sammy and her friends decided to leave. This caused many people to laugh out loud. Friends would not abandon one friend if they knew she had been drinking and that older men were present, making the younger girls uneasy. Sammy mentioned that there were hundreds of pictures and videos from that evening, yet none of them revealed anything about Keely's condition or location. Authorities had no clue how to proceed. At last, days after Keely initially went missing, Police confirmed that the final time her phone connected to cellular data was at 12:33 a.m. This was approximately when she spoke on the phone with Sammy. There was no chance that what happened immediately after that call could have been positive. The search for Keely began with the police receiving their first and only clue. Sammy was instantly significant to the case because she had spent so much time with Keely on the night she disappeared and later gave several interviews to the press. Someone realized her friend had been drinking and offered her a ride home, but she declined the offer. Sammy stated this in an interview when questioned about what she thought had occurred to her friend. One of the earliest theories was that Keely may have crashed on her way home. The roads in this mountainous region can be difficult to navigate, particularly if you are a new driver who has been drinking and it is late at night. Let me explain something to those who have never driven in the mountains. Certain roads can be difficult even during daylight. If you add alcohol to the situation along with the darkness, things are almost certain to end badly. Sammy Smith and Jagger, who was said to be Keely's ex-boyfriend, assisted in the investigation. But interviews with Sammy and Jagger in the media exposed issues to the public. People had conflicting opinions about the connection between Keely, Sammy, and Jagger. Many claimed that Keely and Sammy were not as close as Sammy had told investigators. When Keely vanished, she was not even connected with Sammy on social media. Yet online investigators discovered that Sammy was connected with Jagger. Many began to suspect that something far worse had taken place when Sammy and Jagger asked on social media that all tips in person be delivered to them rather than to the police so that they could, quote, filter information. This, along with what many viewed as suspicious conduct, led people to believe that the girl who claimed she was Keely's friend might have had something to do with her disappearance. Jagger publicly requested that anyone with leads reach out to him. On August 11th, the Placer County Sheriff's Department posted on Twitter that they had never instructed Jagger to gather witness statements or evidence. They made it explicit that all information needed to be submitted to them directly. This increased the suspicion surrounding Jagger and Sammy. As images and recordings from the party began surfacing, they were provided to law enforcement for review. The search for Keely Rodney became more difficult by August 12, 2022. Authorities and volunteers inspected her home and the last place she had been observed, looking for anything that might help locate Keely. The Placer County Sheriff's Office described their extensive searches during a town hall meeting held the week after she disappeared. Journalists were informed that the search extended as far north as Sierraville and east to Verde. They searched all around Truckee to the south and west, beyond the Jackson Meadows Reservoir for her. This covered approximately a 25-mile radius from her last known location. Locals assisting in the search stated they did not believe Keely or her vehicle remained within the more than 800,000-mile-long Tahoe National Forest. Keely might have been anywhere in this vast, stunning region, which contains everything from rugged peaks and thick forests to clear lakes and flowing rivers. If she had been in the forest, the search crews were confident they would have located her already. There was conflicting information about Keely's connections with Jagger, Sammy, and other attendees. So many people feared the worst while still hoping for the best. Meanwhile, authorities continued piecing together small fragments of the case. At a press briefing on August 12th, police reported that they had received word from locals that an adult was attempting to stop individuals from speaking out. This prompted police to set up a completely anonymous online system where people could upload photos, videos, and other evidence related to Keely's disappearance. By this stage, the case was becoming increasingly unusual. It was obvious that someone possessed knowledge and was making every effort to keep it concealed. By August 13th, police had conducted another press briefing where Public Information Officer Angela Musalem stated that they had intensified their search for the weekend. She explained that on August 12th, a ground search and rescue unit had discovered what they believed could be a potential burial site near the campground while operating in the area. She added that Keely's family had been informed and that the FBI, along with the Placer and Nevada County Sheriff's offices, had responded to the location. After additional investigation, they determined the remains were of a dog. Angela then addressed the public, saying, "Let me be clear. We have one team, one mission, and one goal, and that is to locate Keely Rodin." The 9th day of the missing person inquiry concluded, and the Placer County Sheriff's Office was still pursuing 720 leads, hoping for one piece of information that might guide them in the proper direction. At the same time, Individuals across the nation continued speculating about what had happened to Keely, waiting for the next clue. Occam's razor suggests that the simplest explanation is typically the correct one. Yet since an accident appeared less probable with each passing day, what was the next simplest explanation? What else could cause a person to vanish from a party without leaving a trace? For a little more than 2 weeks, Keely's family remained unaware of their beloved daughter's whereabouts. Her friends were accused by strangers across the nation, while law enforcement worked tirelessly to locate the young girl. But then there was a breakthrough. Adventures with Purpose, a YouTube program that focuses mostly on cold cases, pulled Keely Rodney's silver CRV out of the Proser Reservoir on August 21, 2022. They were searching for the missing person. They are experts at underwater recoveries. And when Keely first went missing, many people who knew about their work asked them to help look for the girl. The team was happy to do so. According to AWP, the police asked for their help, but when they got there, they were told that the lake had already been searched thoroughly by dive teams and that there was nothing in it. At 10:40 a.m. on August 21st, the search began in the Proser Reservoir. 2 sonar boats were sent out, and at 11:15 a.m. one of them found an object 55 feet offshore and in only 14 feet of water, using a special Garmin sonar device. Nick, one of their divers, went into the water and using the license plate to confirm that it was Keely Rodney's car. A body was then sent down into the vehicle's cargo area. Adventures with Purpose says that the Garmin EchoMap Ultra they used to find the car costs about $2,500, which is a small investment for a police force this size. It also seems like a good investment for search and rescue teams. If this technology is so important for underwater searches that a simple YouTube channel was able to buy one, why aren't search and rescue teams in the area using it? The FBI must have the most up-to-date technology, so why couldn't they find the car in the 2 weeks they helped local authorities look for it? When AWP found Keely, they posted about the recovery mission on Facebook. The team says they reached out to police first because they were working with them to find Keely. But at the press conference the next day, a spokesperson for the sheriff's department said that AWP never reached out to them and that the police had to go out of their way to contact the team. People have been skeptical about this information because AWP has such a great reputation. Some even think that local police are embarrassed that they missed something. When Keely's car was found, it was terrible for her family and the community. It was even worse when police said that the body they found in the back of the car was unfortunately Keely. After this, most people would think that was the end of the case. But things kept getting stranger, and people started to doubt the efforts of local police to find Keely. Doug and Nick of Adventures with Purpose say that they have a unique and rare set of skills, and that helping police in this way is an honor. They support law enforcement across the U.S., including the FBI. But when news of the discovery spread, many people who were following the case started to wonder how could the men from Adventures with Purpose do in less than 2 hours what several agencies, big and small, couldn't do in 2 weeks. Adventures with Purpose found Keely's car upside down in an area that had been extensively searched by police. This made many people question the competence of local police, which was a fair question. A trail camera in the area shows that at 12:32 a.m. on August 6th, a car drove straight into the water where Keely was found and the exact spot where her cell phone last pinged. The local police said they spent over 15,000 man-hours looking for Keely, but in less than 2 hours, another team found her in the same spot where her phone last pinged. Views from above clearly show something in the water where her body and car were found. So if air searches were done, how was this missed? If she drove her car into the water, it would have gone through the sand. How were those tracks missed when her mom reported her missing the next morning, less than 12 hours after she went missing? As we've already talked about, Doug Bishop from AWP said in an interview that he found the situation extremely suspicious. He points out that Keely was very smart on her way to college and disappeared from a big party, only to be found a few hundred yards away. He also says that Keely couldn't have gone the wrong way down the road, because there was only one way in and out of the area, and she knew the way very well. But the road her car ended up on had a very sharp left turn onto a rough dirt road that needs four-wheel drive. Basically, Keely would have known right away that she wasn't going in the right direction, which makes her crash even more strange. Bishop also thinks it's odd that Keely was found in the vehicle's cargo area. He says that Keely probably would have had time to crawl back there if the windows were up. But we don't know why she would have done that. Also, when the car was found, many of the windows were rolled down, so the car would have filled with water so quickly that she wouldn't have had time to crawl back there. And why would she? She could have easily climbed out of the window and gotten to safety. It doesn't make any sense that she got stuck in the back of the car. According to reports, more than 400 individuals die each year when their vehicles become trapped in water. The best chance of survival is to exit the vehicle before it becomes completely submerged. Most cars sink entirely in under a minute, meaning every second is crucial. Specialists advise rolling down the windows immediately and escaping through the front ones, not the rear. But this raises additional questions about Keely's situation. The driver's window and other windows appeared to have been down when the vehicle was recovered from the water, yet she was discovered in the back of her car. In addition, the driver's side mirror was broken off, and there was a dent in the driver's side door. Neither of these damages existed when she left her residence. So where did this damage originate? Other cars retrieved from water did not display broken mirrors or damaged doors. What occurred with Keely's vehicle? If more than 200 people were present, how did no one hear it enter the water? Much remains unknown about this case, yet Keely's autopsy findings quickly delivered the official explanation, one that many refused to accept. Keely's death was determined to be accidental in the autopsy released on Thursday, October 13, 2022. The official statement concluded that she drowned. This ruling shocked many locals who harbor doubts, since the chief of police and the coroner are the same individual. They argue that numerous crimes in the region are either concealed or labeled as accidents because the area depends on tourism, and a reputation for crime would harm the local economy. I agree with this belief. In fact, it is one of the primary reasons my wife and I left our hometown. In the months before we relocated, we witnessed 3 separate death scenes. One was located beside an apartment building. Another was in a ditch along a major highway. The third was somewhere I cannot recall at the moment. Yet none of these incidents were ever officially documented. They were all concealed because the town was a tourist destination and they did not want to lose that revenue. Keely was fully clothed when she was discovered deceased, and there were no indications of an assault. The toxicology findings revealed caffeine, nicotine, and trace levels of THC in her body. Liver tissue analysis indicated alcohol in her system with a BAC of 0.08, which is just under the legal driving limit. However, numerous specialists argue that the ethanol levels detected were likely the result of the body metabolizing alcohol, leaving many to question whether Keely was intoxicated at all. These roads are not illuminated. They are twisting dirt paths without markers. Could it be that Keely made a wrong turn and drove directly into the water, despite being familiar with the area many times before? If so, what prevented her from escaping through the window that was already open? The most striking detail in the autopsy findings is that her lungs contained no water. The medical examiner noted that the lung weights were unusually low for a drowning case. If someone had drowned, there would have been significant water in the lungs, but there was not nearly enough to confirm it. Detective Sonier stated that Keely's death had to be classified as an accident because no evidence of foul play existed. I don't know about you, but this only convinces me that the investigators did not search thoroughly enough to uncover the evidence required. Clearly, they have a record of failing in this regard, since her vehicle was found in a location they claim to have searched multiple times. Ultimately, Keely's family and friends will forever carry a void in their lives. Furthermore, they have never been able to establish exactly what happened to Keely. I don't know about you, but I could not find peace without clear answers. Nevertheless, in spite of this heartbreaking loss, I hope it stands as a very meaningful reminder. Never abandon a friend. Although this tragedy could have been prevented, it has provided police, party attendees, and those engaged in true crime with crucial lessons. Keely did not have to lose her life that evening, but I hope her story will help protect others from dying in the same way. Moving on to the next case. Lauren Giddings. In this video, we examine the chilling case of Lauren Giddings, a young woman with a promising future ahead of her, whose life was tragically ended by someone alarmingly close. Macon is a city located in central Georgia. Lauren Giddings, 27, was introduced to us. Lauren was the eldest among her 2 sisters, Sarah and Caitlin, and was born to Karen and Bill. They said that Lauren's puppy Butterbean was the real star of the family and that they shared a very close bond. Lauren had always possessed a strong ambition to become a public defender. She relocated from Maryland to Macon, Georgia, in the spring of 2008 to pursue this goal. Residents of Macon describe it as calm and unhurried. It is usually a quiet and peaceful place to live and study, with everyone being friendly. Never one to meet a stranger, Lauren quickly adjusted to her new surroundings. She had met corporate attorney David Vandiver at his Atlanta law office 4 years earlier, and the two maintained a long-distance relationship. David said she was remarkably intelligent for her age, even though she was 20 years his junior. They connected immediately, sharing a similar work ethic and a dry yet amusing sense of humor, supporting each other through particularly challenging personal and professional periods. According to David, she was articulate, intelligent, and very level-headed. Lauren even managed to win over his highly protective older sister, which he described as extraordinary since nobody else had accomplished it before. Lauren had no awareness that David had already chosen the perfect location for his intended proposal. They briefly separated, however, as the great distance between them after her move had created difficulties. Lauren had started seeing another student named Joe, but she soon realized she still felt deeply for David and wanted to reconcile. Joe was understandably heartbroken when she ended their relationship, though they remained close friends. By June 2011, Lauren had recently earned her law degree from Mercer University's School of Law, one of the nation's oldest. David and her entire family attended her graduation, along with her dog Butterbean naturally. Now Lauren was eager to apply all she had learned and dive headfirst into the next stage. Passing the Georgia bar exam was the upcoming major milestone, so she devoted every spare moment to studying. She told people that after attending her sister Caitlin's wedding in Maryland following graduation, she needed time to focus and dedicate herself to her career. Caitlin's special day was made even more memorable by the understanding that it would be the last time the entire family would be together for a while. Lauren had decided to remain in Macon rather than return to Baltimore after graduation, unlike many other students. She lived in Unit 2 on the second floor of Bars Hall. Situated directly across from the university, Bars Hall was designed specifically for law students. It made sense for her to stay there a little longer so she could continue visiting, speaking with professors, and using the library while preparing for the bar. However, her peaceful and comfortable sanctuary in her apartment soon began to feel completely different. Lauren had mentioned something to her sister that she was convinced was happening but could not verify, and it seemed strange. Upon returning home from an outing, she noticed objects had been moved, as if someone had entered her apartment. She felt as though she was being watched, yet there were no signs of forced entry, leaving her unsure of how this could be happening. Her concern persisted, and late on the evening of June 25, 2011, she emailed David to share her worries. David reassured her that it was probably just some troublemakers with no real intent to harm. She might have been becoming slightly stir-crazy without realizing it, as she was working intensely and rarely left her apartment. Part of Lauren's mass message read, "Hey guys, I'm hunkering down to study for the bar. Please don't take it personally if I don't reply to emails or texts." In the days that followed, no one heard from her. She spent most of her time studying, with the exception of attending church and occasionally working out. Therefore, a few unanswered calls or messages were not immediately alarming. However, she had been silent when her sister Caitlin and closest friend Katie attempted to check in on her multiple times. It was strange that Caitlin received no response to any of the pictures she sent while on her honeymoon. It began to seem as though something was wrong, rather than her merely being focused on other matters. Caitlin contacted Ashley, a fellow student, and asked her to go check on Lauren's apartment. Ashley tried calling her as well before leaving, but Lauren's phone was suddenly going straight to voicemail. Lauren's car remained parked outside when Ashley and her boyfriend arrived at the flat. They unlocked the door using a spare key. Since Lauren was planning to move out and live with David, it was not unusual that her belongings were somewhat scattered. However, they discovered Lauren's laptop, mobile phone, legal books, and purse items, all things everyone agreed she would never have simply disappeared without taking. After reviewing her calendar, they confirmed she was indeed scheduled to move out the following day, June 30th. So where had she gone? Ashley called friends and acquaintances living in the same complex. Others searched the surrounding area, and even Lauren's ex-boyfriend Joe began looking around the university. She had left the morning after, and everything had seemed fine, but it was generally agreed that the last time anyone had heard from her was at an end-of-year party 4 days earlier. A few hours later, she had sent David an email expressing concerns about the apartment. After calling the police the following morning with no results, her family decided to drive the nearly 12 hours to Georgia to assist. Officers arrived at No. 2 Bars Hall promptly at 9 a.m. They observed that nothing appeared stolen and that there were no signs of a struggle or forced entry. Yet, it was evident to everyone that something was wrong. One of their initial actions when searching her rooms was to use luminol spray to check for traces of blood. When applied in Lauren's bathroom, the results were drastically different. Even though all other areas appeared clean, blood had clearly been present throughout her bathtub. Authorities believed they were now searching for Lauren's body. On a hot, windy day, June 30th, they were moving their search outdoors to plan a new strategy when a strong gust of wind blew in, carrying a foul stench toward them. They were standing near some bins when a strange odor stopped them in their tracks. It was unmistakably the smell of human decomposition. "The wind began to shift while we were standing there," one officer remarked. "We all encounter unpleasant smells in life, and one of the worst you can experience is that of a dead or decaying body." When police lifted the lids, they found something horrific that would remain with them forever. It was a black bag containing a woman's torso. Although testing was required, they were convinced it was part of Lauren's body due to her disappearance and the luminol results from her bathroom. "This was something I had never seen before. Who could commit this? Only a monster could do such a thing. It was horrific," one detective said. Strangely, the garbage collection truck had been unable to enter and remove everything because police vehicles were blocking the entrance. If the officers had not been there at that precise moment, everything would have been gone by the time the search began. Testing later confirmed that it was indeed Lauren Giddings' torso. Although the cause of death could not be determined, the chief medical examiner later stated there were no signs of sexual assault. They did conclude that she had been murdered and mutilated on June 26th. As Lauren's apartment, particularly the bathroom, was dusted for fingerprints and evidence, it became clear that the space had been thoroughly cleaned, and luminol was the only tool detecting anything. The perpetrator had attempted to conceal the crime and had cordoned off the outdoor area. They did not want anyone in the complex to know she had been found in case it prompted them to flee or destroy additional evidence. "You have to examine who is closest to the victim, either romantically or geographically," one officer said. Ashley, Joe, and others involved in the initial search were brought in to provide information. They also spoke with her partner, David, who was distraught, though his alibi checked out and he had been away on a golf trip in California. It was evident that he had no involvement. Joe, Lauren's ex-boyfriend, was quickly ruled out for similar reasons. Authorities were eager to search every residence on the block to begin eliminating possibilities. Everyone, except Stephen McDaniel, 25, was happy to cooperate. So they asked, why would this be an issue? "It's the lawyer in me. I'm always protective of my space," he said. He had lived next door to Lauren since their first year of law school and was a fellow student preparing for the bar exam. Furthermore, he had actually been present when Lauren and her friends were first being searched for. A few hours earlier, they had invited someone to visit the station. They observed him while the remainder of the block was searched. He behaved oddly, refusing to help in any way, yet lingering and ensuring he was involved in everything. Stephen spent the entire day there, monitoring everyone's actions and following the police as they entered and exited homes. When the media began interviewing him, he attracted even more attention. He was among the first to speak with reporters and share his opinions regarding Lauren's potential fate. At this point, only a few people knew what had been discovered in the dumpster, and Stephen spent a long time staring off into space once the interview concluded. A few hours later, he finally allowed police to enter his apartment. He was hoarding food, energy drinks, and various weapons. When they opened drawers, they found multiple items, including some condoms. Stephen muttered something about being a virgin and saving them for marriage as the police removed them. He initially told them he was using the dating app eHarmony, but was not getting many dates. When asked why he had the condoms, he muttered something about breaking into 2 nearby apartments and randomly taking them, due to his strange behavior. Police arrested him for burglary and took him in for additional interrogation after he admitted to breaking into other people's houses a few feet from Lauren's residence. He was now completely mute, despite his desire to speak with the media and be aware of everything that was happening. He was hesitant to provide answers, and his statements were inconsistent. Most of the responses were yes, no, or I'm not sure. In addition to this, his demeanor was peculiar. According to the police, they had never witnessed someone react in such a manner during an interrogation. Officers had to occasionally ask him to look them in the eyes because he sat virtually motionless the entire time, hardly moving his head. The sped-up interview video emphasizes how strange his very still sitting posture is in contrast to the officer's normal manner. He stayed there, staring straight ahead, even after investigators left the room. Detective Patterson was now beginning to grow tired of hearing him say, "No, and I don't know," over and over. He was certain that this was the individual responsible for Lauren's terrible experience. Additionally, Stephen disclosed that he had 2 scratches on the area immediately above his hip. Stephen's flat was being completely dismantled while the interview went on. He somehow possessed a master key that allowed investigators to enter every room in the building. They discovered a pair of pants that was returned to Lauren Giddings after testing. The packaging for a hacksaw and multiple flash drives that eventually turned out to contain explicit and upsetting pictures and videos of youngsters. He was frequently on her social media pages, according to his search history, and he would be looking at these while simultaneously searching for and viewing violent pornography. They discovered that in addition to exposing his twisted ideas on forums, he had written blogs about torturing and killing women. It was all unsettling, and it was obvious that he was fascinated with Lauren based on the number of times he had looked up her name. Finding Moan's garbage collection hours was one of his most recent and final searches. In the maintenance room in the condominium, they found the hacksaw that matched the package found in his unit. It was covered in blood. CCTV has verified that he was the one who purchased the hacksaw. Both of these were returned to Lauren, along with a bloody sheet. Stephen was the only other person who somehow possessed a key to enter this room, and the maintenance man had already been ruled out. Lauren was killed by this. But why in the world had Stephen McDaniel done this? And who was he? Stephen's classmates described him as awkward, uncomfortable, and hard to talk to. He would pose strange questions about death, obsessing over a zombie apocalypse, and carrying out the ideal murder. He would test participants on how they would cover up a potential murder. In fact, Stephen was chosen as the student who was most likely to be famous. According to his fellow law students, he was always prepared for an argument, even if he was completely incorrect, and he cockily believed he was the brightest person in the room. Other kids claimed that he was quite content to dispute and disagree, and he would quarrel with everyone, including Lauren. It was obvious he wasn't there to make acquaintances. One individual claimed to be an average student, as did their teachers. He wasn't really noteworthy, but he did have a distinctive voice. His time at university was finally coming to an end, and he wasn't sure where he was going next. He had no friends and no plans for the future as he finished school. He was a little lost. Lauren had made a concerted effort to be his buddy and support system when they moved in next door in 2008. When they noticed that he was rushing about the complex by himself, she even took the time to introduce him to her mother, Karen. On the night before their graduation, Karen ran into him once more. She said there was something about him during her second conversation with him. The thought of his living next to Lauren kept coming to mind. He always kept the windows and drapes closed, which I found strange. She answered, "You never saw him." Despite Lauren's best efforts to be kind, he made her feel uncomfortable in the same way that he did most people. Lauren discussed Stephen's behavior and their disagreements in class in an email she sent to David in 2008, the year she moved in. "I got the stink eye," she said. "He's trying to harm me." However, Lauren had clearly caught Stephen's eye, and he had repeatedly asked her out. She simply wasn't that interested in him. Even if she was in a relationship, she was definitely keeping her distance from him from now on, and she was only being courteous whenever she saw him. On August 2nd, 2011, Stephen McDaniel was charged with Lauren Giddings' murder based on all they had discovered. Later on, he was additionally accused with 7 charges of child exploitation. His attorneys asked for $100,000 bail, but it was set at over $1 million. After all of his devices were examined, a grand jury indicted him on 30 charges of child exploitation in addition to 1 count of murder. The prosecution did point out that, despite the overwhelming evidence against him, the case was still primarily circumstantial. His DNA was not on the hacksaw, nor was it discovered in the bathroom. Therefore, there was nothing connecting him to her other than the pants. Just like he had done with the condoms, he might be able to justify the pants as something he had stolen. They were still unable to establish the reason or time of death. Nevertheless, they were certain and prepared to put him on trial. It was terrifying to see that further evidence will soon be brought to their notice, which solidified everything. They discovered a video on a memory card that was stolen from his flat, proving that Stephen had been following Lauren for a while. She had good reason to be concerned about someone observing her and breaking in. He had been filming Lauren's house through the window the night she was killed. After attaching a camera to the end of a wooden pole, he held the pole up so he could see through the blinds into her chambers. As soon as he saw this, Prosecutor David Cook declared, "That's the guy." For Lauren's burial a few days later, St. Mary of the Mills Church was packed with hundreds of people. They could only bury her torso that day because despite everyone's best efforts, just that had been recovered. When Stephen McDaniel filed a not guilty plea, the defense was getting ready to present the claim that the police were scheming against him and had repeatedly broken into his flat to plant evidence. In a further twist, Lauren's teacher in a course that helped her transition from law school to the practice of law had been one of Stephen's defense lawyers with whom he briefly collaborated. He claimed that although he had enjoyed teaching Lauren and had admired her, he did recall that she opposed the death sentence. He therefore pushed to have it dismissed, knowing that the prosecution was already fighting for this. Stephen changed his mind with the help of his solicitors when the prosecution agreed to drop the child's exploitation allegations, and offered him a settlement, as everyone got ready for what would be a very difficult trial. Stephen McDaniel eventually entered a guilty plea to killing and dismembering Lauren in April 2014, 1 week before the trial was scheduled to begin. According to one of his former lawyers, McDaniel's case took a turn for the worse when the computer evidence began to surface and continued to do so. He eventually decided that the increasing amount of evidence they were finding about his computer and camera was sufficient to secure a conviction before he was scheduled to be sentenced. The prosecution provided the evidence attesting to his character prior to his sentencing. They read out some of Stephen's purported forum posts and played the recording of Lauren's house. Among them was the following: "I received my legal degree. Drink alone in front of my computer and party hard. Watch my attractive classmate neighbor arrive home late. Ask her to join you for a nightcap. Make her a Mickey Finn, a unique beverage that is meant to make people unconscious. She's completely unconscious. At last, I misplaced my V-card. She died after oating, oh no. I celebrated losing my V-card by barbecuing her arms and legs. She threw out her body, but she wasn't into organ meat. LOL. While the police are finding her remains, it is broadcast on television. Virgins, are you crazy?" But the validity of this was called into question since some people said it was internet trolling. And even though the prosecution was certain it was him, it is still debatable. He had to confess to the court what he had done that day as part of his plea agreement, and he said that this is what transpired. He used the master key to unlock her door. At about 4:30 a.m., he had on a mask, gloves, and all black. He claimed that although he was standing there observing her sleep, she must have sensed something was off because she woke up suddenly. He jumped on her and clamped his hands around her throat before she could even get out of bed or comprehend what was happening. After struggling, the two tumbled to the ground. He claimed that Lauren snatched his mask and removed it, calling his name and screaming for him to stop. When she recognized him, he strangled her for about 15 minutes while she fought him off and wailed till she finally stopped breathing. After pulling her into the bathroom, he placed her in the bathtub. For the remainder of the night and the next day, he left her there. He returned with tools, including a hacksaw, on the evening of June 27th and proceeded to dismember her, a process he detailed in gruesome detail. He allegedly placed pieces of her in various bags and disposed of them in trash cans located throughout the university campus. However, assuming it would be taken soon, he placed her torso in the trash can next to the apartment building. He tore his gloves, his shirt, and his mask apart and threw them down the toilet. Stephen said he had not attacked Lauren, and the medical examiner had found no evidence of assault. "I never took off the pink running shorts she was wearing when she passed away. Just as I had left them, they were discovered on her torso," he testified in court. People still couldn't believe it, even after nearly 3 years had passed. Stephen also agreed that Lauren had been amiable and considerate to him since they first met. He said that he had been in a deluded, dreamy condition since that night, and had persuaded himself that Lauren was still alive. "It's hard for me to explain why I killed Lauren and tried to hide my act the way I did, he stated. I'm aware that it was terribly incorrect. I don't have any delusions or lack morals or decency. It must be explained by something in my physiology, psychology, or neurology, possibly by my own unique disorder. He expressed regret to the family and that he misses Lauren every day, but he doesn't ask for their pardon. I can never deserve it in any way. I would go back and change what happened, he stated. Lauren's strong opposition to the death penalty was the sole reason the prosecution chose not to seek it. Her family acknowledged this and expressed their wish that he live a long life in prison under the harshest conditions possible. Stephen McDaniel received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. After being sentenced, he sent a lengthy letter from prison, claiming that he had been intimidated by the police and that his case had been unfair from the very beginning. He demanded a new trial that he considered fair. Accordingly, for years later, he filed an appeal representing himself and called over 10 people for testimony, including his former attorney, whom he was now suing for damages. In his complaint, Stephen requested that the court award him $50,000 for legal fees and an additional $250,000 in punitive damages for the alleged negligence of his lawyer. He also filed a motion asserting that Howard Sims, the Bibb County judge, had discriminated against him. The appeal was denied. In 2022, the now 37-year-old filed another appeal, claiming that his attorneys were incompetent, that the prosecution had stolen documents, and that his rights had been violated. He requested to be released from prison and to have his conviction overturned. We hope the truth comes out, added Mark, Stephen's father, in support. All we are praying for is that. However, because the appeal was filed more than a year late, the judge ruled that it could not even be considered, and it was again denied. According to the judge, McDaniel would have understood that his request was premature if he had exercised reasonable diligence rather than naively blaming the Georgia Supreme Court. This matter is still pending, and Stephen has already submitted yet another appeal. Stephen's father even created a GoFundMe to help cover his legal expenses, but it raised nothing, and the page was quickly removed. Some of Stephen's relatives and friends continue to claim his innocence. Caitlin, Lauren's sister, called it pathetic and delusional. Before his death, his grandfather Hollis gave an interview about visiting him in prison. I guess I'm a broken-hearted grandfather if everything the police say is true, he added. He sits there quietly when you go in, and you can't get anything from him. You want to take him to a doctor, but he's not a little child anymore. He's grown, and it just breaks your heart. Whether you like it or not, you have to accept what's in front of you. I got him a lawyer immediately because I felt it was the right thing to do at the time. I assumed that after he posted bail, he would go home, but my God, he just looked different when I saw him. Glenda, his mother, also defended him and seemed convinced of his innocence at the time of his arrest. She added that she had dreams of him serving as a justice on the Supreme Court. I have a big hug for him when he gets out, and he has one for me, she said. However, from the viewpoint of the police, the prosecution, and Lauren's family, the trial had concluded, and the correct decision had been made years earlier. Although he may have been a recluse, Caitlin, Lauren's sister, noted that she might have been one of the few who was genuinely kind to him and offered him some attention. Advising children not to go to certain parts of town or to lock their cars is not part of this story. There is no, she shouldn't have done this. And it would not have happened because one should always treat people with kindness. You should always treat your neighbors with compassion. A person is not necessarily different simply because of their appearance. In this case, however, he truly was. Investigators believe that on that day they prevented a predator, a potential serial killer, and a danger to children. Once selected as the most likely to achieve fame in his youth, he is now infamous for committing one of the most horrifying acts the town has ever witnessed. Police recognized that the case could have gone cold, and that Stephen might never have been apprehended if the garbage collection service had emptied the container where Lauren's torso was discovered. They praised her family and friends for acting so swiftly. Furthermore, investigators believe there is more to the story and that Stephen has never been fully truthful about what occurred. Detective David Patterson stated, "I'm sure there are things he will never tell anyone. Obviously, we know she died, but we don't fully believe anything Stephen McDaniel has said." Lauren's sister, Sarah, added, "He doesn't seem like a very honest person to me. In my opinion, he can make up a million stories. He can imagine things extremely vividly." Authorities continue searching for Lauren's remains, believing they may be located on a 62-acre property belonging to one of Stephen's relatives. Legal experts anticipate that he will spend the rest of his life in prison, even though he is eligible for parole in 2041. Every milestone and event Lauren would have attended is celebrated by her family, as though she were present and participating. Each year, they also organize runs in her memory. Caitlin, her sister, named her daughter Lauren Magnolia in her honor. Macon has 2 memorial plaques commemorating her, one at Mercer Law School and the other on a pink bench in the downtown district's Washington Park, where she loved to run. Moving on to the next case. Lexi Draper and Scarlett Vaughn. On January 15, 2018, Louise Porton dialed the 999 emergency number, reporting that her 3-year-old daughter, Lexi Draper, was unconscious and not breathing. Despite the critical situation, when paramedics arrived, Louise's composure appeared disturbingly calm. As they rushed to treat Lexi, they were confronted with a haunting image. A motionless child, her skin shaded blue, with her jaw locked shut. In spite of their frantic attempts, it was too late. The 3-year-old was declared dead at the scene, yet the tragedy did not stop there. Only 18 days later, Louise made another call, this time to the 111 non-emergency helpline, claiming that her 17-month-old daughter, Scarlett Vaughn, was not breathing. In such a dire emergency, why did Porton call 111, a non-urgent number, rather than 999? Did she genuinely mistake the two, or was there something more sinister motivating her decision? The deaths of both children quickly raised suspicion around Louise, leading authorities to scrutinize her background more closely. As investigators dug deeper, troubling details from Louise's past emerged. Born in 1996 in the town of Walsall, near Birmingham in the UK, Louise grew up alongside her mother, Porton, and 2 siblings. From an early age, even during childhood, Louise's conduct proved challenging for her family. While the family maintained a close bond, Louise often stood apart, displaying manipulative and deceitful tendencies. She routinely lied to her parents and sought to manipulate her siblings and cousins, frequently landing them in trouble. More disturbingly, Louise exhibited violent tendencies toward her siblings and cousins, even threatening them with physical harm on multiple occasions. As she grew older, her relationship with her family deteriorated further, particularly with her mother. Her mother's affair and eventual departure during Louise's teenage years deepened her resentment toward her. Unlike her siblings, who continued to maintain some contact with their mother, Louise severed ties completely. During her adolescence, her behavior worsened. She frequently argued with family members, neglected her education, and even faced run-ins with the police. Reports indicated she engaged in theft and consistently demonstrated cold and selfish behavior. Additionally, Louise's apparent promiscuity became a serious concern. She consistently sought attention from men, often leveraging physical intimacy to obtain gifts and money. This behavior carried into her adult years, where she expanded her activities to online platforms, engaging with numerous men in exchange for money and material benefits. Alongside this, Louise remained active online, regularly posting photos to attract male attention. She engaged in cosplay, dressing in various costumes and sending pictures in return for payments or gifts. As time passed, her photos became increasingly revealing, and she began presenting herself as a model. Louise registered with multiple modeling agencies, including one named Purple Port. However, the credibility of Purple Port was questionable, with some online reports suggesting it might be linked to exploitative practices. Despite these potential risks, Louise pursued modeling opportunities and even offered intimate services to photographers in exchange for money. Beyond her modeling efforts, Louise became a mother in late 2014 at age 18, giving birth to her first daughter, Lexi. Nevertheless, she did not settle down and continued her lifestyle. Despite motherhood, Louise maintained a strained relationship with Lexi's father, Chris Draper. Louise also had conflicts with her family, which were worsened by her online behavior and unwillingness to prioritize her daughter's needs. When her grandmother died, Louise's refusal to visit or attend the funeral deepened her estrangement from her family. Despite these tensions, Louise had another child, Scarlett, at age 20 with the same father as Lexi. As the children grew, Louise's conduct became more troubling. She spent hours each day on dating apps and websites, seeking casual encounters and profiting from these relationships. Louise often left her children with others or under the care of her landlady, while she went out to meet strangers. This reached the extent that her children spent more time with the landlady than with their own mother. In certain instances, she even brought these men into her home, directly endangering her children. Family members and acquaintances became increasingly concerned about the safety and well-being of Lexi and Scarlett. They reported Louise to social services, yet no action was taken. The situation grew worse as Louise began perceiving her children as a burden, especially when they interfered with her physical pursuits. As Louise's life further spiraled downward, her relationship with her children's father, Chris Draper, stayed strained. She even denied him any contact with Lexi and Scarlett, going so far as to give Scarlett a different surname, Vaughn. Matters escalated when Louise chose to move the family to Ski Dad Rugby, an hour away from Chris, effectively severing his connection to his children. Louise's sister, Karen Porton, had also tried to provide support whenever possible. However, Louise's priorities remained distorted. Many of the men she associated with were blatantly unsuitable, with one even referring to her children dismissively as babies. Family members continued to voice concerns to Louise, but she disregarded their warnings and often mocked the situation. Speculation arose that Louise may have administered sedatives to her children to keep them unconscious while she pursued her own interests. Over the following months of 2017, this neglect and mistreatment took a serious toll on Lexi and Scarlett, who were left to fend for themselves during their mother's absence. As Louise's relationship with her children worsened, so too did her mental condition. She became increasingly aggressive and verbally abusive, lashing out at her children over minor provocations. On multiple occasions, she subjected Lexi and Scarlett to physical violence, beating them to control their behavior and silence their cries. Social services continued to neglect intervention, leaving Louise free to persist in her destructive course. As Louise became more consumed by her desires and increasingly incapable of handling the responsibilities of motherhood, she reached a grim decision and formulated a plan to rid herself of the burden her children had become. On January 2, 2018, Louise contacted her sister, expressing concern about Lexi experiencing a seizure. However, Louise only made the call after Lexi's condition had already deteriorated severely. This neglect persisted even after Lexi was released from the hospital, with Louise prioritizing her dating activities over her daughter's health. Meanwhile, Louise's Google searches revealed a more disturbing reality to investigators. She had searched for information on suffocation, breathlessness in children, and how it might lead to death. Gradually, investigators realized that these searches were not motivated by genuine concern, but by a far more sinister intent. Tragically, just 2 days later, on January 4, 2018, Lexi became gravely ill. Louise called 999, claiming her daughter had stopped breathing. However, her emotionless tone during the call raised even more doubts about her sincerity. When paramedics arrived, they found Lexi in critical condition, her lips, fingers, and eyes turning blue. It was clear she had been in this state for an extended period before Louise finally called for help, exposing the depth of her neglect and indifference toward her daughter's life. Paramedics struggled to understand how a previously healthy child like Lexi could experience 2 life-threatening episodes within such a short time. During Lexi's 4-day hospital stay, Louise remained at the hospital but used the opportunity to send messages and explicit photos of herself to men, even flirting with hospital staff. After Lexi was discharged, doctors could only determine that a possible chest infection might have caused her symptoms. Lexi was taken back home, and Louise's behavior continued to be cold and manipulative. CCTV footage from the hotel captured Louise and her children returning from the hospital, and her demeanor at that time clearly indicated she had no interest in caring for them. She exploited her daughter's health issues to solicit money from men, claiming she needed financial help to care for Lexi. Louise's Google searches also became increasingly alarming as she looked up methods of self-harm and information on resuscitation and death. It became clear she was researching ways to kill her daughter while making it appear accidental. Investigators had gone through the searches she made January 2nd and 4th, and over time, Louise's Google searches became more specific, focusing on the timing of calling emergency services after causing a person's death. She had even searched how long would a body take to turn blue over suffocation. This revealed her intention: to ensure that she could still dial 999 after murdering her daughter, but not so early that she could be revived. Despite her heinous intentions, Louise continued to deceive men by fabricating her daughter's health condition, claiming that she was dying from a deadly flu. It seemed that her lack of empathy and the extent to which she was willing to manipulate others for her own twisted purposes knew no bounds. On January 14, 2018, the tragic incident unfolded, when Lexi and Scarlett had visited Louise's sister, Karen. After returning home at 6 p.m., Lexi's health suddenly deteriorated again. Louise called 999, claiming her daughter was unconscious and not breathing. When paramedics had arrived, they found Lexi unresponsive, with signs of rigor mortis, indicating she had likely been dead for several hours before the emergency call. Despite their best efforts, Lexi was pronounced dead at the scene. Despite the heartbreaking loss of her daughter, Louise continued her manipulative behavior. It was found out that she had accepted 41 friend requests on her dating app very next day and exploited Lexi's death to solicit money from men. She even set up a GoFundMe account for her daughter's funeral, potentially using the donations for her personal gain. Her insincere Facebook post about Lexi further highlighted her lack of genuine grief. In the days following Lexi's death, Louise was seen laughing and joking with friends, even at her daughter's funeral. But this didn't stop there. Scarlett wasn't any different than Lexi to her mother and was also a burden to her. At the funeral, Louise's mother appeared in her life after Lexi's death, offering to help plan her funeral. Concerned, Louise allegedly mentioned that Scarlett might meet the same fate as Lexi, but no one reported her suspicious behavior to the authorities. On February 1st, just 18 days, her words came true. Louise and Scarlett stayed in a hotel room, and despite Scarlett being healthy, her condition suddenly deteriorated. Louise messaged the men she was seeing, asking for £30 to cover petrol costs for taking Scarlett to the hospital. These men urged her to call an ambulance, but Louise only wanted attention and money. At 9:50 p.m., Louise left the hotel with Scarlett, but she didn't rush to the hospital. Instead, she drove around town taking her time and acting nonchalant, as if her daughter's life wasn't in danger. Surveillance footage from traffic stops in Hillmorton showed her driving aimlessly around the city with no attempt to contact emergency services. She stopped at a gas station, where cameras recorded her movements. In the footage, Louise appeared completely unconcerned, taking her time while her daughter was on the brink of death inside the car. No sense of urgency or distress was evident in her demeanor. After about 30 minutes, she eventually pulled into a shopping center and chose to dial 111. For context, in the UK, 111 is a non-emergency line, while 999 is the number for emergencies, yet she still opted to call 111. By the time paramedics arrived, Scarlett was already lifeless. It was later determined that she had been dead for several hours before Louise placed the call. Doctors concluded that her death was consistent with deliberate airway obstruction, and once again, Louise showed almost no concern at the sudden and suspicious circumstances. There was no medical explanation for why either of the children would die this way. When questioned by paramedics, Louise simply claimed Scarlett had the flu. In both Lexi's and Scarlett's deaths, forensic experts carried out detailed post-mortem examinations. Findings confirmed that their deaths were deliberate and not accidental. Lexi had died from intentional airway obstruction, with examiners noting marks on her nose suggesting it had been forcibly covered. She also had scratches on her neck, evidence that she fought back against her mother's hands during the suffocation. Scarlett, at just 17 months old, had also died from airway obstruction. She showed bruises on her neck and head, trauma to her neck muscles, and bleeding in her lungs. Blood from Scarlett was even found on a pillow in the hotel room where her death occurred. Despite this overwhelming evidence, Louise never confessed nor expressed any remorse. Although there was not sufficient evidence to formally arrest her at the time, investigators persisted with the case, fully convinced that Louise was responsible for the murders of her innocent children. Nearly a year later, in January 2019, police finally gathered enough proof to charge her with the murders of both daughters. On March 20, 2019, Louise was arrested. In August 2019, her trial began after she pleaded not guilty. Overwhelming evidence was presented against her, including her conversations on dating apps, her neglectful behavior toward her children, and the post-mortem results. On August 3, 2019, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Louise Porton was ultimately sentenced to 32 years in prison. However, many consider this sentence insufficient, given her young age of just 23 years at the time. Concerns remain that she could be released early for good behavior. Throughout the trial, she displayed no remorse, standing emotionless and without any sign of guilt for murdering her children. While speculation continues, the motive behind Louise's actions remains uncertain. Despite undergoing a mental health assessment, no condition was diagnosed, and she was deemed to be of sound mind when the murders occurred. The prevailing theory is that Louise saw her children as obstacles, particularly to her immoral lifestyle, and decided to remove them. The aftermath of the case devastated all those connected to it. Louise's mother, Sharon Porton, fell into a deep depression, consumed with the belief that she could have done more to save her two young granddaughters. Tragically, on February 4, 2020, Sharon was discovered dead in her home, having taken her own life at the age of 40. The girl's father, Chris, also suffered unbearable anguish. He expressed profound regret, believing he should have pursued custody more strongly when he had the chance. The sorrow of never having met his 17-month-old daughter, Scarlett, continues to haunt him even 18 months after their deaths. In memory of Lexi Draper and Scarlett Vaughn, two sweet girls with bright smiles and lively personalities, a white horse-drawn carriage decorated in purple carried them to their final resting place. Their untimely deaths robbed the world of lives filled with endless potential. Moving on to the next case. Marilyn Ganderth. In the middle of nowhere, a dead body was discovered. A grandson who claimed he was forced to sign. This is the unsettling story of Marilyn Ganderth, a woman who placed her faith in those closest to her only to be deceived in the most heartbreaking manner. At exactly 6:56 a.m., a man named Harry Ganderth phoned 911. His residence was in Albuquerque, 20 miles south. He was 62 years old. She was known as Marilyn Ganderth. Her phone had been turned off for quite some time. That alone was enough to make her brother uneasy. Yet there was more. Her car was still there. He had left a note the previous day, but it remained sealed in the door. The meaning of these signs was evident. She had not been at home or moving anywhere. Harry disliked it intensely. When the police arrived and began piecing everything together, they started with Harry. He repeated what he knew. He explained that he rang the bell and knocked, but nobody answered. The phone was still off, going straight to voicemail. The vehicle had not moved. Then came the part that hurt more. Making friends had never been easy for Marilyn. Harry told them her world had shrunk over the years. First, her husband passed away. Then her son Ryan took his own life. After that, she gradually became isolated. Not much was happening, just stillness and silence. A missed call might not have bothered most people. But he knew his sister. She was dependable. It was no mistake when she failed to pick up. He did not completely grasp the warning yet, but it was present. They were speaking with the officer when a woman approached. Nicole Robinson, Marilyn's closest friend, had heard the news. She had known Marilyn for many years. They worked together at the post office. Marilyn always came to work and never missed a call. She also would never abandon her dog alone like that. The police searched the house for a possible entry point. Nobody had broken in. There were no signs of Marilyn and no shattered glass. That is not always reassuring, however. The officers circled the property. When they reached the garden, they tried peering inside through the blinds but saw nothing. As they circled again, that was when they noticed it. The back door stood wide open. That was the kind of detail that made no sense, which is exactly what made it so frightening. The police officers stopped Nancy from entering. Someone might still be inside, possibly armed. That meant she must not go in. Once assistance finally arrived, the officers advanced toward the open door. As usual, they called out while stepping through the entrance, but no one replied. They proceeded cautiously from one room to another, passing the garage, moving through the kitchen, and into the hallway. Something unusual appeared. Yet nothing seemed broken or forced. Pill containers and medical documents were scattered around. There were no signs of a struggle. Either someone had left in a hurry or had been taken before managing to gather their belongings. Then they noticed it. The house keys were still hanging on the outside of the front door. Harry had already pointed out that it was suspicious. The police agreed. Marilyn was not at the hospital, and she was not in the house. She had simply vanished. Soon the search expanded. Marilyn owned another house right next door. Alyssa, her daughter-in-law, used to rent it from her. Nancy informed the police that Alyssa and her family had recently moved out, but they might have seen Marilyn before she went missing. The officers went there to investigate further. It was the logical next step, and maybe something would connect. The garage door stood open when they arrived. An officer approached the parked truck. Alyssa, who was 43, was outside. She was moving items and clearing things from the property. Drake, her son, was there as well. A friend named Annie was present too. The timing was notable. Belongings were being packed, and boxes were stacked. The officers could hardly believe what they were seeing. Alyssa explained she was there to finish moving. She even offered to show her text messages to clarify everything. She scrolled through her phone. She showed them a message she sent to Marilyn on Friday, January 26th, at 10:35 a.m. That was the final time she had seen Marilyn. They had spent time together that day. So the police explained the situation. Now Marilyn could not be found. They needed to search the house one final time. Alyssa agreed immediately. She was willing to cooperate. She was not concealing anything. She had to move out, but did not have another place yet. The officers asked Alyssa if she had any idea where Marilyn might be at the moment. That was not unusual. Whenever Marilyn was upset, she sometimes became quiet and avoided people for a while. Detectives left Alyssa's house without discovering anything, but they did leave with something far more useful, a schedule. It wasn't sealed, but it was enough to work with. In this case, having something was better than having nothing. Marilyn wasn't like most people. Her brother, her best friend, and her daughter-in-law all spoke with her frequently. They all said the same thing. Marilyn was gone. She wasn't the kind of person to vanish overnight. But to understand, we need to go back a few days. In Rio Rancho, New Mexico, on the night of January 26, 2018, a woman was driving home from work. To her, it seemed like just another cold winter night. Then she noticed something along the side of the road, a dark pile that was burning. Black smoke lingered in the air. Whatever had been on fire left an impression she couldn't shake. As she drove on, it felt wrong somehow. By morning, she returned with her husband to look again. In the daylight, the scene was clearer. What they found was far worse than they had imagined. Without waiting, her husband grabbed his phone and called the police. At 11:42 p.m. on January 27th, a call came in to deputies. They went out to check if the report was real. When they reached the dirt road, it was obvious this wasn't trash. Even from a distance, something was off. The deputy got closer, saw the burned pile, then rushed back to his car to report what he found. It was a body. At first glance, it looked like a child or maybe a teenager. Metal chains clamped tightly around its wrists and ankles. The right foot had been severed cleanly. The mouth was frozen wide open, almost as if locked in a scream after death. This wasn't just a corpse, it was a message. It was meant to be seen. Naturally, the first people considered suspects were the ones who called it in. That was routine. But identifying the victim came first. At that moment, no one knew who it was. As word spread, tips poured in. Many pointed to different missing people. But one tip stood out. Nancy dialed the number because she feared the body could be her friend Marilyn's. Detectives requested Marilyn's dental records and passed them to the medical investigator's office. The confirmation came quickly. It was indeed Marilyn Gandert lying on the cot. The following day, officers went to Harry's house to deliver the news in person. They told him what, deep down, he already knew. Overcome with grief, he broke down in tears. Marilyn was more than just his sister. She was the one constant in his life. This was not something he could ever have prepared for. Not someone like her. She wasn't the kind of person to fall into trouble. Harry struggled to accept that someone so ordinary could have suffered something so horrific. Then he remembered Marilyn had been facing a rough time before she went missing, tied to her daughter-in-law. Alyssa hadn't been paying rent while living in one of Marilyn's homes. They weren't truly family in the traditional sense. Their relationship was already strained. It wasn't a bond you'd gamble your life on. Even though removing her seemed like the obvious choice, Marilyn's decision to kick Alyssa out might have been the final spark. Much of what concerned detectives was what Alyssa had avoided mentioning. Earlier, she told them she was simply moving out. But being evicted is not the same thing. Why hide the truth from investigators? Was it an attempt to take herself off the suspect list and redirect attention elsewhere? Or was it just a poorly chosen explanation? In situations like this, even small lies can grow into something bigger. For investigators, the job was never simple. They had a body. They had a name. It was time to examine the scene. Speaking with Nancy, detectives gathered more insights. Starting at Marilyn's home seemed logical. Yet a detailed search revealed nothing. No blood, no struggle. Everything was orderly, untouched. Clearly, whatever happened to Marilyn did not occur there. Attention then shifted to the rental property she had leased to Alyssa Bickett, her daughter-in-law. Alyssa had just been evicted, and it was far from an amicable process. Marilyn's brother explained she was exhausted by Alyssa's lies, unpaid rent, and constant stress. With Marilyn now gone, the rental house took on new significance. The next person investigators focused on was Drake, Marilyn's grandson. After the eviction, Drake and his girlfriend Nikki had relocated to a hotel. At this point, pieces were beginning to align: emotion, motive, and opportunity. Drake mentioned that Marilyn had come by the house while they were moving. For him, it seemed insignificant, but for investigators it was crucial. That could have been the last time Marilyn was seen alive, and possibly where the crime took place. Detectives also noticed something unsettling about Drake. He appeared detached, calm to the point of indifference, barely alert, and showing no visible concern. At only 19, police initially gave him the benefit of the doubt. Still, his reaction stood out. He seemed more surprised that Marilyn's body had been discovered than concerned about what had happened to her. No shock, no denial, no grief. Investigators then turned to the house Alyssa had been evicted from, the suspected crime scene. Alyssa claimed she was simply there collecting her belongings. Concerned she might try to destroy evidence, police secured a search warrant and barred her from re-entering the property. At first glance, the place looked spotless. But as officers moved from room to room, they noticed something just inside the front door: a single drop of blood on the wall. Small, but enough to shift the tone of the entire search. While investigators combed through the house, word reached Alyssa that Marilyn's body had been found. She didn't react. Not a word. That silence made detectives uneasy. She also hadn't mentioned being evicted during her first interview, only that she was moving. By now, police knew better. Nancy, one of Marilyn's closest friends, filled in more details. Marilyn had grown frustrated after years of helping Alyssa, especially following her son Ryan's death. She had reached a breaking point. Marilyn demanded Alyssa either pay rent or show respect, something Alyssa wasn't willing to do. Eventually, Marilyn decided to sell the house, change the locks, and cut off ties. When questioned, Alyssa downplayed the tension. She insisted the move had been smooth, saying she and her friend Annie were packing without conflict. But Marilyn's decision to lock doors and monitor visits told a different story. That was when Annie Rail pulled up to the property. When asked about Marilyn, Annie claimed she barely knew her. Still, her guarded tone and defensive body language suggested otherwise. Plus, the more the police pressed her, the worse she felt. During this time, more information about Marilyn's body was given to the cops. She had been cruelly killed and then set on fire, after being doused in gasoline. As the cops thought about these new facts, they went back to Alyssa. At first, her story didn't seem very interesting, but things were starting to fall apart. She kept talking about the same thing when asked about it, but that didn't match up with what the police knew. She was no longer alive. Timelines didn't make sense, and Alyssa's story got weirder as she went on. Alarms went off when Alyssa's story kept changing. It was getting too expensive for the cops to ignore the growing doubts. They had no other choice but to act. Alyssa and Annie were both handcuffed and taken into prison to be questioned in a formal way. Medicine bottles and blood were found in Annie's truck when it was searched. She was actually caught in the act. It was no longer appropriate to ask nice questions. These people were thought to be guilty, and now they were going to find out what the two women knew. Drake was even arrested at the hotel. The police were ready for a big lead, but when Drake was arrested, they didn't expect him to make such a shocking statement. In earlier talks, he had seemed unconcerned, but when things got darker in the talk, the weight of what he said changed the whole investigation. At the start of the conversation, the detective said something straightforward. Drake didn't seem shocked or upset, but what he said next would change everything. Then he said something that shocked everyone in the room. Drake spoke right into the camera without any hesitancy. Drake said that Kennedy, his grandma, had asked him to kill her. The way he talked about it made me feel uneasy. It was almost like he was being forced to do this strange kind of job. It was like her words were burned into his mind, giving him a reason to do something he might not have done otherwise. Once Drake spoke, his words hung heavy in the air, and the officers pressed him harder to get the whole story. They needed the specifics, like the date, time, and way to do it. The people were curious about how he went from not wanting to take care of to killing her. His memories were all over the place, but the main idea of his story stayed the same. The police wanted to know more, but Drake wasn't ready to give them the whole story. He stopped short because he wouldn't go any further without a lawyer. The cops were left with more questions than answers because the door was locked. Drake had only said enough to back up what they already thought, not enough to solve the crime. That statement had a scary, final feel to it, but the real story of Marilyn's death was still out there. Alyssa told a story that was very different. There were more and more problems with what Alyssa said as she went on. From her point of view, the events were very different. She said that feelings were strong and angry urges took over. As Alyssa talked about what happened next, her fear was clear. She felt guilty and angry at the same time. She admitted to hitting Marilyn and tying her up when she was really upset. It was hard to tell if Alyssa was trying to explain what she did or just telling the story of what happened, but the fear in her voice was clear. Alyssa's story started to change as the questioning went on, especially when she talked about what happened afterward. She left Marilyn and Annie alone for a short time. When she came back, Annie was wiping a bloody knife. Each witness statement revealed a bit more of the dreadful reality, but investigators were still uncertain about who was orchestrating the crime and who was merely following instructions. Alyssa's final testimony introduced a chilling detail to the case. Yet one part of her account did not add up. She claimed she did not know where Drake was during the most crucial moments, which appeared to separate herself from Drake's involvement. The detective's suspicions grew stronger. Alyssa's effort to minimize Drake's role in the narrative, along with her omission of key details, made her seem less reliable with every passing moment. It did not make sense. If Marilyn had already been subdued, why would Annie suddenly stab her without any motive to kill? The officers struggled to piece together how Alyssa's version fit with the evidence they had. Gaps were already forming in her account, and it was evident what step needed to follow. Annie had to provide her explanation. When Annie was brought in for questioning, her testimony revealed yet another disturbing aspect of the story. The whole thing was organized. From Annie's perspective, Alyssa appeared in a different light. Alyssa did not simply stand by without action. She acted as the leader of the group. With every fresh statement, investigators moved closer to uncovering the complete crime. More chilling revelations emerged as the inquiry progressed. As the officers reconstructed the horrific events, they gained a clearer understanding of how a family descended into brutality and treachery. With each additional fact, the case shifted from a sorrowful killing to a terrifying, premeditated murder. Annie and Alyssa both confirmed one crucial point. Annie was the first person to put hands on Marilyn. However, their versions of events soon began to diverge significantly. Annie recounted the story in sharp detail, while Alyssa's account left out essential parts. The assault had been organized, but she failed to acknowledge that. Instead, she portrayed it as something that happened spontaneously. What stood out even more was her complete omission of Drake being present during the assault or the mission, which soon became a central focus of the detective's investigation. The specifics in Annie's statement grew more graphic, exposing the brutality of the assault in full. This confession cast even greater doubt on Alyssa's version, since it was obvious she had attempted to shield her son from the reality of how monstrous the crime truly was. As the investigation deepened, it became clear this was no sudden act of violence. The brutality suggested planning, and detectives soon uncovered that Alyssa, her son Drake, and their friend Annie were all part of the crime. The chilling truth emerged when Drake's girlfriend, Nikki, shared her account with police. According to Nikki, Alyssa and Annie threatened her with a knife and a gun, forcing her to help dispose of Marilyn's body. She described seeing Marilyn lying on the floor, bleeding, before Alyssa wrapped her in a sheet and loaded her into Annie's pickup truck. Nikki said she was then forced to drive to a remote area where Marilyn's body was dragged out, doused with gasoline by Alyssa, and set on fire. Nikki recalled watching the flames flicker in the rearview mirror as they drove away. Her story was soon backed up by hard evidence. Surveillance footage placed Annie's truck near the dumping site, and a forensic search uncovered Marilyn's blood, her purse, medications, and keys inside the vehicle. The proof was undeniable. What unfolded was a calculated, vicious murder carried out by a family bound together by anger, lies, and desperation. In May 2018, after months of investigation, arrests were finally made. Alyssa and Annie were charged with Marilyn Gandert's brutal murder. Prosecutors confirmed that Alyssa, Drake, and Annie had worked together, attacking Marilyn out of rage over the eviction. They beat her, restrained her, suffocated her with a bag, and ended her life before discarding her body and setting it ablaze. Annie, who admitted her involvement, testified against Alyssa and Drake, sealing the case against them. On October 3, 2019, sentencing was handed down. The judge acknowledged Drake's troubled background, but emphasized it did not excuse the cruelty of his actions. Alyssa was sentenced to 30 years, Drake to 26 years, and Annie to 12 years. The murder of Marilyn Gandert was more than a tragedy. It shattered bonds of trust and family beyond repair. Justice was delivered, but the loss and betrayal left wounds that will never truly heal. Moving on to the next case. Oksana Alex. In today's video, we look into a horrifying case that was not only seen but also filmed. A man ended the life of his wife in front of their little daughters, leaving behind a scene so disturbing it shocked even the most seasoned detectives. This is the tragic outcome of a man who had always escaped with his actions. He was furious, abusive, and possessive, and for years nobody acted. Every outburst and signal was ignored, which is why it reached this point. His wife had given him one final opportunity, one last chance for their household. Sadly, it was one too many. This man viciously murdered his wife while their children sat inside the vehicle, unable to intervene. In public, the assault took place in daylight, directly in front of their terrified girls. Cameras were recording at the scene of the attack, but what is left of his wife is far too graphic and heartbreaking to display. She lost her life because a man never stopped hurting her. How could matters reach this level? From the outside, they looked like any other household. Oksana Alex, 30, loved being a mother. The husband, Alexander Alex, is 31, and their children are Lena, 4, and Sasha, 2. Alexander and Oksana met in the Belataki region of Russia in 2014. She came from the quiet town of Sokolki, and he was from the center of the district. Their bond was formed immediately. He swiftly became part of Oksana's family, and soon they were living together. They tied the knot in 2016 and welcomed their daughter Lena at the end of that year. 2 years later, her sister Sasha arrived. Oksana often told her friends how delighted she was to be a parent. She mentioned taking care of their vegetable plot and going on adventures with her daughters, whom she referred to as Girly Joyce. It was private, and she did not share much on social networks. Alexander, in contrast, had an open profile showing he enjoyed fishing, paintball, and outdoor life. Together, they operated a family enterprise, a traveling puppet theater. They performed in many regions of Russia. Others who knew about the venture stated that Oksana was the actual founder, the imaginative, dedicated, and determined energy behind it. A friend and colleague, who had known her for years, even offered her a position in the town of Uriazin. Oksana, however, declined, since her family came first. "I already have 2 adorable small kids," she said. "Work and my little daughters somehow got tangled together. Time never appears sufficient." Her dream was to relocate somewhere else one day, but she told her friends she was satisfied where she was for now. She remarked, "There are many dangers on the road. I'll wait until my daughters are older and more self-sufficient." Although the pandemic caused everything to be uncertain, she remained focused on her work. "I must not lose what I've created and must continue thinking of something new," she declared. From the outside, it appeared flawless, a young family building a life together. Alexander had a good relationship with Oksana's relatives. People from different backgrounds laughed at their puppet performances. Yet there was a dark side to her life that was only revealed after she was killed. The bedroom of Oksana and Alexander was often filled with shouting. The neighbors grew accustomed to the terrifying noises, though they still frightened them. One neighbor, Maria, recalled with a grimace, he assaulted her frequently, tormented her, and would not let her leave. "I really pity the girls. Their mother was no longer with them." The violence did not begin suddenly. Alexander had been furious for a long time. He was obsessive, suffocated with envy, and convinced himself Oksana was unfaithful. This false assumption consumed him, but earlier he was not always like that before she did it. Some of Alexander's companions remembered another side of him from school days. One former classmate, Alina, said truthfully, "I am stunned. How did he become so cruel?" But Regina, one of his schoolmates, described another aspect. She said he always trembled at school because he was so afraid. "We are all astonished. So does this prove that he could conceal his dark side whenever it benefited him? This was not his first marriage. He had married a woman named Alina S. in 2010. At the beginning, things appeared fine. He became furious immediately because she was raising their son with someone else. Elena said he was unstable, quick-tempered, aggressive, and able to provoke a quarrel about anything. She could not even smile or nod at another man without sparking his jealousy. The mistreatment was not limited to words. It was rough and physically painful contact. He is even said to have assaulted Elena's mother. It is possible that Elena never shared everything he had done to her. She explained that certain memories were too unbearable to recall again. Elena eventually gained the strength to request a divorce after becoming exhausted from the constant abuse. That decision also drove Alexander into madness. Alex discovered that Elena had gone to a nightclub after their separation. He tracked her down, struck her publicly on the dance floor, and then pushed her in front of a moving vehicle to try to end her life. He faced charges of attempted murder, but Elena altered her statement after his family pressured her. Alex was no longer prosecuted and walked free. Ultimately, Elena said, "He tried to kill me. A criminal case was initiated, but his parents forced me to withdraw, so I did. This man is vicious and cruel. He is insane. No one speaks out about it. They were planning to commit him to a psychiatric facility after what he had done, but he managed to avoid it." His relationship with Oksana revealed just how insecure and jealous he was. While being interrogated, Alexander admitted that he constantly feared she was being unfaithful. Alex grew enraged because Oksana had a male friend. He convinced himself that this man would visit their home at night while he slept. Alexander inspected the seal on the front door each morning to see if it had been disturbed. He searched the yard for traces of tire marks. And every morning, Oksana had to repeat endlessly that she was innocent. Yet his suspicions never disappeared, nor did it put an end to the brutality. The assaults escalated until Oksana could no longer bear them. She separated from him and returned to live with her parents. For a short while, it appeared she was finally free. He was not finished with her, however. He pleaded for forgiveness and for another chance. Oksana gave in because she wanted her daughters to have a complete family. He was accepted back by her. Lubio, Oksana's sister, would later explain, he begged her for forgiveness. He was granted one final chance. Tragically, it proved to be the last in the end. The cruel things he did to her cannot even be expressed in words. "This is not what we hoped would happen to our Oksana," Lubio said. Oksana preferred staying at home. Alexander was her first husband, and they shared 2 children. Oksana spent her entire life indoors. Everything she did was for her family. She managed everything on her own and never pressured her husband because she believed he might eventually change. She said her daughters needed a full family so they could remain close to both mother and father. Oksana returned, and life went on as before. Then, on July 29, 2020, everything shifted. The morning began like any other. There were no signs of what was about to occur. They took one of their daughters to the dentist due to a toothache. Yet there was no dentist in Bashka, which was a very small settlement. Therefore, her family got into the car and traveled to the nearby city of Saka, where she could receive the proper treatment. During the trip, they stopped to take a family photo near a beautiful stretch of land. That is when everything went terribly wrong. While in the vehicle, Oksana pulled out her phone, which enraged Alexander. He suspected something was wrong and demanded to see Oksana's text messages, but she refused because she was exhausted with his suspicions. Alexander suddenly became furious and reached into the glove compartment to grab a hunting knife. He stabbed her repeatedly in the chest, directly before their 2 daughters. It was horrific. Alexander deliberately stopped the bleeding. Oksana seized this moment to escape the car and stagger down the roadside, but her wounds were too severe, and she collapsed only a few meters away. At that moment, an older couple happened to be walking by and witnessed the events. They were too distant to intervene, but wise enough to record everything on their phones in case evidence was needed later. Alexander exited the car and approached Oksana, but a nearby driver stopped and shouted at him to stop. Still, it made no difference. Alexander calmly told him that his wife had been unfaithful and that it was her fault. He approached her and stabbed her again. And again. Everything took place in daylight, before witnesses and his 2 terrified daughters. When the eldest child, Lena, saw what had happened to her mother, she screamed and ran from the car toward her. But Alexander ordered her to stop. She was not supposed to witness what he had done to her mother. Not that. He shouted at the elderly couple, "Please take care of her," and pushed her toward them. Then he returned to his car, grabbed a bottle of water, and began washing his hands and knife to remove the blood. Immediately afterward, he rushed into the forest to hide the weapon. When he came back, something shifted again. Simply seeing Oksana's lifeless and broken body was not sufficient. Alexander went back to the car, took a penknife, and then walked toward his wife's corpse. He slit her throat and stabbed her multiple additional times. Truly, this was far too much. The daughter's cries are audible on the recording made by the witnesses. The voice behind the camera says, "That's it. A body without life." Alexander did not resist when law enforcement arrived. He quietly surrendered without uttering a word. At first, he stayed silent while being interrogated. Shortly after, however, his version changed. Reports stated that he claimed to hear whispers. He asserted that he was mentally unwell. Alexander told the judge in court, "She confessed to me that she cheated with her closest friend. I became enraged because of that. I do not understand why I struck her so many times or how I killed her. I fully acknowledge that I am guilty. I will not resist the police officer. That is what I admit." The court ruled that Alexander had murdered Oksana in an exceptionally cruel manner and in the presence of their daughters, inflicting unbearable psychological suffering on them. However, the judge also declared that he committed the act while insane. Alexander was diagnosed with a chronic mental illness that, according to the court, made it impossible for him to recognize what he was doing both before and after the killing. Rather than being sent to prison, he was placed in a secure psychiatric hospital to undergo treatment against his will. Physicians will review his condition every 6 months and inform the court whether he should remain confined or be released. But Oksana's relatives were outraged by this ruling. Oksana's brother stated, "I do not accept this decision. Naturally, someone who committed murder must face the law. I believe he is fine. I know him very well." Her mother, Alina, vowed to oppose the judgment. She believed Alexander had taken advantage of the system. He succeeded. "That is what I believe. I do not trust him. I think he arranged everything in advance, even though he claims it was not intentional. He wanted to provoke her anger," she said. Alina added that Oksana had been prepared to leave her husband, but refrained because she cared about their daughters. "In the end, they will grow up without a mother," she said. She did not want them to be raised without a father. Oksana's sister, Lubio, also said she never cheated on him, and when could she have? She was constantly with the children. He held great control over her. He imagined betrayals everywhere. Even though Oksana was not the kind of person to betray, she still wanted to safeguard her family, but failed. The daughters of Oksana and Alexander are now being cared for by their grandmother. On that day, they lost both parents, which is profoundly tragic. Moving on to the next case. Beverly Carter. In today's video, we examine the tragic case of Beverly Carter, a woman whose generous spirit and trusting personality placed her in a situation that ended fatally. This is the terrifying account of a life taken and the pursuit of justice that came after. Beverly Carter's workday was like any normal one. She had just one final house left to show. It was located in a peaceful area outside the town. The buyer claimed he could pay in cash. It appeared to be a straightforward sale. She phoned her husband before entering to tell him she would be home soon, but she never returned. Her handbag remained inside her vehicle, which was discovered in the garage. The entrance to her house stood open, but Beverly was missing. What took place that night shocked her loved ones and the entire community. It was in 1963, in the small town of Anniston, Alabama, that Beverly Carter came into the world. She carried herself with a spirit that showed from an early age that she would become recognized for being strong and enduring. By the age of 16, she was already employed as a waitress. She was motivated, determined, and eager to improve life for herself. During this period, she encountered Carl Carter, a young man 3 years older than she was. They quickly became a couple, and soon after, they were married. Being newly married wasn't simple, however. Early in their union, Beverly faced some difficult challenges. One instance occurred while Carl was driving drunk with Beverly sitting in the back seat. From that point, matters only grew worse. He cursed at her when she urged him to stop the car because he was speeding and driving recklessly. It seemed everything could have ended then, but Beverly made the decision to remain. Shortly after that incident, she learned Carl had been unfaithful to her. It was undeniable she had been deceived, and the emotional strain of it could have shattered her. Yet again, she chose to stay, which was difficult. She believed in giving second chances, and her perseverance appeared to eventually be rewarded. Their relationship started to mend. They moved to Scott, Arkansas, a calm rural town. Life proceeded at a slower pace there, and the Carters began to establish roots. After marrying, they had 3 children, and Beverly deeply cherished her role as a mother. She worked tirelessly to raise her children and make their home a safe and welcoming place to live. Yet as the years passed and the boys grew more self-sufficient, Beverly sensed something shifting. She adored being a mother, but she also felt drawn to create something of her own, a career, a purpose beyond the walls of her house. She first secured a position as a receptionist. It was only the beginning, but her interest truly deepened when she discovered real estate. She studied diligently and obtained her license. After becoming a real estate agent, it was obvious she had discovered her true passion. She devoted herself to her career with both commitment and ability. Her clients admired her. She was recognized for being generous, truthful, and diligent. She quickly rose to be one of the most dependable agents in the community. The career offered her more than simple work satisfaction. It also strengthened her family's financial security. They were not wealthy, but they felt stable. Her entire world revolved around family. With Carl and Beverly's 20th wedding anniversary approaching, they decided to celebrate in a meaningful way. In their early years together, they had little money. To make it even more memorable, they renewed their vows and held the kind of celebration they could once only dream about. It brought them joy and reminded them how far they had progressed. But not every milestone in their journey was positive. In 2003, tragedy struck the Carter household. Chris, their 19-year-old son, lost his life in a car accident. The sorrow was overwhelming. Christopher's life ended far too soon, leaving behind a wife and child. His passing created a void in their existence that could never be filled. Beverly was particularly devastated. To cope with her grief, Beverly poured even more energy into her profession. Her grandchildren also gave her comfort, and their presence helped mend her heart. Her devotion to her children and grandchildren never wavered, and her resilience enabled the family to endure unbearable loss. The morning of September 25, 2014 seemed like any ordinary Thursday, yet Beverly experienced a small personal victory that day. They organized a light-hearted office contest, and she won $50 as a reward. She felt delighted and was eager to finish her day. One last property in Scott was scheduled on her agenda, and she was showing it to a fresh set of buyers. The clients claimed they were prepared to pay in cash, which would make the transaction fast and simple. The appointment was set for 6 p.m. Beverly was optimistic. Around 5:30 p.m. she left the office smiling, feeling upbeat and full of energy. She phoned Carl to inform him about the appointment before heading to the showing. She mentioned the location and said she would pick up dinner on the way home. Everything appeared fine initially, but as the evening dragged on, unease began to grow. By 9 p.m. Beverly had not returned. Carl attempted to call, but no one answered. Again and again he tried, growing more and more anxious each time. One of Beverly's children went to her workplace, hoping she might have returned or left behind some kind of clue. Meanwhile, Carl drove straight to the property in Scott, the last place she was known to be. Upon arrival, what he noticed filled him with dread. Beverly's car was still in the garage, unmoved. As he came closer, he immediately spotted her purse. It was sitting on the passenger seat. That alone was alarming. Being a real estate agent, Beverly had several strict safety practices. She never carried her personal belongings into unknown houses with strangers. She never forgot that precaution. Carl approached the front entrance, his heart racing. The door was unlocked. The home was silent inside. She was not there when he stepped inside and called out her name. After phoning his son right away, he still found no sign of her at the office. The place was locked for the night, and the building stood empty. That was sufficient. It was time to notify the police. Officers arrived at the scene and methodically inspected everything. Yet something seemed unusual to them. Carl had entered the house before contacting law enforcement. He had done so unknowingly, leaving fingerprints and possibly other traces scattered throughout the residence, making it appear as though it might have been a contaminated crime scene. When Carl was summoned for questioning, he laid everything out. He admitted to the truth about his past, the early days of their relationship, and the wrongs he had committed, including infidelity and striking her once. But he insisted, Those events were far behind them. He told her how deeply he loved her, how much they had endured together, and how determined he was to bring her back. Investigators understood he was not the suspect they sought, based on his demeanor, his candor, and the level of distress he displayed. Shortly after 1 a.m., Carl received a text message from Beverly's phone. It was brief and unsettling. Everything about the message seemed off. It claimed Beverly had suddenly decided to go out drinking with friends. The tone and phrasing were unusual. Most critically, Beverly never drank alcohol. Carl was not the only one receiving odd messages. Earlier in the search, Carl had spoken with two of Beverly's colleagues, hoping they might know something. Both women also texted Beverly to see if she would respond. They too felt something was wrong with the replies they received, just as Carl had. One colleague sensed trouble and used a secret office code, a silent warning shared between coworkers. She texted Beverly asking if she had left a red folder on her desk. The hidden meaning was, "Are you in danger?" But no response ever came. By morning, Beverly Carter's name was everywhere. Police combed the neighborhood near the home where Beverly was last seen. A neighbor reported that the previous night they had observed a tall, thin, white man with short, dark hair acting suspiciously. He had stepped out of a black vehicle parked on the lawn of the vacant house, rather than in the driveway. When officers examined the grass, they noticed fresh tire tracks. It was a small but significant clue. At that stage, investigators turned their attention to Beverly's work computer. Fortunately, a coworker knew how to log in under her account. Police swiftly located the record of her last appointment in her notes. Steve and Crystal Adams were listed as the prospective buyers she was supposed to meet. Their email address and phone number were also recorded. Yet as detectives probed further, they uncovered something suspicious. The names were fictitious. The email address and phone number did not belong to any real individuals. Instead, they were linked to an anonymous messaging platform. By contacting the service provider, investigators traced the source of the communication. They discovered a name, Aaron Lewis, age 33, residing in Jacksonville, just 15 miles from Scott. Police did not approach his residence with weapons drawn, as they were not yet prepared to make an arrest. First, investigators needed to confirm that this man matched the neighbor's description. If he did, he might provide the key to finding Beverly. Their surveillance soon paid off. The likeness was exact. A tall, slender man with short, dark hair exited the residence and climbed into a black Ford Fusion. Officers in an unmarked vehicle began tailing him. Aaron, however, sensed he was being followed. He accelerated to try and shake the car behind him. The chase was brief. Pushing the vehicle too hard, he lost control, veered off the road, and crashed into a ditch. The impact was severe. Without a seatbelt, he struck his head on the steering wheel, injuring his face. He was removed from the crash site and transported to the hospital for treatment. Initially, there was no cause for police to formally arrest Aaron Lewis. Without a warrant, their role was only to quietly monitor, collect information, and avoid confrontation. Yet once he failed to leave the hospital and remained under care, everything shifted. After undergoing an MRI and treatment for his facial injuries, Aaron acted boldly. Exploiting a lapse in supervision, he slipped out of the hospital before law enforcement could secure him. The man at the center of a rapidly escalating case was suddenly on the run. A large search effort was launched. His photo from the crash scene was broadcast on local television networks. Aaron Lewis's face was now ingrained in the public consciousness across Little Rock and Scott. He was spotted almost immediately. Two office employees discussing the case noticed a man at a bus stop who closely resembled the fugitive. One of them approached casually, pretending to inquire about bus schedules to get a closer look. Convinced it was Aaron Lewis, he signaled discreetly while the other worker phoned police. Aaron, unaware he had been identified, moved along on foot. Hungry, he entered a nearby Subway restaurant, trying not to draw attention. But several patrons recognized him instantly. Unlike the office workers, they were not discreet. Shouts erupted, fingers pointed, and panic spread. Realizing he had been exposed, Aaron bolted from the store and sought cover in a nearby building. By then, it was too late. Within minutes, numerous officers swarmed the location. He was apprehended without further resistance. Once Aaron was back in jail, he started working on his case. He said he had nothing to do with Beverly Carter's disappearance. His first story said that he hadn't been by himself when he went to the house. He said that a friend had come with him and that Aaron had left Beverly and the other man alone inside at some point. He claimed that whatever had happened to her happened after he left. But investigators quickly found flaws in this story. The person he said was his partner was a soldier who was stationed many miles away on the day Beverly went missing. His excuse was perfect. Several witnesses and phone records showed that he had not left his job. Aaron knew the story was not true. He still wouldn't say what really happened. The detectives tried something new. They pushed him for information, hoping that he would finally tell them where Beverly was. Aaron didn't say much, almost cryptically. She might still be living, he said, but only if she was found quickly. He said she hadn't had any food or water since he was arrested, which made it sound like time was running out. Aaron agreed to take police to 2 buildings where he said Beverly was kept because he still had hope. They both searched very deeply. She wasn't there. Aaron changed the story again. Now he said that someone else, a partner, must have moved her. Since Aaron wasn't telling the truth, detectives looked at his phone records. They tracked his moves on the day Beverly went missing, which led them to an empty concrete plant 25 miles from Scott, where he used to work. It was a lonely, sad place. The police started their search with sad hearts because they didn't know what they would find. On September 30th, what they were afraid of came true. They found her in a small grave with loose dirt around her. The grave hadn't even been properly hidden. There was still some dirt around one of Beverly's arms. Her body had been buried quickly. When the layers of duct tape that were covering her head were taken off by forensic experts, the truth became unbearable. Beverly Carter had died from not being able to breathe. She was squished so badly that she couldn't breathe. When the cops told Aaron Lewis the truth, that Beverly's body had been found, he changed his story again. He now said that he and Beverly had been cheating on each other after meeting on Craigslist. He said that they had planned a secret meeting for the day she died. But during closeness, something went wrong that led to a terrible accident. But that story didn't make sense at all. Her family and friends knew her very well. She worked full-time and was a loyal wife. There was no proof that she had an affair. Even worse, the way her body was lying, the duct tape mask, and the homemade grave gave a very different picture. In his next story of what happened, Aaron put the blame on someone else. He said it wasn't him this time. His wife, Crystal, was the one he blamed. At least Crystal was said to have met Beverly, but something went wrong again. The detectives didn't believe it, but they did look at Crystal Lowry more closely. The records of her calls told their own story. Aaron had been in touch with Beverly a lot more often than usual on the day she disappeared. That wasn't proof of engagement by itself, but it did seem fishy. About 1 month after Beverly went missing, Crystal was caught. As soon as she was arrested, she broke down. The 42-year-old man admitted guilt and told police everything. Even though they were still formally married, things between her and Aaron had gotten worse. They only lived together because they couldn't afford to move out. The worry over money had made things too tense to bear. It was their wish to leave, but they needed money to do it. Aaron then came up with a horrible idea. Kidnap a rich person and demand a fee. Crystal thought about it for a while, but didn't say no. Aaron recommended that they go after a woman real estate agent. They dressed well and drove nice cars. Most importantly, they often worked alone. That's how they found Beverly Carter, who was one of the best real estate managers in the area. They thought she would be a great target. Aaron used a fake name to call her and said he was a buyer moving from out of state with his wife. He told Beverly that they wanted to find a quiet house close to Little Rock. For his plan to work, he even picked a listing in a remote place. Beverly didn't want to show the house at first. Her agency's rules said that private showings to single guys were not allowed, especially in outlying areas. Aaron quickly brought Crystal into the talk when he thought his plan might not work out. She called to make sure she would also be at the showing. Beverly agreed to the meeting after feeling better. Clients said they were ready to pay with cash, which always caught agents' attention. But only Aaron showed up when it was time. He said sorry and said his wife was late. Beverly, who was always efficient, let the showing go ahead. That was the last house she ever went into. They went through the house together, starting on the first floor. Things changed, though, when they went up the stairs to the first floor. Aaron did something. He hit Beverly out of the blue. She wasn't strong enough to fight back because she had just had plastic surgery, including a tummy tuck. She tried to fight him off but failed as he taped her hands together. She was pushed into the trunk by him. He planned to hold Beverly hostage and demand $100,000 in exchange for her life. He was thinking of an old empty building at a concrete plant 25 miles outside of Scott that used to be his job. It looked like the ideal place to hide someone. But Aaron hadn't done the most basic things to get ready. He saw that the building wasn't empty or right for what he was planning when he got there. There was no backup plan or other place to go. He had no place to take the scared woman who was locked in his trunk. He was scared and turned to his wife, who was the only one who knew the plan. He snapped a picture of Beverly, terrified and bound in the trunk, and sent it to Crystal with the single word help. Crystal was furious. At work at the time, she had never agreed to having Beverly brought to their home. But it was already too late. Beverly was there, locked in the bathroom. They scrambled to decide what to do next. Aaron had already drafted a message on his phone for Crystal to send to Beverly's husband. The scheme was simple. Make it seem as though Beverly was being coerced into begging Carl not to call the police and to follow the kidnapper's demands. The message, however, was never sent. It remained on Aaron's phone, another piece of incriminating evidence yet to be uncovered. Initially, their plan was to force Carl to transfer ransom money into Beverly's bank account and then drain the funds using her debit cards. Aaron even claimed he knew her PIN numbers. But Beverly's cards were still in her purse, left behind in her car during the abduction. Realizing the mistake, he returned to retrieve them before anyone discovered the oversight. By then, it was too late. Police had already arrived at the scene, combing the area. An officer even stopped Aaron as he drove past, mistaking him for a neighbor, and asked if he had noticed anything unusual. Aaron stayed calm, offering nothing, and then drove home. But once there, the situation only grew worse. Crystal, ever calculating, recognized a new danger. Beverly had already seen Aaron's face, and now, locked inside their bathroom, she could see prescription pill bottles with Crystal's name clearly printed on them. If Beverly lived, she could easily identify them both. Releasing her was no longer an option. Crystal, however, refused to commit the act herself. Instead, she told Aaron plainly that Beverly had to be eliminated. So on that final grim night, Aaron Lewis collected Beverly from the house and drove her back to the cement plant. Because of the cold, he wound duct tape around her head repeatedly until she could no longer breathe. Once her body went still, he buried her in a shallow grave. Since Crystal confessed to her role, there was no need for a drawn-out trial. With her guilty plea, she received a 30-year prison sentence for her part in the crime. Aaron, however, clung to his lies. At his 2016 trial, Crystal testified against him. Aaron continued to deny all charges. He insisted his only involvement was concealing Beverly's death. He claimed Crystal was solely responsible. Then his account shifted once more. He even alleged that Beverly's recorded voice had been generated on a computer, though he refused to say what program had been used. Aaron asserted that the duct tape mask had merely been intended to keep insects off Beverly's face while she was buried. The judge rejected every part of his explanation. After just 4 days of testimony, the jury returned with a guilty verdict. Aaron Lewis was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. But the story did not end there. In 2020, Crystal Lowry petitioned the court for an early release. She claimed she no longer posed a threat because she had embraced faith while incarcerated. She declared her wish to repay her debt through freedom and charitable work. The court disagreed. Her motion was denied. Beverly Carter had been a mother, wife, professional, and friend who wanted nothing more than to return home that evening. Crystal remains in prison, serving the entirety of the 30-year sentence she was handed for her role in Beverly Carter's cold, premeditated murder. In the end, 2 individuals robbed her of life because they saw not a person but a profit. The family that was once whole is now forever shattered. Moving on to the next case. Blanca Arellano. In this video, we explore the tragic story of a young Mexican woman who traveled to Peru to meet the man she had fallen in love with online. What was meant to be a hopeful, romantic journey turned into a nightmare. Their relationship had lasted 2 years but existed only through phone screens, and just a few months after her arrival, her body was discovered on a remote beach. So what really happened? On November 10, 2022, the first signs appeared. Fishermen off the coast of Huacho, Peru, were startled by the loud cries of nearby seagulls. Curious, they approached and found several decaying bodies scattered along the sand. When police arrived, they cordoned off the area and began collecting evidence. Forensic analysis determined the victim was a woman around 50 years old. Detectives immediately faced complications. Her facial features and fingerprints had been deliberately removed. The mutilation appeared highly professional, and several internal organs were missing. Initially, authorities suspected involvement by an organized crime group possibly connected to black market trading. However, as the investigation progressed, a crucial lead emerged. An immigration record matched a missing person report filed by Mexican authorities, enabling Peruvian police to identify the victim as a Mexican woman who had traveled to Peru to begin a new life with someone she trusted. It was soon confirmed that the victim was Blanca Arellano, born in Mexico on February 6, 1971. Blanca had previously worked as a tour guide, but the COVID-19 pandemic devastated Mexico's tourism industry. With visitor numbers plummeting, she lost her job and became a rideshare driver to make ends meet. This work offered little stability, especially after March 23, 2020, when Mexico declared a nationwide public health emergency. With people staying home, ride requests dropped sharply, leaving Blanca with minimal income. Her days became largely confined to her home, where she spent hours playing online games. During this time, Blanca met Juan Pablo Villafuerte. He was 12 years younger than her. Juan was a student at Cayetano Heredia University, studying medicine with an emphasis on biology and pharmacology. He was passionate about video games and also managed one of the largest online gaming communities in the region. They quickly grew close through conversations within the gaming group. Soon, Juan asked Blanca to help him run the group as a co-moderator. She happily accepted, as she had some free time. Because they collaborated so often, they began speaking privately as well. Over time, their friendship deepened into something more. Despite living thousands of miles apart, they formed a strong mental and emotional connection through their screens. Their online relationship evolved into a long-distance romance. Thanks to the internet, Blanca even threw Juan a virtual birthday party, and he responded by recording numerous songs just for her. After nearly 2 years of daily communication and check-ins, they began discussing the possibility of living together. Blanca and Juan grew increasingly excited about meeting in person as their relationship developed. However, Blanca could not afford a plane ticket to Peru. Understanding her situation, Juan offered to travel to Mexico instead. Blanca was visibly thrilled by his promise. She eagerly anticipated showing him her city and introducing him to her family and friends for the first time. Yet, things did not go as planned. Not long after, Juan informed her that he could not come to Mexico after all. Blanca was deeply disappointed, having looked forward to the meeting for so long. Impatient and determined, she decided to travel to Peru on her own to meet him. To fund the trip, Blanca began selling her belongings. Her gas stove, warm blankets, rice cooker, winter clothes, some old home decorations, and even her car. She managed to raise just over $5,400 in total. While preparing for the journey, Juan continued to assure her through their screens that he loved her, would care for her, and that they would spend the rest of their lives together. Blanca had complete trust in him and began planning to move to Peru permanently to start a new life with Juan. Her family grew concerned when they learned of her intentions. Blanca was nearly 50 years old and had spent most of her life single. Yet she was now prepared to leave everything behind for a man she had never met in person. Despite their worries, Blanca remained steadfast in her decision. Her family tried to persuade her to stay in Mexico, where she had relatives, friends, and a sense of safety, but she insisted that this might be her last chance at happiness. Eventually, her parents relented. They told Blanca to stay in touch and immediately alert them if anything seemed off once she arrived in Peru. Blanca nodded, reassuring them that everything would be fine. On July 28, 2022, after a few weeks of preparation, she gathered her belongings and went to the airport. Her entire family came to say farewell, giving her tight hugs and reminding her to stay safe. She promised not to worry them. Her plan was to meet Juan in Peru, explore a few major towns, and then move into his apartment by the sea. Blanca arrived at Jorge Chávez International Airport early the next morning at 2:45 a.m., exactly as planned. Juan, the man she had fallen for online, was already there to pick her up. His modest apartment was in the coastal town of Huelva, and he took her there. From the moment they met, they seemed comfortable with one another. Despite never having met in person before, their conversation felt natural. Blanca happily took pictures with Juan and sent them to her family to show she had arrived safely. Knowing someone was there to meet her eased her family's fears. The first few days in Peru went fairly smoothly. Blanca walked along the beach, enjoying the fresh air, then returned to Juan's small apartment by the water, which helped her adjust to her new surroundings. Soon after, she purchased a SIM card from her home country and put it in a second phone. Since her family remained in Mexico, she used one phone to communicate with them, while the Peruvian number handled daily matters. At this time, Juan continued attending school during the week, so Blanca needed a local phone to order food and manage errands independently. However, on November 7, 2022, something felt wrong. Blanca had been texting or calling her family every day, but suddenly she stopped for several hours. No messages or check-ins came as usual. Her family grew even more alarmed when her social media accounts went silent on the same day. Blanca had always been active online, sharing pieces of her life regularly, so this sudden silence was unusual. In fact, just the morning before, she had messaged her niece, assuring her that everything with Juan was going well. At first, the family thought she might simply be busy and hadn't had a chance to respond. But as darkness fell and still no word came, their concern grew. They called and texted repeatedly throughout the evening and into the night, yet she never replied. Realizing the unusual length of her silence, they knew action was necessary. Blanca's niece became the most determined person amid the chaos. Because she was very close to her aunt, she was terrified when Blanca went missing. She immediately began checking Blanca's social media links. Blanca's profile made it easy to find Juan's contact information. She messaged him right away, hoping he might know something. A few minutes later, he replied, claiming that he had also lost contact with Blanca a few days prior. He said that she had ended things on her own, purchased a ticket back to Mexico, and was probably already on her way home. He added that her phone might have died, which was why no one could reach her. To clarify, Juan sent a screenshot of their most recent chat, which occurred on November 7, 2022. He had advised her to be careful on that road, known for thefts, and wished her a safe trip to Lima. Blanca had responded with a brief, polite goodbye. Juan also told Blanca's niece that Blanca would contact the family once she returned to Mexico. Yet those texts only made her niece more uneasy. Based on what she knew about Blanca, she was certain her aunt would never remain so silent if she were genuinely heading home. Blanca always informed her family of her travel plans, whether domestic or international. That was why her niece continued texting Juan, asking further questions about Blanca's whereabouts. Initially, his replies were calm, but as the conversation continued, he grew increasingly irritable. Eventually, he snapped, accusing her of meddling in his life, and then refused to discuss anything further. Feeling helpless, Blanca's family decided to take public action. They began seeking help on social media, hoping that someone who had seen her might come forward. Even more concerning, Blanca's niece shared screenshots of her last conversations with Juan, urging everyone to pay close attention to him. Within hours, Juan's photo spread across numerous social media platforms, attracting massive attention and quickly igniting a media storm in both Mexico and Peru. Blanca's family contacted the Peruvian consulate and issued public appeals, asking the community to help spread the word in hopes of finding their missing loved one. As calls demanding Juan be questioned increased, Peruvian authorities intervened. Juan eventually appeared for questioning, but he avoided most of the inquiries. Throughout the interview, he maintained a cold, emotionless demeanor, staring straight ahead without showing any visible signs of concern. During questioning, Juan refused to alter his story. He insisted that Blanca had gone missing on her own and that he had nothing to do with it. He even claimed he didn't know her and had never been in a relationship with her. Police asked him 73 questions, none of which he answered directly. He only gave a vague response when asked where he had been when Blanca disappeared, claiming he had been somewhere else entirely. Security camera footage, however, told a different story. On November 7th, the day Blanca went missing, Juan was recorded on surveillance buying bleach at a store near his home. Coincidentally, this was also the day Blanca made her last phone call to her family. The timing of these events immediately raised suspicion around Juan. Blanca had vanished inexplicably, and he was captured on camera purchasing bleach right before her disappearance. He quickly became the main suspect. Blanca's family publicly confronted him on social media, demanding answers. In response, Juan posted on his own accounts, claiming he was not romantically involved with Blanca and that his only actions had been helping her financially and arranging temporary housing. He added that Blanca might not have fully understood their relationship due to emotional or mental struggles. He was also mad that her sister had put his picture online and made him look like a criminal, even though he hadn't done anything wrong and had no reason to hide. Juan kept going. He then said that he had nothing to do with Blanca's choice to visit Peru. He claimed that she had gone on the trip by herself without being invited or making any plans ahead of time. When she got to Lima capital with little money and no one to help her, he said he gave her money to go back to Mexico and let her stay at his apartment for a while. It's worth noting that Juan quickly changed his social media profile picture and removed all posts that might have suggested a link between him and Blanca. Once the case became public, the review also found that Blanca's time in Peru was not at all the peaceful time her family had hoped for. Blanca called a Mexican airline a few days before she disappeared on October 3, 2022, to ask for a refund for her empty return ticket. The company told her, though, that they couldn't handle the request. From a different point of view, Blanca's daily life in Peru showed signs of being hard and lonely. One gave her only $22 a week to cover all of her costs of living. Also, Blanca had to stay in the small rental room with Juan whenever one had to go to Lima capital for work and wasn't allowed to leave. The agreements with the landlord said that the room could only house one person. However, on October 9, 2022, things changed in a big way. Along the beach in Huelva, Peru, a group of fishermen found several body parts lying around. They called the cops right away. The victim's face and fingerprints were destroyed on purpose, but the exact surgical cuts on their body showed a level of skill that would not have been possible without medical training. The cops found an intact, clear-style ring still on the victim's finger, which was the most important thing. The investigators had to change the direction of their search after making this find. It was confirmed by Blanca's family that the ring was the same one she always wore. The same ring could be seen in several daily pictures she sent to her family. Something she thought of as a good luck charm and hadn't taken off in years was a keepsake with a personal symbol etched on it. There was more, though. She got the design on the ring tattooed on her wrist because she loved it so much. It wasn't just jewelry to her. It was a spiritual symbol that she thought kept her strong and safe during the hardest times of her life. Blanca's family also remembered that she had a mole on her back that stood out. In a scary accident, the forensic team found the remains of a mole in the same place, and they looked a lot alike. This made people even more suspicious that the body parts might belong to Blanca, but a full forensic study was needed to be sure. Not long after that, on October 15, 2022, cops searched Juan's apartment without warning. After going there, they found blood in a number of places, mostly around the bed, the bathroom, and other places. Testing with DNA proved that all of the blood belonged to Blanca. In addition to the blood proof, police found some of her personal items, such as clothes, toiletries, and a woman's suitcase. The suitcase said Mexico on it. On the wall was a Mexican flag, and there were long pieces of hair all over the floor. Blanca's family looked over the things and pictures and confirmed that they all belonged to her. Also, digital forensics showed that one looked up how to reset a ZTE phone on Google on the same day Blanca lost touch with her family. It just so happened that Blanca used a ZTE phone. At about the same time, a neighbor said they saw one leaving his flat several times while carrying what looked like 8 plastic bags. A friend of Juan's also confirmed that around 7 p.m. on November 7th, Juan called him and asked for a favor to ride a motorcycle to a nearby store and buy some cookies, smokes, and black trash bags. After 30 minutes, the motorcycle was seen parked outside of the building where Juan lived. 2 days later, another neighbor saw Juan walking nervously down the street with a trash bag in his hand before quickly turning into an empty alley. It looked like he was afraid that someone was watching him, because his face was tense. People started to think that Blanca had been hurt because of these strange actions. Soon after, Juan was seen going out again to get cleaning supplies. From that day on, he stopped going to school all of a sudden. As more evidence came in, the police finally turned their attention to Juan. The moment the news got out, he was immediately criticized by a lot of people. The medical school where he was a student quickly kicked him out and took his name off their list of students. Taking advantage of the attention, some people on the internet started looking into Juan's past and found that he had been convicted of domestic against his ex-wife in 2016. Others found out that Juan had a brother who was exactly the same as him. As a way to help people tell them apart, Juan got a unique tattoo on his body. Even though there was more and more proof against Juan, he insisted that he had nothing to do with Blanca's death. As investigators dug deeper, they discovered that Juan had been posting online videos of human organ dissections around the time Blanca went missing. Alarmingly, the types of organs shown in those videos seemed to match some of the body parts taken from Blanca. Authorities began to suspect that these stolen body parts belonged to her, though it remained unclear whether Juan acted alone or had accomplices. Given the potential connection to illegal organ trafficking, investigators considered that the case might reveal a larger criminal network. Further investigation revealed that Juan frequently traveled between Peru and Bolivia before and after the crime. Large, unusual deposits were also found in his personal bank account, raising suspicions of organized crime involvement. One officer noted that Juan had been seeing another woman behind Blanca's back, which cast further doubt on his claims of genuine love for her. The evidence suggested that Juan had carefully isolated Blanca once she arrived in Peru, away from friends, family, and any support system. Investigators believe he then killed her and sold her organs on the black market, likely thinking that dumping her body in the water would make it disappear permanently. However, Blanca's family refused to give up and relentlessly pursued the truth. On October 17, 2022, Peruvian authorities arrested Juan. They verified his identity, using a unique tattoo on his arm to ensure he hadn't switched identities with an identical twin. At the time of his arrest, he was with a 26-year-old woman who claimed they had been dating online for a month and knew nothing about Blanca. Juan told her that Blanca was simply a friend from Mexico. Later that same afternoon, Peru's Criminal Investigation Unit confirmed that Juan and Blanca had indeed lived together in the same apartment, solidifying the case against him. Police discovered a large amount of blood at the scene, indicating that Blanca had likely been beaten before she disappeared. Forensic analysis confirmed that the body parts recovered from the beach belonged to her. As more evidence surfaced, Juan was formally charged with aggravated murder and organ trafficking. Throughout questioning, he behaved erratically and repeatedly lied. Authorities also found a backpack containing a substantial amount of cash in his apartment. When confronted, Juan denied ownership, claiming it wasn't his, but his girlfriend immediately identified it as belonging to him. He continued to dodge or ignore most questions, offering no useful answers even after hours of interrogation. On October 22, 2022, Juan was placed in solitary confinement while awaiting trial, expected to remain there for 9 months. During this time, he frequently complained about the conditions, including sharing a bathroom, sleeping on the floor, and limited access to showers. When the trial finally began, Juan stuck to his previous statements without altering his story. He claimed the bloody mattress found in his room was already in use, that he had no knowledge of the stains, and even suggested that Blanca might have brought someone else who could have harmed her. However, the court rejected these claims and determined that Juan was responsible for her death. In February 2023, Blanca's body was returned to Mexico. On September 12, 2023, Juan was sentenced to 35 years in prison and ordered to pay $15,000 to the victim's family. Despite the conviction, Juan continues to maintain his innocence. He claims the case has cost him his family, career, and reputation, stating he no longer wants to live because he cannot prove his innocence. He insists the accusations rely solely on his status as a doctor and expresses hope that law enforcement will eventually uncover the real perpetrator. Blanca Arellano's case is not only the tragic story of a woman who fell in love and lost her life, but also a stark warning about the dangers of relationships formed online. In the digital world, where people can present a perfect image of themselves, the truth is often hidden until it's too late. Moving on to the next case. Claremont Ripper. The story of the Claremont Ripper. USA, during the 1990s. As soon as the young woman stepped out of her morning shower, she had no idea that a predator was watching her from inside her own room. As she reached for a towel, soft steam continued to rise from her damp skin. She believed she was alone. She wasn't. In an instant, neighbors heard the dull thud of a body hitting the floor. Then came the sharp cry of a scream. And then nothing. She became one of 6 victims who lost their lives. Tiffany Schultz was 20 years old and had everything she wanted in life. Tiffany was born into a well-known family in Northern California. She moved to San Diego with big plans to study writing at San Diego State University. Her friends described her as intelligent and kind. But Tiffany was struggling behind her cheerful exterior. She was forced to do exotic dancing at a neighborhood club to earn money, even though she didn't want to. She spoke about it often. She said it was a necessary evil and just a step toward her ultimate goal of becoming an English professor. Her relationship with Christopher Burns, her 28-year-old boyfriend, was troubled, which made things even harder for her. They frequently argued about her job, and he would sometimes lose his temper. People in the neighborhood had grown accustomed to hearing loud voices from Tiffany's apartment, accompanied by slamming doors and faint cries from time to time. But Tiffany was determined to regain her independence no matter what. She planned a future free of stress and worry. For Tiffany, however, someone else had far darker plans than she could have imagined. San Diego awoke to a clear, bright winter morning on January 12, 1990. Around 10 a.m., Tiffany was in her second-floor Cowley Way apartment alone. Someone had been observing her from a distance while she was on her balcony, taking careful notes on her routine and being drawn in by how open she appeared to be. The same person approached her apartment undetected and unheard. He slowly climbed the stairs to her open door. Soon after, Tiffany returned from the deck, preparing for a shower. Her clothes were casually discarded, unaware that her every movement was being watched from inside her home. While Tiffany stood under the shower, the intruder silently entered the kitchen and slowly drew out a large, sharp knife. Armed and without hesitation, he walked directly into the bathroom, driven by impulses that defied understanding. Tiffany stood no chance when she stepped out of the shower into the steam-filled room. In a violent frenzy, the attacker stabbed her 47 times. Each strike was delivered with precise intent, showing a disturbing fixation on her heart. The blade tore into her chest again and again, striking vital organs and leaving no doubt about his intent. He wanted Tiffany dead. The scene resembled uncontrolled slaughter, with blood smeared across the walls, splattered on the tile floor, and soaking into the carpet. Later, neighbors reported hearing a scream abruptly cut off, followed by a heavy thud. They dismissed it as another fight between Tiffany and her boyfriend and didn't call the police. Hours later, Tiffany's boyfriend, Christopher, discovered her lifeless body in the apartment. By the time police arrived, it was already too late. Detectives immediately suspected Christopher, given his history of volatility with Tiffany, which appeared to align with the brutal nature of the crime. Within hours, he was in custody, interrogated relentlessly as detectives pressed for a confession. But 3 days later, the evidence cleared him. Christopher hadn't been near the apartment at the time of the killing, and fingerprints on the murder weapon didn't match his. His release terrified San Diego police. It meant the real killer was still free and likely to strike again. Their fears were realized. On February 16, 1990, just 1 month later, another young woman was murdered in Claremont, not far from Tiffany's home. At 21, Janine Weinhold had her future mapped out. She aspired to become a lawyer. Fiercely independent, she enjoyed living alone and decorating her apartment. Friends remembered her as driven, intelligent, and always positive. On that grim Friday morning, Janine passed the time baking cookies and folding laundry, unaware that someone was silently watching her every move. Just after midday, the intruder slipped through her open apartment door and struck without warning. When her roommate arrived later that day, the once cheerful apartment had turned into a scene of horror. Janine lay on her bedroom floor, stabbed more than 30 times in the chest. The wounds clustered around her heart, echoing the chilling precision seen in Tiffany's murder. Evidence of her struggle was everywhere. Defensive cuts marked her hands and arms, while blood soaked her clothing, books, and walls. The violence had not ended with the stabbing. Signs of a brutal assault made the crime even more harrowing. This time, investigators recovered crucial DNA evidence that would later prove vital. But at the moment, no immediate answers emerged. 2 savage killings in just a few weeks left Claremont residents terrified. Police urged the community to lock their doors at all hours, and women avoided walking alone after dark. Fear permeated the city. Despite heightened vigilance, the killer struck again. On April 3, 1990, 18-year-old Holly Tarr, visiting San Diego from Michigan for spring break, became the next victim. She had spent the afternoon by the pool before returning to her brother Richard's apartment. After a shower, Holly forgot to lock the door. That small oversight proved fatal. Moving silently with another stolen kitchen knife, the attacker crept inside. Unlike the drawn-out assaults before, this killing was swift. Holly was stabbed once, directly through the heart. The blow was so precise and devastating that she never had a chance to survive. As the killer fled, he collided with a maintenance worker who had rushed to investigate the commotion. They grappled briefly, but the attacker broke free, abandoning a bloodied knife in a nearby alley. Now, with 3 young women brutally slain in a matter of months, investigators saw the pattern emerge. San Diego had a serial killer in its midst, and the entire city reeled in shock. In only a few months, 3 young women had been stabbed to death in their own homes, each time with kitchen knives. The city lived in fear of the unidentified killer. While police increased patrols and went door to door seeking information, the attacker remained hidden and grew more brazen. In May 1990, he struck again. This time, it happened in East San Diego, beyond the city center, catching police by surprise. The victim, 38-year-old mother Alyssa Keller, lived alone while her daughter Michelle was away on a school trip. One night, Alyssa was savagely attacked inside her apartment, stabbed repeatedly in an act of horrific cruelty. The wounds were so severe that her eyes had been damaged beyond recognition. The intruder stole jewelry from the home and left behind a distinct sneaker print, an important clue, though not enough to identify him. The following evening, Michelle returned and discovered her mother's bloodied body concealed beneath a blanket, a traumatic memory that would haunt her forever. Investigators quickly linked Alyssa's murder to the earlier Claremont killings, hoping to stop the killer before he struck again. Unfortunately, they failed. On September 13, 1990, another crime shook San Diego. 42-year-old Pamela Clark and her 18-year-old daughter Amber were brutally murdered in their home. That day, Pamela left for the gym around 8 a.m., while Amber remained asleep inside. At approximately 10 a.m., neighbors reported hearing Amber's terrified voice followed by that of an unfamiliar man. Moments later came a chilling scream, then silence. Tragically, the neighbors assumed it was a family dispute and never contacted the police, an example of the bystander effect often seen in real crimes. Around 11 a.m., Pamela returned home unaware of the danger awaiting her. The moment she walked inside, she found Amber lying dead on the floor. Before Pamela could react, she too was attacked. She sustained 11 stab wounds to her upper chest, clustered near her heart. Amber had suffered the same fate, also stabbed 11 times in the chest, her injuries concentrated around the heart. The knife used in the attack was driven with such force that it broke, leaving the blade on the bathroom floor. After Amber had been killed, her body was deliberately moved and placed in the doorway between her bedroom and the hallway. She was unclothed, with her legs stretched outward. Pamela's body was also dragged inside and positioned at the front door. She too was naked and posed in the same way as her daughter. When the police later discovered the bodies, they remarked that the scene looked like something out of a horror film. With 6 murders taking place in just 9 months, each one disturbingly alike, the public grew desperate for answers. The killer was cautious, methodical, and intelligent, leaving behind no fingerprints or other obvious traces. At their most desperate point, San Diego police turned to criminal profiling experts, hoping psychology might provide what science could not. The experts indicated that the killer was most likely young, physically fit, and familiar with the neighborhoods where he operated. They also warned police that his appetite for violence was intensifying. In response, neighborhood watch groups quickly formed. Detectives interviewed hundreds of potential witnesses, including each victim's neighbors, friends, co-workers, and acquaintances. Thousands of hours of surveillance footage from stores, apartments, and businesses in the area were examined. Tip lines rang constantly, with every caller investigated and each lead pursued. Yet as time went on, hope began to fade until a breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source. On February 3, 1991, nearly a year after Tiffany's murder, a local resident reported something that changed everything. Late at night in the Scripps Ranch neighborhood, she noticed a suspicious young man lingering in a blue Nissan outside her neighbor's home, showing unusual interest in the property. The man attempted to enter the house. Disturbed by his behavior, she quietly wrote down the license plate number as he drove away. Her call to the police triggered a chain of events that would finally blow the case wide open. Within hours, San Diego police traced the vehicle registration to a local resident named Cleophas Prince Jr., who had never previously come to police attention. He was born on July 24, 1967, in Birmingham, Alabama. He had a rough youth full of poverty and violence. His father got a 40-year prison sentence for second-degree murder, when he was only 3 years old. He did 14 years of that sentence. Cleophas grew up in one of the worst areas of Birmingham, where crime was very widespread. He was quiet and shy in school, and his teachers thought he wasn't doing well enough. He started committing small crimes like stealing and vandalism when he was a teenager. He quit high school without telling anyone in the end. When he was 19, he joined the Navy, but he was kicked out soon after for theft. Late in 1989, he moved to Claremont with Charla Lewis, the woman he was seeing. His neighbors said he was quiet, nice, and in good shape. But now the cops knew who he was. They connected him to an attempted crime. That was the same as all the dead bodies. Detectives put up cameras right away, without telling him, and in silence. The cops arrested Cleophas in secret in the parking lot of a gym on February 4, 1991. At first, he was held because he had an outstanding traffic warrant. This allowed detectives to question him without giving away their assumption of murder too soon. Cleophas stayed calm and denied having anything to do with it. The cops reluctantly let him go because they didn't want to give away too much information without enough proof. But they kept a close eye on them anyway. But Cleophas wasn't dumb. As his worries grew, he quickly left California and went back to his home in Alabama. But the police were getting closer to Cleophas and began to put together a solid case. They carefully connected each crime to his appearance, his car, and the way he drove. Soon, witnesses came forward and identified him as the strange person who had been seen near several murder scenes. The cops put out a warrant for his arrest once they had enough proof. Cleophas Prince was caught in Birmingham in early March 1991, but at first he was only held for a small theft. The Birmingham cops didn't know they had the right person until they found out he was wanted for 6 murders. Cleophas had to give DNA samples from his blood, breath, and hair, because the court told him to. The tests that followed gave the agents the big clue they had been waiting for. The DNA from Cleophas's sperm found at Janine Weinhold's crime scene matched perfectly. The chances of making a mistake were almost impossible. After months of great fear, grief, and doubt, the police in San Diego were finally sure that they had caught the serial killer who was terrorizing the city. When police showed Cleophas the forensic results, he kept denying everything. He seemed cold and uninterested. The cops no longer cared about his denial. There was a huge amount of proof. Things get even stranger from here on out. The jewelry that was stolen from the victims was found in the jewelry drawer of Cleophas' lover. The gold was a Christmas present from him. Charla, his girlfriend, was wearing gold that belonged to people who had been killed. After that, the cops found even more proof. Once someone has worn shoes for a while, they leave a unique footprint because everyone moves differently. Footprints that matched his unique sneaker design proved beyond a doubt that he was guilty. On March 4, 1991, Cleophas was indicted with 6 murder charges in San Diego. San Diego could at last begin to recover now that they believed their streets were safer, even though they were still troubled by memories of the man who had once stalked them. The trial started in June 1993 and quickly turned into one of the most discussed and emotional court cases in San Diego. There were 27 accusations against Cleophas, including 6 charges of first-degree murder, assault, theft, and other offenses. In the courtroom were reporters, mourning families, and increased security. The lead prosecutor reviewed every crime in great detail and demonstrated how each had happened. The jurors were presented with disturbing forensic proof, including detailed pictures of the crime scenes. Considerable damaging evidence was also shown to them that tied Cleophas directly to stealing jewelry from others and giving it to his girlfriend without her knowledge. It would be minimizing things to say the evidence was powerful. Victim impact statements from relatives also devastated the hearts of the jurors. The parents spoke intensely about their lost daughters and described how cruelly their promising futures had been taken away. Several jurors openly broke down as parents spoke about how the deaths of their daughters had left them shattered and hollow. The defense, however, faced significant challenges. They argued that Cleophas was wrongly charged due to weak evidence, mistaken identity, and the investigators' desperation. The defense insisted that the police had mishandled the evidence and concentrated too quickly on Cleophas without properly pursuing other possible leads. But naturally, the prosecution's compelling forensic proof, eyewitness testimonies, DNA evidence, and stolen property that implicated him left the defense's case far weaker. Throughout the trial, Cleophas was reported to have remained calm and not displayed much emotion or direct involvement. He often wrote on a notepad or spoke quietly with his attorneys. The jurors were already distressed by the graphic evidence and thorough descriptions of his shocking crimes, and his detached manner did nothing to help. The jury began deliberations in early July 1993 after months of testimony. On July 13th, they returned a unanimous verdict: guilty on all 27 counts. Cleophas Prince Jr. was convicted of 6 murders with special circumstances, making him eligible for the death penalty. As the verdict was read, Cleophas remained expressionless, staring straight ahead. His mother, Dorothy Prince, cried out in anguish and collapsed in shock. Prosecutors argued that Cleophas's crimes were exceptionally cruel, violent, and predatory, warranting the ultimate punishment. In a chilling final statement to the court, Cleophas addressed the victims' families. He denied responsibility, claimed sympathy for their pain, but offered no apology. He insisted he was innocent, which only deepened the family's anger. On November 5, 1993, the judge formally sentenced him to death, emphasizing the calculated brutality of the killings. As he was led from the courtroom, Cleophas gave only a brief shake of his head, prompting one grieving relative to shout, "Go to hell and rot." Though the verdict brought some relief, the scars left on San Diego remained deep. In memory of the victims, community projects appeared across the city, memorial plaques, playgrounds, and scholarships to honor lives cut short. The legal process stretched on for years as Cleophas's defense team filed multiple appeals, challenging everything from DNA evidence to the fairness of the trial. But in 2007, the California Supreme Court upheld both his conviction and death sentence unanimously. Today, Cleophas Prince Jr. remains on death row at San Quentin State Prison. Now in his late 50s, he continues to maintain his innocence, never once admitting guilt. Despite his death sentence, recent changes in California law make it unlikely he will ever be executed. Decades later, San Diego still remembers the horror of the Claremont killer, and the shadow of his crimes lingers. Moving on to the next case. Ellie Wyke. In this video, we reveal the tragic story of a young woman who became the focus of a relentless obsession. This is the story of Ellie Wyke. Ellen Wyke lives in West Ohio. She is 23 years old and is called Ellie by everyone. Ellie relocated to Westchester with her family from Minneapolis, Minnesota. She now lives alone with her pet gecko, Gale. The people she left behind described her as a free-spirited artist who loved music, art, nature, and color. She frequently met up with friends to scrapbook, dance, make jewelry, or write. She adored being outdoors. Her mother said that ever since she was a little girl, you could always find her planting things and setting up hammocks outside in her nicest clothes. She was preparing for many exciting events and had recently earned her hairdressing license. But as summer 2018 approached, her usually cheerful disposition was being tested to its limits. She was receiving strange messages and direct messages, DMs, from someone she did not know using fake phone numbers, odd usernames, Snapchat accounts, and Instagram and Facebook profiles. It had happened previously, but rarely, for nearly a year. Now it occurred constantly. The way they communicated convinced her it was the same person, even though they used different channels and devices. The frightening incidents escalated when Ellie received part of a video on Facebook that had been filmed just outside her house. To record her, the person touched and exposed themselves while sitting at her kitchen table and watching her. Several more videos similar to this followed. Just when it seemed the messages were terrifying enough, things took a much darker turn. How had this person reached her house? Hannah, her closest friend, described it as a serious and sick game of cat and mouse. That was enough for Ellie. She contacted the police. There was one username or number, Mickey or Mika, that she reported to them. Did she care about that name? They asked. Ellie explained that Michael was the name of an ex-boyfriend from years ago, but she had no idea who was behind this. The police filed a report, and Ellie asked them what she should do next. She was advised to learn self-defense and remain indoors at night. Ellie felt defeated and uncertain that this would help. Yet, she still agreed and enrolled in classes with her mother, Tam. But the harassment continued. The police were unable to determine where the messages were originating because the phone numbers were fake and came from websites with unusual area codes. It would take time to go through all of this digital information. Not long after Ellie called, Tam, her mother, called again to ask them to record more details. The officers went to Ellie's house and walked around the neighborhood twice that week, but they did not observe anything bad. The police records, however, show that both searches lasted under 5 minutes. At some point, Ellie did not want to stay at home by herself, so her friends rotated who would sleep over. It was clear, though, that this person did not mind approaching her house, and she could not truly feel safe until they were caught. "What do you do in this situation?" her friend asked her one time. "I wish I knew how to help." She said, "I do not know." And she looked sad. "I am by myself and do not know how to defend myself well. It is making me feel very anxious." One day, Ellie was talking to a friend about everything that was happening when both of them had an epiphany. Through a new Snapchat account. The account was created for Mikey, whose real name is Michael Strauss and was Ellie's ex-boyfriend. Ellie thought it could not be him at first, but when she saw the username, she knew it was. "Damn it, I know who it is." She texted her friend right away, "My ex-boyfriend from when I was 17 years old. He and Ellie broke up a long time ago. They both liked music, the arts, and events. And at first they had much in common, but things quickly turned bad, and she stopped speaking to him." She told the police what she had discovered. On July 28th, she texted Nate, an online friend. They had both spoken about meeting in person many times, and had even set a date for that day. He said, "I am not bringing my phone. Is it cool if I just knock?" But it appeared Ellie had changed her mind, and now only wanted to stay home. Nate did ask, "What is this I am hearing about some creep following you?" She responded, "LOL. No one is creepy to me, so I do not know." She told him she was alone when he asked what she was doing. As usual, she did not have any friends over, so she was going to bed by herself. Although Ellie believed she was talking to Nate, it turned out to be another fake number and name, and Michael Strauss now knew she was home alone. She locked everything up and taped her curtains, as she always does. On August 1st, 2018, Ellie's mother, Tam, reported her to the police because no one could reach her over the following days. No one questioned that this had anything to do with the stalking. Her car remained parked outside her house, and neither her phone nor her bank cards had been used. One question for the police was whether Ellie's phone had been examined to try to locate her stalker before she was reported missing, but the Westchester police would not say. It was determined that her case was not classified as stalking, but as telecommunications abuse. One of the numbers linked to Nate had a 213 area code. The number had been purchased online, but it had no history and was not connected to any other phone. Furthermore, it had not been used since Ellie disappeared. Detectives obtained some information from the website where the number had been purchased over the next 2 weeks while searching for Ellie. They were able to retrieve the account's username, sign-up date, last login date, and email address. It all pointed to her ex-boyfriend, Michael Strauss. Over the past 10 years, Michael had been arrested for public misconduct, drug possession, identity theft, and burglary. Since the individual was charged with public indecency in June 2015, he was required to undergo a mental health evaluation and 1 year of treatment following the charge. In the 53 minutes since the last message to Ellie, he had also created new phone numbers to contact other people and even registered a new account on the same website. Tragically, she was found on August 24th, less than a month after being reported missing. Her body was discovered in a field off Oral Road. She was naked, wrapped in a blanket, bound with tape, and had a plastic bag over her head. This caused her death. She could not breathe. Michael lived just across the field from where she was found. At 4 a.m. the following day, Westchester police arrested him. He was held on a $4 million bond while officers searched his house and examined all of his electronics. The police obtained information from Google showing that an IP address linked to Michael's home had searched for, "How long does a dead body smell?" Missing girl in Hamilton and missing girl in Westchester, Ohio. Many people used Google to look up Ellie Wyke and the Cincinnati Strangler 3 times. On July 18th, just a few days before she went missing, searches for how to survive prison and a survivor's guide to prison were more frequent. How to delete photos from an iCloud account ranked second. Searches for teen-forced porn and forced rape while jogging were also noted. The police said other searches he conducted were so disturbing that they would not be released publicly. He had been following joggers in parks and in cars for months and had filmed many of them. Investigators also found a photo of the field where Ellie's body was discovered on Michael's phone. The image came from the Maps app. Michael appeared unconcerned and offered a vague explanation that he was studying for a script he was writing, as he worked in the film industry. The most damning evidence found at his home was in his art portfolio, Ellie's driver's license, a lock of her hair, and her pink necklace. Those questioning Michael were growing tired of his arrogance and wanted the truth. He told the police it was all an accident when confronted with the evidence. He claimed Ellie had agreed to help him make a torture film, which he said was part of his professional work and earned him substantial income. He stated that she died of suffocation during filming, with a plastic bag over her head. He claimed the cameras were already recording when he accidentally captured her death on film. He said he watched it, deleted it, and discarded the memory card. If that video ever existed, it has never been recovered. During a search of his basement, police discovered a bed still fitted with handcuffs. Detectives did not believe for a moment that Ellie had agreed to anything like this, but it illustrated a very frightening account of how she died. It was evident that Michael had forced her out of her house and taken her to his own. 9 charges were filed against 29-year-old Michael Strauss by a grand jury. These included aggravated murder, 3 counts of tampering with evidence, menacing by stalking, petty theft, abuse of a body, and gross abuse of a corpse. A memorial service for Ellie was held on September 1st. Everyone was asked to wear tie-dye and bring an item to contribute to a scrapbook. Someone could bring a drum and play music. The entire day was dedicated to the things Ellie loved. Any funds raised were intended to plant a tree in her honor. The following day, a party was held to celebrate her life. The investigation took a long time, and over 800 pages of evidence were submitted to the court. When Michael appeared in court, his defense team presented their theory about how they believed Ellie had died. Although he admitted to the act, they requested access to her medical records and therapist's notes. They did not elaborate further, but implied that her emotional distress may have caused her to misuse medication, potentially contributing to her death. The prosecutor described this as not only a confusing argument, but also offensive given the condition in which she was found in the field and the autopsy results. However, Michael Strauss ultimately admitted to killing Ellie, eliminating the need for a trial. 6 of the original charges against him were dropped, so a guilty plea resulted in a lighter sentence. At the time of sentencing, Michael said little, while David, Ellie's father, stated, "My God tells me to forgive, but he does not say when, and I do not know if I ever will." Michael's mother spoke to Ellie's family, expressed remorse for everything that had happened, and said she felt ill over it. The judge imposed the maximum sentence possible, yet it remained deeply painful for Ellie's family and friends. Michael received 17.5 years in prison, 15 years to life for murder, 18 months for menacing by stalking, and 1 year for abuse of a dead body. The sentences are to be served consecutively, with credit for time already served. He will only be eligible for release twice, first in 2036 and then again in 2041. It was unfortunate that Michael's case did not call for life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, but the judge had no authority to change that. Many people still cannot understand what motivated him to commit this act. The prosecutors stated that they could only speculate, but they believed the motive for the crime was pure evil. The strange movie Mr. Strauss wrote, directed, and produced was entirely his own work. That is correct. This case reads like a crime novel, a frightening crime story. It is both terrifying and heartbreaking that she complied with everything asked of her, yet it still occurred. What was the point of that? Asked Hannah, her closest friend. An internal review of how Ellie's numerous calls to the police were handled resulted in the Westchester police chief suspending an officer without pay for 40 hours because he violated protocol. Officer James Thomas failed to properly record information or conduct an investigation when Ellie filed her report on April 11, 2018. Officer Thomas needed to work more carefully and pay greater attention to the details of this case in order to keep the victim safe. But that did not occur. Part of the report indicated that it did not note that Ellie had an ex-boyfriend named Michael, nor did it record his last name or address. The connection to the names Mikey or M was not investigated. The report did not include the emails and videos Ellie provided. The officer did not document that he received an email from Ellie on May 1, 2018, along with additional texts. He also failed to scan the messages, record them, or enter them into the file. According to court documents, Michael Strauss is also a suspect in several other crimes. One of Michael's former inmates stated that he claimed to have killed a woman named Shelley and disposed of her body in a creek. He recounted it in the same manner he described Ellie's murder. However, the Westchester police could not verify this, and do not know the identity of this person. In January 2018, a man wearing a black hoodie and face mask attacked a woman who was trail running. As she ran her usual route, the man grabbed her by the face and neck, pulled her into some grass, and told her to be quiet. She pushed him away and managed to escape. Observing and following female runners was something Michael was particularly interested in, as evidenced by his numerous videos. This is likely why the police suspect his involvement. Given that Michael had already demonstrated he was dangerous and unstable, it raises questions about how many people he may have harmed. Approximately 13.5 million people are stalked in the United States each year. Nearly 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men have been stalked at some point in their lives. In 94% of murder cases, stalking behavior is present in various forms. One police officer remarked that stalking is much like witnessing a murder unfold very slowly. Ellie's mother, Tam, said that whenever her mind is not occupied, thoughts of her daughter emerge. As Ellie took her last breath, I can still sense the fear and terror she must have experienced while looking at her killer through the plastic, with tape around her neck and arms. She noted that it was clear Ellie Wyke had a profound impact on many lives. We just wanted to bring some color back into the darkness, her cousin said. To be honest, I do not think there will ever be complete peace. Day by day, it becomes easier to cope, but true peace will never come. Ellie has always been part of this family, and always will be. We will see her again. That is something we know. It may be a long time before that happens. There was a rainbow over the field where her body was found, and the sun was shining directly where she lay. Her family has always interpreted this as a sign that she was with them that day, letting them know everything would be okay and expressing gratitude for finding her. It reminds them to always notice the good and the color, even when circumstances are very dark and gray. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Gallagher. In today's video, we reveal the terrifying case of a young woman whose life was taken in a brutal act of violence. Let's begin. Jessica Gallagher, age 27, lived in Austin, Texas. She worked 2 jobs, was pursuing her master's degree, and constantly kept busy with her friends and family after graduating from Texas State University. She was employed at the local grocery store and also as a substitute teacher, but she eventually wanted to obtain a permanent job at an elementary school. She was also saving money for her master's degree and to pay down her student loans. Jessica had many responsibilities and carried a lot of stress, but she consistently kept a positive outlook and believed that her situation would not remain this way much longer. One of her friends recalled that Jessica once wrote, "Someday everything will make sense. Keep reminding yourself that everything happens for a reason. Laugh through the chaos and smile even when tears fall." After a long day, Jessica was cheerful, motivated, and enjoyable to spend time with. She had plenty of things she was excited about. Now, returning to the story. On September 7th, 2009, Labor Day, Jessica spent the day with her cousin and closest friend Melanie, along with several others. The group enjoyed a barbecue and swam in the pool since the weather was so hot outside. After several hours by the pool, the group went to a diner because she had to drive everyone back. Work awaited the next day, and she needed to save money. Jessica did not want to drink more than a few. When evening came, the group decided to go to a bar to play pool. The group left the bar shortly after midnight, and Jessica started driving everyone back home. Melanie remained the last passenger in the car at 1:30 a.m. and asked Jessica if she wanted to spend the night at her house. Jessica declined because she wanted to make sure she was prepared for her shift when she woke in the morning. On her way home, she needed to pick up food for her dog and check on them as well. She hugged Melanie goodbye and then went to the nearby Walmart. After a few hours had passed, Melanie's phone rang while the rest of them were preparing for work. Someone from Jessica's workplace had called. Jessica had never arrived. At first, this alarmed Melanie immediately because Jessica never skipped work or even called in sick. Even though Melanie contacted several more people, everyone said they had not heard from her. Deep inside, she knew something was terribly wrong. John, who was Melanie's brother, lived with Jessica, but he was equally stunned to hear this. John worked as a police officer, and his shift started at 5:30 a.m. He neither saw nor heard her in the apartment, so he assumed she was asleep and they had simply not crossed paths. When he returned home, one of her dogs greeted him right away. The dog seemed uneasy that she was absent, and it appeared she had not been back since the day before. John informed his colleagues that she was missing when he called them. Immediately, he arranged for them to trace her phone, and the signal pinged near the Cedar Park intersection of U.S. Highway 183 and Walton Way. This place was far from isolated. Numerous businesses surrounded the area, and at that time of day, many vehicles and people were present. It was possible that her phone had died or she had lost her temper. Melanie and her boyfriend Sergey rushed to the location and quickly spotted her white Kia. It was parked neatly in a row outside of Little Caesars. As soon as they exited their car, a terrible odor struck them. The windows were rolled up, but it remained extremely hot inside since the outside temperature was 90 degrees. Within the car, Jessica was slumped in the driver's seat, which was adjusted much farther back than it normally would have been. She was unresponsive, and what appeared to be feces was smeared throughout the vehicle. When her car door was opened, the smell became even more overwhelming. Melanie attempted to wake Jessica by touching her head, but she did not react. The sun had scorched her skin red, leaving marks across her body and soaking her hair with sweat. Sergey phoned the police. Jessica Gallagher had been murdered. It appeared someone had tied something tightly across her neck, and there were small lacerations on her eyes, her face, and her neck. She also had bruises and abrasions spread across her entire body. She had been sexually assaulted and strangled twice, once with a piece of fabric, possibly the strap from her dress, which she had worn over her swimsuit, and again by someone's hands. Scratches on her neck from her own fingernails revealed that she had tried clawing back in an effort to fight off her attacker. Her wallet, cards, and car keys were stolen, but the offender kept her phone to examine it. Police initiated their search around the nearby stores and restaurants because this area was highly active and visible to the public. When one worker arrived early that morning, she observed Jessica still alive. She was unclothed and crawling inside her vehicle as though she were attempting to put her swimsuit back on. Shortly afterward, the worker saw her again. This time Jessica was seated outside her vehicle, playing with her hair and wearing her white dress. On the third and final sighting, she was back in the car, speaking to herself and making odd hand gestures. Several other witnesses who came across Jessica reported that she looked exhausted and disoriented. Although no one spoke directly to her, her behavior appeared highly unusual and erratic. The next time anyone saw her, she was already dead. Melanie explained that Jessica had neither exercised nor used any drugs before leaving. When the toxicology results were returned, they confirmed there were no drugs, alcohol, or medications in her system at all. Not only was the situation becoming stranger and more complicated, but investigators also needed to uncover why she had been acting in such an odd way. In the back of her car was a large bag of dog food. Melanie told detectives Jessica had planned to purchase it, so they realized it had been bought that morning. Directly across from her car was a Walmart that stayed open 24 hours a day. Surveillance confirmed Jessica had driven into the Walmart parking lot at 2:30. She entered the store alone, wearing a red baseball cap and a white dress. She carried her bag slung over her shoulder. Inside, Jessica moved around normally. She showed no signs of acting strangely, stumbling, or struggling in any way. Nobody approached her to speak, and it did not appear that anyone was paying her attention. Before leaving, she walked directly to the dog food aisle, then headed to the checkout. As she exited, an employee working near the doors observed her. But this is when things shifted. Until that moment, no one inside had been following her. Suddenly, a tall man wearing a brown shirt and a baseball cap seemed to be walking directly behind her. He had entered Walmart just minutes before Jessica arrived. He had parked his small truck far away from her car. He went into the restroom inside, and when he came out, Jessica was right in front of him carrying the large bag of dog food on her shoulder. As Jessica headed back to her Kia, the man who appeared to be following her moved quicker. He was now only about 20 seconds behind her. Her car had been parked directly behind a large tree, which blocked it from the view of most cameras. The only other camera that captured it provided very poor quality footage. His truck, however, remained parked, which indicated the man had walked straight up to her vehicle. He never reappeared on camera. Roughly 2 minutes after she reached her car with the man, the vehicle pulled away and headed toward the exits. The footage was deeply disturbing. Walmart security cameras also captured Jessica's car later when it was stopped near Little Caesars. They recorded the individual exiting, crossing the street, and heading back into the Walmart parking lot. Investigators confirmed it was the same man because he quickly returned to his truck and then drove off at 5:30. About 20 minutes after she had left her car outside Little Caesars, that same man from Walmart used her bank card at an Exxon gas station. Even though Jessica never got out of her car until it was discovered at 2:50 a.m., the vehicle remained parked there until she was found. Because several employees saw her, she must have still been alive for a few hours. It did not make sense at all. Police released portions of the surveillance footage and urged the public to watch for the red pickup truck. Investigators were still searching for suspects, so all they could do was wait for someone to call in. Jessica's funeral took place. Her family revealed that they first learned she had been strangled because the marks on her neck were visible. This made a day that was already unbearable even more painful. Who was responsible for this, and for what reason? Unexpectedly, a woman named Leslie phoned in to speak about the truck. She believed the vehicle belonged to a man named Crispin Harmel, age 37, who was best friends with her fiancé. Leslie explained that Crispin had been expected to bring money to their apartment only hours before Jessica was discovered, but he never arrived. She considered this unusual. She felt compelled to share her concerns because she could not shake her unease. She described feeling like Crispin was part of her family, which made placing that call extremely difficult. At the same time, a young woman had lost her life. Police ran Leslie's information and discovered Crispin had been stopped 3 weeks earlier for an expired license. Body cameras were recording during the traffic stop, clearly showing him driving the same truck and wearing the same baseball cap. Detectives became convinced he was the suspect they were pursuing. Officers visited Crispin's residence 5 days after Jessica's body was located to question him. It was immediately apparent that he had altered the truck's appearance, as areas that had previously been shiny were now painted black. Crispin did not seem shocked that investigators arrived, and he admitted knowing Jessica. He claimed that the website lonelyhousewifehookups.com had connected them for a meeting. According to him, they arranged to meet at the Walmart between 12:30 a.m. and 1 a.m. on the night she was killed after chatting on Messenger. Crispin stated that he and Jessica left together in her car and had sex near a park. He said he was in her car and might have been among the last people to see her alive, but that did not make him a murderer. He explained that although officers did not confront him with it, they knew the footage told a very different story. The last time Crispin and Jessica were seen together was sometime after midnight. Before he entered her car, they had not spoken or even acknowledged one another. When she arrived at Walmart, her actions suggested she was not there to meet anyone either. She was only there to purchase dog food, nothing more. It was obvious they had no connection, so his version of events collapsed immediately. He later claimed she had driven him back to Walmart, where they chatted briefly. According to him, he told her about struggling to pay his gas bills, and she allegedly handed him her bank card, writing the PIN directly on his hand. When he learned the next day that Jessica had died, he told himself, "I was just with this girl, and now she is dead." That was not supposed to happen. Out of fear that he would be suspected, he altered the appearance of his truck and discarded her bank card. Detectives recognized the story was extremely convoluted because of how confident he seemed in recounting it. Melanie and her friends testified that Jessica never mentioned going out with anyone that night. She was always straightforward. If she had arranged to meet someone late at night whom she did not know, she would have informed others where she was going and with whom. Both of their phones and computers were thoroughly examined, and no record of communication between them was ever discovered. In addition, Jessica had never visited the website he claimed she used. It was, however, proven that he had been searching her name, looking at photographs, and reading about her only hours after she was found dead. Investigators concluded Crispin had followed her outside, forced his way into her car, compelled her to drive to a park, sexually assaulted and strangled her twice, then drove her vehicle back to the parking lot, abandoned her for dead, and stole her card. As soon as officers confronted him with what was visible on surveillance footage, Crispin went silent and requested a lawyer. Detectives were convinced he was the one who killed Jessica, but they still could not account for what occurred between the moment he parked her car and the time she was discovered dead. No one else had been near her car, and he had not returned to it either. Even though she did not harm herself, she was still alive after Crispin left the scene. It was utter chaos. At that stage, investigators lacked enough evidence to charge him with murder, but they did have sufficient proof to indict him for perjury. In May 2010, he received a 10-year sentence after pleading guilty. The murder investigation remained open, and detectives reviewed every detail repeatedly. Eventually, they uncovered something that might help clarify matters. A researcher from the Indiana University School of Medicine had published an article discussing victims who were strangled and then died hours later due to the lingering effects of asphyxiation. This type of death does not occur instantly. It can last for hours. It is described as delayed death from strangulation. Experts explained that this was a likely cause of her bizarre behavior outside the vehicle and the presence of feces inside as well. The 2 episodes of strangulation had caused such severe damage to her brain that she no longer understood what was happening or where she was. She could not call for assistance or operate her phone. Lying under the scorching sun for so long also brought on heatstroke. This combination made her condition completely fatal. First, the brain starts shutting down because it is not receiving enough oxygenated blood, leading to unconsciousness. Forensic medicine specialist Dr. Bill Smock noted that seizures could follow soon after. Within at least 15 seconds, brain cells begin to die. Initially, bladder control is lost. Then, control of the lower back muscles disappears. The brainstem, which regulates heartbeat and breathing, is the final part of the brain to fail. However, functions like personality and memory reside in higher brain areas. Evidence clearly showed that Crispin had strangled her twice, mistakenly believing she was dead when she was merely unconscious. In May 2013, he was formally indicted for capital murder, as it became evident that his intent was to kill her, and the evidence strongly supported this. He pleaded not guilty. No DNA linked Crispin to Jessica, which the defense believed strengthened their argument. Yet given the extreme heat of that day, this was unsurprising. Severe heat and humidity can rapidly degrade DNA, making it unlikely that anything conclusive would have been recovered from her body. The prosecution was not concerned because there was overwhelming evidence recorded on video. No one else could have committed the crime. The state brought in Crispin's former girlfriend, Elizabeth. She testified that he told her his apartment had burned down and that he had lost his phone in the fire. In truth, investigators had seized his phone as part of the investigation. He also claimed his truck had broken down, but in reality, it too had been impounded. Public outrage followed when the trial ended in a mistrial because prosecutors were accused of concealing evidence. Everything returned to the beginning. District Attorney Jana Duty was later jailed for violating a gag order and was also disciplined by the State Bar of Texas for misconduct. Several years later, she was discovered dead with a gunshot wound to the head. Crispin's second trial began in the spring of 2018, nearly a decade after Jessica's death. This time, the jury carried out its duty and convicted Crispin Harmel of capital murder. Because the state chose not to pursue the death penalty, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He attempted to appeal his conviction in 2020, but the ruling was upheld. He remains incarcerated, serving the same sentence. Jessica had enjoyed her evening with friends that night. When she returned to her car in the morning, she looked forward to getting home, feeding her dogs, and preparing for work. Her master's degree was within reach, and she had much waiting ahead of her. John, Jessica's cousin, expressed that he had hoped the arrest and conviction would bring peace of mind, but it did not, because nothing could undo what happened. She lost her life, yet he still gets to live. He said her father once remarked that so much was taken away that day. He stole my chance to walk her down the aisle. I know she would have been a wonderful mother. I miss her deeply. Melanie explained that grief feels different every day when you lose someone, but because of what she witnessed in the parking lot, even good memories are often overshadowed. Life will never feel complete again. Something will always be missing. Moving on to the next case. Lavender Doe. Perhaps it was the jarring contrast of the corpse's flawless teeth alongside the inhumane circumstances of her discovery that disturbed internet sleuths so profoundly. For many, the amount of attention devoted to the unidentified young woman's dental care stood in stark opposition to the visible brutality of her final moments. Found burned beyond recognition in the early hours of October 29, 2006, near Longview, the 2 men who came upon her body initially believed it to be a mannequin that had been set on fire, until closer inspection revealed the grim truth. The smell was the first sign that alerted them to the horrifying reality. Gasoline combined with the unmistakable odor of charred human flesh. It was not a mannequin, but the body of a human being who had apparently been set ablaze only minutes before their unexpected arrival. The remains were already burned too extensively for survival, and the men understood the victim was beyond medical aid. They alerted authorities, who arrived, secured the scene, and took custody of the unidentified body. Yet what should have been the grim but straightforward task of comparing missing persons records with the remains quickly stalled, as no reports bore any resemblance to the description of the victim, and no inquiries were made regarding the body of the seemingly well-kept young adult. The medical examiner determined the body most likely belonged to a female between 17 and 25 years old, based on anatomical measurements of the remains. However, the extensive fire damage rendered any other means of identification nearly impossible. Discovered with $40 still in her pocket, she was given the name Lavender Doe, inspired by the light purple shirt she had been wearing at the time she was found. The jeans on her body were partially intact, and investigators identified them as a size 7 to 8 from the clothing brand One Tough Babe. Although seminal fluid was detected inside her, the medical examiner was unable to conclusively determine its origin. These details, especially her flawless teeth, became the central clue in unraveling the mystery of what had happened to the unidentified victim. In 2015, a Reddit user going by the handle Oblivion's Kiss began posting annually on the subreddit r/unresolved mysteries. The user referred to Lavender Doe as the girl with the perfect smile. Each post drew renewed attention, sparking a collective effort to rule out potential matches as they surfaced. Despite the lack of solid leads, the case refused to fade entirely. Something about Lavender Doe resonated deeply with the online true crime community. In particular, her story captured the dedication of 3 volunteers with the DNA Doe Project. Kevin Lord, 35, was an amateur private investigator pursuing formal training in the field. Missy Koski, 55, known as the Search Angel, had a reputation for reuniting adoptees with their biological families. Lori Gaff, 49, was a self-taught genealogy expert, gifted with an almost photographic memory and an insatiable appetite for knowledge. Together, these 3 unpaid volunteers devoted themselves to uncovering Lavender Doe's identity. After traveling long distances to meet in Austin, Texas, the trio organized the mountain of information they had collected through countless Facebook exchanges and set to work. The online posts about Lavender Doe consistently drew international attention, with people suggesting names that could often be conclusively ruled out. Again and again, it all circled back to her teeth. The public was captivated by the fact that she had no cavities or fillings. Some speculated she might have been related to a dentist. Another striking clue was the presence of 2 baby teeth she had retained, despite clearly having gone through puberty. That unusual feature became a key tool for Kevin, Missy, and Lori in ruling out suggested matches. They interviewed the families of numerous missing girls, but none fit. Relying on both advanced genealogical testing and the renewed interest of the online community, they pressed forward, hoping that the answers were hidden within double helixes and strings of genetic code. Law enforcement agencies generally analyze the unique codes of 13 to 20 DNA markers in order to determine parentage, as well as sibling and half-sibling relationships. By contrast, services such as Ancestry DNA and 23andMe compare between 600,000 and 700,000 unique DNA markers, which allows them to inform customers of connections as distant as third or even fourth cousins and beyond. By following these fragile strands of familial connection, anyone with enough intelligence, persistence, and patience to comb through census data, property records, and historical birth certificates can reconstruct a family tree spanning centuries, relying only on information already accessible to the public. With Kevin's strong encouragement, the DNA Doe Project and Reddit together raised $1,400 to have Lavender Doe's DNA rescanned, so as to capture the most comprehensive dataset available. This process encoded more than 600,000 markers in a format suitable for comparison within public databases. However, they first had to wait the many months required for the DNA to be fully processed. Though increasingly popular, this service remained relatively uncommon, making it a slow undertaking. The sheriff's office had previously interviewed a man named Joseph Wayne Burnett, as the seminal fluid found at the scene might have matched his. Detectives, however, kept details about the procedure and timeline of this discovery closely guarded. Burnett admitted that he had picked up and slept with a woman from the area, but denied any further involvement, which led to his release. Then, during the summer of 2018, a 21-year-old woman named Felicia Pearson abruptly disappeared. When Burnett was arrested for failing to register as a sex offender from an earlier charge, detectives were able to extract information from him, revealing that Felicia had recently spent time in the 41-year-old's residence. Her fingernails, painted purple, would ultimately be the detail that led investigators to her body, discovered 5 days after she was first reported missing. Buried beneath a shallow layer of leaves in Longview, the grim find immediately reminded locals of another body discovered in the same area years earlier. Also a young woman, back in 2006. Detectives, however, did not have to rely on speculation for long, as the connection was quickly drawn for them. During interrogation, Joseph Burnett broke down, confessing not only to the brutal and senseless murder of Felicia Pearson, but also to that of another innocent woman, killed back in 2006. Although investigators now had him in custody and indicted him on 2 counts of murder in August 2018, his first victim remained without a name. Despite admitting to sexually assaulting and killing her, Burnett claimed he never knew who she was, saying she had only ever known his rage. Then, in October 2018, the determined group of online sleuths finally obtained the raw data they had been anticipating. Lavender Doe's unique genealogical profile had been processed, coded, and made suitable for uploading into public DNA databases. With this dataset in hand, the volunteers began the painstaking work of tracing connections among distant relatives in the hope of moving backward toward a closer relation of Lavender Doe. By leveraging the immense repository of information on the site GeneMatch, the same resource that helped authorities unmask the Golden State Killer, the amateur detectives turned semi-professionals were able to identify thousands of distant relatives linked to Lavender Doe. Most crucially, they discovered a second cousin once removed, along with several third and fourth cousin matches. Many of these extended relatives shared Czech ancestry. A volunteer with the DNA Doe project traced the lineage further, successfully identifying and translating original birth records from the Czech Republic to piece together the identities of 2 of the young woman's likely ancestors. This final connection would ultimately be the breakthrough in the case, as documents revealed a relative sharing the same ancestors who was currently living in East Texas, only 30 miles from where Lavender Doe had been discovered. Although hesitant at first, the newly identified distant relative agreed to cooperate with both the DNA Doe project and the sheriff's department. While she, a woman in her late 50s, reported no knowledge of any missing family members, she consented to provide a DNA sample for comparison with Lavender Doe. The test revealed enough genetic similarity for detectives to conclude that the unidentified girl was the first cousin once removed of the East Texas woman. This revelation allowed investigators to track down additional living relatives connected to her. They learned that the woman's uncle once had a daughter named Robin, who had passed away at the age of 50, just 1 month before Lavender Doe's tragic death. By examining county records and public newspaper archives, detectives and volunteers traced Robin to 3 former husbands, one of whom bore the last name Dodd. Using Robin's first name in combination with this newly uncovered surname, Kevin, the aspiring private investigator, accessed a preview from a People Finder website showing that Robin might have been married to a man named Johnny Dodd. A brief search of Johnny's name revealed that he had a daughter who would have been around the same age as the unidentified young woman. When Kevin entered the possible daughter's name into the system, he remembered feeling chills upon discovering that her social security number was inactive, a strong indication that she was deceased. Further digging led him to a MySpace profile belonging to one of her relatives, which in turn linked him to a page under the missing girl's own name. The profile, last active in 2006, was filled with the hallmarks of a teenager's online presence from that era: grainy, low-resolution photos, images of a girl in miniskirts surrounded by the color pink, snapshots with her dog, and her strawberry blonde hair glinting in the light. The pieces were falling into place, her profile having last been active in the year 2006, the same year her body was found charred beyond recognition but with perfect teeth. Dana Lynn Dodd was 21 when she was killed. Last seen in front of Walmart, her confessed killer says that she attempted to sell him magazine subscription and then claims she subsequently offered to sell him lingerie from a magazine. While he claims he declined the offer, he goes on to state that she then asked to get into his truck and later agreed to be intimate with him in exchange for money. Her killer claims that she tried to rob him and that he strangled her in retribution and that he left her with $40 in her pocket as a symbolic payment of sorts. Burnett's assertions of a supposed sexual encounter and a robbery gone wrong are implausible at best, and many are convinced that he murdered her in cold blood after sexually assaulting her, drawing strong parallels to the more recent killing of 21-year-old Felicia, which Burnett also confessed to. Investigators eventually managed to contact Dana Dodd's closest living relative, though her half-sister Amanda, 9 years her senior and living nearly 900 miles away, admitted they were not close toward the end. The long years of silence had weighed heavily on her. Once DNA testing confirmed their half-sibling connection, Amanda was finally freed from the haunting question of what had become of Dana. Neither the daughter of a dentist nor a child with any sense of stability or continuity, Dana drifted from one guardian to another, eventually residing with her stepmother until she turned 14. By that age, the relationship began to deteriorate, and since her stepmother had no biological or legal ties to Dana, she sent her to live with her half-sister, 23-year-old Amanda in Florida, whom she had only met a handful of times before. Despite both sisters being so young, Amanda willingly welcomed a family member who was so clearly in need of attention. So neglected was Dana that when she arrived in Florida, all she carried was a small backpack containing her scant belongings. At first, Dana adjusted well to life with Amanda, and the arrangement seemed to work, but before long, teenage rebellion overcame her initial good intentions. And despite her older half-sister enrolling her in counseling and trying to offer some semblance of normal life, Dana soon chose to leave and live with Amanda's full brother, who was also Dana's half-brother. That arrangement also collapsed, as drugs, partying, and divided loyalties drove Dana further away from her family. Eventually, when the situation became too overwhelming for everyone involved, Dana decided to leave altogether. With nowhere else to go, her life quickly shifted into that of a runaway. She eventually moved in with her best friend, but soon left that home as well, choosing instead to travel with a group of acquaintances and attempt to sell magazine subscriptions in exchange for room and board, an arrangement that was clearly a manipulative pyramid scheme targeting vulnerable young adults. This magazine-selling operation verged on human trafficking, with food being withheld when sales quotas were not met and rumors circulating about drugs and violence. It was within this environment that Dana would tragically cross paths with the man who would become her killer. Her older sister reflects on Dana's final moments with both pity and a conflicted sense of understanding. She believes Dana willingly got into the stranger's car because she likely felt she had nowhere else to turn. Amanda remarked, "I think after all these years, she thought she had nobody. I think that's why she didn't reach out to us. I did my best. I feel like I didn't do enough." Lavender-colored mums now rest on the headstone of the once unnamed victim. While Minnie and her immediate family passed away before ever knowing the truth, society can take a measure of solace in the fact that one more predator who targeted young women is now off the streets. On December 15, 2020, Burnett pleaded guilty to 2 counts of murder as well as a separate sexual offense charge related to his prior sex offender status. He was sentenced to 3 concurrent 50-year prison terms, with credit for the 2 years already served, and is currently incarcerated at the George Beto Unit in Tennessee Colony, Texas. Burnett will become eligible for parole after serving 25 years in 2043. Moving on to the next case. Shauna Taillefer. In today's video, we reveal the disturbing case of a man who believed he had orchestrated the perfect murder. Shauna Taillefer returned home from work at about 3:30 in the morning after finishing a late shift. As she pulled into her garage, the streets were still and calm, giving no sign of danger. But someone was already inside, concealed in the shadows. She walked into her house, likely expecting nothing more than a few hours of rest. Soon after, tragedy struck. By sunrise, police had swarmed her home, and what they uncovered stunned the entire community. Shauna was born on March 13, 1966, in Salt Lake City, Utah. She grew up in a Mormon town surrounded by snow-covered mountains and long-standing traditions. She was the youngest of 7 siblings and displayed creativity from an early age. Shauna often immersed herself in books or sketched flowers with precision. She loved school, not just for academics, but for the connections she made. Her upbeat personality made her well-liked, and she thrived as a cheerleader with a wide circle of friends. During her teenage years, the family relocated first to Pennsylvania and then to North Carolina. Each move strengthened Shauna's independence, and fueled her determination to carve her own path. In 1994, at the age of 28, Shauna pursued her dream of independence by moving west to Las Vegas, Nevada, a city defined by constant reinvention. Las Vegas, the dazzling city of lights and fortune, was bursting with energy when Shauna arrived. She began her new life working at a high-end department store, where her warmth and charm made her a natural with customers. Later, she transitioned into the hotel industry, starting as a waitress at the Fiesta Hotel. Her hard work and charisma eventually earned her a coveted position at the Palms Casino Resort. Surrounded by luxury and high-profile clientele, Shauna thrived. Her co-workers became like a second family, and her career provided both joy and stability. With her sun-kissed blonde hair, elegant style, and graceful presence, Shauna carried an aura that naturally drew attention. People admired her, but it wasn't because of her appearance. It was because of her kindness, her humor, and her genuine ability to connect with others. Friends described her as full of energy, positive energy and love, and said she found magic in everyday life. When Shauna met George Tayev in 2002, her world shifted once more. He made an immediate impression with his tall frame, athletic build, and confidence. His background was equally impressive. A former high school football star and prom king, a graduate of West Point, and later a U.S. Army engineer who went on to become a firefighter. He carried a magnetic charm and a generous heart, known for acts like covering his mother's expenses while she cared for his disabled sister. Their connection was instant and powerful. Friends and relatives were struck by how perfectly the two ambitious, vibrant personalities seemed destined for each other. When their daughter Madison was born, their love story only deepened. Motherhood became Shauna's greatest joy. She adored Madison, spending countless hours singing karaoke, laughing together, and creating lasting memories. On March 16, 2006, Shauna and George sealed their love with a beach wedding in Hawaii. The setting, with waves crashing and warm breezes all around, felt like the ending of a fairy tale. Yet beneath the beauty, cracks had already begun to show. 2 years into the marriage, signs of strain became obvious. The 2008 housing market crash struck George hard, and financial losses rippled through their relationship. Money differences deepened the divide. Shauna enjoyed spending, while George preferred saving. What had once been minor disagreements grew into frequent, heated arguments. George's frustration took a darker turn as he became distant, demanding, and critical. His cutting words, especially when spoken in front of Madison, left even deeper wounds. Matters worsened when George grew close to Null Stevens, a homeless man he had brought into their lives to help with yard work. George had always shown compassion toward people facing hardship, but Shauna never trusted Stevens. His constant presence unsettled her, adding even more strain to their emotional struggles. As the months passed, the situation between Shauna and George worsened until the bond that once held them finally gave way. After nearly 10 years together, Shauna made the painful decision to leave the relationship, taking their daughter Madison with her. She relocated to a quiet suburb just outside Las Vegas, hoping that space and time would bring her clarity. Shauna had stepped back, but she hadn't given up completely. Divorce wasn't yet on her mind, as faint traces of hope still lingered in her heart. With support and time, perhaps they could still repair the damage. Both she and George agreed to attend marriage counseling as a last attempt to save what remained of their relationship. Although the sessions provided moments for reflection, they failed to close the emotional divide. Shauna and George continued living separately, and as the days went by, the idea of reconciliation grew more unlikely. By September 2012, Shauna's hope had begun to fade. The future she once dreamed of seemed to slip further away with each day. Then something unsettling occurred, shattering any sense of security she still had. One night, Shauna returned home from work to find her house in chaos. Someone had broken in, scattering her belongings, rifling through her clothes, and taking personal items such as her engagement ring, underwear, a bikini, and a black dress. Stranger still, the intruder had taken vodka from the refrigerator and left a small pair of folded boxers on the washing machine. The violation cut deeply, leaving Shauna shaken. It didn't feel like a random break-in. It seemed personal, as though the person knew them. Though she tried to move forward by focusing on work and caring for Madison, the lingering unease never fully disappeared. At 3:01 a.m. on September 29, 2012, Shauna clocked out of her shift at the casino and exited through the staff doors into the quiet Las Vegas night. She quickly got into her car and began the familiar 30-minute drive home. It was a route she had taken countless times, but this would be the last. Around 3:30 a.m., Shauna arrived at her house, pulled into the garage, and entered through the interior door. She never noticed the figure waiting silently in the dark. As she walked upstairs, a sudden, brutal blow from a hammer struck her head, knocking her to the ground. The assault continued relentlessly. Even as Shauna pleaded for her life, crying and terrified, the attacker gave no response. She asked again and again, "Why are you doing this?" But only more hammer strikes followed. When her body finally went still, the killer fled through the same garage door she had used moments earlier, taking the weapon with him. A few hours later, just after 9 a.m., George finished his shift at the fire station. As usual, he picked up Madison from his mother's house, since Shauna had worked late the night before. He then drove to Shauna's home to gather some of their daughter's belongings. The moment he arrived, something felt wrong. The garage door was open, a detail that alarmed him immediately. Shauna was meticulous and never left it open overnight. Inside, George's worst fears materialized. The house was in disarray, showing clear signs of a violent struggle. When he looked closer, he found Shauna lying motionless on the floor, blood pooled around her. Shaken, he called 911 to report what he had found. Some later claimed his voice sounded oddly calm, though he stumbled at points and mentioned Madison, asking if he could take her to his mother's. First responders arrived quickly and confirmed the horrific scene. Shauna lay dead on the floor, her body bloodied, with the home ransacked around her. The brutality of the attack stunned investigators. Shauna's head injuries were so severe that first responders initially believed she had been shot. A closer examination, however, revealed the wounds came from repeated, violent strikes with a blunt weapon. In her final moments, she had fought desperately, leaving her hands bruised and torn. Her courage in the face of such violence was undeniable. Detectives first turned their focus to George, as is standard in domestic homicide cases, but he had an airtight alibi. He had been on duty for a full 24-hour shift at the fire station, a fact confirmed by both colleagues and supervisors. With that lead closed, investigators shifted their focus elsewhere. Shauna's friends and coworkers were horrified by the news. Many, who also worked late shifts at the Palms Casino Resort, were left shaken, fearful that the seemingly random, brutal nature of the attack could target them too. The earlier burglary at Shauna's home resurfaced in their minds. Had it been random, or was it a warning sign of something planned? That break-in 3 weeks earlier, when thieves had taken her underwear, bikini, and engagement ring but left behind a neatly folded pair of men's boxers on her washing machine, had felt chillingly personal. Neighbors later reported hearing a series of heavy, rhythmic thuds between 3:30 and 4 a.m., the same time Shauna had arrived home, suggesting the assault happened almost immediately after she entered. Not long after, more evidence appeared along a trail near the Willowbrook apartments, just half a mile from her house. Discarded items belonging to Shauna, her cell phone, health card, and makeup, were found scattered, hinting that her killer had fled on foot in that direction. Soon, a new name entered the investigation. William Big Will Penix, a Las Vegas handyman with a reputation for assisting recently released convicts. One of them, a man named Hart, made a shocking remark in a tone far too casual to be safe. Hart spoke about striking a woman with a hammer and smiled as he described it. The blow had been so forceful it broke the hammer. When Big Will first heard about Shauna's murder on the news, he didn't know what to think, but then the details started lining up. He immediately called the police and told them that Hart frequently loitered at a nearby Albertsons and sold drugs across the street at a Chevron gas station. Officers located him at one of his usual drug-dealing spots. Hart was arrested on the spot while carrying narcotics. His real name turned out to be Noel Stevens. It was not the first time that name had come up. Stevens had a history of drug charges, prowling, and petty theft. Now he was a murder suspect. While being interrogated, he denied any role in Shauna's death, but admitted he had been living in a tent on a hill 8 miles from the Strip. Police then searched his campsite and sent helicopters to scan the area, suspecting he had hidden evidence there. They didn't have to search for long. Inside the tent, they found bloody pants. Forensic testing confirmed what they feared. It was Shauna's blood. The case was tightening, but one question still hung in the air. Why her? Digital records provided the answer. Shockingly, Stevens had been in regular contact with George, the man Shauna had once loved and who was the father of her child. George was linked to her killer in a connection both stronger and darker than anyone had guessed. George had hired Stevens for odd jobs around the house, but was also said to have exploited him, preying on his vulnerability and desperation. For only $600, George set in motion a plan to murder his wife. From the beginning, Shauna's sister Paula had expressed her suspicions. She had never believed George was innocent, even with his seemingly perfect alibi. She flew to Las Vegas to assist with the investigation, certain something far more sinister had occurred behind closed doors. Her instincts proved horrifyingly accurate. When police searched Stevens's campsite, they found strong evidence. Clothes that had been stolen from Shauna's previous break-in and his DNA on a vodka bottle. That bottle was used in the break-in a few weeks before she was killed. A cardboard box tag nearby matched a hammer, which was one of the tools used in the attack. Soon surveillance video proved it. George and Stevens were seen laughing and shopping for a hammer, gloves, and a knife together at a hardware store. What seemed random at first now smelt like it was planned. Stevens admitted to the crime when he saw how much evidence there was. His statement said that George had paid him $600 upfront and offered to pay him thousands more when the job was done. They carefully planned the murder for weeks, and phone records from September 2012 show that they made 87 calls to each other, including 5 the night before the murder. Stevens said that George gave them the keys to Shauna's house, and even suggested that they dress in black and break in ahead of time. Stevens sneaked into the house on the night of September 29th, hid in a room, and waited. As Shauna went up the stairs, a man in a ski mask came out from behind the trees. He hit her with a hammer. When the handle broke, he used the steel head to finish the job. Then he was gone into the night. Later, Stevens led police to the grave where he had thrown away the murder weapon, which was still stained with Shauna's blood. Detectives went to see George's family on October 8th to tell them he was now the main suspect. His mom and sister were shocked by the news and wouldn't believe he could have done something so bad. But George broke under the stress. When he realized the police were closing in, he drove recklessly through Las Vegas at extreme speeds, ultimately striking a concrete barrier with no skid marks or evidence of braking. Authorities suspected a suicide attempt. He survived the crash because he was wearing a seatbelt. At the hospital, George was taken into custody. Both George Stevens and Noel Stevens were charged with murder. Stevens admitted his involvement and testified against George to avoid facing the death penalty, receiving a sentence of 42 years to life. George's trial began in August 2015. Stevens became the prosecution's key witness, despite his troubled past, history of drug use, and ongoing mental health challenges. On the stand, he described a manipulative friend. Stevens stated that George frequently yelled at Shauna, frustrated by her spending and the deterioration of their marriage. Initially, Stevens dismissed George's first offer to have Shauna killed, but when the payment rose to $5,000, he agreed. In reality, Stevens only received the original $600. He later sold Shauna's engagement ring, the same ring taken during the first break-in. Stevens also testified that George specifically demanded a fiberglass-handled hammer, fearing a wooden one would break. Surveillance footage confirmed that they purchased the tools together. In an unusual twist, police had seized the fiberglass hammer in an unrelated case, leaving Stevens with a wooden hammer, which ultimately broke during the attack. During the trial, Stevens' defense team worked tirelessly to discredit him, highlighting his criminal record, drug use, and claims of hearing voices to suggest he was unreliable. They argued that the tools had been purchased solely for household repairs. Yet Stevens' testimony alone wasn't sufficient to convict George. The combination of surveillance footage, phone records, Shauna's blood found on Stevens' belongings, and the timeline all corroborated that Stevens had participated in planning Shauna's murder. The prosecution argued that George was a man consumed by a need for control, unable to tolerate losing dominance over Shauna, the collapse of his marriage, or his financial decline. Those who observed him noted that the control once admired in George had begun to shift into something dangerous. Character witnesses from his family described him as honest and hardworking, yet the evidence told a different story. In 2015, George was convicted of first-degree murder. He received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, along with an additional 32 to 81 years for related charges. Later, he filed an appeal, claiming that his actions were influenced by a combination of substances, including Adderall, estrogen blockers, and medications prescribed after a work injury. In a handwritten statement, George explained that the drugs impaired his ability to think clearly. He also claimed that his defense attorney had failed him by disregarding his mental health issues and not requesting a psychiatric evaluation. The appeal was denied, and his sentence remained unchanged. As time passed, the deepest tragedy remained for Madison, Shauna's daughter, who bore witness to the devastating impact of her mother's death. She moved away from the man who had tried to destroy their lives and now lives with Shauna's mother. Shauna's family channeled their grief into founding Justice for Shauna, an initiative aimed at raising awareness about domestic violence and manipulation. Her story now serves as a stark warning about how love can become lethal, how charm can be weaponized, and how the justice system, while imperfect, ultimately uncovered the truth. Beneath it all remains the memory of a woman who lived brightly, loved deeply, and deserved so much more. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.